Chapter 431 New Era 4870. The first year of the artifact. Eastern humans must not engage in civil war. These were the words spoken by Han Mengyao, the leader of Guangming Shelter at that time, at the joint meeting of the major shelters. So the purpose of the meeting is very straightforward. Solve the social phenomenon of alien blood warriors rejecting magicians. And that meeting was also dubbed by later generations as the Association of Alien Blood Warriors and Spellcasters. Because at that meeting, the leaders agreed on many new policies for this matter, so that the two groups of different blood warriors and spellcasters would no longer be opposed to each other, but tolerate each other. One of the policies is that in major shelters, huge rewards will be given to different blood warriors and spellcasters who get married and have children. They want to tie the different blood warriors and spellcasters together through marriage. In addition, there are many new policies. One of them is to change the name of the third realm of cultivation. The body refining realm for alien blood warriors and the spirit refining realm for spellcasters were completely cancelled and renamed to complementary realm. The name may seem strange, but that's how history happened. At that time, the leaders of the major shelters used this name to tell the different blood warriors and spellcasters that you two extraordinary groups were by no means opposed to each other, but complementary. This strange name has been used for a long time. It was not until later that the soul cultivation method was created. The best time for human beings to start cultivating their souls is precisely during the complementary realm period of cultivating the third realm. Then, at a joint meeting, a woman named Zhou Anyu proposed changing the name of the third realm of cultivation. This is the first time that the name, 3 talents, appears in the world. She says, the 3 levels of talent are Jing, Qi and Shen. According to ancient Chinese proverbs, Jing can refer to the physical body, Qi can refer to spiritual power, and Shen can refer to the soul. Although the alien blood warrior can only refine essence and spirit, the spellcaster can only refine energy and spirit. But this just shows that although the two are different, they complement each other and are indispensable. You can do it. I can't. What I can do, you can't. Therefore, we should cooperate rather than confront each other. Renaming the complementary realm to the 3 talents level will allow people to better understand the significance of the cooperation between spellcasters and different blood warriors. And it rhymes too. 1 yuan level, 2 ritual levels, complementary realm. 4 elephant levels, 1 yuan level, 2 e level, 3 talent level, 4 image level. Obviously the latter sounds better. Zhou Anyu's proposal was supported by all the leaders of the shelter, including the owner's wife. After that meeting, the name 3 talents level completely replaced the ghost name complementary realm and became the official name of the third realm on the path of cultivation, which is still used today. But, having said this, Shukong smiled and said, what's interesting is that in the old era, there were actually many extreme factions. Some different blood warriors hated spellcasters from the bottom of their hearts and suppressed spellcasters in all aspects. But under the overall environment of the old era, even in the year of Ragnarok, mankind has never been divided. But what about today's new era? The Daluo dynasty, the most powerful country in the Eastern world, was a dynasty that was extremely discriminatory against magicians. When magicians entered the Daluo dynasty, they did not dare to reveal their identities for fear of being surrounded and killed. What's even more interesting is that this dynasty cut off one of its arms and did not need a magician, but it was still able to possess the strongest strength in the East. It's hard to imagine that if they accepted the group of magicians, they would have been able to overtake the Violet Empire and become the world's #1 overlord. The Daluo dynasty, a national system, would actually discriminate against spellcasters, which is beyond my comprehension. Therefore, I suspect that the ancestors of the Ying family and the 8 Kingdoms pillars are descendants of the extreme sect of the old era. According to rumors in the new era, the Ying family is a family of different blood inherited from the old era. But the Ying family, this extremely special family of different blood, I have never heard of in the old era, and I have never heard of their names. Well, is it worth the short life of 100 years to gain super cultivation talent? Having said this, Shukong asked himself, and then fell silent. Li Guanqi also got the answer completely. It turns out that the origin of the name of the realm of Senkai level has such a big origin. History is truly fascinating. History. Li Guanqi lowered his head with emotion. Han Mengyao is really dazzling in the history of the old era and has a strong sense of existence. His appearance may have blocked Han Mengyao from radiating her own light and heat to a certain extent. Thinking of this, he became even more grateful that he could obtain Shukong. an artifact whose memory was not sealed. Otherwise, where would he learn about these ancient histories? Artifact? Memory? History? Xuan Kong. I remembered another problem. I'm not the only one in the world who has a magical weapon. Li Guanqi thought of this and immediately asked Xuan Kong in surprise. It is now New Era 4872. After so many years, there must be many people in the world who have artifacts. Those Jiugang-level experts must also have divine weapons. With their strength and power, it doesn't seem to be difficult to unseal the artifact to its complete form. Right? Then after they help the artifact to be completely unsealed, and the memory of the artifact is completely restored, won't they also be able to obtain the complete history and a lot of knowledge of the old era? In this case, how can there be a gap in history and knowledge between the old era and the new era? In fact, as soon as this question came up, Xuan Kong obviously became serious. This is a very important matter. I woke up 10 years ago and was found and enslaved by the old Lion King. But at that time, I had no memory at all. I only knew he is an artifact. And he doesn't remember anything else. Until 2 years ago. That is, January 1st. 4870. At the moment of sunrise, I suddenly recovered all my memories. This is not an isolated case. That year, I learned from that bastard, the old Lion King, that many Jiugang-level people in the world who held artifacts learned that their artifacts had restored their memories on that day. In other words, before 4870, even if the artifact collected all the unsealed objects, or even unsealed the 9th floor, it would not be able to restore any memory, and it would be impossible to remember anything about the old era. But only after 4870 did the artifacts regain their memories. As for the historical issues between the old era and the new era, the rulers of various countries obviously had their own considerations, so they chose to continue to conceal it. Most of those who own artifacts are the ruling class of various countries. As for the non-ruling class, those who still hold artifacts and want to make the old history public, the grass on their graves is probably higher than that of you, the master. In my opinion, those rulers should find it more convenient to maintain the status quo and rule their subjects. Well, this is my guess. Master, don't take it too seriously. After all, I have never been a ruler. I don't know what those high-minded guys think. New Era 4870. At this time, the voice of the magic knife slowly sounded. Me too. Before that year, I was also in a stage where my memory was blank and my mind was confused. That's why I was attracted to that silly bitch Karisa Kojima. Not only did I take the initiative to recognize the master, I even thought it would be fun to follow that love brain. But it turned out that I was stupid. Padao, did you regain your memory only after 4870 years? Shankara asked. Certainly. Demonic Sword said in a deep voice. Before 4870, I had already unlocked the 6th level. But in this case, it was indeed after the sunrise on January 1st, 4870 that I restored the corresponding level. Memory, what happened to the world this year? An artifact that can affect the whole world? Master! Master! The two artifacts were lost in thought, while Shushu had called out to Li Guanqi. Yeah, I thought about it too. Li Guanqi understood what Xiaoxua meant and nodded. His eyes solemn. The memories of the artifacts were truly restored after the sunrise on January 1st. 4870. So what happened in the world this year? Li Guanqi only knew that the time when 100 million extraordinary beings appeared and traveled to a strange world happened to be New Era 4870. So, there are two possibilities. 1. The extraordinary traveled to New Era 4870, causing changes in the world and restoring the memories of the artifacts. 2. It has nothing to do with extraordinary beings. In other words, it is precisely because this time node is special that the future god chose the time for the extraordinary beings to travel through in New Era 4870. Li Guanqi personally prefers the second point. Why are there so many mysteries in the world? Damn the Riddler! Li Guanqi scratched his head, feeling a little annoyed. When I traveled through time and space at the end of the world and talked to the god of the future, that guy could clearly explain everything. But he insisted on some theory of cause and effect. And some, if I don't say it, someone will do it. If I say it, it will be possible. Can't do it. All the Riddlers in the world should be dragged into the pig cage. I don't want to. The discussion on this matter is put on hold for now. Li Guanqi said something in his mind. Leave things you can't figure out for later. There are too few clues now, and it's useless to think too much. It's better to focus on the present and take care of your physical problems first. He has no heart and cannot activate the heart of fire among the organs of the 5 elements. Therefore, if he wants to continue to practice martial arts and blood, he must use the Toby method to use the law of fire to drive the evolution of the physical body and make the body possess the law of fire. Characteristic. And this method is very special. The Toby method passed down by Shioshua is very comprehensive. Not only the operation method, but also the principles. But the specific principle is too complicated. After all, it is something that Sean Toby has been studying for 300 years. However, Li Guanqi did not have the relevant knowledge. For this part of the principle explanation, he could understand every word taken apart, but he could not understand a single sentence when put together. So he could only follow the gourd's example and wait until it was done. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but turn his head and look at Sophia in the corner of the hall. When the lioness saw him, she also looked at him, tilted her head, blinked her big golden eyes with vertical pupils, and the lion ears on her head twitched. What is the specific operation of the Toby method? In fact, all the cultivation methods in the world have the same characteristic, and the principle is extremely complicated. But the specific operation is very simple. Therefore, if Li Guanqi followed the cultivation method that Sean Toby had studied for 300 years regardless of the principles, he would not even need to practice. Because the method is really simple. 1. Find an orc. Take the blood in their body and draw a specific pattern on your chest. 2. Follow the specific spiritual circuit and run it through the body. Gone. According to the description of Toby's method. After doing this, the laws that have been understood will begin to correspond one-to-one with the 5 elements organs in the body and resonate with each other from a distance. If one of the 5 elements organs in the body is missing and cannot match, then the body will quickly generate another one under the influence of the power of the law. Li Guanqi's current situation is, he has understood the 4 laws of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, and fire. But he only has the lungs of metal, the liver of wood, and the kidneys of water, the 3 5 elements organs. He has an extra fire law, but there is no corresponding fire organ in his body. So according to the Toby method, after using this cultivation method, a fire organ will regenerate in his body. It doesn't take a heart. Because back then, Sean Toby thought that the method he developed would help him open the golden lungs. But it is not the truth. After using this method, his lungs permanently lost their potential to become organs of the 5 elements. And a strange golden flesh ball was automatically generated in his body. That flesh ball is his golden organ. It has no other actual function. It is just a simple organ of the 5 elements, allowing his body to gain the defensive power bonus of the golden law. Except for him. All the people who used the Toby method in history were like this, and would generate another 5 elements organ in their body. Therefore, the cultivation method of Toby method is almost perfectly suitable for Li Guanqi's own situation. And its compatibility cannot be higher, because he happens to have no heart. Sophia? Thinking of this, Li Guanqi looked at the lioness, with a burning and eager look in his eyes. Master? Sophia felt a little nervous when he saw her, and responded with a slight hesitation. What? What's wrong? Can you give me a basin of blood? Toby's method requires a piece of orc's blood to draw the formation diagram. This orc has demands. Orcs are basically divided into 2 categories. The first type of ancestor is the kind of human being who used a defective body refining method in the early days of the end of the world, resulting in serious physical mutations that cannot be recovered. The ancestors of the first type are complete victims, the products of human-animal hybrids that were used for experiments by crazy beast curse masters. The orc blood required by Tobifa requires the former. It was difficult for Li Guanqi to understand the specific principle. He could only roughly understand that the reason why these orcs would suffer serious body mutations was because of the defective body refining method, which caused the strange blood in their bodies to mutate. The blood needed for the Toby method is this mutated blood. In fact, Li Guanqi was not sure whether Sophia's ancestor was a mutant human or a hybrid human. But as a member of the royal family of lion-headed people, it was more likely that the former was the ancestor. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss if you give it a try. It's just a failure at most. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Sophia sat on the ground, slit her wrist, and continued to bleed into an iron basin. After putting nearly half of the basin in, she looked at Li Guanqi curiously. Master, is that enough? That should be enough. Li Guanqi nodded. Although Sophia obviously didn't need it, he still released a spell to accelerate blood regeneration. He chuckled and said, Thanks. No master would say thank you to his slave. Sophia scratched her head, quite surprised. Li Guanqi just smiled. Sophia didn't say anything more. She picked up the iron basin filled with blood and stood up. At the same time, the wound on her right wrist healed instantly. What do I do next? Sophia came to Li Guanqi with an iron basin in both hands. No. Let's go rest and stay quiet. Li Guanqi took the iron basin, walked to the other side, and sat down cross-legged. He took out a brush from the space necklace, dipped it in Sophia's animal blood, and began to draw strokes on his chest, gradually outlining a pattern that covered the entire chest. The current needs are also mapped. Soon, he had completely sketched out the animal blood formation diagram required for the Toby method. Buzz? Li Guanqi waved his hand, and a light mirror condensed in front of his eyes. He carefully looked at the formation pattern on his chest in the mirror, and after confirming that it was correct, the light realm dispersed. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to circulate spiritual power in his body, allowing the spiritual power to gradually converge into a specific spiritual power circuit along the blood path, according to the description of the Toby method. As long as he does this, the 5 elements law he has understood will begin to resonate with the 5 elements organs in the body. And now, it's time for verification. I don't know what kind of 5-element organ will be generated in his body by then. Buzz? Soon. At the moment when the spiritual circuit in Li Guanqi's body was completely formed, he suddenly and uncontrollably began to automatically use the power of the golden law, condensing a golden brilliance around his body, full of sharpness and chilling meaning. At the same time, the golden lungs in his body also echoed the power of this law, the resonance of laws and organs. The law of gold. The lungs of gold. The grass is growing? A few seconds later, Sophia suddenly heard an exclamation. She looked down at the grass blades that were growing in the cracks in the floor under her feet and said in disbelief, Can grass still grow in a house made of ice? Not only under her feet, but also in the cracks in the floor of the entire ice temple. Patches of green vegetation began to grow, and in the blink of an eye, they were as tall as her calves. The power of the law of wood manifests. Correspondingly, the liver of wood in Li Guanqi's body also resonated with him. It's raining? Soon. Sophia suddenly raised her head and looked at the thousands of drops of water falling from above. She was dumbfounded. Forget the grass growing in the cracks in the ground. How can the ceiling block the rain? Besides, by the way, this isn't the ice temple underground? How could there be Guyulu? Before she could finish her words, the entire hall was completely submerged by the water. The lioness, who had taken a large mouthful of water, could only swim in the water while looking at this scene in confusion. The power of the law of water manifested. The water kidney in Li Guanqi's body also began to respond to this power of law. The 3 5-element laws of metal, wood, and water all have corresponding 5-element organs. Next, there is the law of fire that does not have a corresponding organ. I hope that no accidents will happen and that a fire organ can be successfully generated like the process recorded in the Toby method. Chapter 432. The world's first LV-70 transcendent returns to his ancestors again. Why did it suddenly get so hot? Do you want to boil the lion man? In the submerged ice temple, Sophia was still swimming, but she felt the water gradually getting hot around her, and she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Tongue! Suddenly, a red flame ignited all over Li Guanqi, directly boiling the water in the entire hall, then evaporating it, and finally burning it into a mist. Even the grass that had grown up before was burned into ashes. The power of the law of fire manifests. Master, what on earth are you doing? Sophia, who was down to earth again, looked around, looking at the ice hall that had become bare and empty again, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then she turned to look at Li Guanqi. Sophia was stunned. At this time, Li Guanqi's upper body was naked, but his back now looked very strange. Starting from the shoulder blades on both sides and all the way to his back, there was a faint glow of fire under the skin, as if the flesh and blood inside was on fire. Suddenly, flames spurted out from Li Guanqi's back, and while his skin split open, a large amount of blood spattered out. But what appeared was not just blood. There is also a pair of extended, red dragon wings. Sophia looked stunned. The pair of crimson featherless wings growing out of Li Guanqi's back were, in her opinion, very similar to the wings of those giant dragons. Tongue! The next moment, blazing red flame suddenly appeared on the pair of dragon wings, carrying an indescribable scorching heat. Moreover, the pair of wings began to flap gently, and while raising the airflow, Li Guanqi flew up from the ground, suspended in midair, and the coercion emanating from his body suddenly increased a lot at this time. At the same time, there was a bit of flame flickering in his blue eyes. The Toby method was successfully used. The martial arts broke through, and the 5 elements level peaked. The law of fire pulls the physical body and successfully allows the physical body to evolve a brand new fire organ and flying organ. The red flame dragon wing. Ding! Congratulations to the extraordinary king of world number 1 for becoming the world's first LV-70 extraordinary. Physical body, LV-58 LV.60. 60.3. The pinnacle of the 5 elements. Wings of fire. Comprehensive level, LV-69 LV.70. Finally level 70. My fire organ are at wings. Li Guanqi, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and white hair flying around, turned his head slightly, and looked at the pair of red flame dragon wings that were constantly flapping behind him. He couldn't help but be a little stunned. Wait, there's something wrong with these wings. It's your atavistic form, Shukong said in a deep voice. Master, under the effect of Tobifa, your body has once again returned to its ancestors. What comes out this time are the wings of your ancestors. Look at your pair of wings. Apart from being red and carrying flames, are they no different from the wings of your true soul? I speculate that it should be the special effect of Toby's method, which allows your ancestral form to combine with the fire organ. In the end, when you return to your ancestral form and grow wings, your newly grown wings also become you, the organ of fire. I'm back to my ancestors again. Li Guanqi turned his head, looking at his 3-headed, 6-armed appearance with 2 wings on his back, and murmured softly. Then, he gently clenched his fist, suddenly feeling an inexplicable premonition. This return to his ancestors has improved his physical talent again. Perhaps his current physical limit will exceed the 5 elements level by a large margin, and completely reach the physical strength of a Lyoha-level alien-blooded human. Master, your flame wings are so handsome. They are just like the fire clan of the dragon-headed man. At this time, Sophia stood on the ground, looking at Li Guanqi suspended in midair, her eyes almost shining. Are you okay? Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Is atavism good or bad? From a practical point of view, the increase in combat power brought to him by the 3 heads, 6 arms, 8 divine veins, and red flame dragon wings is absolutely huge. In appearance? At least to Li Guanqi. With 3 heads, 6 arms, and a pair of flaming wings. Not only does he not feel weird, he is even a little cool. Well, as for the complete throwback to his ancestors and his body is covered with bone spurs. Let's talk about it later. Call. Li Guanqi flapped his red flame dragon wings and slowly landed on the ground. While retracting his wings, he took a deep breath. As he breathed, his extra 2 heads, 4 arms, and wings gradually shrank until they disappeared from the surface of his body. The red flame dragon wings and his 3 heads and 6 arms now have the same nature. They both belong to the Liangyi form of the different blood body. When they are not transformed at ordinary times, they can completely suppress the power of the different blood and then restrain it. Xiaoshu, is there still any divine power in the temple? Li Guanqi asked in his mind. Of course there are. Xiuxua responded quickly. Do you want to continue? Master? Continue to understand the laws of Earth? Continue. Li Guanqi nodded. He finally made a trip to the temple to use up all his remaining divine power before leaving. And by then, he would probably be able to withstand more impact from the power of the Ice Temple. Maybe he could help Xiuxua continue to unlock the 7th level. Etc. Xiao Shui. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. Are the power you use the Ice Temple to break the seal, and the divine power I consume the same thing? Could it be that I have exhausted my divine power, and can no longer use the Ice Temple to help you break the seal? Is it closed? Don't worry, Master. They are not the same kind. Xiaoshu chuckled and explained. And what helped me break the seal was not the Ice Temple, but my own artifact altar, the hexagonal rune altar next to you. The Ice Temple and the artifact altar are 2 different things. Master, what you are consuming is the remaining divine power of the temple. There is no divine power in the artifact altar. The ice blast I used to break the seal was the function of the artifact altar itself. The first generation master had anticipated such a day long ago. So he made preparations in advance to connect the seal in my body to the inside of the artifact altar. Therefore, using the artifact altar to break the seal was a normal way to unblock it. And the memory I recovered tells me that in addition to the first generation master, there are many gods who have also chosen such a model. Among them, Brother Lumo's master was also included. In other words, if you, master, can find the location of the killing temple, you may be able to directly unblock Brother Lumo through the artifact altar, so that you don't have to travel all over the world to find unblocking items. And no matter which temple it is difficult to absorb the last bit of divine power. Therefore, the killing temple is likely to be similar to the ice temple, and there will be some residual divine power left. But this is relative. For others, it is difficult to absorb this last bit. But Brother Lumo, as the god of killing artifact, must have a way to easily mobilize it. Just like I mobilized the remaining divine power of the ice temple. So master, if you can find the killing temple, there will be many benefits. Oh, Li Guanqi suddenly understood, and then asked Demon Sword in his mind. So Luimo, do you still remember the killing god's position? Well, forget it. If you knew how to get there, you would have urged me to go there. It's good to know. The voice of the magic knife was very helpless. What about Shan Kong? Li Guanqi asked him again. Master, what do you think? Shuin Kong's voice also revealed a deep sense of helplessness. Yes, the old Lion King of the Lion-Headed clan. As the top 9 palaces in the world. Does he know that there is residual divine power in the temple? Does he know that an artifact can easily absorb the remaining divine power in his temple? That little bit of divine power is really not worth mentioning for the Jiogong level. But the problem is that he is my divine weapon. In this case, how could he leave something that can be easily obtained without taking it? Okay, I understand. Li Guanqi was quite sorry. Therefore, Shan Kong had long been forced by the old Lion King to go to the temple of his first master to extract his divine power. Well, Shan Kong first sighed, and then said with hatred, Damn. I'm so annoyed when I mention that old thing. The damn old beast actually forced me to work for 10 consecutive years. Damn it. Master, I'll wait until you become stronger in the future. You must go back and kill him for me. I will. Li Guanqi nodded. Shan Kong wants to kill this old Lion King. Sophia wants to kill him. He wants to complete the task of killing the lion. He has to kill him. And he will definitely kill each other in the future. Then master, am I now starting to mobilize the remaining power of the ice temple? Xiao asked softly. Well, let's get started. Li Guanqi nodded. Boom. The next moment, the entire ice temple shook violently again. Just like before. Countless blue ice lines gathered together and turned into a strange rune, from which a beam of divine power descended and poured directly into Li Guanqi's body. Divine power, as its name suggests, is an extremely magical power. It does not have specific properties, but it can change as needed and become what various users need. For example, when Li Guanqi needed to understand the law of fire, this divine power automatically enabled him to comprehend the law of fire. But now Li Guanqi has understood the 4 laws of metal, wood, water and fire, leaving only the last law of earth. Because of this, the divine power also began to change. Boom! The divine light beam suddenly exploded into a dazzling brown light, covering the entire palace. Even Sophia, who was not far away, was stung and subconsciously closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the brown light had disappeared. The icy blue lines in the hall had dimmed, and the previous divine power beam had long since disappeared. Even Li Guanqi's figure was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a round ball of rock and earth. Sophia scratched her head, then walked to the corner of the hall, found an ice table, and took a nap. Boom! An hour later, a sudden loud noise immediately surprised Sophia. She jumped up like a lion in fright, landed on all fours on the ice table, and looked warily towards the source of the explosion. It's the rock ball. At this time, the stone balls had broken into pieces and were scattered on the ground. Li Guanqi, who was sitting cross-legged, had his eyes closed tightly, and his body was constantly flowing with brown light. His aura went from being restrained at first, to seeming to be absent, and finally completely dissipated, and the pressure was rising layer by layer. Are we going to cause another spiritual storm? Sophia, who was already experienced, quickly slipped into the corner. Boom! A few minutes later, Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes. A brown light flashed in his blue pupils, and the pressure in his body completely exploded. At the same time, A massive amount of Earth attributes spiritual energy suddenly poured in outside the ice temple. They gathered into a khaki spiritual energy beam, rushed into the hall, and poured directly into Li Guanqi's body, while covering the blood all over his body. It also raised the intensity of his spiritual energy to another level. Spiritual power, LV59 LV.60. 60.7, 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. After fully understanding the 5 elements law, Li Guanqi finally achieved the great perfection of the 5 elements level with the help of the remaining divine power of the Ice Temple. Of course, possessing the 100 spiritual refining. His current spiritual strength is far from the limit of his current state. However, the matter of increasing spiritual power strength should be put aside first. Now it's time to continue practicing the Toby method. Sophia! Li Guanqi looked at the lioness in the corner and said with a smile. Can you give me another basin of blood? Oh? Sophia was stunned. You want it again? The last time. Li Guanqi smiled. In theory, the Toby method can generate multiple 5-element organs at the same time. So in theory, his optimal solution seems to be to first understand all the 5-element laws, and then generate the fire and earth organs at once. But theory is theory and practice is practice. Even in the old era, humans who could cultivate both alien blood and spiritual power were extremely rare. And those who could cultivate both and reach the 5 elements level were even rarer. Among these people, spiritual power talents are better than those of different blood. Those who need to use spiritual power to improve their different blood cultivation are even rarer. So looking at the entire history, there are actually not many humans who can practice the Toby method. Because of this, there are not many practical cases. But these few practical cases show that using the Toby method to generate multiple 5 elements organs at one time will cause side effects of varying severity. The specific manifestation is that when using the power of strange blood, sometimes you cannot fully control your body. For example, if you want to walk slowly in front of a wall, you will step forward hundreds of meters with your feet, smashing the wall into pieces. This is the side effect of using the Toby method to generate multiple 5 elements organs at one time. But with Li Guanqi's conditions, this situation can be avoided completely. So he chose to understand the law of fire first, then stop. And after using the Toby method to generate the organs of fire, he continued to understand the law of earth and generated the organs of earth, one by one slowly. There's just one problem with doing this. That means Sophia needs to contribute 2 animal bloods. But in fact this is not a problem at all. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Okay. Sophia quickly filled the basin with blood, and finally shook her right hand vigorously, shaking out all the blood stuck to her wrist. Thanks. Li Guanqi took the iron basin, then smiled at her and said, I'll bring you another boiled lion man later. Just treat it as a hot spring bath. After that, he walked to the other side with the iron basin, took out the brush from the space necklace, dipped it in the animal blood, and drew the formation pattern on his chest again as before. After having this experience, he seemed to be more familiar with it, and he quickly completed the formation diagram. Then, there is the formation of a spiritual circuit in the body. Then the 4 5-element laws of metal, wood, water, and fire manifested one after another, echoing and resonating with the 4 5-element organs in his body, the lungs of metal, the liver of wood, the kidneys of water, and the wings of fire. During this period, the water-flooded ice temple caused by the manifestation of the law of water, and the boiled lion man, caused by the manifestation of the fire law, allowed Sophia to experience the feeling of being used as food in a pot again. But in the end, after the law of fire was completely manifested, the water was completely evaporated. Finally, there is the law of earth. The movement caused by the manifestation of this law was not big. It just formed a ball of rock, soil and stone, completely wrapping Li Guanqi himself. Under the effect of the Toby method, Li Guanqi's body was gradually transformed by the power of the law of earth. His physical body began to change, and the organs of earth were gradually formed. Boom! 10 minutes later, the stone ball exploded and dust flew into the sky. And among the thick gray smoke, a tall figure with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 2 wings slowly walked out. His white hair was flying and dancing, and it was vaguely visible that golden textures were flickering on his body. Earth organs, open. Physical body, LV60 LV.61. 61.8. 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. Skin of earth. Comprehensive level, LV70 LV.71. Wings are the organs of fire. The organs of flight. In the thick smoke and dust, Li Guanqi's slightly surprised voice sounded. And my earth organ is skin? Skin refers to the tissue on the surface of the body and wrapped around muscles. It is the largest organ of the human body. In other words, this 5-element organ formed by the largest organ in the human body will bring greater improvement in combat power. Call. As Li Guanqi took a deep breath, he stepped out of the smoke and dust. And Sophia, who was in the corner of the hall, also saw his appearance clearly at this time. The only difference between Li Guanqi at this moment and Li Guanqi before was that the skin on his body had golden lines that flickered on and off, shining with golden light, making him look even more otherworldly and unlike a mortal. These textures are not complicated and dense, but rather simple, with a streamlined aesthetic. The golden texture on his body finally converged on the chest, forming a strange rune pattern, and then continued from the center of the rune to the neck, and then extended to the face, starting from the jawline and wrapping around to the center of the eyebrows. Forming there is a thin golden slit, like a closed golden eye. Li Guanqi's Liangyi form originally had a purple golden lotus mark between his eyebrows, and this golden slit is like a golden sword falling from the sky, inserted directly into the center of the purple golden lotus mark. Skin. Li Guanqi's earth organ is not these golden textures, but the skin. He created a new layer of human skin on top of the original skin. These golden textures come with the new skin and do not appear directly on his original skin. The organ of earth brings the legal characteristic bonus to the physical body, which is defense power. As for the defense bonus brought to Li Guanqi by this golden skin, he could clearly feel it just by making a fist. It was several times stronger than before, and Li Guanqi had a hunch, almost intuitively, that after turning on this layer of golden skin, the limit of his physical strength would increase a lot again. It is very likely that he would reach LV68 or above at the 5 elements level, or even higher. Chapter 433, Exhausting the Ice Temple's Divine Power. Combat power skyrocketed. Organs of Earth. Li Guanqi lowered his head and touched the golden skin on his body. There is no soft skin touch, although it looks like human skin and is even a bit white. The actual touch is like the processed and polished cutting surface of a layer of granite. Although it is smooth, it is also extremely hard. The organs of the 5 elements of human beings of different blood start from the organs of gold and end with the organs of earth. Therefore, after reaching the great perfection of the 5 elements level, the metal organs and earth organs of different blood humans will resonate further. The specific manifestation is that the layer of golden patterned skin on Li Guanqi's body is not only an organ of earth, but also contains the double-layer defensive characteristic bonus of the laws of gold and the laws of earth, making the defense extremely powerful. He loved the skin, both for its appearance and practicality. Wait, that's not right. Li Guanqi suddenly remembered something. This is not simply a new organ generated by the Toby method. I am like the previous wings of fire, returning to my ancestors again, twice in a row. He discovered when he was getting the fire organ that due to the special nature of his own bloodline, using the Toby method would not directly create another new organ out of nothing, but would instead be combined with his own bloodline. Or in other words, with himself. The genetic sequence reacts, causing oneself to revert to his ancestors. The previous fire wings and red flame dragon wings were like this, and the current earth skin and gold patterned skin were like this. However, the degree of returning to his ancestors was obviously not enough. Li Guanqi only returned to this layer of golden patterned skin, and did not completely transform into the state of being covered with bone spurs and purple black like his true soul body. Li Guanqi summoned a light mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. He was satisfied, but there was also a hint of worry in his eyes. He has 3 heads and 6 arms, blue eyes, flying white hair, a purple golden lotus mark between his eyebrows, red flame wings on his back, and a golden texture on his body. Although he does not look like a human, he is more otherworldly and has an indescribable, divine nature. Not bad. But if it returns to its ancestors, it will be difficult to meet his aesthetics. What kind of era was the prehistoric era before the 21st century? Li Guanqi looked at himself in the mirror, looking a little dazed. What kind of creatures were his ancestors? What abilities did they have? And what kind of civilization did their ancestors live in? After becoming one of the 100 million extraordinary beings, the world before him seemed to be more than just the future. There is also the past. The Yu dynasty of millions of years ago was by no means the earliest era. There must be more. The Earth's long history of 4.5 billion years must hide more secrets. And even, the vast sea of stars in the universe is more mysterious than this isolated planet. Forget it. There's no point thinking about this now. Li Guanqi shook his head, dispersed these messy thoughts, and began to examine his current situation. Spiritual power, LV 60. 60.7, spell 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. Physical body, LV 61. 61.8, martial arts 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. Soul, LV 65. 65.2, 6th level soul. Comprehensive level, LV 71. Xiaoshu. Go ahead, Li Guanqi said in his mind. Continue to consume the remaining divine power in the Ice Temple. Well, I have the defensive weapon of the Black Cat's Eye. You don't have to worry about soul defense. Let's increase the spiritual power first, and raise the spiritual power to the current state. Let's talk about the limit. Master, there is no need to be careful. Shishua's soft voice sounded. The divine power consumed by you in understanding the law of fire is far less than I imagined. So according to the remaining divine power in the temple, your spiritual power, body, and soul will all be improved. At the peak of Liyue level, it should be no problem. Oh! Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. What you said, can you see the ultimate strength of my physical body? Uh-huh. There was a hint of smile in Shishua's voice. After Xiaoxue unblocked the 6th level, her memory recovered and her eyesight improved a lot. According to Shishua's judgment, Master, your body after undergoing atavism has very high potential. At the 5 elements level, in the realm of great perfection, relying on the potential brought by the wings of fire and the skin of earth, the strength limit should be comparable to the Liyue level of ordinary humans. The ultimate Liyue level, that is LV 69. Li Guanqi was slightly startled. In other words, after 2 consecutive returns to his ancestors, his physical condition and spiritual power condition have reached an agreement, and he can cross the realm restrictions, even an entire great realm, and reach the level of Dzogchen at the 5 elements level, the ultimate strength of Liyue level. But the 100 refining of spiritual power is already beyond reach. The 100 times the total amount of spiritual power that this cultivation method brings to him can only allow him to achieve this level. As for developing the 1,000 refiners of spiritual power, Li Guanqi's knowledge level is completely insufficient to make this move. Moreover, the special nature of the 100 spiritual power refining is destined to be unable to form something like the spiritual power 101 refining. And it cannot be done step by step. It doesn't even work with first refinement of spiritual power, or second refinement of spiritual power. The only way is to refine your spiritual power 100 times directly. If you can't do it 100 times in a row, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Otherwise, Xiao Li, the founder of this cultivation method, would not have had to wait so many years. It was not until Li Guanqi appeared that he really saw the hope that this cultivation method could succeed. This is the upper limit of spiritual power. However, Li Guanqi's degree of physical atavism was far from reaching the upper limit. If he returns to his ancestors a few more times, wouldn't he be able to ignore the realm restrictions and reach LV 70 physical strength at the 5 elements level? So, when he reaches the 9 palace level in the future, his physical body can directly break through LV 100, or even LV 110, and he can have the body of a god in the mortal realm. Li Guanqi took a breath and suddenly felt that he had a bright future, although he had always felt that he had a bright future. Let's get started. Xiuxue. Li Guan sat on the ground, raised his head, looked at the blue-eyed ceiling of the ice temple, and whispered in his mind. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire ice temple shook violently again. Countless ice blue lines lit up and gathered on the ceiling, condensing into an ice blue rune. A pillar of ice blue light descended from it, pouring into Li Guanqi's body, in vivo, absorbing divine power again, under Shishua's control. These divine powers began to turn into the purest spiritual power, life energy, and soul power, which were integrated into Li Guanqi's body at an astonishing speed, rapidly increasing the strength of his own spiritual power, body, and soul. The rapid improvement in strength also made it difficult for Li Guanqi to control his own aura for a while, and the pressure exploded layer by layer, full of unstable and violent meaning. As time went by, the beam of divine power descending from the ceiling runes became thinner and thinner until it completely disappeared. The power is exhausted. In other words, all the remaining divine power of the ice temple was now in the body of a human being. That is, Li Guanqi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were closed tightly at this time, and his whole body was exuding 9 colors of light. Time passed little by little, and his aura became more and more powerful. However, the power surged too much in a short period of time, and Li Guanqi was unable to perfectly control this sudden increase in power, which also caused various laws to begin to materialize. Call Zitzi! Soon, the empty ice temple was no longer empty and quiet. The hurricane began to roar and thunder began to flash. Some corners bloom with white light, which is holy and flawless, while others are as dark as black holes, swallowing up all light. The Sharkingine energy was like a flying sword, hovering back and forth over Li Guanqi's head. Grass and trees grew wildly between the gaps in the floor, instantly decorating the monotonous ice palace with vitality. Suddenly there was a surge of water, which seemed to flood the ice temple. But the next moment, the flames that suddenly rose swept over and burned all the vegetation and water. As for Li Guanqi himself, he was wrapped in a ball of rock, soil and stone, and was not aware of the changes in the outside world at all. Wind, thunder, light, and darkness, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Although the divine power empowerment made Li Guanqi's power increase rapidly, it also made him unable to control his sudden surge in spiritual power, causing the power of the 9 elemental laws to be used uncontrollably, filling the entire ice temple with the power of the laws. Fortunately, this place is an ice temple. The seemingly ordinary ice floor is actually made of top-grade materials that are extremely hard and can block Bagua and Jiugong. Otherwise, if it were a normal palace, Li Guanqi's body would be shaken, and the uncontrollable physical force would shatter the earth hundreds of meters in radius. The legal power and physical power he inadvertently released would not cause any harm to Sophia next to him, but it was his dissipated soul power that gave Sophia a headache. This lioness was not taken seriously by the lion-headed royal family back then. Even though she had reached 7 stars, her soul cultivation level did not receive the corresponding resources, and she still stayed at the 6th level, and in the middle of the 6th level. And Li Guanqi's soul, with the integration of divine power, is rapidly rising towards the 6th level peak. Although the soul power escaping from such a powerful soul would not put Sophia's life in danger, it still made her soul feel very uncomfortable. She was constantly impacted by the soul power, making her dizzy to the extreme. Sophia sat next to an ice table, covering her head with her hands, clenching her teeth, her face full of pain. When will this stop? I'm almost... Boom! Suddenly, the law power and soul power in the entire ice temple suddenly exploded. Countless wind blades and thunder, the power of light and darkness, the power of the 5 elements, etc. are all intertwined with the soul power. These mutually reinforcing forces mixed together to form an explosion shock wave, which directly blew Sophia away from the place and hit the wall hard. Boom! Before Sophia could get up from the ground, a rock ball not far away exploded with a bang. Countless stones and soil fragments flew out, causing her to subconsciously raise her hands in front of her body to form a space barrier to resist. At the same time, a terrifying coercion that made her even tremble slowly appeared in the center of the thick smoke. Call. A heavy breathing sound suddenly sounded from the smoke. Immediately afterwards, the tall figure with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 2 wings on his back walked out of the smoke and appeared in front of Sophia. And the terrifying pressure on him became more and more majestic. Spiritual power, LV60 LV.69. 69.9, spell 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. Physical body, LV61 LV.69. 69.9, martial arts 5 elements leveled Dzogchen. Soul, LV65 LV.69. 69.8, 6th level soul. Peak, comprehensive level, LV71 LV.76. The spiritual power has been upgraded to 9 levels in a row. The physical body has been upgraded to 8 levels in a row. The soul has been upgraded to 4 levels in a row. The comprehensive level is even higher than level 5, reaching LV76. Today, Li Guanqi is a 5-element leveled Dzogchen spellcaster, and a 5-element leveled Dzogchen martial artist of different blood. However, he is also the owner of a 6th level peak soul, and his overall combat power is comparable to that of a 7-star. Sophia? Li Guanqi looked at the lioness in the corner of the hall and shouted in a deep voice. Use the law of space to attack me with the method of space cutting. With all your strength. Buzz. Without any hesitation, Sophia immediately activated the space laws crazily, distorting the space in front of her, and prepared to go all out. She's not worried, because at this time, the pressure exuded by Li Guanqi was even stronger than that in her heyday. The method of space cutting is a killing move that simulates space turbulence, and is the most aggressive way to use space laws. At this time, Sophia faced Li Guanqi, and used this method with all her strength. Within 3 meters of Li Guanqi's body, the space in that area began to distort, as if the space was displaced and his flesh and blood were forcibly cut open. Boom! However, 9 colors of light suddenly exploded from the surface of Li Guanqi's body, eventually flowing and converging in his right hand, as his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. A terrifying 9-color shock wave also exploded, directly hardening this unstable space. Suppress it all. The distorted space became calm again. Of course, Li Guanqi doesn't know the laws of space, so his method of counteracting Sophia's space cut is brute force. Even the spell support is useless. He just used his extremely powerful spiritual power and physical power to superimpose each other to forcibly suppress the fluctuations in space. Call. Li Guanqi stood there, with his white hair flying wildly. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Sophia opposite with a smile on his face. At least, the space laws at the early 7-star level are no longer valid for me. Right. Sophia was shocked to the point of being speechless. Her golden eyes with vertical pupils filled with disbelief. Although she herself fell down, she no longer had the power to pull the stars, and she was no longer a 7-star alien-blooded warrior. But this just means that she has lost her 7-star special ability. Her physical body is still 7-star. Her understanding of space laws has reached 7 stars, and her use of space laws is still at the early 7-star level. But even so, in front of Li Guanqi, her all-out space cutting was suppressed by brute force? How can this be? The master clearly has not understood the laws of space at the Liuhe level. He is still at the 5 elements level, but he can forcibly cross 2 realms and suppress a 7-star space attack? By the way, the aura on the master's body right now is not something that can be found at the 5 elements level. It's still too reckless to simply use spiritual power to superimpose the physical body. At this time, Li Guanqi lowered his head, looked at his 6 hands. His eyes flickered, and thought, use a spell? That should be easier. Otherwise, if you can block a space attack, it will be difficult to quickly respond to the second attack. Well, it seems that we still need to use magic to assist. Actually, Master, you don't need to worry too much about this. Sophia scratched her head and said with a slight hesitation, you have Lord Shudkong on your body, and you can definitely ask him to help you understand the laws of space as soon as possible and step into the Liuhe level. After reaching the Liuhe level, no one will dare to use the law of space against you. As for the period before the breakthrough, as long as I am here, you don't have to worry about being threatened by the laws of space. That's true. Li Guanqi nodded. What Sophia said is absolutely correct. The laws of space actually have very few practical applications in combat. In most cases, they are above the Liuhe level. To deal with those below the Liuhe level, they will only be used to bully those who do not understand the laws of space. People above the Liuhe level rarely use the laws of space when fighting against each other, because this is a very dangerous thing. Almost suicidal. 2 people who are both at the Liuhe level use space cutting on each other. If the 2 space fluctuations collide with each other, there is a high probability that the entire space area will collapse. At that time, more terrifying space turbulence will appear, and both parties are likely to be finished together. Due to the special nature of space, it is extremely common for 2 waves of space fluctuations to collide together, resulting in 1 + 1 greater than 100, or even 1 + 1 greater than 1000. Even a 7-star player versus a 6-star player would not use the law of space. Even if 7-star humans have a much higher understanding of the laws of space than those at Liuhe level and have greater control over space fluctuations. Even if a space collision occurs and the possibility of space collapse is extremely low, they will not be willing to do so. Because the risk is extremely low. There is still a risk, but under normal circumstances, there are a lot of ways to get a 7-star level to a 6-level level, and you can just push it directly. Why take the risk and choose this method? There is no need to take even a little risk. So, after the spell master reaches the Liuhe level, in the actual combat process, he still has to return to tradition and use various spells. Of course, the kind with the added power of laws. The same applies to humans of different blood. In addition to relying on the laws of space to allow themselves to fly around, they rarely use the laws of space to attack others, so as not to cause the tragedy of dying together. Space is a very mysterious thing. The law of space is a very dangerous force. There are many people who are insensitive to this matter, which has led to many tragedies. But Li Guanqi was lucky, because a long time ago, before he had much contact with the laws of space, he saw with his own eyes a quasi-Lioha-level forest elf. Due to his unskilled use of the laws of space, he eventually killed himself. That incident caused a great shock to Li Guanqi's young mind at that time. So he knows very well that the laws of space are very dangerous. But everything has two sides. The meaning of space law to human beings goes far beyond being used to attack others. Its greatest effect on human beings is actually to assist in cultivation. The realm of Lioha level is actually more similar to the transitional period, because humans need the laws of space to pull the stars and step into the 7 stars. If the understanding of the laws of space is not up to standard, then even if you go to the star attraction place, you can only sit and watch the stars, and you will not be able to attract the power of the stars at all. Only after the understanding of the laws of space meets the requirements can one cross the endless starry sky, sense the special power of the stars, and accept it, becoming a 7-star human, possessing the power of the stars, and achieving another evolution of life forms. And after the 7th star, the law of space will not withdraw from the path of human cultivation, and will even become more and more important. If you want to step into the Bagua level and the 9 palaces level, you need to understand the laws of space. Because of this, after the old Lion King at the Jiogon level got Shan Kong, he forced him to work continuously for 10 years to help him understand the laws of space day and night. As for now, Li Guanqi, who wants to step into the Lioha level, also needs Shan Kong to start working to help him understand the laws of space. Chapter 434 The reason why Demon Sword and Shan Kong follow Li Guanqi. Call. Then what is before me now is the understanding of the laws of space. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, exited the state of 3 heads, 6 arms, and wings on his back, and returned to his normal human form. Then it's up to me. As soon as he said this, Shan Kong laughed loudly in his mind. As long as I, Lord Shan Kong, am here, I will ensure that you understand the laws of space and step into the Lioha level within half a year. Half a year? Li Guanqi scratched his head and said with a slight hesitation. Is it that long? Shan Kong, I know that it is a very laborious thing for you to help you understand the laws of space. But can it be faster? Hey! Shuan Kong's voice trembled. Master, that broken knife promised me that you will not let me work for a maximum of 3 hours a day. What? Li Guanqi was confused. When did I say this? Lu Mo had mentioned it before, saying that you should not work more than 7 or 8 hours a day. Why did it suddenly change to 3 hours? Isn't this too little? Ahem. You're trying to recruit people into your group. Isn't it normal to make up a few sentences? At this time, the magic knife whispered, Broken knife. If you step on the horse, I will beat you at hashtag Yuan, %Yuan, at. Shan Kong immediately cursed loudly and started a series of tongue-shining lotus. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, was speechless. I only work 3 hours a day, which is too little. In reality, part-time work cannot be so small. Although he is not a capitalist, it is not too much to ask Shan Kong to work 8 hours a day. Right. Well, actually, suddenly, Shan Kong stopped cursing at the magic sword and turned to Li Guanqi and said, If you want me to work or something, there is a way that will not consume my mind so much, but also allow me to work. Your understanding of the laws of space is accelerated. Oh! Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly lit up. What is it? Say it quickly. Say it quickly. Master, you also know. Shan Kong chuckled. The main function of my artifact is to carry out untraceable ultra-long distance teleportation. And if I want to activate the teleportation, it will either consume the owner's life energy or consume the artifact source of other artifacts. Therefore, one of the functions of my body is to absorb the origin of other artifacts. Master, if you can give me more sources of artifacts, I can help you understand the laws of space more easily, and very quickly. If there are enough sources of artifacts, you can even reach the peak of Lioha level in just 1 day. You want me to give you Xiaoxiu and Lumo to eat? Li Guanqi frowned. This is absolutely impossible. I won't allow it. What words? Shan Kong quickly denied. The rabbit hasn't eaten the grass beside the nest. Who are Xiaoxiu and Padao? They are your master subordinates. And I am also your master subordinate. Then we are a family. How could I? Shan Kong? Eat for the whole family. Hee. I must be referring to other artifacts. Human beings all kill each other. And you, Master, have killed quite a few people yourself. The same is true for artifacts. Not all artifacts are good friends, but many are even enemies. Well, in fact, Master, if you hold a broken knife in your hand, 8 out of 10 artifacts you will meet in the future will be this guy's enemy. The enemy of broken knife. Even if the Master subdues this guy, do you dare to use it with confidence? I definitely wouldn't dare. Don't worry about it. Then, ahem. Look, Master, if you get these artifacts, can you eat them for me? Then I will help you. Master, understand the laws of space? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is it. Shao Kahn simply became more and more excited as he talked. If he had a physical form, he would probably be drooling right now. It makes sense. Li Guanqi nodded. People kill people. It is naturally a normal thing for artifacts to kill artifacts. The question is, where can I find the artifact for you to eat? Li Guanqi was confused. Those who can possess artifacts are all big shots. Right? I can't beat them even if I find them. That doesn't make sense. Shao Kahn replied, Master, think about it for yourself. When you got a few of us, was it Jiogong or Bagua? Neither of them. And you are not the only lucky person in the world. Indeed, many Jiogong-level people hold artifacts. But in fact, more artifacts are still scattered outside, in the hands of countless weak people. If these people can be found, then I can make a meal. No. Cough cough. It should be that if you have no grudge against Padao, Master, you will take him under your command. If you have a grudge against Broken Knife, you can reward me for eating. Then I will feed you, Master, and help you understand the laws of space. Look, isn't this a great thing? Shui Kong's voice was full of flattery. Look at you. The word you is used all over the place. Li Guanqi was quite surprised. Lumo, what's going on with this guy? When you ask someone to do something for you, you have to be humble. Lumo said calmly. Shao Kahn wants to absorb the origin of the artifact, and he needs you as the Master to be the transfer station. Believe me, the feeling of transferring the origin of the artifact is not pleasant, and may even be painful. That's why Shao Kahn is so humble. What words? Shui Kong's voice suddenly dropped, and he pretended to be serious. Padao, what kind of ideological consciousness do you have? Who is our Master? He is the son of destiny, who has traveled across 2 realms. He is the strongest among 100 million people. How can you be afraid of such a little thing? Little pain? Are you looking down on the Master? It's so shameful. Li Guanqi couldn't laugh or cry. Shumkra's flattery is really quite impressive. But that's exactly what happened. After a moment, Li Guanqi nodded. If the purpose is to become stronger, then it's okay to endure pain. I don't care about it. It's all a matter of tolerance. Look, this is our great Master. Shao Kahn immediately agreed. But don't the artifacts need to be very familiar with each other to sense each other? And the other party also needs to agree? Li Guanqi asked curiously. Isn't it because Lu Mo was able to find you because he was very familiar with you, and then sent out something similar to a message in the nearby space? And you responded? So he confirmed your existence? In that case, even if I pass by a divine weapon holder, I may not be able to discover that he has a divine weapon. That's wrong. Shao Kahn smiled. Master, you now have more than just Padao Shushu and me. You also have a little Qin Xian. Although that guy is still a delirious brat, he is still a kid after all, with the foundation of the artifact. As for me, as long as I can connect to the origins of the other 3 artifacts, I can sense the surrounding space area. If there is an artifact in this space area, then it will definitely not be able to hide it from my perception. Oh! Li Guanqi hesitated slightly. Connect to the origin of the artifact? What kind of connection method? It won't be eaten again, right? Ahem. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Shao Kahn was obviously a little guilty. That won't work. And the Qin Xian sword doesn't have its origin for you to eat. Li Guanqi shook his head. Yes. Shao Kahn quickly explained. There is an origin in Qingshuan's body. Although it is very childish, it still exists. I am just trying to connect with him. The traces of origin absorbed will not have any negative impact on him. Li Guanqi couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. The predecessor of Qin Xian's sword is the Wind and Thunder sword given to him by his master Wang Xiu, and the artifact embryo from Finling Mountain. But the embryo of the artifact died because Fuji Taro had exhausted its source, and was used by him to fuse the Wind and Thunder sword. In this case, where did the Qin Xian sword come from? Or, under the influence of the mission reward, The artifact embryo was not only integrated into the Wind and Thunder sword, but also restored a little of the artifact's origin while the fusion was successful? It seems that this is the only way to explain it. Shan Kong, are you sure it won't affect Qin Xian? Li Guanqi was a little skeptical. Real. Shan Kong responded quickly. I swear. That's certainly true. Demon Knife also slowly spoke out to testify. It would be a good thing for us if Shan Kong has the ability to sense artifacts. Master, you can allow him to do this. Yes. Shishua's soft voice also sounded at this time. If Brother Shan Kong just wants to connect us, he won't absorb much of the origin. It is equivalent to taking away a human hair and tying it together. And it won't hurt Xiao Qinxian. Master, you can rest assured. That's okay. Li Guanqi nodded. Mainly because Shishua also spoke. Since Xiaoxiu agreed, there should be no problem. What do you need me to do? Li Guanqi asked again. No. Shan Kong replied. Master, just go on and do your thing. The three of us. No. The 4 artifacts can handle this small matter by ourselves. My own business. Li Guanqi turned his head and glanced at Sophia in the corner of the hall, and then at the hexagonal rune altar in the center. This is the artifact altar for the snow spear. At this time, the snow gun was still inserted straight in the center. After unlocking the 6th level, he did not pull it out. He just kept it in there. And then a series of breakthroughs occurred in his practice. Speaking of Xiaoxue, based on my current situation after breaking through, can I withstand the ice impact of your 7th level seal? Li Guanqi asked in his mind. Why don't we unblock the 7th floor first? Okay. Xiaoxue suddenly became excited when she heard this. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, raised his right hand, grasped the snow-pointing gun in the center of the altar, and once again opened the 3-headed, 6-armed body with 2 wings on his back. The other 5 hands pinched the handprints of the flame spell and ignited a fire on the surface of the body. Wisps of red flames. At the same time, the golden textures on his skin also began to shine with golden light. Let's start. Xiaoxiu. Li Guanqi's eyes were solemn, and he said calmly in his mind, I'm ready. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a bone-chilling cold mist suddenly exploded in the altar, sweeping across the entire hall in the blink of an eye. This cold mist extinguished the flames on Li Guanqi's body in an instant. As for him, who was at the center of the cold mist outbreak, even though he had made a great breakthrough in his cultivation, which was completely different from the first time he suffered the ice impact, he was still frozen into an ice sculpture just like the first time. The person was sealed in a piece of ice, unable to move for several seconds. It's true that he has become stronger, but this time, the ice blast has also become stronger. This cold mist is not the level of breaking the 6th level seal previously, but the 7th level of the snow gun in order to break the seal. This ice shock is comparable to a 7-star level of ice. Boom! Li Guanqi, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. The golden textures on his body began to erupt with golden light. At the same time, his body shook, and the ice cubes were shaken open, turning into countless ice cubes and ice shards flying in all directions. I understand. This is foreplay. Li Guanqi shook his head, shook away the ice shards from his hair, raised his head and looked at the ceiling, smiling helplessly. The highlight is yet to come. Boom! Soon, the entire ice temple began to shake violently. The surrounding floors and walls were the same as when the lockdown was first lifted. Dense ice blue lines appeared all over them, like small ice blue snakes, gathering from all directions and converging on the soles of Li Guanqi's feet. Boom! Soon, countless ice blue lines came to his feet, turning into a dark blue dot that was slightly larger than the last time, erupting with dazzling blue light and an indescribable cold air. At the same time, a terrifying chill poured into Li Guanqi's body from the soles of his feet, instantly filling every inch of his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, Li Guanqi's skin turned purple and blue, as if frostbite spread all over his body. Tongue! And his other 5 hands also began to make secrets, mobilizing the law of fire, and casting flames with the power of the law, covering the whole body. Gradually, the traces of frostbite on his body began to dissipate, and he returned to his normal state. Not only that, under the resistance of the law of fire, Li Guanqi's own resistance to the impact of the 7th layer of ice has become stronger and stronger. Although he still feels very cold, he will not be able to control the pain and wail. Just frown and endure it. It seems okay. While enduring the impact of the ice, Li Guanqi asked in his mind, Xiaoxue, Is there any possibility of unlocking the 8th floor? Absolutely not. Xiaoxue suddenly became anxious after hearing this, and shouted loudly. The ice shock on the 8th level already has the power of the law of ice. It is a variant of the law of water, and another type of the element of water. Reflect. The law of ice is a law that is one step further than the 9 basic elemental laws. It is a powerful force that is enough to freeze the soul and consciousness. Master, if you resist the 8th layer of ice impact now, you will only end up with your soul frozen to death. So scary. Li Guanqi was startled. Forget it then. When we have the diamond in the future, we can come back and take over the porcelain work. Yeah, that's right. Xiaoxue felt relieved after seeing this. Just take it step by step. There's no need to rush. Etc. At this time, the voice of the magic knife suddenly sounded. Xiaoxue is going to unseal the 7th level. Although Qing Xian is a child, his body is also at the 7th level. I am the only one who wants to unseal the 6th level. In addition to the support of Shan Kong, I'm the one who pulls it off the most. Hey, what's the word? As soon as he said this, Shan Kong was immediately dissatisfied. My memory has not been sealed, and I can provide a lot of help to the master. Who do you think you are? Can you rank above me? You? Okay. Before Demon Sword could refute, Li Guanqi interrupted and said with a chuckle, Xiaoxue has been with me since very early and has been of great help to me. I even faced enemies several times. If it weren't for your blood form ability, I will die. As for Shan Kong, your memory is also very helpful to me. It solved many of my doubts and gave me many answers. And your space teleportation ability will definitely come in handy in the future. As for Lumo, your possession ability is the biggest reliance in my heart. In terms of attack, you have the largest increase in my attack. This was already reflected when I faced Takagi Kinto's 6th level puppet sacrificial weapon. Therefore, all 3 of you are very useful to me. And there is no ranking. You are my tools to help me. I am your master, and will take you to see more exciting scenery. Having said this, Li Guanqi smiled. Perhaps, not just the 21st century, but an earlier and more glorious prehistoric era. The master speaks with a high standard. Shan Kong immediately offered a rainbow fart. Well, you could only stay for 1 year this time? That's less than 2 months. I can't wait to follow you back to see what the 21st century is like. That's recorded in the history books. The age before the end begins. Demon Sword sighed with emotion, and there was also a hint of expectation. The ability to travel between 2 realms. Identity from the 21st century. I don't know who is behind the scenes. I don't know why I was chosen. I don't know what I was chosen for. These 3 are the biggest reasons why the 2 magic swords Shan Kong chose to follow Li Guanqi from the bottom of his heart. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Being able to travel from the distant past to this future era definitely hides some great secret and carries some kind of mission. The artifacts have experienced the most glorious age of gods in the old era. Because of this new era, which is even more backward in comparison, has no scenery that they want to see. They are actually tired of this era. Demon Sword and Shan Kong, including Xiaoxue, are all living beings who have lived for tens of thousands of years. They have seen countless scenery in the world. Artifacts have wisdom, and intelligent creatures, if they live for a long time, will definitely feel tired of life. In other words, whether it is Demon Sword or Shan Kong, they do not desire fame and fortune. But in fact they very much desire freshness. They need this emotion to maintain their love for life. Otherwise they will fall into a confused state without a goal. Li Guanqi is the person who can bring them a sense of freshness. They want to follow Li Guanqi to find the truth of the matter. This is a new life goal that can cheer them up and continue to love life. Maybe 1,000 years of life is the best state. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile lightly. Although the world is very big, 1,000 years is enough for him to see all the beautiful scenery in the world, and then end his life with a smile without any regrets. If you live too long and lose your love for life, living again will not make much sense, but will be a kind of suffering. Boom! At this time, a wave of ice shock suddenly broke out, making Li Guanqi frown. But this was the last remaining strength. This burst of impact completely helped the snow gun break through the 7th layer of seals. Then the ice impact began to fade away quickly, and soon completely dissipated. Light the snow gun and unlock the 7th floor. Buzz! The snow-pointing gun inserted in the center of the artifact altar emits blue light, and wisps of bone-piercing cold mist escape from the tip of the ice crystal gun. Master. Shishua's excited voice sounded. Xiaoxua has unlocked the 7th floor. And I remembered a lot of things again. Congratulations. Li Guanqi smiled and said. So, is there anything you want to share with me among these things about the gods of the old era? No. Xiaoxua thought for a while. And then said, these are all the grudges and hatreds between the gods in the old times. If you, Master, want to hear the story, Xiaoxua will tell it to you when you are usually on the road or something. Let's talk about it then. Li Guanqi nodded, and then carefully thought about the next trip. The Ice Temple's divine power has been exhausted. The only value of this empty temple to him is the artifact altar. When his combat power reaches the Bagua level, he can come back to help Xiaoxua unlock the 8th floor. As for now, Sophia. Li Guanqi looked at the lioness napping in the corner of the hall, chuckled and said, it's time for us to go out. Chapter 435 Wang Xiu's Legacy, and the Whereabouts of Charged Items? Before Li Guanqi came to the Ice Temple, he never imagined that he would stay there for more than 3 months. As a result, the outside world has reached January of 4872, and his stay in the strange world has reached more than 10 months. With less than 2 months left, he will return to reality. But he has not found the most important charging item until now. And he doesn't even have any clues. In the past, clues about charged items were very clear, because it was in dungeon and mission mode before. Although it seemed to be in a big world, it actually had very clear goals and a clear scope of activities. In this area, as long as he survived to the end, he could always go with the flow, find the charging item. For the first time, the conjurer's apprentice didn't find the charging item, and he didn't know whether it was missing or not found. Anyway, it was over, and there was no point in mentioning it. The second time, Ethan from In the Forest, his ancestral ring. Shuang Yuan from Spell Academy for the 3rd time. The necklace at his villa. The 4th, Gu Village Enchantment mission. This one is even more direct. The High Priest has earrings hanging on his ears. But in this 5th time, the world merged and the free exploration mode began directly. Li Guanqi has completed many tasks until now, but has not obtained any clues about charged items. At first, he followed the rules and thought that he would get clues by doing the main tasks. But it is not the truth. Whether it was the Old Ages and Reality mission or the Sword Pact mission, he did not get charging items. In fact, at the beginning, Li Guanqi thought that the mission with the most hope of obtaining rechargeable items was the Sword Pact mission, because this mission was triggered by such a coincidence. It was so coincidental that it didn't feel like a coincidence at all. More like a big hand was pushing him. He was sitting in a teleportation array from southern Xinjiang. But there was an error in the teleportation. Fortunately, it was the smallest error. It only caused his teleportation location to change, and the person did not die. As soon as he arrived at the Sakura Shogunate, he appeared in the Nameless Valley and met a Wang Xiu who was on the verge of death and wanted to pass on the mantle of sword intent. What a coincidence. It was even done on purpose. But it turned out that Li Guanqi completed this task, but did not get any clues about the charged items. Throughout history, every copy of Li Guanqi is related to the charging items of the simulator. Why is this? Of course Li Guanqi doesn't know the truth, but he has speculations. 2 guesses. 1. This is God's intentional arrangement in the future. 2. The God of the future created the parallel time and space of extraordinary beings and strange worlds. But in fact, since then, he has lost the ability to control it. He himself cannot predict the subsequent events, let alone control them. The simulator and charging the matter of items has nothing to do with him. If it is the first guess, because the selected extraordinary beings and the strange world are all the work of the God of the future, it is reasonable that the dungeons and tasks are arranged by him, and the charging items are also arranged by him. But if it is explained this way, a very serious problem arises. When Li Guanqi talked to the God of the future, it was because he was using the power of the simulator to travel through time and space and go back to the past. The time and space rift caused by this action allowed him to successfully talk to the God of the future in future time and space. At that time, the God of the future was obviously shocked and incomprehensible to his ability to travel through time and space. He even said, "If I could travel through the past like you, I wouldn't need to select you extraordinary people to change history." This seems to indicate that the God of the future has no knowledge of the simulator. In this case, how can the future God arrange the charging items of the simulator? Moreover, from the words of the future God, Li Guanqi discovered that the future God apparently thought that he had chosen all human beings to become extraordinary beings. But the fact is that only 1% is selected because there is not enough energy. The most important thing is that the future God does not even know that only 1% of people are selected. As if he is completely unaware. Li Guanqi believed that the reason was that part of the energy was absorbed by the simulator, which resulted in the reduction of extraordinary beings. Only 1%. All signs indicate that the God of the future does not seem to know the existence of the simulator. Moreover, the future God's control over the strange world is very low. Almost non-existent. After all, he doesn't even know how many extraordinary people have been selected. If this is the case, then the reason why Li Guanqi was able to obtain the charging items, by coincidence, should not be the deliberate act of the God of the future. Because if the God of the future didn't know about the simulator at all, how could he deliberately arrange for charging items to come out? Of course, there are too few clues to make anything conclusive. After all, there is a possibility that God in the future is deliberately using words to mislead Li Guanqi. Everything is possible. There is no telling. But what if the truth is actually Li Guanqi's second guess? If the future God really does not know the existence of the simulator and cannot control the strange world, then things will be interesting. Variables in the future that even God has not calculated. Simulators, charged items, dungeons, tasks. These things seem to be connected by an invisible thread. When did Li Guanqi get the simulator? Before the strange world came. He woke up and found a black jade pendant on his bedside. Then a drop of blood from the jade pendant flew out and merged into his body, not only telling him that the strange world was about to come, but also letting the simulator appear. That drop of blood may be the real core of the simulator. Even more core than the time crown. The time ring, time earrings and other charging items are all parts of the simulator. Li Guanqi thought for a long time and calculated from various clues. He finally believed that the most likely outcome was 1. The God of the future doesn't know the existence of the simulator at all. 2. The God of the future created a strange world and extraordinary beings. But since then, the God of the future has lost control of this matter and can only let nature take its course. Things like the system. And the fifth strange world, the great integration, is carried out according to the procedures set by the God of the future from the beginning. 3. The magical power of the simulator affects the system's copy and task selection, allowing Li Guanqi, the owner of the simulator, to quickly encounter other charged items. 4. If the above situation is true, then the charging items that Li Guanqi can get this time must be in the mission related to Sword Pact. A promise of swords. There must be something about this matter that Li Guanqi failed to detect. And the charging items are hidden there. Because the triggering of this mission was so coincidental that it was almost impossible to be a coincidence. Sitting in a teleportation array, something happened. There happened to be a teleportation accident. It happened to be teleported near Wang Xiu, who was about to die. He happened to be interested in his conditions, and he happened to accept him as his disciple. What a coincidence. If this is the effect of the simulator, then the charged items will definitely appear in relevant places in this mission. Just like Ethan's ring in Forest Strange Things, Shuang Yuan's necklace in Spell Academy, and Sikong Wei's earrings in Gu Village Enchantment. What about Wang Xiu? What does Wang Xiu have? His sword? But Wang Xiu's sword had already been given to Li Guanqi, and it turned out that the sword was not a charged item. So, what about the others? Where's my master's legacy? Damn it! Sakura Shogunate, Western Desert, Zhuoyan District, over a sandstone-lined desert. Li Guanqi, who had been flying into the distance in the strong wind, suddenly stopped and suspended in midair. He seemed to have suddenly realized something. The transformation potion was used next to him. And Sophia, who passed by the disguise, also stopped and looked at him in confusion. But Li Guanqi didn't notice her gaze. But his mood became more and more complicated. Depend on. Why didn't he think of this problem until now? Wang Xiu is dead. His sword was left to Li Guanqi, his direct disciple. What about the others? Wang Xiu is a 7-star peak swordsman. How could he have only a 7th level sword with all his wealth? Even as Wang Xiu said, when he was at the Liuhe level, he spent almost all his family wealth in order to upgrade this sword to the 7th level. But later, due to his sword breakthrough, he went from Liuhe level to 7-star level. From then on, he should have continued to accumulate wealth, regardless of how much wealth he has. In short, he must have a space necklace. But what about the necklace? Li Guanqi didn't get it at all. This thing was not buried with him. In order to bury Wang Xiu and Takeda Yukisai together, he dug up Wang Xiu's grave. But there was no burial object in the coffin. There isn't any space storage either. Li Guanqi believed that if his guesses were correct, then the simulator's charging items must be related to the Sword Pact mission. Assuming this is the case, the only place where the charged items exist is Wang Xiu's space necklace. Where did the necklace go? Li Guanqi frowned and fell into deep thought. Wang Xiu died on the top of Shaoshan Mountain, in front of the grave of his old friend who didn't break the window paper, the female shogunate warrior Takeda Kosei. At that time, there were only two people present: Takeda Ryoko, the female descendant and apprentice of Takeda Kosei, and Wang Xiu's real old sweetheart who broke the window paper, even poked it in, and gave birth to a baby, Isabel, the 9th level queen of the Tulip Empire, who took the space necklace. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a guess emerged in his heart. Did Ryoko Takeda take it? After Wang Xiu died, he entrusted the space necklace to Takeda Ryoko? Not very reasonable. Although Li Guanqi didn't spend much time with Wang Xiu, only about 10 days. But facing a handsome old guy like Wang Xiu with a true temperament, these 10 days were enough for Li Guanqi to understand his style of doing things. Wang Xiu most likely chose to give the space necklace to Takeda Ryoko, and then told Takeda Ryoko that she and Li Guanqi would share half of the contents. But Takeda Ryoko did not mention this matter. Embezzlement? Li Guanqi frowned and thought for a while. He and Takeda Ryoko once had an all-out sword fight. From that battle, he could feel the spirit of the female warrior. It could be seen from the above-board sword skills that Takeda Ryoko would never do it. Something like this happened. But if Takeda Ryoko didn't embezzle it, who took it? Isabel. Of course the queen doesn't value the property in the space necklace, but she will definitely appreciate the commemorative significance. That was Wang Xiu's relic. Based on Isabel's feelings for Wang Xiu, it would be reasonable if she chose to take the space necklace away as a souvenir. So, Wang Xiu's space necklace was brought to the Tulip Palace by Isabel? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. So what to do? Take a trip to the Tulip Empire? Wait, something's still wrong. There must be gold coins, tickets, and the like in Wang Xiu's space necklace. Isabel took the things in the space necklace as a souvenir, so there's no reason to take the money too? That being the case, why didn't Takeda Ryoko mention anything about this? I can't figure it out. Li Guanqi frowned. I have to go find Ryoko Takeda and ask about the situation. Where are the master's relics? Hack. Why am I so insensitive to property? I didn't think of it until now. Sophia. Let's go! Boom! Li Guanqi muttered as he rode the strong wind and flew towards the sky. Master, where are we going now? Shaoshan, find someone. A few days later. The setting sun is like blood. Another dusk. On the top of Shaoshan Mountain, two figures descended from the sky and landed on the ground. I remember the last time I came here. It was almost nightfall. Li Guanqi looked around and looked at the surrounding environment. The wooden house was still an ordinary wooden house, and the towering tree next to it was still strong. But the wreaths and sheep pens nearby were not like that. The flowers and plants in the wreath have long since withered, and weeds are growing everywhere. All the sheep in the sheepfold were missing, and the fence showed signs of being broken through from the inside. Looking at the water trough and the place where the fodder was placed, they were all empty. Judging from these signs, the sheep seemed to have nothing to eat, and had to leave the sheepfold and go to other places to find fertile forage to eat. What's the situation? Li Guanqi couldn't help but be a little surprised. And there is indeed no human scent nearby. There is no human scent in the entire mountain. Takeda Ryoko is not here at all. Master, I'm going to take a look around. Sophia turned around and left, flying towards other places in Shaoshan. Li Guanqi glanced at it, but didn't stop him. Maybe we can find some clues. Squeak. Li Guanqi took a few steps, pushed open the door of the wooden house, stepped inside, and began to observe the environment to see if he could find any clues in Takeda Ryoko's house. The furnishings in the wooden house are very neat, and even the tea set is placed on the table. The tea leaves in the teapot are shriveled and smelly, and the water has long dried up. It is obvious that someone drank half of the tea and then suddenly left. At least no sign of return for a month. Going back to Takeda's house? Li Guanqi frowned. But didn't Ryoko Takeda say that he didn't like the atmosphere of the Takeda family home? And judging from the circumstances, Takeda Ryoko obviously didn't pack up and leave. It was more like he left suddenly and never returned. Gone? Then where can he find the master's relics? This wooden house is just an ordinary wooden house. There is nothing special about it. It is just a resting place, and there is no space for storage. It's difficult. Li Guanqi walked to the table and sat down, looking at the tabletop made of redwood. He suddenly felt irritable and wanted to turn the table over. How could he make such a stupid mistake in the first place? Master's relic. He should have asked Takeda Ryoko in the first place. How could he forget? And the most annoying thing is, now that I think about it, Takeda Ryoko ran away. Things went so smoothly in the Ice Temple, and they experienced a huge surge in strength without encountering any difficulties. Then now, things started to go wrong with what I wanted to do. Did all your luck run out in the last incident? Master, did you find anything? At this time, Sophia walked in from outside the house. I just flew around the mountains and couldn't find any clues. But there is a small mountain village in the mountains next door. So I went in to inquire about it. The villagers said that 2 months ago, a large hole appeared in the sky above the mountain at our feet. Colorful lights were spinning around and twisting. It could be seen vaguely, as if there was a figure falling out of it, come down, and then fly in with another figure. I guess the colorful hole that the villagers talked about must be a space crack. So the situation is probably that 2 months ago, someone tore open a rift in space, came here, and took away the person you were looking for. Master. Li Guanqi frowned when he heard this. So what should we do now? Master? Sophia looked at him curiously. Go back to Ping and Jing. Li Guanqi stood up and walked straight to the door. Let's go visit the Takeda family, one of the 9 Sakura warriors. Chapter 436, The Lord of Winshui County. Takeda Ryoko. If Takeda Ryoko was not in Shaoshan, it was most likely that he was forcibly taken back to the Takeda family by his family. Then the only place where she can be found is the Takeda family residence in Heian-kyo. So Li Guanqi and Sophia spent several days returning to Hainjing, and went directly to the Takeda family residence, hoping to find out the whereabouts of Takeda Ryoko. However, he has a special status. If he goes to the Takeda family rashly, he will most likely expose his dual identity as a spellcaster and a different blooded warrior. Therefore, you have to ask others to help ask. Brother, please help me. Sakura Shogunate, Heian-kyo. In a remote alley in Nanchung District, a young man wearing a black robe with a smile on his face stopped a middle-aged man wearing a black and white kendo uniform. The 5-element level alien blood warrior frowned, looked around, looked at the empty alley, and then looked at the black hooded robe on the man in front of him. Spellcaster? What do you want from me? Please help me. The young man in black robe lifted the hood on his head, revealing his ordinary and unfamiliar face, and smiled at the middle-aged warrior. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic soul power that was extremely powerful and reached the peak of the 6th level escaped, completely covering the middle-aged warrior in front of him, constantly affecting his own sanity. 6th level soul hypnosis. Although this middle-aged man was a 5-element level alien blood warrior, his soul was only at the 4th level. Under the powerful soul power of the 6th level, he could hardly hold on for a moment before he completely collapsed. At this time, he was hypnotized and in a daze, completely reduced to a puppet on strings. Go to the Takeda family home. The young man in black robe, or rather, Li Guanqi looked at the hypnotized middle-aged warrior. His voice was filled with unspeakable ghostly bewitchment. Ask them if Takeda Ryoko is at home, and you are her friend. If the guard asks you to show the token, and you ask them to help bring 2 words to Takeda Ryoko. John Bai. If Takeda Ryoko comes out to see you, tell her to go to the Makino in 30 miles outside the city, Wang Xiu's personal disciple, to ask for help. No matter what the outcome is, whether you see Takeda Ryoko or not, you have to go home and sleep afterward. Then when you wake up, you will forget everything that happened today. Go ahead. Yes. The middle-aged warrior nodded dully and passed by Li Guanqi. After taking a few steps, his mental state gradually returned to normal. He looked in high spirits and showed no signs of being hypnotized at all. But in fact, there was a deep-rooted order in his heart. He didn't know why he did this, but he just wanted to go to the Takeda family home and find Ryoko Takeda from the bottom of his heart. This is the horror of soul hypnosis. It is said to be the capital of a country with strict laws. But in fact, Li Guanqi looked at the leading figure of the middle-aged warrior with complicated eyes. In the worldview of extraordinary power, there are too many ways to commit crimes, and it is impossible to prevent them. This is this world, a world that belongs to extraordinary humans. Owner? On the wall of the alley, a tulip woman with blonde hair and golden eyes suddenly appeared, sitting on it, shaking her slender legs, looking at him curiously. Then what are we doing now? Find a place and check out the situation. Li Guanqi turned and left. He thought slightly as he walked towards the end of the alley. His current soul strength is LV69, but the specific value on the system panel is 69.8, which is still 0.1 missing. This is because when he was in the Ice Temple, his divine power was finally used up. And there is still such a little difference. Didn't mention it. To a certain extent, it's just right. As for the last 0.01, it should be fully replenished after you encounter that incomprehensible 5 elements or Lioha level and kill it. But that's all later. Now, you still have to focus on the immediate matter. Can the hypnotized alien blood warrior find out the whereabouts of Takeda Ryoko from the Takeda family house? My lord, you're Plum Soju. Sakura Shogunate, Heiankyo, Nanchun District. On the street near Takeda's house, on the 3rd floor of a tavern, there was a young magician in black robes, sitting by the window, drinking shochu, which had a very low alcohol content and tasted almost the same as a plum drink. It was Li Guanqi who used the transformation technique to disguise himself. Sitting opposite him was Sophia, a tulip woman with blonde hair and golden eyes who drank the transformation potion. It seems to be going well. Sophia looked out the window and said softly, Li Guanqi nodded, holding a wine glass in his hand and looking out the window. From this position, he could clearly see the entrance to the Takeda family home. At this time, the 5-element level alien warrior who had been hypnotized by him was standing between the 2 stone lions that guarded the house, and kept talking to the guard of the Takeda family house. When faced with a 5-element level alien-blooded warrior, even the doorman of the Takeda family would not bother to talk to him, but would communicate with him normally. Of course, it was impossible for Li Guanqi to go to Takeda's house to question him. The soul-shielding pendant on his body can at most hide the induction of a 7-star conjurer. In other words, it can only hide the 7th level spiritual instrument. Once it exceeds this level, it will be discovered that he is a curse. The identity of the magician. The Takeda family, one of the majestic Sakura 9 martial arts, must have a Bagua level spellcaster and an 8th level spiritual instrument. Therefore, once Li Guanqi goes to the Takeda family home, his identity as a 5-element level magician may be exposed. But how can it be exposed? His identity in front of Takeda Ryoko is Wang Xiu's apprentice, a 5-element level alien blood warrior. In the new era, a person who possesses both the 5 elements level martial arts cultivation and the 5 elements level magic cultivation is a special person who has created history. And he does not want to get burned. So I can only let others go. By the way, Master, what do you mean by cutting off just now? At this time, Sophia, who was sitting opposite, held her cheek with her right hand and looked at Li Guanqi curiously. Why did you say that if Takeda Ryoko wanted a token, he asked the doorman to bring these 2 words to Takeda Ryoko? Although this lioness sometimes behaves like a person who has lived for 178 years, her sometimes performance is indeed remarkable. For example, when faced with the Minotaur Carl incident, the reasoning for the female Minotaur Brianna. Another example is now, when she mentioned Takeda Ryoko, she deliberately used soul transmission, using soul thoughts to directly convey what she wanted to express, instead of speaking directly, fearing that there might be ears through the wall. It's the name of her sword. Li Guanqi lowered his head to drink a glass of wine, chuckled, and also used his soul to communicate. My master and the master of the female warrior were friends who had feelings for each other, but for some reasons, they were not together until they died together. However, they each left a knife and a sword, and left us, the 2 second-generation heirs, a sword engagement. Not long before I met you, I went for an appointment in Shaoshan, where we had been a few days ago. The collapsed mountain next to it was knocked down by Takeda Ryoko and me. Of course I won in the end. Then, Takeda Ryoko named his sword Zan Haku. She says she has followed her master's teachings. From childhood to adulthood, she has never used external force to break through her cultivation. She will definitely have the opportunity to realize her own power. Then, she has to wait until she understands her own power in the future, and then come to me for a fight, and use her white chop to defeat me, a white-haired guy. Huh? She is a very interesting warrior. Speaking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Sounds like a wonderful story. Sophia held her chin in her hands and looked at the blue sky outside the window, with a bit of longing in her eyes. The second generation of heirs to inherit the master's last wish are also a man and a woman. If we can have mutual feelings like the Master's generation, or even go one step further than the Master's generation, and truly lovers finally get married, then this story will really be like the chivalrous story told by the shogunate storytellers. Love is not the only social emotion in the world. Li Guanqi smiled and shook his head. Friendship, family ties, and even casual acquaintances are also good things. And you are overthinking it. Takeda Ryoko and I cannot be like my master and her master. She and I are not even friends. Should it be a chance encounter or a casual acquaintance? Also, I already have a love that belongs to me. In contrast, I hope to get more friendship and make more good friends. But master, your story with her is not over yet. Suddenly, Sophia looked out the window at the gate of Takeda's house in the distance. Half smiling, maybe there will be a follow-up. Li Guanqi also frowned at this time, because they both heard it. The Takeda family's residence is only 1,000 meters away from this tavern, and for humans of different blood at their level, if they want to, the hearing range can completely cover there. While Li Guanqi and Sophia were chatting, they were also listening to the conversation between the hypnotized middle-aged samurai and the guard at the gate of Takeda's house. Thousands of meters away. Just now, the middle-aged samurai's conversation made progress. The guard said to him, Miss Liangzi? Miss Liangzi did come back 2 months ago, but she left not long after she came back. She should be in Wenshui County in Nanhu District now. She was ordered by the Takeda family to go there to serve as the county head and conduct the family task of governing the county. Gone? Family mission? Serve as the county head of Wenshui County in Nanhu. The shogunate? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. The situation of the Sakura shogunate was different from that of the Daluo dynasty. Even if the 8 surnames of Daluo are ready to move, the Ying family is still a superior royal family, at least until the death of the contemporary Daluo Emperor Shenwu. The situation will not change. In the past 3,000 years of the country, the Ying family has maintained a strong centralized position for a long time. The 8 Kingdom surname is very powerful, but after all, it is a minister. But the Sakura shogunate was different. The 9 Sakura Kyubu families are the top 9 powerful families in the Sakura shogunate. Their brothers have long ago completely ignored the emperor. The shogunate royal family. The current Sakura shogunate is not so much the shogunate of the royal family, as it is the shogunate of the 9 major families. Their 9 major families, using Heian Jing as the chessboard, divided up the rights and land of the entire country. And over the course of 1,000 years, a delicate balance was reached between forces. Because of this, almost all the officials of the shogunate, especially the high-level officials, were from the family of Sakura Kyubu. It is precisely because of this phenomenon that the children of the Sakura Jowu family usually have a governance indicator in the family assessment. Indicator determination is very simple. I'll give it to you as an official to see how well you can take care of the territory under your hands. It doesn't matter what the means are. What matters is the result. So, now things are clear. Takeda Ryoko likes to go out and enjoy the secluded life in the countryside. But her family won't let her. How can a little girl under 30 years old enjoy the secluded life in the countryside? And Takeda Ryoko's talent is not bad. Therefore, the Takeda family no longer tolerated her willfulness and brought her back to the family. They also assigned her a family mission and gave her the official position of Shogunate Nanhu, Wenshui County, county head. In the Sakura shogunate, counties were one level larger than cities. A county would govern multiple cities and manage multiple city lords. In these places, the county lord is a higher level official position than the city lord. The county lord is a local official in the bureaucracy of the Sakura shogunate. He has huge powers, almost equivalent to the local emperor of a county. In the county system, no official can restrict him, but rights and obligations are corresponding. The county head has the greatest authority in a county. And because of this, if something goes wrong in this county, the blame will fall entirely on the county head alone. And there is no way to push it away. The nature of this official position is perfect for measuring the governance ability of family members. In fact, with 5 elements level cultivation, it is more reasonable to be a city lord. But it is less qualified to be a county lord. What's more, Takeda Ryoko is an official by heir, which is even more unreasonable. But considering the national conditions of the Sakura shogunate and the identity and family background of Takeda Ryoko, one of the 9 Sakura warriors, the Takeda family, the matter is very reasonable. Let's go! Li Guanqi drank the remaining plum shochu in the flask, stood up and left. Sophia stood up immediately. The rest of the trip needs no introduction. Go to Nanhu Winshui County and find the county leader Takeda Ryoko. The south of the Sakura Shogunate is a large area with a humid climate. Rain, water and lakes. Therefore, it has been nicknamed South Lake Territory, and Water Swamp Country. And at this time, in the southern part of the Nanhu Territory, in a barren area where the overall economic level is the lowest among the shogunate, in a county called Wenshui, a young female county head who has only been in office for 2 months has fallen into a deep trap. Confused. Why are more and more people dying of hunger? Is all this my fault? In the Wenshui County Lord's mansion, Takeda Ryoko, who was wearing a black official robe, looked at the piles of county situation reports in front of him. He gritted his teeth and clenched the paper in his right hand tightly, and his fingertips turned blue. How so? She suddenly waved her right hand, throwing away countless papers, and then laid down on the table with her head down, her shoulders shaking slightly, and she burst into tears. My lord, there is someone outside asking to see you. Suddenly, a guard's announcement came from outside the door. Who? Takeda Ryoko did not raise his head, but said in a low voice, I'll see you if it's nothing important. The person coming is a tall man with white hair and blue eyes, and there is a tulip woman beside him. Even his subordinates can't tell their cultivation level. The voice of the guard outside the door sounded again. Also, the man who asked me to bring you a message to the county lord, Zaibai, is here. Won't you welcome him? Takeda Ryoko raised his head and was slightly startled. Cut the white of white. Senior Wang Xiu's apprentice? That white-haired man named Li Guanqi? Why is he here? Well, let him in, Takeda Ryoko said towards the door, then stood up from his seat, looked at the messy papers scattered around, then walked to the corner of the room and looked in the mirror. In the mirror, she was wearing a black county official robe embroidered with blue water ripples. She had unkempt hair and a disheveled look. She hadn't washed herself in several days, and her hair was messy. She couldn't be called beautiful at all, and she couldn't even be called decent. On the bed, he was even a little embarrassed, looking like he had been beaten several times by life. Never mind, Takeda Ryoko thought for a while, and put the idea of dressing up behind her. I'm too lazy to dress up, so just do whatever you like. Squeak. The redwood door was slowly pushed open. A tall figure with white hair and blue eyes, wearing a luxurious white robe, appeared in the bright sunshine. The cheerful smile on his face was even brighter than the sunshine. Forehead. But the next moment, this smile became a little stiff. The visitor was naturally Li Guanqi. He did not use the transformation technique, but used his original appearance. Because when he went to Shaoshan for the sword appointment, he used his original appearance to compete in the competition, with all his blood power fully activated. And when the physical form of Liangyi was manifested, the transformation spell would automatically become ineffective. So now that Li Guanqi comes to see Takeda Ryoko, there is no need to change his appearance. Not only did he appear in his original appearance at this moment, he even dressed up specially. He bought some nice clothes in Pinganjing, and then came to Wenshui County by teleportation array. Because Takeda Ryoko is half an old friend no matter what. Coming to see an old friend who became a high official, Li Guanqi had to admit that it was indeed his modern thinking that caused trouble. He always felt that when he came to see an old friend who became a high official, he should dress more decently. Otherwise he might feel a little ashamed. What? However, he was decent. But unexpectedly, the Takeda Ryoko in front of him did not have the dignity of a high official. The official robes on his body were wrinkled. His hair was unkempt, and his hair was not combed. His long, thick and fluffy hair was spread out, like a female ghost, and his mental state was extremely poor. He looked miserable, as if he had been 996 for a month. Like a working man. Takeda, how are you doing? Li Guanqi couldn't help but be a little stunned. I've only heard of people who became officials, and then exploited the people. How come you became the county leader, and looked like you were being exploited? Chapter 437, Wang Xiu's relics that were taken away. Rescue assessment. I'm a good official. Listening to Li Guanqi's teasing, Takeda Ryoko helplessly placed his hands on his hips. Even though she was disheveled now, she didn't feel any embarrassment at all when her ugly appearance was seen. But then, Takeda Ryoko looked at the blonde woman who slowly walked out from behind Li Guanqi, and her expression suddenly changed. It's Sophia. Sophia, who was originally standing behind Li Guanqi, now took a step across, walked out from behind Li Guanqi, and appeared in the sight of Takeda Ryoko. In the eyes of Takeda Ryoko, well, a Western woman with blonde hair and golden eyes. Tall, at least 1.8 meters tall. And very beautiful. The golden and smooth long hair. The tight-fitting white short sleeves that outline the slender waistline. And the tight black pants that fully display the slender legs. All make this blonde woman's beauty more prominent. Takeda Ryoko turned to look at herself in the mirror with unkempt hair. And then looked at the beautiful Sophia across from her. She suddenly felt a little ashamed of herself and regretted why she didn't dress up just now. She didn't care what she looked like in front of Li Guanqi. Because Li Guanqi is not her. But facing Sophia, Takeda Ryoko, who is also a woman, is still somewhat competitive in her heart. Especially the sudden patriotism made her feel that as a Sakura woman, how could she lose to foreign women in terms of beauty? However, the matter has come to this, and there is no point in worrying about it anymore. Takeda Ryoko looked at Li Guanqi and Sophia beside him. His eyes flickering. Can't even see the cultivation level? Li Guanqi's cultivation level was higher than hers during the martial arts competition a few months ago. If he takes a step further now, and does a better job of controlling his aura, then it would be normal if she couldn't tell. But what about this foreign woman? Her 5th level spiritual instrument didn't respond. And she didn't look like a conjurer. So, what do you want from me? Takeda Ryoko stopped thinking about this and turned to ask Li Guanqi. Forehead. Li Guanqi looked around, glanced at the pieces of paper scattered on the ground, then looked at the female county owner in front of him, and said seriously, I want to know something about my master's relics. Oh yes. Takeda Ryoko seemed to suddenly realize. I will forget it if you don't tell me. So my master's space necklace is really here with you? Li Guanqi suddenly beamed with joy. It wasn't there at first. But then it was there. And now it's gone again. Takeda Ryoko said. Question mark. Li Guanqi was confused. Takeda, what kind of tongue twister are you playing with me? It's not a tongue twister. Takeda Ryoko had a look of helplessness on his face. It's a relic of Senior Wang Xiu. It's in this condition. Li Guanqi frowned, found a chair in the room and sat down. Then looked at the head of Wenshui County and said seriously. So, please explain? Here's the thing. Takeda Ryoko also returned to his seat and slowly explained. Back then, before Senior Wang Xiu left, he gave me his space necklace and asked me to help donate the gold coins and money tickets inside to those in need. Of poor people. As for the other belongings in the necklace, let me divide it equally with you. These were the original last words of Senior Wang Xiu. But when Senior Wang Xiu passed away, Her Royal Highness the Queen of the Tulip Empire suddenly appeared. She snatched away the space necklace, saying that everything in it had been used by Senior Wang Xiu before, and she wanted to keep it as a souvenir. And then she also sealed this memory of mine. Because of this, I did not mention this matter to you when I competed with you, because I can't even remember it myself. But 3 months ago, Queen Tulip suddenly sent another 7-star guard to Shaoshan to look for me. Not only did he unlock my memory seal, but he also returned Senior Wang Xiu's space necklace to me, along with a letter. Then the letter is not with me now. Let me tell you the content directly. Although the content of the letter was only 1 sentence, the handwriting was very beautiful. The Queen said, I figured it out. I was too obsessed. The things Wang Xiu left to you should belong to you children. The things I took away at the beginning will now be returned to you intact. Just this. After that 7-star Queen's guard helped me unblock my memory, I remembered all this. I originally wanted to call you over to share the inheritance. At this point, Takeda Ryoko spread his hands helplessly. But here's the problem. Apart from knowing that your name is Li Guanqi, I don't know where to find you. So I just put the matter on hold. Don't blame me for not leaving you a message or anything. I have been living in Shaoshan, so there is no need to leave you a message. If you come, you will naturally see me. But that day my great-grandfather suddenly appeared, grabbed me and took me into the space crack, without leaving any room for me to leave a message to inform you. As he said this, Takeda Ryoko became increasingly helpless. This is not important. What is important is that the matter is over. So where's my master's space necklace now? Li Guanqi held the letter and looked at Takeda Ryoko solemnly. At my great-grandfather's place. Takeda Ryoko sighed. I was captured by my great-grandfather and brought home more than 2 months ago. And he forcibly started a 3-month family assessment to test my ability to govern the county. After the assessment started, he took away all my space storage devices to prevent me from using the resources given by my family to cheat, including Senior Wang Xiu's space necklace. Therefore, Senior Wang Xiu's space necklace was also taken away. My great-grandfather took it away. How to get it back? Li Guanqi asked. Wait until the assessment is over and the assessment is up to standard. Takeda Ryoko looked embarrassed. My great-great-grandfather said that if I fail to meet the minimum standard in this family assessment, then he will take away all my space storage containers and take away all the contents for 1 year. As punishment? What the hell kind of punishment is this? When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't sit still. He stood up from the chair and said quickly, and there is also my master's space necklace inside. I must get my master's relics. And at least let me take a look at them all. Takeda Ryoko looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. Because she doesn't understand what at least have to look at them all means? Charging items can be confirmed by just seeing them, but of course Li Guanqi would not tell her this. Can you reason with your great-grandfather? Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and asked Takeda Ryoko with a slight hesitation. For example, explain the origin of my master's space necklace? Ask him to at least return that space necklace to me? Of course my great-grandfather is reasonable. Takeda Ryoko's face was expressionless, but it depends on the situation. For example, as a Bagua-level warrior of different blood, he will not take a serious look at people below the Bagua level, let alone reason face-to-face in a face-to-face chat. Dry. Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. Etc. He suddenly remembered something, looked at Takeda Ryoko, and asked quickly, Takeda, you just said that this family assessment will last for 3 months. Then the assessment that started 2 months ago, won't it end at the end of this month? There are still 20 more days? Yes. Takeda Ryoko nodded. When Li Guanqi saw this, he suddenly smiled. Even if Wang Xiu's relics cannot be obtained until the beginning of next month, that will be enough. After all, he will not end his 5th 1-year journey to the strange world and return to reality until the end of next month, assuming that the charged items are indeed inside Wang Xiu's relics. Then he can be regarded as completing his goal. Don't laugh. However, Takeda Ryoko looked at the sunny smile on Li Guanqi's face, raised his hand and scratched his messy chicken coop, and lay on the table with a depressed look on his face. I have to reach the minimum standard for this assessment. Grandpa will return all my space storage to me. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Isn't it right, Takeda? It's just a family assessment. If you don't get a good evaluation, forget it. You can't even meet the minimum standard? Then they just can't achieve it. They just can't achieve it. I don't know where this sentence hit Takeda Ryoko. Her mood suddenly became very excited. She kept slapping the table with her hands, and even shouted with a hint of crying, and mist began to appear in her eyes. He looked extremely aggrieved. Li Guanqi was stunned. Damn. Can you cry? No. Are you crying for Mao? But soon. He looked at Takeda Ryoko, who was disheveled and in a very poor mental state, as well as the messy papers scattered on the ground around him, which contained reports on Wenshui County's finances and other aspects. Looking at these, Li Guanqi finally understood. Takeda Ryoko's mentality was actually on the verge of collapse. During the 3-month assessment to govern Wenshui County, this female warrior, who only knew how to use a sword, was clearly tortured. But why do you feel like crying? If she decided to mess up and didn't care about the current situation of the county, then she would not behave like this at all. There is only one truth. She is so kind. Takeda Ryoko does not have the ability to govern Wenshui County. This is not terrible for her personally. What is terrible is that she is kind, faced with the poor people at the bottom of Wenshui County. And as the county leader, she was completely powerless. Her kindness prevented her from having a bad attitude of not caring about the life and death of the people. But she felt deeply about it, of self-blame and guilt. In this state, she was actually equivalent to a camel that was overloaded with things. And Li Guanqi's sentence cannot even meet the minimum standards. Seems to have little lethality. But in fact it is like the last straw that breaks the camel's back, completely defeating Takeda Ryoko's psychological defense. All the emotions accumulated during the past 3 months since taking office in Wenshui County completely began to explode at this moment. However, after all, Takeda Ryoko is not the type to cry. The moment her eyes filled with tears, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears, then lay down on the table, silent, and no more cries were heard. Li Guanqi sat back in his chair and said nothing. Last time in Heiankyo, when he was eating takoyaki and Faye Sophia who couldn't help but cry when she remembered her dead brother and sister, he also comforted her. The results are very bad. His words of comfort had a completely negative effect. So this time, he learned to shut up and wait for Takeda Ryoko to regain a good attitude. I must be the most damn county leader in history. A long time, Takeda Ryoko said in a low voice. Why did you say that? Li Guanqi asked cautiously. Because in the 2 months since I took office in Winshui County, more than 300 people at the bottom of Winshui County starved to death. But before I took office, no one died of hunger at all. There was a hint of crying in Takeda Ryoko's voice again. Li Guanqi quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, blocking the word, grass, that he was about to blurt out. More than 300 people starved to death in more than 2 months. How the hell does this woman govern? Etc. It's not right. Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. More than 300 people starved to death? In the Sakura Shogunate, how many people at the bottom would starve to death? It doesn't make sense. The strange world looks medieval. But in fact, the productivity is much higher than that of the ancient Middle Ages in the real world. The biggest reason for this is the existence of extraordinary power. In the real world, mankind has truly solved the food problem mainly because of the gradual formation of industrialization. As for the weird world, it has actually already achieved transcendence. In addition to the Daluo dynasty, various countries have dedicated groups of magicians to conduct research on the improvement of crops, fertilizers, etc. And from time to time artificial rainfall. Artificial magic is used to improve the land environment. And artificial magic is used to catalyze the growth of crops, as well as artificial techniques to assist the development of animal husbandry and other measures to ensure that the people are well fed and clothed warmly. However, although the Daluo dynasty did not use spellcasters, it also had corresponding magical instruments and equipment to achieve the same requirements. And there are also families of different blood. For example, artificial rainfall or something. If there is a drought problem, the imperial court will naturally send a 7-star alien blood warrior with the ability to control water to act as the Rainfall Dragon King. All in all, in this era of New Era 4871, there is no reason for people to starve to death in a country the size of the Sakura Shogunate. Moreover, in Winshui County, which has a population of only a few 100,000, 300 people starved to death. How can this be so bad? Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing would not happen. But Takeda Ryoko had no reason to lie to him. So the result can only be that under the rule of Takeda Ryoko, something abnormal happened in Winshui County. Let me guess. Li Guanqi's thoughts were like lightning for a moment, and his brain was running rapidly. Not long after, he seemed to have thought of something, sighed helplessly, then stood up, walked to Takeda Ryoko, and patted the woman's shoulder gently. You first arrived in Winshui County. After carefully understanding the local situation, you found that there are many families of different blood in the area, exploiting and oppressing the lower class people, and living like a local emperor. You, who are kind-hearted by nature, cannot bear to see such a thing. So you began to use your authority as the head of Winshui County to crack down hard on these phenomena. But it backfired. Under your attack, somehow, the phenomenon of exploiting the people has not weakened, but has even caused more serious consequences. Somehow, many people cannot make money or eat. This is just an appearance. The underlying reason is the counterattack of the local different blood families who have been offended by you. If you mess with them, they will mess with the common people to see who can't bear it first. As a result, Winshui County went from having no one starved to death to a severely impoverished county where more than 3,000 people died of starvation in 2 months. I said, but... At this point, Li Guanqi stopped, because Takeda Ryoko, who was originally lying on the table, had raised his head and looked at him in disbelief. It seems I was right. Seeing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but nodded, his expression becoming increasingly helpless. How did you know? Takeda Ryoko looked shocked. You'll know as soon as you guess. Li Guanqi spread his hands. Things in the world are very complicated, especially the various human relationships. Sometimes just relying on the word kill cannot solve the problem, and may even cause bigger problems. Takeda, you look like the kind of person who has had no interest in contacting the circle of family power since childhood. In fact, if you were interested in power, you wouldn't be forcibly dragged by your great-grandfather to participate in the family assessment. Guys who are really interested in power learn these things from a young age. And you are not interested in any of this. And the most important thing is that you are a descendant of the Takeda family. As a direct descendant of a wealthy family, if you don't take the initiative to contact them, you will basically not be affected by these messy things. Because of this, although you have lived for more than 20 years, in fact, you do not have a deep understanding of the complexity of worldly affairs. When you see a family of different blood exploiting people in Winshui County, you want to punish or even kill them. But it turned out that your attempt to scare the monkeys was useless. And it even caused those different blood families to unite and start to resist you. A young calf who set off 3 fires as soon as he took office. When Takeda Ryoko heard this, he lowered his head completely. So it's all my fault. If I didn't kill those families, Winshui County could maintain the status quo. Although the people are oppressed, they can at least live well. Wrong. When Li Guanqi heard this, he frowned and couldn't help but shouted in a deep voice. Takeda Ryoko, your idea is wrong. You just did it wrong. Your original intention is absolutely right. You want to change the way the people are oppressed. This is an absolutely correct and just thing. You cannot deny your original intention of justice just because of your wrong actions. But what else can I do? Takeda Ryoko raised his head with tears in his eyes. I screwed up everything. Those local gangsters all banded together to resist me. None of the decrees I want to implement in the county can be pushed through. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. If she wants to get her master space necklace back from Takeda Ryoko's great-grandfather, she can only make Takeda Ryoko's assessment meet her great-grandfather's approval. Therefore, he had to help Takeda Ryoko handle all this and help with the assessment and evaluation. There are still 23 days until the end of the month. Right. Li Guanqi stretched out his right hand towards Takeda Ryoko and grinned. Cheer up. We have to make those local bastards pay the price. And I have seen similar things like yours in Shimanamajo. You are obviously well-intentioned. Why can you just doing bad things? Just because of this bullshit world. Bullshit worldliness. And bullshit entanglement with forces? It shouldn't be like this. This truth shouldn't be the case. If you have good intentions, you must do good things. No matter what bastard is blocking it. We must abide by our good intentions and accomplish this good thing. How to do it? Takeda Ryoko looked at him blankly. I am here. Li Guanqi still stretched out his right hand, and the smile on his face became brighter. I have a senior sister who is very good to me. I often tell her that I am best at turning the impossible into reality. Now I give this sentence to you. Come on, come on. Liangzi. Let's join forces and fight in Winshui County. Takeda Ryoko looked down at his right hand. He was silent for a moment, then stretched out his hand to hold it, looked up at him, and nodded heavily. Chapter 438 Li Guanqi's plan for Winshui County. If you want to get back Wang Xiu's relics from Takeda Ryoko's Bagua-level great-grandfather, you can only help Takeda Ryoko complete the family assessment. Therefore, Li Guanqi must help Takeda Ryoko govern this county. But in just 20 days, how can we make the final assessment rating meet the standards? His view is that all it takes is a momentum. In more than 20 days, it is impossible for a county to suddenly become very good, because the time is too short. But he can help Takeda Ryoko prove 2 things in these 20 days. 1. Takeda Ryoko can perfectly control Winshui County and become the county leader who sticks to his word. 2. Under the rule of Takeda Ryoko, this Winshui County will get better and better as time goes by. Once these 2 things were proven, Li Guanqi felt that this assessment could be considered qualified. Winshui County, like most of the shogunate counties, is a place where temple demons are strong and the good are mixed. Various forces, mainly different blood families, are entangled and divide the basic interests of the county. But what is different from other places is that there are many subraces in Winshui County. On average, there is 1 subrace for every 10 Sakura people. But these demi-humans can actually be regarded as Sakura people, because they are not orcs from other places, but locals, who immigrated here hundreds of years ago, took root here, spread their branches, and took root. Not only that, the 2 most powerful families in Winshui County are the Baitsuin family and the Minus family. The Kitamura family is naturally a Sakura family. The Minus family is a Minotaur family. In fact, Minus is their clan name. But when they arrived at the Sakura shogunate, they followed the local customs. Over time, everyone called these 3 words their family name. These 2 major families have a Lyoha-level ancestor sitting in charge. This is a fairly standard situation. It is unreasonable to be able to dominate a county without being at the Lyoha level. The basic interests of the entire Winshui County are controlled by these 2 families, and the rest of the different blood families are all aligned with these 2 families, standing on both sides. This has been the long-standing pattern of Winshui County. But since Takeda Ryoko took over as the new county head, this pattern has been broken. As soon as she arrived, She used thunderous means to quickly uproot several small families that exploited the people, hoping to kill the chickens to scare the monkeys. But her move was actually not smart, because among the family she slaughtered, some belonged to the Kitamura family, and some to the Midas family. By doing this, she was like directly confronting the two most powerful local snakes when she arrived. She immediately forced the two local snakes from not dealing with each other to uniting to fight against foreign enemies. The best way is actually very simple. Wenshui County. This is almost a very simple game difficulty. And you can still play it like this. Wenshui County. In the county chief's mansion, Li Guanqi sat on the chair, looking at the pieces of intelligence information in his hands, and couldn't help but shake his head. Oh? Takeda Ryoko sat on his left, a little dazed. What do you mean? Sophia, sitting on the right, asked equally curiously. Leonzi, this place your family chose for you is completely the lowest level of difficulty. Li Guanqi picked up a cup of tea from the table next to him, took a sip, and then said calmly, Get a soundproof spiritual cover and come out, and we can talk slowly. In front of Takeda Ryoko, he was a warrior of different blood, so he couldn't perform magic by himself. The house comes with it. Takeda Ryoko pointed at the ceiling. After the doors and windows of this room are closed, the built-in spiritual power lines will be connected, and the soundproof spiritual shield will automatically take effect. Our conversation has always been in a safe state, ever since you first came in. Be cautious and don't suffer any loss. Li Guanqi just said calmly. Oh. Takeda Ryoko nodded, although she was still a little confused. If you are so worried, why not just use your soul to transmit the sound? But she didn't ask any more questions. She just took out a yellow jade magic weapon from a golden space necklace around her neck. Takeda Ryoko stretched out her right index finger, and with a slight tap, the jade pendant spread out a yellow soundproof spiritual shield, covering her, Li Guanqi, and Sophia. It is true that her original space necklace was taken away by her great-grandfather, but as the newly appointed county head, the official resources she should have will be distributed. The R County Lord's exclusive space storage, and some magic weapons. Takeda Ryoko's golden space necklace and this yellow jade instrument are the standard instruments of the shogunate court and are part of the salary. Now, let me analyze the situation. Seeing the soundproof spirit shield being formed, Li Guanqi looked at Takeda Ryoko and said slowly, Ryoko, whether you understand or not, please don't interrupt me in the middle, because what I said is actually mainly in order to sort out my thoughts for myself. Otherwise, I can just tell you directly through soul transmission. But my personal habit is that when I tell things with my mouth, my mind works faster. So, I'm starting to talk. Don't interrupt, so as not to affect my thinking. I believe that in the face of this group of local snakes in Wenshui County, the best way is to use coercion and inducement. Divide and suppress them, and disintegrate them from within. As for the power structure in Wenshui County, they are led by the Beitsuin family and the Midas family. Such a simple power structure, and such a clear line of doing things. Win one over and suppress another. Such a simple thing can be discovered almost at a glance. Leonzi, you are really too insensitive to things like power entanglement and desire for power. If I were the head of the Beitsuin family, or the head of the Midas family, I would only be looking forward to, and afraid after you airborne to Wenshui County. I hope you win over me, and choose to support my family, and become the largest family in the county. Afraid? You suppress me. Choose my rival family, and make my rival family the largest family in the county. But I think neither the Kitamura family nor the Midas family expected that you didn't choose either one, but attack both of their families at the same time. Leonzi, don't say you don't have this idea. The few small families you uprooted at the beginning belonged to the Kitamura family and the Midas family, and they were both. By attacking these small families, you are sending a signal to the Kitamura family and the Midas family. Just wait, and both of your families will die. Then you have sent this signal. These two biggest local snakes will naturally have to put aside their past grudges for the sake of profit and unite to deal with you. So, you, a new official who took office as a young county leader without any foundation in Wenshui County, suddenly formed a group against each other, like a monolithic local force in Wenshui County. What can you do to fight them? Moreover, you are at the 5 elements level. The Kitamura family and the Midas family have Ryoha level ancestors sitting in charge. It is useless for you to suppress them purely by force. I guess that the reason why your great-grandfather took away all your space storage devices and put you in this place is to prevent you from using force to suppress it, because this is the lowest possible method. And I guess the two families are so clean that you can't find any legal convictions. Leonzi, your great-grandfather probably wants to see better methods in you. Something more worthy of being called wisdom and strategy. In other words, my guess is that if I help you but choose to use force to suppress the two major families, then even if I succeed, I am afraid that I will be labeled as unqualified by your grandfather. So if we want to gain your great-grandfather's approval, we can't use force. We have to rely on our brains. But your great-grandfather also knows very well that your brain is not that good. So I guess he must have chosen carefully to find such a perfect place in Winshui County. The ancestors of the two major families, the Leola level, are in charge. And you, the 5 elements level, cannot use force to suppress them. But there are only 2 major families. If you want to use the differentiation strategy, it is very simple. This is a game that can be completed perfectly with a little use of your brain. But Ryoko, you... As he talked, Link Wanchi couldn't talk anymore, because Takeda Ryoko, who was sitting next to him, had already wrinkled his little face at this time, lowered his head in grievance, and his eyes were full of guilt and self-blame. Leonzi, you need to understand that the people who have starved to death in the past 2 months did not die at your hands, but at the hands of 2 major families. Link Wanchi looked at her calmly. Perhaps you will say that you did not do it yourself, but they died because of you. But is this your sin? Of course not. This is not your original intention. And the sin is not yours. But the 2 major families deliberately and maliciously stockpiled food, raised prices, and fired employees on a large scale, which led to this incident. So what exactly do we do? Takeda Ryoko raised his head and looked at him earnestly. Divide and suppress. Link Wanchi calmly pulled out a piece of paper filled with intelligence information and handed it to Takeda Ryoko. These 2 strongest families, the Kitamura family and the Minus family. We have to choose one to suppress and the other to support. Kitamura? Takeda Ryoko took the paper, glanced down, and looked at Link Wanchi with a slight hesitation. You want to suppress the Kitamura family? And then support the Minus family? But the Minus family is a Tauren family, and they represent of all the demi-races in Winshui County. I thought you would choose the Beitsuin family. 2 reasons. Link Wanchi raised his right hand and extended his index finger. First, judging from this information, most of the events that led to more than 300 people starving to death through malicious means such as stockpiling grain were the work of the Kitamura family. Minus family involvement was minimal. Demi-human race? Throughout the ages. When it comes to cruelty, we pure-blooded humans are actually more cruel. For just this point, the Kitamura family has been sentenced to death by me. If I had to choose, I would definitely choose to destroy the Kitamura family. As he spoke, Link Wanchi extended his middle finger. Second, it is precisely because the Minus family is a Minotaur family that we have to choose them. If you choose the Kitamura family, then after they become completely powerful, all the Sakura people in the county will follow them. And you, the county leader, will only be sidelined even more seriously. This is not what we want to see. But the Minus family was different. There are many subraces in Winshui County, but not all subraces are Tauren. Judging from the data, the main subraces in Winshui County are Tauren, kobolds, cat people, fox people, and leopard people. Among them, there is a cat family named Sakai, whose strength is not as strong as the Kitamura family and the Minus family, but it is actually only a little behind. While we suppress the Kitamura family, we also need to support the Sakai family. Because after we defeat the Beitsuin family, we cannot let the Minus family become the only strongest family in Winshui County. That is also not a situation we want to see. After destroying the Kitamura family, we will make the Sakai family become the second Kitamura family. We must let the Sakai family and the Minus family compete with each other and once again form a 2-legged situation in Winshui County. But the difference is, at that time, the Minus family will, to a certain extent, obey the orders of you, the county lord, and the Sakai family, which you have single-handedly supported, will completely obey your orders and belong to you, the lord of Takeda County, because they know that the reason why they can get up is all because of your help. So if you don't make it, then they won't make it either. For the benefit of their own family, they can only rely on you. That's my general idea. Having said this, Link Wanchi stopped and looked at a blue and white porcelain teapot and 2 blue and white porcelain teacups on the tea table next to him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, The county lord is the ruler of a county. And as a ruler, you must let the forces under you form at least two factions. We don't have much time. Otherwise, the best situation would be to support the third family and let Winshui County form a three-legged situation. The more factions you have under your control, the greater the grievances and conflicts between them. As a ruler, the easier it is for you to play tricks and use checks and balances. But what exactly do we do? Takeda Ryoko was confused. After listening for a long time, he still didn't quite understand. I can't figure it out at all. What should we do to achieve the goal you mentioned? And we only have 20 days. Can we complete it? More than enough. Li Guanqi picked up the teacup and drank it all. To change the power structure of a county, sometimes it only takes one night. Of course, we can't do it overnight. But 20 days is enough. So what should we do? Seeing that he was still trying to sell things off, Takeda Ryoko couldn't help but become a little anxious. Calm down. Li Guanqi gently put down the teacup and said calmly, whether it is fighting or ruling, it is necessary to maintain a calm heart. In my opinion, fighting and domination are both the same thing. First, maintain your mentality. Fight steadily. Understand the opponent's level and intelligence. And then slowly inflict damage little by little. And finally kill with one blow. Now! First step. We have to make the Beitsuin family lose their trust in Winshui County. There is a saying in my hometown that when you go out to hang out, it talks about credibility. We must first make the Beitsuin family lose the trust of most of the different blood families in Winshui County. The ultimate goal of this is to make other different blood families, large and small, no longer support the Beitsuin family. Liangzi. As he spoke, Li Guanqi looked at Takeda Ryoko next to him and said with a smile, now go to the county and spread a rumor, saying that Takeda County Lord wants to cooperate with the Kitamura family. Join forces to bring down the Minus family. And then let the Kitamura family become the largest family in Winshui County. Takeda Ryoko was stunned. But the Kitamura family has long joined forces with the Minus family to deal with me. If I release this news now, will anyone believe it? The cooperative relationship between big families due to interests is more fragile than the love relationship between elementary school students. Li Guanqi smiled and said, the love relationship between primary school students can be broken by changing seats in the same class, while the cooperative relationship based on interests can be broken up by a small rumor and can be easily broken up by using some tricks. What is a primary school student? Takeda Ryoko looked at him curiously. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. That's not the point. After a long while, Li Guanqi said helplessly, in short, we have to make the Kitamura family break their trust. Because the current situation is that the Kitamura family has cooperated with the Minus family to resist you. But if people knew at this time, in order to become the first family in Winshui County, the Beitsuin family actually went back on their word. They did one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. They cooperated with the Minus family on the surface to get you, but secretly cooperated with you and wanted to do it. Destroy the Minus family. Then the reputation of the Beitsuin family in Winshui County will plummet. Because since the Kitamura family can engage in the Minus family for profit, in the future, the Kitamura family can also not worry about the life and death of the small family for the sake of profit. Who dares to follow such a big brother? At the same time, when this news spreads, it will also make the Minus family start to reflect and start to think. If the Kitamura family is really playing dirty tricks, then the resistance of the Minus family to you is not worth it. After this step is completed, our second step can begin. To achieve this step, I already have a ready-made plan. With that said, Li Guanqi pulled out another portrait of a man from the information and handed it to Takeda Ryoko. Huh? The young head of the Kitamura family? Kitamura Lei? Takeda Ryoko took the portrait, lowered his head and glanced at it, and raised his head to look at him with some surprise. He ran away from home and hasn't come back to Winshui County for 2 years. Now he probably doesn't know where in the shogunate. Traveling around. So, we can take advantage of that. Li Guanqi smiled and said, where is the young patriarch of the Kitamura family? No one knows. No. Just tonight, someone will see the Takeda County leader secretly meeting with the young patriarch of the Kitamura family to discuss cooperation-related matters. And this news will spread throughout Winshui County tomorrow. What if the Kitamura family asks Kitamura Lei to come back in person to clarify? Takeda Ryoko was a little surprised. Isn't this the secret? He clarified. But who would believe it? Li Guanqi smiled. What do I believe in what you say? I don't believe the information obtained by my own spies. But do I believe in your white teeth and smooth talk? Takeda Ryoko was stunned. But after thinking about it for a while, she still hesitated a little. Is it really okay? Will other people really believe this? The point is not to believe, but to doubt. Li Guanqi's lips curled up slightly. It is very difficult to gain trust, but it is very easy to lose people's trust. Just such a rumor that is hard to distinguish between true and false is enough to make the families in Winshui County begin to doubt the Batesman family. We only need this little thing to create a gap between the Kitamura family and the Minus family, and then disintegrate their cooperative relationship step by step. But if they don't fully believe it, how can they completely dissolve the partnership? Takeda Ryoko still doesn't understand. That's the second step of our plan. Li Guanqi smiled slightly and said, I'll give it a try first. After I take the first step, I'll explain it to you. Now, it's time for us to take action. Lord County Lord. Chapter 439, Spy. Take advantage of the situation. Late at night, Winshui County, the mansion of the County Lord. In the tea storage room, a servant in white robes came in carrying a tea tray. The boy looked about 15 or 16 years old. After he came in, he first placed the plate on the table next to him, and then wandered among the shelves, yawning while suppressing his sleepiness, looking for the target tea leaves in the shelves. Kanzuya. Kanzuya. Suddenly, a woman's soft shout came from outside the door. The boy immediately ran away. Outside the door of the tea storage room, he saw a young woman also wearing a standard white robe leaning on the threshold and smiling at him. En masse, now. The boy was startled for a moment, and then he grabbed the hem of his clothes with both hands uncomfortably, his eyes evasive, and he seemed a little nervous. I've told you so many times. Just call me now. The young woman walked in with a smile, and as she spoke, she approached the boy and smiled at him and winked. At such a close distance, the boy could even clearly smell the faint body fragrance of the other person, and his face suddenly turned red. When the young woman named Kojima now saw this scene, her smile became even brighter, with a bit of charm. What are you doing here? Kojima now leaned against the tea stand, and quietly moved closer to the boy. She exhaled like blue when she spoke, and the boy couldn't help feeling that his earlobes were a little moist. Get the tea. The boy lowered his head, and his face became increasingly red. Get some tea? A flash of brilliance flashed in Kojima Nao's eyes, and then she asked softly, It's so late. What kind of tea are you getting? If I remember correctly, the tea in this storage room is the best in the county government's mansion. Good stuff. Right? Once these tea leaves are taken out, without the protection of the formation, their quality will soon decline. The boy nodded and whispered, So the tea here is ready to use. After taking it out, you must brew it immediately. Oh! Kojima now looked surprised. But it's so late now. Who can you brew it for? Only the lord of the county can use the tea here. She wants to drink tea so late? Something's wrong. She has never drank tea late at night. Habit. It should be entertaining people. Right? Hearing this, the boy raised his head to look at her and said hesitantly, The supervisor just said that he asked me to make the tea quickly and send it to the Tianzhou reception room. If it delays the county master's reception of the guests, he will have to draw tea. How many whips do I have? It's that bad old man with a bad temper again. Kojima now suddenly became angry. She grabbed the boy's right hand and lifted up his sleeve. Let me see if you still have the whip marks from the old man a few days ago. The boy was slightly startled, looking at Kojima Nao's serious eyes and delicate and beautiful face, and was speechless for a long time. If I remember correctly, you have been working morning and evening these days. Right. You only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. Kojima now put down the boy's sleeves, then raised her hand, caressed his face, gently rubbed his dark circles with her thumb, pretending to be distressed and said, Look at you. How sleepy are you? That bad guy the old man also asked you to make tea for the county lord. Exclamation point. Seeing now Kojima look like this, the cool touch of the woman's fingers made the boy lose control, and his face became even redder. How about I go help you? Kojima now looked at the boy, exhaled like a blue breath, and said softly. At the same time, she reached out and smoothed a handful of her long hair, then leaned forward slightly, and her unbuttoned collar suddenly hung down. The looming ravine completely made the boy fall into despair, and his mind went blank for a moment. This. The boy was incoherent. The county chief, want to make tea. Didn't you teach me how to make tea? Kojima now smiled and said, I have no problem. Go to bed quickly. I will help the county master make tea. The boy seemed a little hesitant. Kazuya, my sister feels sorry for you. However, Kojima now suddenly stretched out her hands, hugged the boy in her arms, reached out and pressed the boy's head, buried his face directly on her chest, touched his head, and said softly, You haven't had much rest for several days. So hurry up and take a nap now. I'll help you make tea or something for the county lord. What is it? It's a tea can. The boy quickly took a box of cyan cylindrical tea cans from the tea rack nearby and handed it to Nao Kojima. Then he covered his crotch with both hands and ran out of the door in a panic. After running out, he leaned on the door frame, hiding his lower body outside the door, and only sticking out his upper body. He blushed and said to Kojima now, Then, I'll leave it to you. Miss Nao. Kazuya, you are not very old, but the tea can is quite big. However, now Kojima smiled playfully and made a gesture with her right hand. The boy was completely ashamed and ran away. After he left, the charming smile on Kojima Nao's face completely disappeared, replaced only by indifference and contemplation in her eyes. She looked down at the tea can in her hand and frowned. In the middle of the night, who is the new county magistrate trying to entertain? Must visit. Thinking of this, Kojima now quickly opened the lid of the green tea can, took out a bag of tea leaves, then covered the tea can and put it in its original position. She took the bag of tea leaves to the table, boiled water, and made tea with the tea set on the table. Then left the tea storage room with the tea set tray. Kojima now walked in the quiet night of the prefecture's mansion until she reached the top floor of an attic. In front is the Taienzaho guest room in the county lord's mansion. But now, two big men in black armor were standing outside the door of this luxurious reception room. Kojima now frowned when she saw the scene in the corridor. Why are these two people? This is the 4-elephant level guard in the county lord's mansion. Who is the county lord receiving? He wants this highest level guard to come and watch the door as a sign of respect? Now Kojima? At this time, seeing Kojima now coming over with a tea set, a strong man in black armor couldn't help but be surprised. Why is it you? Shouldn't it be that boy Matsushima Kazuya who makes tea? Fujimoto-sama, can't you do that? Now Kojima walked in and gave him a wink. You? The strong man in black armor obviously wanted to say something, but he glanced at the door of the waiting room behind him and closed his mouth that wanted to make a joke. He just stretched out his hand and pressed hard under Nao Kojima's collar. A pinch. Kojima now was very cooperative. Instead of resisting, she even made a corresponding intoxicated expression. This scene immediately made another young guard wearing black armor feel itchy. He raised his hand with a smile. My lord, the tea waiter is here. However, before the young man could touch it, the strong man in black armor turned and shouted to the door. The young man in black armor was speechless. The strong man in black armor smiled slyly. Let her in. Takeda Ryoko's voice came from the door of the waiting room. Yes. Hearing this, the strong man in black armor quickly suppressed his smile, stretched out his hand to open the door, and then winked at Nao Kojima. Nao Kojima, on the other hand, lowered his head and walked slowly into it with a tray of tea sets. It was late at night, but the sky-sized reception room was still brightly lit. Kojima now was walking down the aisle and could vaguely see two figures sitting at the round table at the end. The two figures were sitting opposite each other. Facing her was Takeda Ryoko. Facing her from the back was a figure dressed in white. Obviously that of a man. But why does this back look so similar? It doesn't make sense. Didn't that person leave Wenshui County long ago? With curiosity and doubt, Kojima now slowly walked to the round table, lowered her head towards the tea set on the table, and glanced at the man calmly. But I can't see clearly at all. The other party's face was covered with a layer of gray fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Kojima now was not surprised by this. Since the tea waiter is allowed to come in, it must mean that the other party has a way to conceal his identity. You can go out now. Takeda Ryoko looked at the tea sets placed on the table and said coldly. Yes, Lord County Lord. Kojima now lowered her head, hugged the silver plate, and turned to leave. After walking out of the reception room, and as expected, being teased by the two 4-elephant level guards, Kojima now walked towards her dormitory. On the way, she kept thinking about the back of the man in white. So similar. He looked so much like the young head of the Kitamura family back then. Tianzao reception room. Guanqi, are you sure that woman is a spy from the local family? Takeda Ryoko looked at the man in white sitting opposite her, his face shrouded in a gray mist, and asked in surprise using his soul transmission. What if the other person is not the one? Then the news will not be spread at all? Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. After a pause, he sighed helplessly. It doesn't matter whether the tea waitress who came in is a spy. What matters is that the Lord of Takeda County was talking to someone in the reception room of Tianzao late at night. It must have been discovered by other spies in the county lord's mansion. Even if no one else comes in, the spies will definitely find out about this. This is how they eat. The major families must have started to place personnel near the county lord's mansion at this time, preparing to investigate. Then, I will go out for a walk later and let them discover that I am Kitamura Rai. After completing this step, our first step is more than half successful. Moreover, Liangzi, in your situation, I have reason to suspect that out of the 10 people in your county lord's mansion, 3 must be spies planted by various local families. As for whether the female tea waiter is, I will tell you later. There will be results soon. After saying that, Li Guanqi raised his hand and gently rubbed a headband on his forehead. This thing is a 5th level magic weapon that can release mist and cover the face without affecting the user's sight. This was something Takeda Ryoko secretly took out from the treasury of the prefectural lord's palace. It is a commodity circulating on the market. There is no need to worry about being recognized as something from the lord's palace. After all, it is all available on the market. And in his current state, he naturally used the transformation technique to transform into the figure and appearance of Kitamura Lei. Call out. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Next to Li Guanqi, a Western woman with blonde hair and golden eyes, Sophia, appeared instantly. Owner. She looked at Li Guanqi and said through her soul, that female tea waiter, I guess, is a family spy who relies on her beauty and body to wander around the county lord's mansion. The person who came here to deliver tea was supposed to be another footman. But in the tea storage room, the female tea waiter deliberately teased the little boy. And after some flirting, she succeeded in letting herself take over the other person's job and come here to deliver tea to you. Then, just after she left, she rubbed her left arm vigorously on the road. And then the entire left arm began to turn black. And she used her nails to write on it. I judged from the strokes that what she wrote should be. There was a man whose face was concealed, talking to Takeda Ryoko in the reception room of Tianzao late at night. I felt that his back was very similar to the young head of the Kitamura family, who left Winshui County 2 years ago. Kitamura Lei. It is suggested that someone be sent to stay near the county lord's mansion, and wait for this person to come out before using a magic weapon to see his true identity. Then the tea waitress went back to the dormitory to sleep. At this point, Sophia looked very confused. Master, what kind of message transmission method is that? I have never heard of it. It should be the blood engraving manifestation technique. Li Guanqi thought for a while and said, among the 3-level spells, there is such a spell that allows a spellcaster to have a physical connection with an ordinary person. Ordinary people only need to rub the part of the body where the rune is engraved to generate heat, and the rune will be activated and turn into a black piece on the body surface. At the same time, on the side of the conjurer, black will appear in the same position. This is similar to a writing pad. At this time, the ordinary person on the opposite side only needs to draw strokes on the black skin, and the skin on the side of the conjurer will also show corresponding bloody handwriting. In this way, the messaging effect can be achieved. After Li Guanqi finished speaking, he nodded slightly. It should be this spell. In this blood engraving manifestation technique, since there is only a small amount of black skin for writing, the handwriting will inevitably overlap one by one at the end. However, this is not a problem for the spellcaster. They can easily analyze it. Every font. It seems that the tea waitress just now is a spy. Li Guanqi looked at Takeda Ryoko opposite, and said through his soul, although I don't know which family I belong to, it's not important. I will go out for a walk later, and let the spies from the major families use magic weapons to see through my cover. The misty weapon of the face discovered that I am Kitamura Lei. Our first step is half the success. Are you sure your disguise will not be discovered? Takeda Ryoko hesitated slightly, because Li Guanqi didn't tell her how he disguised himself. In Takeda Ryoko's view, Li Guanqi simply walked into a room and came out as Kitamura Lei. Do not worry. Li Guanqi was very calm. I will never be discovered. His transformation technique has never been seen through until now, and he has enough confidence. It would be a good thing if it was really seen through. At least, he figured out the conditions for his transformation spell to be seen through at such a small price. Takeda Ryoko nodded with a complicated mood, and then seemed to suddenly think of something, and asked curiously, Guanchi, what will the head of the Kitamura family think after this matter is spread? Why are you asking this? Li Guanchi was a little puzzled. No matter what the head of the Beitsun family thinks, it will not affect our plan. Didn't I say that? No matter what he does to clarify, once suspicion arises, it will be difficult for everyone to trust the Beitsun family. I'm just curious. Takeda Ryoko said seriously, I want to practice my ability to discern intelligence. I read the Kitamura family's intelligence and have an opinion on this matter. I want to know what you think, and then see if what I think is right. Ah? Li Guanchi was stunned, but looking at Takeda Ryoko with a serious look on his face. Li Guanchi still nodded and said calmly, at this juncture, the son of the head of the Kitamura family, who has not been home for 2 years, suddenly met and talked with Takeda Ryoko in private. Ryoko, it would be you instead. Mr. Beitsuin, what else can you think? Suspect. Takeda Ryoko said seriously, I must have suspected first that the son who appeared in the county lord's mansion was fake. Li Guanchi nodded. What then? Not sure anymore. Takeda Ryoko looked embarrassed. That's why I want to ask your opinion. Then, there's the what if. Li Guanchi did not sell the matter and expressed his opinion directly. If you ask me, once this matter gets out, the head of the Beitsuin family will immediately send people after a short period of questioning to investigate whether the matter is true or not, and see if he is son Kitamura Rai. Is he really Kitamura Rai? At the same time, the head of the Kitamura family will quickly substitute a hypothetical situation and directly assume that this thing is true. Then he began to speculate that his son secretly returned to Winshui County and met with the Lord Takeda in private. He wanted to cooperate with the county lord to remove him from power, and then seek power to seize the throne. If that's the case, how should he deal with it? Don't think this is impossible. Many big families are like this, where power is more important than family ties. According to the intelligence, the Kitamura family is such a family. The Beitsuin family is not an ordinary family, but a local wealthy family in Winshui County with the most entangled interests. Rich and distinguished families have the most chaotic relationships. The head of the Kitamura family has as many as 39 sons, and there is almost no family affection between father and son, and between brothers. And the most important thing is that the young head of the Kitamura family ran away from home 2 years ago because of a disagreement with the head of the Kitamura family on a family matter, and he left after a big quarrel. It was that disagreement that made the head of the Kitamura family understand that he still had a long life, and there was no need to establish the young head of the family so early to divide his rights. Then, after the young head of the family ran away from home, the head of the Beitsuin family has not established a new young head of the family for a long time, completely holding all the power in the family firmly in his own hands. Li Guanchi stretched out his right index finger, looked at Takeda Ryoko and chuckled. Given the situation of the Kitamura family, if the Kitamura family leader knew that Lei Kitamura suddenly appeared in the county lord's mansion and had a private meeting with you, the county lord, then he would be most worried. There is only one thing. Could it be that my son came back secretly and wanted to get rid of me with the help of the county lord, and then replace it? Chapter 440-Family. The Liuha-level ancestor of the Kitamura family has been in seclusion for many years, and doesn't care about family affairs at all. Li Guanchi looked at Takeda Ryoko, who was sitting opposite him, and said calmly, the old man's thoughts all day are probably to understand the laws of space, to complete the process of attracting the stars as soon as possible, and to step into the 7 stars. In other words, as long as the Kitamura family doesn't collapse, he doesn't care who the head of the family is. The head of the Kitamura family and Kitamura Lei are both 5-element level different blood warriors. Who is afraid of whom? This son is not afraid of his father at all. Speaking of this, Li Guanchi couldn't help but smile. But if this son uses any means, even if he wants to bring down his father, he will be scared to death. Why are you afraid? Takeda Ryoko was a little curious. His son has not been home for 2 years. How can the power base of the Kitamura family compare to his father's many years of management? As the head of the family, how could his father be afraid of a son who has run away from home for 2 years? What if he is no longer the head of the family? Li Guanchi smiled calmly. Takeda Ryoko was stunned. If you want to bring down the head of the Kitamura family, you only need evidence. Li Guanchi's eyes narrowed slightly. And he pointed at the black official robe worn by Takeda Ryoko. Ryoko, you have to remember that you are not just a 5-element level alien blood warrior. You are a shogunate official. And you are from Wenshui County. County Lord. If you have evidence that the head of the Kitamura family is not doing something clean, you only need to report it to the authorities. And the palace will send Lyoha level or even 7-star warriors down to help you enforce the law. So you must always understand that whether it is the Kitamura family or the Minus family, they are actually afraid of you. Because you hold the authority. They do things very cleanly. And we know without even thinking about it that it is difficult for us to get evidence that they have violated the Sakura law. But we can't get it. What about their own people? At least, Kitamura Lei must have evidence of his father's crime. Therefore, once the Kitamura family leader knew about, Kitamura Lei returned to Wenshui County and had a private meeting with Takeda County Lord. He would be very scared, fearing that his son would come with evidence of his crime, cooperate with the county boss to get rid of him. Then, evidence collection? Useless. Liangzi, I have a message for you. Once suspicion arises, a crime is established. As soon as this incident came out, no matter how the Beitsuin family head obtained evidence, he would still have doubts in his heart. No matter how conclusive the evidence was, he would still suspect that it was his son's disguise, used to cover up. After all, the motive for this matter is too clear. Once the head of the Kitamura family is arrested, Lei Kitamura, as the young head of the family, can naturally take over as the head of the family. There is no family affection among the big families. This is an extremely common power-grabbing drama among wealthy families. However, under normal circumstances, this son would never let this matter spread. After all, he had to maintain his reputation of loyalty and filial piety. At this point, Link Wanchi stopped, picked up the teacup and took a sip. But Takeda Ryoko frowned and said doubtfully, "But according to what you said, if Kitamura Lei and I have a private meeting, everyone will think that Kitamura Lei wants to cooperate with me to bring down his father. But wasn't our initial plan to make everyone think that the Kitamura family was going to join forces with us to bring down the Minus family? Isn't this the wrong purpose?" "Correct." Link Wanchi smiled calmly. "Time. If Kitamura Lei thinks about it. As soon as the evidence is handed over, we will soon have strong men from the law enforcement department. But if he doesn't come in a few days, people will understand that this Kitamura Lei is not cooperating with the county boss to bring down his father at all." Lei Kitamura had a private meeting with the county boss not to bring down his father. But what was the purpose? That can only be for the overall benefit of the Kitamura family. Therefore, people will guess that the truth is that there is only one Beitsuin family who was treacherous and double-dealing. On the surface, he cooperated with the Minus family to fight against the county boss, but secretly asked Beitsuin Lei to secretly return to Wenshui County to discuss cooperation with the county boss on behalf of the Beitsuin family. Join forces to bring down the Minus family. As a result, the Beitsuin family broke their trust in Wenshui County. This was our original purpose. After saying that, Ling Wanchi stood up and walked towards the back door of the reception room. "Okay, I should go out for a walk and show off. As for Liangzi, go ahead and do whatever you need to do. Go back to your room and rest." "Oh, right." When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around, looked at Sophia standing aside, and chuckled. "Sophia, you have to come with me." Sophia was stunned. "Why should I follow you? The moon is as bright as frost. In the deep night, outside the seemingly quiet county lord's mansion, there are actually dozens of spies sent by local families hidden in the darkness. They each use their own magic methods to restrain their aura and keep an eye on any disturbance in the county lord's mansion. In the shadow under a corner, it looks ordinary, but in fact, there is a towering spellcaster who has used the shadow concealment technique to blend into the shadow. His name is Kane Minus, a spy from the Minus family. Kane was born without a tail and only had one horn on the left. As a member of the Tauren clan, he was obviously handicapped. Considering the characteristic of what God doesn't give, it will be given. The family immediately took him to have his spell aptitude appraised. The result lived up to expectations. He indeed had a talent for spells. The Sakura shogunate is not the Dalyuo dynasty. If such a child appears, the family will not be sad, but will only be happy. And outsiders will not discriminate, but will only be envious. More than 100 years later, Kane has also become a magician at the peak of the 3-talented level, just one step away from breaking into the 4-elephant level. As a magician with many skills, He is also highly regarded by the Midas family, and his mission tonight was to go outside the county lord's mansion to check for information and find out who the mysterious man in the news from the spy was. Wrong. The shadow under the corner suddenly began to flow, and a group of black shadows followed the shadow and quickly penetrated into a crack in the ground on the side of the street. The mysterious man in the county lord's mansion didn't go through the front door or the back door. The guy wanted to go through the underground passage in the mansion. Fortunately, the spies placed by the family in the county lord's mansion had arranged sensing landmarks in the secret passage in advance. Otherwise, this guy would have escaped. Kane turned into a shadow and blended into the cracks in the ground, quickly connected with a melting earth technique, and continued to shuttle among the earth and rocks, sensing landmarks and swimming quickly. At the same time, he also sent several vague auras nearby, with the same destination as him. It should be a spy from another family. After all, the Midas family can place sensor landmarks in the tunnels of the county lord's mansion, and spies from other families can do the same. Kane ignored the scent. He is a spy, and what a spy has to do is to gather information for his own family, not to stop people from other families. It is not his job to prevent others from obtaining information. Kane used the earth melting technique and kept traveling through the underground. In the end, he went all the way outside the city wall of Winshui County, directly into a dark dense forest in the wilderness outside the city. This is the exit. The tunnel exit of the county lord's mansion. Kane returned to the surface, revealed his true form wearing a black robe, then hid in a bush, cast a spell to restrain his breath, and at the same time took out a pair of purple-rimmed glasses from the space ring and put them on. This is a 5th level magic weapon, the most advanced illusion-breaking glasses in the Midas family. It can see through illusions, blindfolds, and other things that hide the face. No matter what method the mysterious man uses to hide his identity, these glasses should be able to see through it. Boom! Suddenly, not far ahead, there was a slight vibration under a big tree. Immediately afterwards, dirt flew, and a floor door was pushed open. 2 figures slowly walked out, one male and one female. The woman is tall, with blonde hair and golden eyes, and a western face. The man was tall and burly, and his face was shrouded in a gray mist, making it difficult to see clearly. But, as Kane raised his hand, he pressed a button on the purple-rimmed glasses. The glasses shone slightly with purple light, allowing him to successfully see some clues. The blonde woman must have used an advanced deformation potion. Under the observation of delusion-breaking glasses, the outline of the human body, especially the face, was obviously inconsistent. But that's all. The advanced deformation potion is a very special thing. Its effect is on the body of the alien blood human being. Therefore, once the power of the alien blood is used too much, the effect of the deformation potion will be ineffective. This is a big weakness. This property determines that those who use the transformation potion to disguise themselves will be exposed in an instant once they start fighting. But in other words, as long as people who use the transformation potion don't fight or use the alien blood power too much, the way it hides their faces is basically unsolvable. Even with the most sophisticated delusion-breaking methods, one can only discover that this person has used a deformation potion, but cannot clearly see what her original appearance is. Like now, using magic weapon glasses, Kane could see that there was something wrong with the blonde woman. She must have drank a transformation potion, but she couldn't see her original appearance. That's it for women. What about the man? Kane turned his head slightly and looked through the lenses of his glasses at the man whose face was shrouded in gray fog from a slightly purple perspective. Gradually, in his eyes, the fog gradually dissipated, and the true face of the man under the gray fog appeared in his sight bit by bit. What? The next moment, Kane was suddenly shocked. That tough face like a dagger, sharp eyes like a falcon, deep eye sockets. The young head of the Kitamura family. Kitamura Lei? Kitamura Lei, who has not returned for 2 years, is back? And he also had a secret meeting with the new county leader? Something is going to happen. Must report back home immediately. Who? Suddenly, the Kitamura Lei seemed to have noticed something, and his figure suddenly shot out, rushing directly to the top of a big tree. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like hooks. He stretched out fiercely, and vigorously grabbed a person hiding in the tree. Spy's throat. Boom! Kitamura Lei swung down and directly smashed the 3rd-level alien blood warrior to the ground, creating a deep pit and causing dust to fly. Then he jumped down from the tree and stepped out with his right foot. Boom! Flesh and blood spurted out, spreading and splashing. Podgy! Kane was hiding in the bushes and suddenly felt a heat on his face, as if he had been splashed by something. He raised his right hand tremblingly and touched it. Then he looked down. A pool of scarlet blood mixed with flesh. Kane's heart sank. Instantly kill the 3 talented different blood warrior. At least 4 elephant level cultivation. And Kitamura Lei was already a 5 element level different blood warrior 2 years ago. Enough to compete with the head of the Kitamura family in a duel. So this guy is the real Kitamura Rai. We must repay the owner quickly. Thinking of this, Kane quickly made a secret and used the wind technique. And his whole body turned into a gust of breeze and flew towards the distant horizon. As for the original place, that Kitamura Lei had already started a massacre, bloodbathing the entire forest. Kane estimated that there were at least 10 spies who had tracked them here, but it would be good if half of them could make it back alive. But as a 3rd level magician, and because he was far away and could escape quickly, he could survive anyway. Now it's time to go back to the family and report the situation. Winshui County. The residence of the Minus family. In the family owner's compound. A strong man in white clothes with white horns on his head and golden eyes was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard with a stern expression. Except for the pair of white horns on his head, the horizontal golden vertical pupils, and the white oxtail behind him. There are no Orcish features in his body, and his face is completely that of a handsome middle-aged man. Minus. This clan belongs to the Tauren clan and is a royal clan. The Minoan family in Winshui County was founded 700 years ago by a king-blooded Tauren who immigrated across the ocean to the Sakura shogunate and finally chose to settle here. Although after so many years, the royal bloodline is no longer as pure as that of the ancestors. The head of the family of this generation, the white-clothed Tauren named Cassus Minus, who is sitting at the stone table, is different. Cassius is gifted with extraordinary talent, and his bloodline has returned to his ancestors. He was born with white horns that represent the Tauren royal family. Master, Kane wants to see you. Suddenly, a dull voice came from outside the courtyard. Let him in, Cassius said calmly. Squeak. The door was slowly pushed open. A figure wearing a black hooded burqa walked in, knelt on one knee in front of Cassius, bowed his head and saluted. Kane pays homage to the master of the family. Having settled in Winshui County for many years, the Minus family has long abandoned many of the traditions of the grassland Tauren. They no longer talk about clans or clan leaders, but follow the local customs. Like the Sakura people, they call themselves family and family head. Get up and talk. Cassius looked at the Tauren spellcaster in front of him and said in a deep voice, This is the territory of the Minus family. Soundproofing measures are installed everywhere, and there are people everywhere. He does not need to worry about the contents of the conversation being leaked. Yes. Kane nodded, stood up, and then lifted the hood on his head, revealing his appearance. Under the moonlight, on his ordinary face, a pair of yellow horizontal pupils and a gray incomplete horn on the top of his head were particularly eye-catching. But what was more eye-catching was the anxious look on his face. When Cassius saw this, his heart suddenly sank. It is estimated that what he is about to hear is definitely not good news. Tonight, did you see the mysterious man who had a private meeting with Lord Takeda? Cassius looked at Kane and asked in a deep voice. It's Kitamura Rai. Kane's expression was serious. The mysterious person who interviewed Takeda County Lord late at night is the young head of the Kitamura family who has not returned for 2 years. Kitamura Lei. And I saw with my own eyes that Lei Kitamura instantly killed a 3rd level spy from another family. It was an instant kill. This is enough to prove his strength. In addition, he was accompanied by a blonde-haired Western woman. The 5th level delusion-breaking glasses you gave me, the head of the family, showed that the woman must have used a deformation potion. But I couldn't tell what the blonde woman's true appearance was. Also, that blonde woman showed up this morning. This morning, she entered the prefecture's mansion with a man with white hair and blue eyes, asking to see Takeda Ryoko. But tonight, the blonde woman and Kitamura Lei left the tunnel of the county lord's mansion. But in the end, the white-haired man was nowhere to be seen. The subordinates speculated that the white-haired man in the morning was actually Kitamura Lei who entered the mansion in disguise. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why our spies failed to see when Kitamura Lei entered the county lord's mansion. Cassius was silent for a few seconds. He stood up from the stone chair, paced back and forth in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. His white clothes looked even whiter and more holy under the moonlight. But in comparison, Cautious' mood at this time was extremely gloomy. Are you sure that the delusional glasses have no reaction to that Kitamura lei? After a while, Cautious turned around and said to Kane in a deep voice. He should have used a magic weapon to hide his face. Kane said seriously. The delusion glasses saw through the fog on his face. And then he saw his true face. Regarding the true face under the fog, the delusion glasses had no reaction at all. I can guarantee that there will be no reaction at all. Cautious gritted his teeth. The delusion-breaking glasses are a 5th-level magic weapon. But in fact, they can react to 6th-level disguise magic weapons. Even if you can't see the true face, you can still see the clues. At least you can find out whether the face is real or fake. But now the delusional glasses are not responding. So that face is real. Kitamura lei is really back secretly. He also met privately with that woman Ryoko Takeda. What's he doing back here? Cautious stood with his hands behind his hands, looking at the bright moon in the night sky, frowning tightly. With the grudge between Kitamura Rai and Kitamura Kosuka, there is no way that they can come back to perform a show of deep love between father and son and resolve their past feud. Drama? That's right. If I were Kitamura lei, I would never let go of this good opportunity. I would definitely join forces with Takeda Ryoko and hand over Kitamura Kosuka's criminal evidence to Takeda Ryoko. And then ask people from the law enforcement department to come over and send Kitamura Kosuka into prison. Prison? And then becoming the head of the family. No, that's not right. Can he do this? Impossible. The motive for this is too obvious. If things really happen like this, then everyone would think that it was him, Kitamura lei, who is causing trouble in the dark. In order to be the head of the family, he unites with outsiders and sends his father to prison? If this reputation spreads, how can the ancestors of the Kitamura family agree to such a guy with his elbows turned out as the head of the family? Will not. There's no way that guy like Kitamura is so stupid. But if he didn't come back to bring down his father, then why did he come back? And he also met secretly with Takeda Ryoko. Could it be? Cautious seemed to suddenly think of something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 441: The Surprising National Conditions of the Shogunate. Damn it! Cautious' face was gloomy, with anger burning in his eyes. If Kitamura lei secretly returned to Winshui County and met with Takeda Ryoko in private, not to mess with his father, then there is only one possibility that Kitamura lei represents the entire Kitamura family. Went to discuss cooperation with Takeda Ryoko secretly. Cooperate? Kane was full of surprise. Why would the Kitamura family cooperate with Takeda Ryoko? Didn't they cooperate with our Minus family to join forces against Takeda Ryoko? Our Minus family is finished. Their Beitsuin family is the #1 family in Winshui County. Cautious' voice was cold. On the surface, he told us that we would join forces to fight against Takeda Ryoko and oust the young county owner in Winshui County. In fact, he talked about cooperation with Takeda Ryoko and wanted to mess with our Minus family. Hey, Kosuka Kitamura, your bastard's plan is really loud. Master, what should we do? When Kane heard this, he became extremely anxious. What's the hurry? I have my own solution. Cautious glanced at him, but didn't say much. The spy's accusation was to gather information, not to discuss strategies with the family head. Kane's identity has not yet reached the level of counselor and staff. Oh, Kitamura Kosuka. Cautious looked at the bright moon in the distance, with a bit of coldness in his golden eyes. If you don't respect morality first, then don't blame me, the Minus family, for overturning the table. Winshui County, a deserted suburb outside the city, in a forest filled with the smell of blood. The moonlight was not visible, and it was dark and dark. Lei Kitamura looked at, or rather, Li Guanqi looked at the bloody corpses on the ground next to him, then looked at Sophia beside him, and asked through soul transmission, How many spies ran out? 6. Sophia replied. Are you sure there's no one around? Li Guanqi looked around and asked softly. Gone. Sophia used the laws of space to carefully feel the area, and then nodded. There is absolutely no one left. Then our first step will be considered basically successful. Li Guanqi raised his head, looked at the scattered moonlight through the layers of treetops, and chuckled. The next step is to wait for public opinion to ferment. Once suspicion arises, it will spread quickly, and the entire Winshui, the county's trust in the Kitamura family will decline rapidly. Especially the Minus family. They will definitely do something. Then what's our second step? Sophia looked at Li Guanqi curiously. Continue to build on the impact of this. Li Guanqi smiled calmly. The matter of letting the Kitamura family cooperate with Takeda Ryoko is completely finalized, and everyone is convinced. But that's something we'll do in a few days. In the past few days, we just need to wait until the major family's suspicion of the Kitamura family reaches a point. And then our second step is to completely detonate this point. 3 days later. Early morning. The sun is shining brightly in the streets of Winshui County. As a custom of the locals, it is a basic operation to have a cup of Winshui tea, which is unique to the local area. In the early morning, the tea house is often a place where ordinary people exchange gossip and rumors. All kinds of true and false things, and things they have made up, can become conversation topics, and they can chat for hours. Hey, have you heard? I heard that the young head of the Kitamura family, Kitamura Lei, suddenly came back 3 days ago, and even secretly met with the new county head in private. A middle-aged man took a sip of tea and said mysteriously to several tea guests at the same table, "Have you heard about it too?" The young man in gray clothes next to him was holding tea and was slightly stunned. "What? You also know?" The middle-aged man was a little surprised. I know too." Another companion in blue clothes smiled, and the smile looked a little lewd. "And I heard that they didn't just meet in private. It is said that Kitamura Lei and the new county lord are old friends. 3 days ago, they not only met in private, but also slept with each other. I heard that night, the new county master was calling the whole night in the county master's mansion." Forehead. The middle-aged man who spoke first was obviously confused. "By the way, where did you hear this news? It's a bit wild. This is real. It's more real than pearls." The tea guest in blue put down the tea bowl and said seriously, "This matter has spread among all the wealthy families. My cousin who works as a guard at the Kawashima family said that the senior officials of the Kawashima family opened the tea bowl for 3 days in a row. This is what the family talks are about. But Kitamura Lei is back. What does it have to do with the Kawashima family?" The young man in gray clothes scratched his head in surprise. "Because Kitamura Lei met the new county leader in private." The tea guest in blue looked around, then approached his companions at the table, and lowered his voice mysteriously. "Then what is the relationship between Kitamura Lei and his father?" "There is almost no relationship. And the two of them almost broke up 2 years ago. Now is such a good opportunity. His old friend has become the new county head. He must come back to help his old friend and mess with his father. How can these big families have clean hands? Outsiders can't find evidence. But he, the son, can't find evidence? When he gets the evidence and helps Takeda Ryoko send his father to prison, or directly lets the law enforcement department kill him on the spot, then he, Kitamura Rai, will be the next generation head of the family. Then Takeda Ryoko was his old friend, and the two of them joined forces. Wasn't it just the couple who had the final say in Winshui County? So not only the Kawashima family, but also many families began to discuss whether to show goodwill to Takeda Ryoko in advance. After all, in the past 2 months, the Kitamura family and the Minus family have joined forces, and they have also led their small families to join forces to fight Takeda Ryoko, the new county owner who has just arrived. Then when Kitamura Kosuke is finished, Kitamura Rai becomes the head of the family. The Kitamura family changes dynasties, and the Kitamura family and Takeda Ryoko become a family. Then won't these small families, like them, have to be settled by the queen in turn? This is not nonsense. Ah, you said you wanted to unite to fight against the county lord. I listened to you and offended the county lord. Now you have changed the head of the family. Your Beitsuin family and the county lord suddenly became a family again. What should we do? So there must be a family meeting to discuss it. They don't want to get nothing out of it and end up chewing the dust. Isn't it right? The young man in gray looked suspicious. That's right. How is that possible? The middle-aged man also shook his head. Takeda Ryoko is the airborne county lord sent by the Takeda family. Hey, the Takeda family, one of the 9 Sakura warriors. Can you like Kitamura Lei? It's not marriage. Kitamura Lei is so handsome. What woman doesn't want to have some fun? The tea guest in blue took a sip of tea, moistened his throat, and continued. What's more, Takeda Ryoko was sent by the family to be the county leader. It was a family assessment. She must do a good job if she wants to complete the task. But what's going on now? The Kitamura family and the Minus family relied on their status as local gangsters to unite against Takeda Ryoko. Takeda Ryoko said he was the head of the county, but in fact, he couldn't do anything. If this continues, the family assessment designation will be doomed. regardless of whether it is true or not that Kitamura Lei is Takeda Ryoko's old friend. Put aside this matter. It is reasonable for Kitamura Lei and Takeda Ryoko to join forces, each getting what they need. So, with these news, it's hard to say whether Kitamura Lei and Takeda Ryoko have an affair. But I guess the news about them joining forces is not gone. Winshui County will definitely have big events next. I guess Kitamura Kosuka is finished. Just for the next few days. When the time comes? Ridiculous. Before the tea guest in blue finished speaking, a slightly contemptuous voice came from the next table. The tea guest in blue frowned and turned to look displeased at the only man in black at the table. Brother, what do you have to say? You still don't know the efficiency of our shogunate's law enforcement department? The man in black held the tea bowl and chuckled. Then if Lei Kitamura really wants to bring down his father, why wait so long? The Kitamura family and the Minus family joined forces to get the county governor. The county governor didn't say anything, but he was actually very angry. Coupled with her background from the Takeda family, if she really wanted to get the evidence that Kosuka Kitamura violated the Sakura law, let alone the past few days, it is estimated that the evidence obtained in the morning, before lunchtime, the people from the law enforcement department rushed over. But now 3 days have passed, and there is still no movement at all, which means that Kitamura Lei has not given any evidence at all. Then Lei Kitamura refused to give evidence and met with the county boss in private. Why? Not to cooperate with the county lord to take down his father, but to represent the entire Kitamura family, secretly cooperate with the county lord, and prepare to join forces to take down the Midas family. When those Tauren are finished, won't his Beitsuin family become the #1 family in Winshui County? After saying that, the man in black took a sip of tea and looked calm. Seriously? The middle-aged man and the young man in gray looked at each other in astonishment. But doesn't the Kitamura family cooperate with the Midas family? The middle-aged man scratched his head in confusion. So, the Kitamura family cooperated with those Minotaurs on the surface, and secretly hooked up with the county lord to get rid of those Minotaurs? The young man in gray said hesitantly. Oh my god! The middle-aged man was completely shocked. Those guys named Kitamura are too hypocritical. They don't have any morality at all. Joke! At this time, the young man in black at the next table laughed coldly. Do you remember? The price of food suddenly increased a while ago, starving Luoha village, and so many people in the mountains of Malia village. All because of the Kitamura family. Just to show off to the county boss. They don't even care about the life and death of our people for their own purposes. And they still care about credibility and loyalty? Asshole! The young man in gray had an angry look on his face, and slapped the table hard. For Winshui County, the nature of discussing the affairs of the local wealthy Beitsuin family is no less than the discussion of government affairs in the streets of the Daiyuo dynasty. Because of this, the conversation at their table had actually attracted the attention of everyone in the tea house. However, this phenomenon is not an isolated case. In these 3 days, this kind of thing happened frequently. In addition to tea houses, pubs, restaurants, theaters and other places where many people gathered, this matter was the best talking point for anyone to talk about. We can chat for a long time. When this rumor first came out, the common people and various different blood families thought that Kitamura Lei was going to unseat his father and replace him. However, as 3 days passed, and no one from the law enforcement department came, people gradually understood that this was not the case. Kitamura Lei went to private talks with the county lord on behalf of the Kitamura family. The Beitsuin family wants to join forces with the county boss to overthrow the Midas family, and then form a dominant family situation in Winshui County. In Winshui County, the strongest force among the Sakura people is the Kitamura family. However, the locals who have taken root in Winshui County the longest are actually the Kawashima family. Hundreds of years before Winshui County was upgraded to a county, or even a city, and was just a Winshui town, the Kawashima family had already settled here. In this area, they were far more popular than the Kitamura family. At this time, a group of senior officials gathered in the Kawashima family residence and were discussing the recent rumors. Do you think that Kitamura Lei is real or fake? The head of the Kawashima family sat on the main seat and spoke calmly to the dozen clan elders around him. The head of the family was dressed in white and looked very young, with a bit of a scholarly temperament. In fact, as the head of the family, he is indeed very young. He is only 39 years old this year, and he has taken the position of the head of the family with a cultivation level of 4 elephants. The spies saw it with their own eyes. What else is there to discuss about whether it's true or not? A clan elder looked grim and shouted loudly. What we should consider now is not the truth or falsehood, but if this matter succeeds, after the Kitamura family and Takeda Ryoko join forces to overthrow the Midas family, what should our Kawashima family do? Be at home. The Kitamura family's intention to annex has been obvious since 100 years ago. Another clan elder gritted his teeth and looked ugly. It's just because of the constraints of the Midas family that the Kitamura family has not taken action for so many years. If the Midas family is really doomed, and when Shui County becomes dominated by the Kitamura family, not to mention our Kawashima family, I am afraid that all the different blood families in Winshui County will be completely annexed by the Kitamura family. Lost the family flag and became a vassal. Those Tauren cannot fall, a clan elder said in a deep voice. Without the group of Tauren and other subraces, it will be difficult to maintain the balance of power in Winshui County. If the Beituan family and the Midas family can only survive one, then those who remain, it can only be the Midas family. Based on the current national conditions of our shogunate, if that group of Tauren really become the first family in Winshui County, then the higher-ups will soon send people to support the rise of our Sakura people's families and compete with those orcs. After all, the ministers in the palace would not allow a county to be controlled by orcs, just like Anno County back then. Right. So things are clear. The head of the Kawashima family glanced around, looked at the many clan elders, and said with a smile, if the Midas family dies, and the Beituan family becomes the first family in Winshui County, once such a situation happens, it will be harmful to our Kawashima family. Profit may even cease to exist. Instead, if the Kitamura family is finished and the Midas family becomes number one, it will be of great benefit to our Kawashima family. Even if our Sakura people in Winshui County will be trampled under the feet of those Tauren in a short period of time, the palace ministers will definitely notice this phenomenon and then allocate resources to support the families of the local Sakura people. As the elder of the Kenta clan said just now, we can refer to Anno Prefecture more than 50 years ago. If the Midas family really became the first family in Winshui County, then the court minister's method of disposal should be to force the Lord Takeda to allocate many resources in the city to the most virtuous and respected Sakura family in the area. That is, our Kawashima family. Then, the palace will secretly allocate resources to help our family, and a low-level existence will appear to compete with the old bull of the Midas family. Isn't this an opportunity for rise? Everyone. The head of the Kawashima family stood up and looked at the clan elders around him with an excited smile on his face. This time is an opportunity for our Kawashima family to rise, and it is an important opportunity that will never be lost again. The Beituan family is two-faced, doing one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes, and has lost its credibility in Winshui County. And the most important thing is that if we can think of it, other families can think of it too. If the Kitamura family were to gain power, all the families in the county would be doomed. With such a matter of life and death, each family would not allow the Kitamura family to overthrow the Midas family. So in the past, various families would not pay attention to us, let alone unite as one. But the situation is different now. Now our Kawashima family only needs to raise our arms and shout, and we can easily gain the support of other families. The Kawashima family must not be able to collect the evidence that the Kitamura family violated the Sakura law. But I don't believe in the Kitamura family's management over the past hundreds of years. He can really be so clean and leave no trace behind. If our Kawashima family can take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unite all the families in the county, then by piecing together the evidence held by each family, we will surely be able to piece together a complete piece of evidence. A piece of evidence that can cause the Kitamura family to collapse. That's it. When the head of the Kawashima family said this, his expression became more and more excited. I will secretly summon all the family heads. I will personally write the invitation letter and state the pros and cons in the letter. By then, each family will definitely agree to join forces. No way. Suddenly, a gray-haired clan elder shook his head. Even if we unite all the families, the evidence we have cannot bring down the Beituan family. Otherwise, 100 years ago, when the Beituan family intended to annex each family, we have jointly reported him. What? The face of the head of the Kawashima family changed slightly. Master, you are too young, and you don't know some things. The clan elder looked at the head of the Kawashima family and said in a deep voice, as early as 100 years ago, each of our families was preparing to do this. But in the end, we found that the evidence chain composed by each of our families was missing the most important link. To fill in this link, we must obtain the support of the county boss. The power at his hands can help us jump through this link with the law enforcement department. But 100 years ago, that generation of county lords did not want to change the pattern of the county in which the Kitamura family and the Minas family stood at odds. So they rejected us. But fortunately, the Minas family at that time did not want to see the Kitamura family annexing various families to increase its strength. So they stood up and destroyed the Kitamura family's annexation move. Until today, 100 years have passed. The opportunity for the Kitamura family to overthrow the Minas family came. But today, the county leader has also changed. Now, the Kitamura family has joined forces with the county leader. And every family in the county is in danger. In other words, the various families are united again. And the opportunity for joint prosecution has arisen again. But the missing piece of evidence is still missing. Head of the family. It is actually not impossible for you to complete this matter. But you must let the woman named Takeda Ryoko change her attitude and let her, as the head of the county, support our Kawashima family and make up for the missing one for us. Ring evidence. The head of the Kawashima family frowned slightly, seemingly lost in thought. But after a moment, his brows gradually widened. Why not? The fight between the people and the government is not a beautiful thing after all. Maybe we can take this opportunity to completely stand on the same line as the county leader and become a community of interests where everyone is prosperous and everyone suffers. Chapter 442. The head of the Kawashima family expresses his loyalty. Leonzi, why didn't you tell me these two things? Wenshui County. The county lord's mansion. In the boudoir of Takeda Ryoko. Li Guanqi sat at the desk, pushed away many papers, clutched two pieces of paper, and looked at Takeda Ryoko next to him in disbelief. Ah. When Takeda Ryoko saw this scene, he suddenly panicked and quickly took the two pieces of paper and looked at them. However, after glancing at it, she became even more surprised. What's wrong with these two things? First, Li Guanqi snatched back a piece of paper and pointed to the deeds recorded on it. The Kitamura family wanted to annex many families in the county 100 years ago, and it was the kind of annexation that confiscated the family flag. But in the end, the Minas family blocked it, leading to failure. You didn't tell me about this, and you didn't give me this information that day. Takeda Ryoko's neck shrank. This information is at the bottom of the box. I accidentally left it out that day and didn't take it out. This matter is actually not important. You can guess it. Li Guanqi nodded. But the most important thing is the second thing. As he spoke, he took back a second piece of paper from Takeda Ryoko, pointed to the scrawled writing on it, and said in a deep voice, 52 years ago, in Ano County next door, the strongest family became a Kajit family, and then the palace just help out and support another local and respected Sakura family. The palace not only provided support in all aspects, but also directly provided resources to help them raise a Ryoha-level different blood warrior to fight against the Ryoha-level tiger family. Why is that? Li Guanqi pointed at the second piece of paper, looked at Takeda Ryoko and asked, the Sakura shogunate does not allow the Orc family to become the strongest family in a county? If this happens, it will force another local Sakura family to compete. Is that so? Yes. Takeda Ryoko nodded, very surprised. Isn't this what our shogunate has always done? Do you still need to ask? Hearing this, Li Guanqi suddenly smiled, holding the piece of paper and sitting back on the chair, feeling indescribably comfortable. The things recorded on this piece of paper are not the information provided by Takeda Ryoko. It was Li Guanqi who checked the files and archives of the county lord's mansion during these 3 days, noticed some things from it, and then recorded them in his own handwriting. The archives of Wenshui County not only record events in its own county, but also record events in Ano County next door. Because at that time, in order to support the local family in Ano County, the palace ordered Wenshui County to cede many mineral resources to enhance the strength of the local family. Li Guanqi looked at these files originally to collect intelligence and see if there were any opportunities to take advantage of the local power relations. But he didn't expect that he would actually discover this. If this is really the case, then his plan can be completely overturned. And the second and third steps he originally planned to take are no longer needed. Because after taking this first step, the matter is done. Ryoko, you really should have told me this. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. Really? It was a waste of all my brain cells to think about the future plan. Takeda Ryoko was completely confused at this time, and had no idea what Li Guanqi was talking about. Why didn't you tell me? Li Guanqi still couldn't calm down the joy in his heart. He looked at Takeda Ryoko and said with a smile, "If the orcs become the strongest family in a county, then the palace will directly send people to support another local Sakura family. This matter you should have told me. I don't understand." Takeda Ryoko looked at Li Guanqi with a strange expression. "Although this matter is not explicitly written in the Sakura law, it is a common sense that has been established by convention. Everyone knows it. So why do I need to say it? So 3 days ago, you told me that after defeating the Kitamura family, you want to support the Sakai family, who are all cat people. And I was very puzzled, because the two families are at odds with each other. But both are orc families, and there is no Sakura family. The higher-ups will definitely get involved. After all, even if those cat people change their surnames to our Sakura people, they would still be cat people. Only now do I understand that you don't know this at all when watching chess. I understand." As he spoke, Takeda Ryoko suddenly realized. "Kanki, you are from Dalyua like Senior One Shio, so you must not know the common sense of our Sakura shogunate." "Certainly." Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. "But I still don't quite understand." Takeda Ryoko looked at him doubtfully. "Will knowing this matter help us?" "Of course." Li Guanqi nodded and chuckled. "And it is a very, very huge relationship. If this unwritten rule of the Sakura shogunate is applied to Winshui County, something will happen. If the Kitamura family falls and the Minus family becomes the strongest, then the palace will help support a local Sakura family to compete with the Minus family. In other words, the downfall of the Beitsuin family is a good thing for every family in Winshui County, because they are all likely to become the family supported by the palace. So, how did the Kitamura family fall? If the major families in Winshui County can truly unite as one, I don't think it will be a difficult thing. The Kitamura family is not a clean family. The things they have done over the past hundreds of years have definitely violated many serious crimes in the Sakura law, and are even punishable by death. And in such a large county, many families, more or less, will have a little bit of evidence. The evidence for a single family is weak. But what about adding it all up? Your family has some criminal evidence of the Kitamura family. My family has some. And his family has some more. Dozens or hundreds of families add up. The pieced together evidence is enough to destroy the entire Kitamura family. But this matter has never been achieved. Why? Because the benefits are not enough. The Kitamura family has collapsed. And only one family can get support from the palace. But I'm not sure if this family is mine. So why should I do this? Does it make any difference to me if the person standing above me changes from the Kitamura family to another XX family? No. And this matter also lacks a strong motive. Each family does not trust each other. And it is difficult for them to all get together and hand over the evidence they have to a trustworthy person. But now, what we did 3 days ago gave them this motive. Speaking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Looked at Takeda Ryoko and said, "What we did 3 days ago made every family in the county think that the Kitamura family wanted to take this opportunity to join forces with you, the county leader. Except for the Minus family. What to do after removing this stumbling block? Naturally, he will continue what he left unfinished 100 years ago, and continue to annex the major families in the county. In this case, in order to protect themselves, each family will never sit idly by and do nothing. They will soon unite themselves, collect the evidence, and send it to the law enforcement department to finish the Kitamura family. Of course, this requires a leader. And the family taking the lead is the family with the most hope and the support from the palace. And they will be eager to promote this matter. If nothing else, I guess it is the Kawashima family that has the longest roots in the local area. But what does this have to do with us?" Takeda Ryoko looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. The Kitamura family was defeated by the alliance, and the palace supported the Kawashima family to compete with the Minus family. This has nothing to do with us. When the time comes, the two major families will still be different. Will listen to us. They will. Li Guanqi smiled and said, "I will definitely do it. And by then, you, the county head, will be able to show your taste." "Why?" Takeda Ryoko was confused. "Because of rights?" Li Guanqi pointed at the black official robe on her body. "You are the county chief. Liangzi, you must always remember that these two words do not only represent obligations. They not only mean that you need to benefit the people, but also represent officials. Authority. After the Kitamura family was finished, the palace needed to support another local family to compete with the Minus family of orcs. Support means allocating resources. The question is, which family to support? The Kawashima family has the most hope. But the final decision lies with you, the county leader. Just like 52 years ago, in Ano Prefecture next door. It is up to the head of Ano County to decide which family to support in the end. Only the county head can choose which family to support. Therefore, the Kawashima family will definitely come to kneel and lick you. From now on, they will obey your orders in Winshui County to gain your support and let you choose their Kawashima family to receive support from above. Besides, after the Kitamura family falls, their original territory, business and other resources will all be redistributed by you. It's like dividing the cake. In this case, not only the Kawashima family, but also all other families, including the Minus family, will try to please you, the cake cutter, in order to share more of the cake. But here's the point. You can't divide this cake all at once. Once the distribution is finished and others are full, who will care about you? But, as long as the cake is not divided in one day, those of them who want to eat the cake will have to hold you for the whole day. Because you are the one holding the cutter. By that time, you will be the real ruler in Winshui County. And whatever you want to do can be done with just one sentence. If these families want to get more benefits from you, they must obey your orders. This is what power feels like. Ryoko. Lee Guanqi looked at Takeda Ryoko and said with a smile. That's why I say that by then, you, the county head, will be able to show your taste. This. Takeda Ryoko was slightly stunned. So we can shelve all subsequent plans because they are no longer needed? After completing this first step, each family will lose trust in the Kitamura family. And then, they will join forces to report the Kitamura family. And then we can completely success? Yes. Lee Guanqi nodded. So thinking about it this way, the difficulty of the place that Takeda Ryoko and her great-grandfather picked for her is really very low. And it couldn't be any lower. It's a pity that this woman's sensitivity to rights is too slow. 1 word and 9 cauldrons. Takeda Ryoko blinked and couldn't recover for a long time. After all the families jointly report the Kitamura family and bring it down, will I become the real county head? Because I hold the right to divide resources. So the counties, all the families have to listen to me? Is this what power feels like? But at this time, Lee Guanqi suddenly frowned. Something is wrong. I was so happy just now that I didn't think clearly. Now think about it carefully. If all the families could compile a complete chain of evidence by jointly reporting, then why didn't they do this 100 years ago when they were about to be annexed by the Kitamura family? Could it be that the Kitamura family was so clean that even hundreds of families in the county couldn't gather a piece of criminal evidence together? So, the evidence is incomplete. Is he happy for nothing? Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was suddenly a sound of running footsteps of guards, and the sound of armor clashing outside the door. The soundproofing array of Takeda Ryoko's room is to isolate the outside but not the inside. Sounds from inside cannot be transmitted out. But sounds from outside can be transmitted in. Because of this, the guard outside the door came over to report. My lord, the head of the Kawashima family wants to see you. Takeda Ryoko was stunned. Master Kawashima? Why did he come to me? Huh. Lee Guanqi smiled. It seems that the joy was not in vain. No wonder 100 years ago, various families didn't. No, it's not that they didn't do it, but they did it, but failed. If he guessed correctly, the chain of evidence put together by various families in the county should be missing some part. Only the county owner can help fill in this missing piece of evidence. Therefore, the current head of the Kawashima family should have come here just for this matter, and expressed his loyalty to Takeda Ryoko by the way. So what kind of evidence does the county leader need to help with? Let him in. Ryoko. Lee Guanqi stood up, walked to the corner, and used the transformation technique to randomly transform into a stranger, standing there like a guard. If you need it later, I will teach you how to do it through soul transmission. Speaker. Good. Takeda Ryoko nodded, then sat behind the desk and raised his hand to press the base of a small foxwood carving. As she pressed, blue light flickered slightly under the base of the foxwood carving, spreading throughout the study room in an instant. At the same time, she also spoke calmly. Let the head of the Kawashima family come in. This study room is equipped with a soundproof array, so the sound inside cannot be transmitted out. Because of this, if Takeda Ryoko wanted to talk to the person guarding the door, he would naturally have to use this device to temporarily turn off the sound isolation array. As for the situation where an assassin suddenly appears in the room and she needs to shout for the guards, but the sound cannot be transmitted, It basically does not appear in the weird world. Because in most cases, if Takeda Ryoko can't deal with the enemy, it doesn't make sense for the guards outside the door to come in. After all, under the extraordinary world view of the strange world, the higher the status of a person, the higher his individual combat power. Many times, guards are actually just decorations on the card. Of course, there must be guards who are stronger than his master, but such guards usually do not stand outside the door, but always stay by his side, just like Li Guanqi standing in the corner. Squeak! At this time, the door to the study room was slowly pushed open by the guard. A young man wearing a white kimono walked in. This man with a somewhat creamy scholar temperament has a gentle smile, and his handsome face is even more infectious because of this smile, especially his pair of bright star eyes, which give people an extremely profound impression. After the head of the Kawashima family entered the door, he quickly spotted Li Guanqi standing in the corner. His heart trembled. His 6th level spirit detecting magic weapon didn't respond, and he couldn't tell this person's martial arts cultivation. Didn't it mean that when the Takeda family sent down family members for assessment, they never sent additional family guards? Forget it. That's not the point. The head of the Kawashima family calmed down, looked at Takeda Ryoko behind the desk, and bowed to her respectfully. I'll meet with the county lord in Ryanosuke, Shimokawa Island. Takeda Ryoko did not speak, but glanced at the guard outside the door, then waved his hand to signal the other person to close the door. The guard lowered his head and closed the door. Boom! As the study door reclosed, the soundproof spirit shield in this room also took effect again. At the same time, Takeda Ryoko glanced at Li Guanqi calmly, because at the moment he closed the door, he sent himself a soul transmission and asked himself to follow it. Ryanosuke, what do you think? Takeda Ryoko forcibly suppressed some of the tension in his heart, looked at the Kawashima family head calmly, and said calmly, come to see me directly and blatantly. There is an undercurrent in Winshui County at the moment. You, the Kawashima family head, come to the county head's house to see me openly. You should know the consequences of this signal. This is your sincerity to the county owner. Kawashima Ryozuki said with a smile. I come here with sincerity. This publicity is my sincerity. After today, all the families in the county will know that I, the Kawashima family, come to the county to be the head of the family. The government is seeking cooperation with you, Lord County Lord. What we can give you is far more than the Batesuin family. Go on. Takeda Ryoko leaned back slightly, leaning on the back of the chair, resting the elbow of his right hand on the armrest of the seat, holding his cheek with his hand, looking at the other person calmly. This is also the movement Li Guanqi taught her. Body language is also an extremely important language. What can you gain by cooperating with the Kitamura family? Kawashima Ryanosuke took 2 steps forward, stood 1 step away from the desk, looked at Takeda Ryoko and said with a smile, perhaps they made a promise to you. What do you mean? You helped them bring down the Minus family, a group of Tauren. After they become the first family in Winshui County, they will look after you and listen to your orders, and so on. But promises are meaningless, my lord, regardless of any form of commitment. Even the explicit writing of the soul contract is meaningless. Everything in the world has loopholes, and the soul contract is no exception. There are also loopholes that can be exploited. There is only one thing in the world that is eternal and cannot lie. That's the benefit. If you choose to help Batesuin Lei and the Batesuin family, they will definitely come back to bite you when the Batesuin family becomes the dominant family in Winshui County. Because by then, they will be the only family in the entire county. If you want to implement any decree, without their nod, your hands will be tied. The situation will be even more difficult than the current Kitamura family and the Minus family uniting. Is that what you want? Probably not. But on the contrary, if you choose to help our Kawashima family, then the power you hold will be unprecedentedly huge. Because of the binding of interests, our Kawashima family will have to obey your orders. No promises, no vows, nothing. Because interests don't lie. If we want to benefit from you, we must listen to you. This is a relationship that is far more unbreakable than any form of commitment. Chapter 443. The fish is dead, and the net is broken. The Ryowa-level ancestor of the Kitamura family. Go on. Takeda Ryoko always maintained a posture with her right hand supporting her chin and leaning back on the seat. Her face was expressionless, and her voice was very calm. This is Li Guanqi's request. Seeing her acting like this, Ryanosuke Kawashima couldn't help but his eyes flickered. This woman looks much more mature now than when we first met 2 months ago. The Kawashima family has decided to be completely loyal to you. Kawashima Ryunosuke looked at Takeda Ryoko and said seriously, because of this, I don't want to be secretive when I speak. So I will go straight to the point and speak openly. The secret conversation between you and Kitamura Lei is no longer a secret. It is known to everyone in Winshui County. I don't want to discuss the truth or falsehood of this matter. And you don't have to clarify anything to me. I just want to make one thing clear to you. If you allow the Minus family to fall, and the Beitsuin family becomes the dominant family in Winshui County, then the Beitsuin family will inevitably begin to encroach on other families in the county, collect family flags, and completely reduce us to the Beitsuin family. Vassal. Of course we don't want to. Just last night, I had contacted 217 different blood families in the county, and gathered together all the criminal evidence of the Kitamura family that each family had. The final result was of course not enough to bring down the Kitamura family, or even break their bones, because this chain of evidence is missing the most important link. If this link cannot be made up, our evidence will be meaningless, and it will even make the Kitamura family more and more angry and accelerate the pace of cannibalizing us. But, having said this, Kawashima Ryunosuke took 2 more steps forward and came completely to the desk. He held the table with both hands and approached Takeda Ryoko. He said seriously, Your Majesty, the magistrate's authority in your hand can be used to enforce the law. Let's go to the Ministry of Finance and help us jump through this hoop. Report the Beitsuin family directly. Put all their senior officials in jail. And uproot the Beitsuin family's foundation in Winshui County. Then, the corners of Takeda Ryoko's lips curled up slightly. Then, Ryunosuke Kawashima smiled. Within Winshui County, the Kitamura family is finished, and only the Minotaurs from the Minus family dominate. The ministers above will definitely not sit idly by. Like Ano County back then, they would allocate resources to support a local Sakura family, and let the Sakura family stand up again in Winshui County. I hope that by then, the local family you choose will be our Kawashima family. In return, our Kawashima family will obey your orders unconditionally in Winshui County, and be your loyal dog. We will do whatever you want us to do. You don't need to doubt this relationship, let alone our loyalty, because the resources distributed by the superiors to support the local Sakura family, as well as the resources originally controlled by the Kitamura family after their collapse, will come to your hands, and only you have the authority to distribute them. If our Kawashima family is disobedient, you can change your family and give your resources to others. Therefore, our Kawashima family will definitely be very obedient. You say, right. Speaking of this, the smile on Kawashima Ryunosuke's face became even brighter. Ah. Takeda Ryoko also smiled. Loyal dog? Do you really want to be a dog? Really? I just said it more humbly. Kawashima Ryunosuke smiled and said, At that time, we can say that our Kawashima family is a dog of your Lord Takeda County. But it can also be said that in Winshui County, our Kawashima family is relying on the county lord. The strongest family relies on the power of the government, and the government is our biggest backing. At that time, our Kawashima family will be able to get first-hand information from you on all the plans and policies of the county. Right? Interesting. Takeda Ryoko nodded slightly, and then stretched out his right hand towards him. Seeing this, Kawashima Ryunosuke suddenly beamed with joy, and quickly took off a space ring from the index finger of his left hand, respectfully handed it out to Takeda Ryoko with both hands. This is the evidence collected by each family. Please take a look at it. Lord County Lord. Takeda Ryoko took it and looked inside the space ring. The more she looked, the darker her face became. In the Kitamura family's rise over the past hundreds of years, every step has been stepped on the bones and blood of the common people. And every step has been built with the people's fat and the people's anointing. After reading everything, Takeda Ryoko suddenly discovered something, and then seemed very surprised. He looked up at Ryunosuke Kawashima in front of him. Many of the ingredients here are provided by the Minus family. They are here. Is there something involved in this matter? Yes. Ryunosuke Kawashima nodded lightly and said with a smile, They took the initiative to find me this morning. To be honest, without the help of the Minus family, we would have greatly reduced the power of the Kitamura family in Winshui County. However, with the evidence provided by the Minus family, we can uproot the Beitsuin family and make them disappear completely in Winshui County. After all, the talks between the county lord and Lei Kitamura 3 days ago and the suspected cooperation with the Kitamura family have made the Minus family feel seriously uneasy. They are not willing to break the balance pattern that has existed for so many years, and also want to help us turn on the fire. Originally, the Minus family was unwilling to do this, because they don't know whether the next Kitamura, who appears after the fall of the Kitamura family, with the support of the government, can match their strength and form a balance pattern. If they are stronger than the original Kitamura family, then they are shooting themselves in the foot. But now they can't care so much. The moment of survival is now, and they must first eliminate the trouble in front of them. Let's go back. Takeda Ryoko lowered her eyes and played with the space ring in her hand. What you want will be given to you soon. And what I want, you Kawashima family, it is best to be more obedient. The Kawashima family will always be your most loyal eagle dogs. Lord County Lord. Ryanosuke Kawashima bowed, then stepped back step by step. With a smile on his face, he opened the door to the study and walked straight into the bright sunshine outside. The guard outside the door quickly closed the door again. At the same time, Lee Guanqi, who was standing in the corner, also returned to his original appearance, walked to another chair in the room and sat down, looking at Takeda Ryoko with a smile. Just that simple? Takeda Ryoko held the space ring in his hand and looked at Lee Guanqi blankly. Governing Wenshui County is originally a very simple matter. Lee Guanqi smiled softly. The place your great-grandfather picked for you is really the simplest low difficulty level. Those places that are really difficult to govern and where local forces are entangled. Your great-grandfather will not know how to do it. Throw it to you. It's a pity that you still can't play the lowest difficulty level at the beginning. The most important first step becomes the worst step for you. The two major families that should be divided and suppressed are forced to unite. But now, what I am doing to help you is just to take the first step again and make the move you should make. Then things became very clear. We don't have to do anything at all. And the remaining families will spontaneously unite and piece together the evidence and hand it to you. Because the authority you hold is the most critical link in this chain of evidence. So now let me see. What exactly do they want you to do with the county authority and go to the law enforcement department? With that said, Lee Guanqi stood up and came to Takeda Ryoko and stretched out his right hand. Takeda Ryoko immediately handed over the ring. Lee Guanqi took the ring and swept away the pile of evidence inside. Just like Takeda Ryoko's previous expression. The more he looked, the gloomier his face became. There is such a large Shuiling mine in Wenshui County. No wonder. In the face of the Shuiling mine, the Kitamura family will do whatever it takes. It is normal. Shuiling mine, like gold crystals, is a 5-element level cultivation resource and is extremely valuable. But the difference is that in the Golden Crystal City that Shi Yuanan defended to the death, those golden crystals could only be used by spellcasters to understand the law of gold. But Shuiling mine is for different blood warriors. The processed and polished water spirit crystal, which has opened the lungs of metal and the liver of wood, can speed up the opening of the water kidneys if the 5 elements level alien blood warriors eat it regularly. Wenshui County has such a mineral resource. In order to obtain the mining rights of this mineral and to harvest the oil and water, the Kitamura family almost massacred several villages and towns in secret, and then framed them for other local families. But now, the evidence that can report this matter has been handed over to the Kawashima family by the Minus family, and handed over to Takeda Ryoko by Kawashima Ryanosuke. In addition to this incident, the Kitamura family has committed countless illegal and evil deeds in order to obtain resources in the county over the past hundreds of years. You can guess that they won't do things cleanly. Lee Guanqi shook his head and handed the space ring to Takeda Ryoko. After the end of the month, the 3-month family assessment will end. But if nothing unexpected happens, according to the habits of the Takeda family, you will have to serve as the county magistrate here for at least 3 consecutive years. The Lord does the grinding. The political performance in the past 3 years has been another big test. But then I won't be able to help you. In fact, I'm not very good at these things. All I can give you is the last sentence. Speaking of this, Lee Guanqi looked into Takeda Ryoko's brown-black eyes and said seriously, the taste of power may be overwhelming, and it may turn one person into another person completely. But promise me, Ryoko, you won't be like anyone in the county. Let's join the blood family. Stick to our true intentions, and be a good official. Okay? Did you name the sword that Master Wang Xiu gave you, Qi Xian? However, after hearing this, Takeda Ryoko suddenly asked this question. Why yeah. Lee Guanqi couldn't help but be stunned. Then kill me. Takeda Ryoko grinned. If I really fall that far, then take that Qinxian sword and come to Wenshui County to kill me. Li Guanqi was stunned. That's not okay. Then, he shook his head and laughed. If I kill you, the Takeda family will hunt me to the ends of the earth. Hey. Takeda Ryoko didn't mention this matter anymore. He put his hands on the table, cupped his chin, and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile on his face. Okay, let's go. Li Guanqi turned around, returned to the chair and sat down again. We have the evidence. As for how you will use your authority to help Kawashima Ryanosuke and the others skip that piece of evidence when you arrive at the law enforcement department. This guy named Kawashima is quite considerate. I wrote it directly on a small piece of paper for you. Well, let's do business first, and I'll celebrate with you when I get back. Takeda Ryoko also stood up from the desk, took the space ring and walked towards the door, humming softly as he walked, seemingly in a good mood. Li Guanqi sat where he was, looking at her retreating back. But suddenly he frowned. Wrong. Takeda Ryoko comes from the Takeda family. As a descendant of one of the 9 Sakura warriors, no one dares to touch him. That seems to be the case. But the question is, if I have no way out, do I still care about this? The evidence in the hands of Takeda Ryoko is enough to overthrow the entire Kitamura family and drag the head of the Kitamura family and most of the Kitamura family's senior officials to be beheaded. At this point, if Li Guanqi is the ancestor of the Kitamura family, then he will not care about Takeda Ryoko's background at all, and will kill him first. Being retaliated by the Takeda family is death, and being executed by the law enforcement department is also death. What's the difference? No. Moreover, Takeda Ryoko came here to conduct a family assessment without any guards, because in order to hone their children, the Takeda family has never allowed members of the clan to bring guards with them during the assessment. Of course, this is not absolute. If your status in the Takeda family is high enough, the Takeda family will still secretly send more guards. But the problem is, Takeda Ryoko's status is far from that high. She was from the head of the Takeda family and was a direct descendant. But that was all. In the Takeda family, she was just an ordinary direct descendant. Not enough for the Takeda family to send experts to follow her all day long to protect her. In other words, Takeda Ryoko is just a 5-element level warrior with different blood, and there is no master around to protect him. However, the Kitamura family has a Ryoha level ancestor. Ryoko! Thinking of this, Li Guanqi suddenly stood up and rushed out of the study, catching up with Takeda Ryoko in the corridor. What's wrong? Takeda Ryoko didn't stop and looked at him curiously. Come back first. Li Guanqi took her wrist and dragged her from the corridor back to the original study. Then he put his hand down and closed the door again to let the soundproofing array take effect. Where are you going to hand over the evidence of the Kitamura family's crimes? Li Guanqi turned around, leaned against the study door, folded his hands on his chest, and looked at Takeda Ryoko solemnly. Seeing him act like this, Takeda Ryoko couldn't help but change his expression slightly. She had just practiced in seclusion for many years, so she was not deeply involved in the world and did not understand the complexity of worldly affairs. However, she was not an idiot and had a very bright mind. Coupled with Li Guanqi's obstruction, she immediately reacted. Guanqi, are you afraid that the Ryoha-level old guy from the Kitamura family will do something to me? That's right. Li Guanqi nodded. Ryoko, although your background in the Takeda family is very scary, but in this situation, the Kitamura family definitely has the courage to fight to the death. I'm afraid he will do something to you. Where are you going to hand over the evidence? Heian-kyo's Law Enforcement Hall headquarters. Takeda Ryoko gritted his teeth and replied. The Kitamura family has a Ryoha-level ancestor. According to the procedures stipulated in the Sakura law, a 7-star law enforcement samurai must be sent to judge and judge. The law enforcement branch does not have the ability to mobilize 7-star law enforcement warriors. If you want to mobilize 7-star law enforcement warriors, you must go to the Law Enforcement Hall headquarters in Heian-kyo, hand in evidence there, and bring back a 7-star law enforcement warrior. As for submitting the evidence to the law enforcement branch of Wenshui County, and then asking the Wenshui County branch to report it to the headquarters, and then wait for the headquarters to send someone over, I am not worried, because the Wenshui County branch reported to the headquarters. It used a small teleportation array to send the evidence back to Ping and Jing. However, Wenshui County's law enforcement branch has not deployed advanced protective formations against space interference. The Ryoha-level ancestor of the Kitamura family can completely use the laws of space to interfere with the nearby space fluctuations, causing the transmitted evidence to fall into the space turbulence, causing the transmission to fail and our prosecution to fail. I'm more worried about your failure. Before Takeda Ryoko could finish speaking, Li Guanqi interrupted with a serious expression. Forehead. Takeda Ryoko was stunned. How are you going back to Hyunjin? Li Guanqi looked at her solemnly. Sit in the teleportation array? Then when the ancestor of the Kitamura family interferes, it will not only be the evidence that falls into the space turbulence, but also you, Takeda Ryoko. With a 5-element level cultivation, risk your life survive in space turbulence? Then go on your own? Halfway there, deep in the mountains and old forests, the Ryoha-level ancestor of the Kitamura family wants to secretly kill you. A 5-element level alien blood warrior. How difficult is it? You are going to report the Kitamura family and have them all beheaded. Will the Kitamura family still worry about the Takeda family's revenge afterwards? The Kitamura family will definitely pull you off first. But Takeda Ryoko looked ugly and had a tangled expression. The nearest prosperous city to Winshui County is Ining City. Although it is a city level, it is theoretically one level lower than our Winshui County. But in fact, Ining City is lower than our Winshui County. Shuixian County is prosperous on more than one level. The teleportation field there is very advanced, and has a protective formation to prevent space interference. If we want to avoid being interfered with by the ancestors of the Kitamura family in space teleportation, we must go to that city and sit in the teleportation array. But Winshui County is half a day's journey away from there. This half day is enough for the Kitamura family ancestor to assassinate us. Li Guanqi frowned slightly and fell into thought. After a long while, he said, Liangzi, if you take into account your great-grandfather's evaluation, then if we want to get a higher evaluation, what we should do now is to go to the Midas family, cooperate with them, and ask their Ryoha-level ancestor takes action and escorts you back to Pinyin capital. Trouble caused in Winshui County should be solved by using the local power of Winshui County. This kind of assessment is perfect. But the problem is, this is difficult to do, because if you want the Midas family to help, you have to pay a price. And theirs. As he spoke, Li Guanqi clenched his hands into fists, with a somewhat eager expression on his face. Ryoha-level ancestor? From the intelligence point of view, the Ryoha-level ancestor of the Kitamura family was already at the peak of the Ryoha level 30 years ago. He really wanted a fight. After coming out of the Ice Temple, Li Guanqi's combat power skyrocketed. But he was still unable to fight a match against a matching enemy. After all, he is not a murderer or a lunatic. He cannot just kill anyone at the Ryoha level indiscriminately. But the Ryoha level ancestor of the Kitamura family is different. Not only did that old guy secretly violate many of the Sakura Shogunate's capital crimes laws and deserve to be beheaded, but he didn't even have to go to him. The other party would come to him on his own. Isn't this a perfect training target? If I let it go, I would be sorry for myself. Let's do this. Ryoko. Li Guanqi looked at Takeda Ryoko in front of him, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. We don't ask for help. We rely on ourselves. We won't ask the Midas family for help. We will solve this matter ourselves. Eh? Takeda Ryoko was stunned. What? What do you mean? Do we have to fight against the Ryoha-level ancestor of the Kitamura family on our own? If you believe me. Li Guanqi smiled and stretched out his right hand. This gesture was just like 3 days ago when he faced the guilt-ridden Takeda Ryoko and said he would help her manage Winshui County. Why don't you believe it? Takeda Ryoko also smiled, stretched out his right hand with almost no hesitation, and held Li Guanqi's right hand tightly. After all, Mr. Li Guanqi standing in front of me is the best at turning the impossible into reality. Right. She smiled and said, I remember the words you sent me 3 days ago. Ha 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 ha. Li Guanqi laughed heartily. Yes, you must remember this sentence. Then let's go. He let go of his hand, turned around and pushed open the study door, striding toward the bright sunshine. Let's sit back and wait for a while. Chapter 444. The snow gun shows its power, and the Winshui County incident ends. At noon, the sun rises in the east. In Winshui County, 100 miles away, there is a sparkling clear lake, reflecting the bright sunshine and the blue sky. 2 figures that were rushing toward them suddenly stopped at the edge of the lake. It was Takeda Ryoko and Li Guanqi, who had white hair and blue eyes. Sophia did not come with her. After all, if the ancestor of the Kitamura family discovered her peak Ryoha level cultivation, There was no guarantee that the other party would give up. Master, there is a space crack about to form nearby. Suddenly, Xuankling's voice appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. Finally come. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned around and looked into the sky. Sit back and wait. That rabbit has now crossed the space rift and arrived here. So, the so-called Kitamura lay 3 days ago was you in disguise. As an old voice sounded between heaven and earth. A space crack slowly appeared in the blue sky. In the twisted seven-color brilliance, an old man's figure slowly appeared. Liuha level different blood warrior. He was wearing a black and white kendo uniform, with a black samurai sword hanging on his waist. He looked down at Li Guanqi by the lake with cold eyes, and paused for a moment on his white hair. Interesting guy. A little this plan has triggered the entire Wenshui County's hostility towards our Baitsuan family. I really want to kill you. Instead of blaming me, it's better to blame the Kitamura family yourself. Li Guanqi looked at the old man with a calm expression. The hostility of various families in Wenshui County towards your Baitsuan family has started since the failed annexation move 100 years ago. And those who do evil will be punished. You, the Kitamura family's crimes over the past hundreds of years, will eventually leave their mark. And justice may be late, but it will eventually come. The old man's eyes were complicated. And finally he sighed softly. The Baitsuan family has been based in Wenshui County for 628 years. They have done too many things. It is impossible to completely erase the traces. The more clues have accumulated, it will become the so-called evidence of crime. The reason why our Kitamura family wanted to annex various families 100 years ago was precisely to erase these evidences. But unfortunately, we were eager for quick success. Li Guanqi didn't speak anymore, just looked at him calmly. This person is the ancestor of the Kitamura family named Kitamura Shinpei, who is at the peak of Liuha level. I don't quite understand. Kitamura Shinpei quickly got out of his regretful and unwilling mood. He looked down at Takeda Ryoko and Li Guanqi on the ground with a bit of confusion on his face. What do you have to rely on to face me with such confidence? At this time when the life and death of the family is at stake. Do you still think I care about the Takeda family's revenge? When I can do something, I usually don't like to talk. Li Guanqi took out a snow gun from the space necklace, pointed the tip of the gun directly at Kitamura Shinpei in the sky, and chuckled. Old man, let's do it. This snow-tasseled ice gun shining brightly in the sun is no longer what it used to be. The current snow gun is an artifact that has been unlocked for 7 levels. The artifact that unlocks the 7th level is a benchmark for the 7th level magic weapon. But its true level is far from what the 7th level magic weapon can match. How can a god who fell halfway up the mountain be the same as a man who walked halfway up the mountain? Give me the evidence. However, Kitamura Shinpei did not take action. Instead, he looked at Takeda Ryoko and said seriously, we don't need to go to this point. Right. You are a member of the Takeda family, and you have a great future. Why bother for a small Wenshui County? Just let yourself in. In this way, you hand over the evidence to me. And I promise you that within the 3 years of your term, the Kitamura family will not interfere with your political orders and let you complete the family assessment properly. How about it? Why do you think I'm just doing it for assessment? Takeda Ryoko looked up at him, with anger burning in his eyes. Do you think I can turn a blind eye to the innocent souls that have died tragically at the hands of your Kitamura family over the past hundreds of years? Are you kidding me? Kitamura Shinpei's face was full of surprise. What are you talking about? Do you still want to be a good official who benefits the people? What kind of joke are you talking about? The most oppressive clan in the entire Sakura shogunate is Yusakura 9 Wu? You are from the Takeda family. How can you say you want to be a good official? Family is family. Takeda Ryoko stared at him. I am me. I will never hand over the evidence to you. I will let your Kitamura family get the punishment they deserve. Asshole. Kitamura Shinpei lost all his patience and roared angrily. Takeda Ryoko. You will regret this decision. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man at the peak of Liuha level raised his right hand, facing the lakeside where Li Guanqi and Takeda Ryoko were, and held it with his 5 fingers, making the space begin to distort slightly. Boom. The next moment, the entire space began to vibrate violently. Space cutting. Boom. However, Li Guanqi stabbed the snow-pointing gun in his hand into the ground and used his ice power with all his strength. This power of ice was also directly added with a layer of ice law under the increase of the snow-pointing gun. Characteristic. The snow-pointing gun unlocks the 7th level, and the newly unlocked function is to add law properties to the host's ice power. Boom. In the blink of an eye, ice blue cold fog erupted, sweeping across 100 miles in radius. It completely froze the nearby lake and the nearby forest, and also froze the space in this area. The law of ice freezes space. The previous riots were unstable, and the tendency to form space turbulence was instantly suppressed. The space in this area not only calmed down at this time, it could even be said to be extremely stable, making it impossible to control it even if you wanted to. Facing the water flow, just stir it gently with your fingers. How to stir ice cubes? How can it be? Kitamura Shinpei, who was above the sky, was shocked when he saw this scene. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. An ice power that can even freeze space? Boom. At this time, the pressure all over Li Guanqi suddenly erupted, and his whole body instantly transformed into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a body with 2 wings on his back. The flaming dragon wings behind his back stirred up strong winds, causing his whole body to explode straight into the sky. The bright sunshine shone on him, making the golden textures on his body even more dazzling and impossible to look directly at. Brush. Li Guanqi was very fast. His wings flapped like a storm, and he quickly approached Kitamura Shinpei. He stabbed out with a spear, and the tip of the ice crystal spear pointed directly at Kitamura Shinpei's head. Seeing this, Kitamura Shinpei quickly drew out the black katana from his waist, held it with both hands, and slashed hard at the snow-pointing gun. Zitzi. At the same time, the old man's body began to flash with majestic thunder, and the surface of the black samurai sword also exploded with purple-blue electric light, lighting up half of the sky. The Kitamura family has lightning powers. Boom. Li Guanqi was also not to be outdone. Ice blue cold mist erupted from his body, and the snow-pointing gun in his hand emitted a dazzling blue light, amplifying the power of ice powers to the extreme, and also added the characteristics of the law of ice. Soon, the two gradually approached, and from a distance, it seemed as if an ice storm and a thunder pond met each other. Chong! In the end, one gun and one knife collided with each other, but the result was that the katana in Kimura Shinpei's hand broke at the sound and was directly divided into 2 pieces. What? Kitamura Shinpei looked frightened. This is a 7th level magic weapon that he spent half his life savings and drained most of the balance of his family's treasury to buy it. How could it be broken like this? Li Guanqi was not surprised. The characteristics of the law of ice are brittle. Anything enveloped by the law of ice will be forcibly brittle, making it easier to break. Not just weapons. Also, people. Boom. After Li Guanqi broke Kitamura Shinpei's katana with one shot, he didn't stop at all. The cold mist erupted all over his body again, shrouding Kitamura Shinpei's entire body. Then, another spear came out and hit the opponent's chest hard. Boom. Kitamura Shinpei's body was like fragile porcelain, suddenly shattered with his chest as the center, turning into countless flesh and blood ice crystals, flying all over the sky. The countless flesh and blood ice crystals shimmered under the refraction of the sun, making them extremely beautiful. But the next moment, these flesh and blood ice crystals were swept away by a burst of black mist that suddenly appeared, swallowed up in the blink of an eye, and then flew back into Li Guanqi's body. Plunder, technique. At this time, Li Guanqi's flaming wings behind his back flapped slightly, and he was suspended in midair. He was holding a snow gun in his right hand, and a dark blue soul body in his left hand. Kitamura Shinpei's 5th level soul. The Kitamura family has been doing evil for hundreds of years, and plundered a lot of wealth through bloody means. I thought you could have a 6th level soul. Li Guanqi looked at the soul and frowned slightly. Also, why don't you even bring a space necklace with you when you go out? After killing people and not getting any treasure, it makes me a little unhappy. In fact, he could use the soul attack technique from the beginning to directly kill Kimura Shinpei with the god-killing sword. But this time, he was just to test his combat power, and take a look at how powerful the snow gun was after unlocking the 7th floor. Well, of course, he didn't expect that even if he had a head-on fight, he would still be holding a snow gun. He still achieved an almost instant kill, and he hasn't used any spells yet. It's just physical strength, supernatural power, and snow gun amplification all combined into one. Nowadays, if Li Guanqi really wants to go all out in martial arts and spells, then the enemy he faces, if it is not a Liuha level genius at the Dalio 8 Kingdoms level, then it must be an ordinary 7-star level. The first shot, frozen space. The second shot broke Kitamura Shinpei's 7th level katana. The third shot directly shattered Kitamura Shinpai's peak Ryoha level body. Call. The black mist flew out, swallowed Kitamura Shinpai's soul, and brought it back to Li Guanqi's body, where it was decomposed and transformed into the purest spiritual power to support himself. Soul, LV69. 69.869.9, 6th level peak soul. At this time, Li Guanqi's 3 basic statistics were completely at the top. The next thing to do is to understand the laws of space, and let both his martial arts cultivation and spell cultivation reach the Ryoha level. There is also the matter of letting the soul ascend to the 7th level of death. At that time, the soul body has been in the realm of life and death, and he has gained the ability to survive in the world as a dead spirit. Of course, it is best not to really appear such a day. Watch chess. At this time, Takeda Ryoko, who was standing by the frozen lake, looked at Li Guanqi, who had finished the battle, his eyes full of disbelief. Li Guanqi held the snow gun, tilted his head slightly, and followed the sound. Within a radius of 100 miles, everything is covered with ice. Whether it is lakes or forests, it has now turned into a frozen country. The lake is frozen. The trees are covered with frost, and they sparkle in the bright sunshine, which is particularly beautiful. The woman wearing a black shogunate official robe by the lake looked slightly stunned, her high ponytail fluttering slightly in the cold wind. I never knew you were so strong. Takeda Ryoko looked at him blankly. Then, on the top of Shaoshan Mountain that day, were you making fun of me? No, there isn't. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, flapped his flaming wings, flew down from the sky, and landed in front of Takeda Ryoko. He first exited the Liangyi form and returned to his normal human form, then looked at the other party and smiled and said, That day in Shaoshan, I went all out as a different blood warrior. But you now. Takeda Ryoko looked around, looking at the frozen world with a radius of hundreds of miles. He was a little incoherent for a while, and it took him a long time to speak clearly. You, how long has it been? Only a few months. And you can kill him instantly? A peak Ryoha level different blood warrior? I'm not an ordinary person. Li Guanqi looked serious, turned to look at the sky, and murmured softly, I have gained so much along the way. If I can't reach the top as quickly as possible, then I, Li Guanqi, will be derelict in my duty. I wasn't what I said that evening funny. Takeda Ryoko looked at his tall back and lowered his head with complicated eyes. What else did I say that day? I will challenge you again in the future with Zanbai. But now that I think about it, I feel like a funny clown talking big words. People who have goals are never ridiculous. Li Guanqi turned back and looked at the woman seriously. I think so. And I have always thought so. Having a goal to work hard for is a rare thing. It is never ridiculous, but worthy of respect. That evening, I didn't see any funny clowns. I only saw a respectable female warrior. And today, standing by this frozen lake, I don't want to see a Takeda Ryoko who has lost his confidence. Who are you? Takeda Ryoko did not respond directly to this question, but looked at Li Guanqi with complicated eyes. Among the 8 surnames of Daluo, there is no one named Li. It's true, but I'm not actually from Daluo at all. Li Guanqi shook his head with a smile, took out a black top from the space necklace and put it on, turned and walked towards the forest in the distance, laughing loudly. My hometown is another place, which is more beautiful than the Daluo dynasty. Prosperous, more natural than southern Xinjiang, more beautiful than the Sakura Sea of the Sakura Shogunate, and more vast than the ocean of the Oriental Islands. How can it be? Takeda Ryoko chased after him. There is no such country in the world. Okay. Indeed. Not yet. The smile on Li Guanqi's face continued. However, although it is not the case now, it will be in the future. Because I am Li Guanqi and because I come from there. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's quickly go to Ining City to take the teleportation array and go to the Law Enforcement Hall headquarters in Pingying. Let's resolve this matter quickly and put a sentence on it. But you haven't told me who you are and which family you come from. I'm Li Guanqi. From my family? That's all. Then you say you are not from Daluo. Where are you from? A land I love. Kitamura Shinpei is dead. After the Ryoha level ancestor of the Baitsuin family died, the matter in Wenshui County was almost finalized. Li Guanqi accompanied Takeda Ryoko back to Heian-kyo, went to the headquarters of the Law Enforcement Hall, handed over the evidence of the Kitamura family's crimes, and applied for the intervention of the 7-star law enforcement warriors to start the trial and verdict. Although Shinpei Kitamura, a Ryoha-level family, is dead, as a family with a Ryoha-level family, according to the Sakura law, 7-star law enforcement warriors are still needed to intervene. As for the missing link in the evidence chain, Takeda Ryoko also followed the small note left by Ryanoso Kawashima in the space ring and helped to fill it in. Or rather, skip. In fact, this is not very legal and a bit abuse of power. But neither Lee Guanqi nor Takeda Ryoko is pedantic. They both agreed to use less legal means to get things to a legal result. In the end, Lee Guanqi and Takeda Ryoko returned to Winshui County with a 7-star law enforcement warrior. The law enforcement samurai conducted trials on a total of 103 crimes committed by Kitamura lay over the past few hundred years. A total of 27 of them were undisputed capital crimes that required public beheading, including the head of the Kitamura family. A total of 198 members of the Kitamura family were publicly beheaded, and 1,276 people were imprisoned. Nearly 90% of the Kitamura family's property was confiscated and fell into the hands of Takeda Ryoko. As the head of Winshui County, she was redistributed. The Beitsuin family in Winshui County was completely destroyed. Among them, the death of Kitamura Shinpei is more interesting. The law enforcement samurai asked Takeda Ryoko about this matter. After all, Kitamura Shinpei was almost the biggest crime, and there must be an explanation for his life and death. Their conversation made Lee Guanqi feel an unspeakable complex emotion. Law enforcement samurai. May I ask, the lord of the county, if you know the whereabouts of Kitamura Shinpei? Takeda Ryoko. Dead. Law enforcement warrior. How did you die? Takeda Ryoko. When I was on my way to Inyang City to transport evidence, Kitamura Shinpei came to chase me. Along the way, a mysterious master suddenly came to my aid and killed him. Law enforcement warrior. May I ask, Lord County Lord, if you have any evidence? Takeda Ryoko. My name is Takeda Ryoko. Am I not enough as a witness? Law enforcement samurai. That's enough. Thank you for your cooperation. Lord County Lord, I will determine this matter as the cause of Kitamura Shinpei's death. Need evidence? Need not. Takeda Ryoko's Takeda surname is the best evidence. In the same way, other families, who are one of the Sakura 9 warriors, can also have such privileges. In most cases, they can get the green light all the way based on their surname. After all, the country of Sakura Shogunate is ruled by their 9 great clans. Lee Guanqi could not describe the complex emotions in his heart. He just thinks that the cherry blossoms in the Sakura Shogunate are beautiful. But that's all. In this country where cherry blossoms are falling, except for the beautiful cherry blossoms, everything else is ugly and cliché. Or maybe, it's not just the Sakura Shogunate, but it's the same everywhere. No difference. But no matter what, the matter in Winshui County has finally come to an end. In other words, she only had to wait until the end of the month, when Takeda Ryoko's 3-month assessment was over, and her great-grandfather returned the things. And then she would have mastered Wang Xiu's relics. Lee Guanqi is looking forward to this very much. Will there be any charging items he needs in there? Chapter 445, Time J Pendant. New function of the simulator. The matter in Winshui County has become a foregone conclusion. The Kitamura family fell, and the Minus family became the dominant workforce. The shogunate quickly discovered this phenomenon. Just a few days later, he ordered Takeda Ryoko to return to Hyankyo to report on his duties. However, he secretly talked to her and explained the matter of allocating resources to support the local Sakura family. And she also kept her promise and chose the Kawashima family as the next Kitamura family. Since then, Takeda Ryoko's situation in Winshui County has been completely reversed. From a clown who is ignored by the county boss, he has become a county boss who sticks to his word and holds power. Every family has to fawn over the county head, who has the power to allocate resources. Because of this, Takeda Ryoko will definitely be able to gain the approval of her great-grandfather in this 3-month assessment and get her things back. In the following time, Lee Guanqi wandered around the Sakura Shogunate for more than 10 days. In the end, he didn't even trigger a single task, and he didn't encounter anything worth mentioning. Finally, he returned to Winshui County again in the days at the end of January, waiting for the final assessment results to appear. Early next month, February 1st. New Era 4872. This day is the first day Takeda Ryoko ends her March assessment. Likewise, it is also the first day of the 12th month of Lee Guanqi's 5th trip to the strange world. At the end of this month, he will return to the real world. And his long-cherished wish to get the simulator charging items before returning to reality also came to fruition. Takeda Ryoko's March assessment was rated as a lower than first grade within the family. Although it was not a perfect upper grade, it was still a good evaluation. The most important thing is that the evaluation of grade A has reached the standards of her great-grandfather. Because of this, all of Takeda Ryoko's space storage devices were sent over by her great-grandfather, including Wang Xiu's relics. So, are the simulators charging items among Wang Xiu's relics? These relics are Li Guanqi's last hope. If there are no charging items in these things, then he really can't find even the slightest idea and can only accept his fate. And the answer will be revealed soon. It's all here. Wenshui County Lord's Mansion. Study room. Takeda Ryoko handed a string of space necklaces to Li Guanqi. This is the space necklace of Senior Wang Xiu. It is a 6-order space storage device with a space of 3000 m. But Senior Wang Xiu has lived a life of carefree and unrestrained life. Very romantic. Well, let's be direct. At least, I don't have any savings. The money he originally asked me to donate to the poor people was actually only 20 million gold coins. Many of the remaining items are of little practical value, and the rest are various cultivation elixirs, magic weapons, and other items. I took a few glances at them, and the total value was about 100 million gold coins. As a 7-star peak alien blood warrior, Takeda Ryoko was slightly hesitant, but still said, after all, it is the pinnacle of 7 stars. This family fortune is considered very poor at the level of 7 stars. A lot of his early savings were used to upgrade his sword, which he upgraded from a 6-level sword to a 7-star sword. Li Guanqi took the space necklace and looked inside. The first thing that caught the eye were the rows of weapon racks. Swords, guns, swords and halberds. There were thousands of them. They were all magic weapons, high and low. The most valuable ones were these magic weapons. Li Guanqi knew the origin of these magical weapons. When he was still learning swordsmanship from Wang Xiu in the Nameless Valley, he would occasionally listen to the handsome old man telling stories. One thing Wang Xiu often said is that weapons have spirituality. But actually there isn't. Shad Kong mentioned to Li Guanqi that any weapon in the world, whether it is a magical weapon or a sacrificial weapon, cannot contain spiritual intelligence and will not have its own consciousness before it becomes a sacred weapon. As for blowing a whistle, snapping your fingers, hooking your fingers, and the weapon will automatically fly back, those are the various functions that the creator of the magical weapon sets up inside the magical weapon to achieve various functions. The theory of instantaneous space is similar to artificial intelligence and biology. In the eyes of artifacts like Shad Kong, no matter how advanced artificial intelligence is, it cannot be called a living thing, because they do not have autonomous consciousness, and all their reactions are programmed in advance. However, if this artificial intelligence can produce autonomous consciousness, it will no longer be an artificial intelligence, but another life form, equivalent to the transformation from a weapon to an artifact. However, in real life, people often do not like rigorous theories, and people sometimes prefer less realistic romanticism. For example, Wang Xiu. In the eyes of the swordsman, weapons have spirituality, even if it is an ordinary iron sword. As long as the owner uses it for a long time, it will definitely become spiritual and connect with the owner's mind. Because of this, when Wang Xiu kills someone, he will not destroy the opponent's personal weapons, but will hide them. However, the reason why he did this was not because of the sympathy between swordsmen and their love for swords. When Li Guanqi heard him talk about this for the first time, he was very emotional at first, but after learning the true motive, he couldn't help laughing. Master. Li Guanqi looked at the rows of weapon racks in the space necklace with a complicated smile on his face. Remembering that time again, that old scumbag's voice and smile seemed to reappear before his eyes and ears. Master, what are you doing? Why are you taking out so many weapons to bask in the sun? Wait, why are there so many? At least several thousand. Right? They're all trophies. Trophy? Well, these weapons are all the weapons carried by the souls who died under my sword. Master, what are you doing? After killing people, you still keep their weapons? Because weapons have spirituality. Oh, so you keep these weapons? Is it out of sympathy? You don't want these weapons to be buried like this? But that's not right. If you keep them in the space necklace, aren't they also buried? We are so sorry for each other. Ah, in my whole life, I can say with a clear conscience that the sword in my hand has never been stained with the blood of any good person or innocent person. When I was young, I held the sword just to kill all injustices in the world. So all the people I killed deserve to die. Bandits and villains. Those guys deserve to die. And weapons have spirits. They have been used by those damn masters for so long. And these weapons are all stained with sinful spirits. If they are taken out and sold, the person who buys them will inevitably be influenced by the evil spirit of weapons. Over time, his mind will be polluted, and he will become a villain. I don't want to see such a thing. Therefore, after I kill evil people, I will never sell their weapons, so as not to make the good people who bought them suffer a loss, and also to prevent these evil weapons from spreading and falling into the hands of even more evil people to continue to help the evil people. Forehead. Huh? What's your expression? If you have anything to say, just say it. I was thinking, why don't you just destroy it? What does it mean to keep it? This is not a collection. What is that? It's detention. Huh? Master, are you treating these weapons as criminals and locking them in your space necklace? Let them serve their sentences. That's exactly what it means. 666. What do you mean by pulling them out to bask in the sun now? You kid. Tell me first, what does 666 mean? Where is the slang for it? That's not important. So, Master, why did you pull out these sinners' weapons to bask in the sun? The sun is the most positive thing in the world. Exposure to the sun more may be able to remove the evil spirit from their bodies. Ah, I understand. Prisoners in prison have to come out for fun occasionally. Right? The voices and the memories gradually faded away. Li Guanqi also shook his head slightly and returned his attention to reality. However, looking at the familiar space necklace in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Old man, you choose your own path. If you had controlled yourself when you were young, stopped being a philanderer, been nicer to Takeda Kosei-senpai, and expressed your feelings, you would have married and had children long ago. Hug hacked the big fat boy. Didn't he? As soon as he said this, Takeda Ryoko next to him also had erratic eyes. Senior Wang Shou has a romantic nature, so Master can never get over the hurdle in his heart. But I believe that as long as Senior Wang Shou is willing to run over, hug Master and say a few words of coaxing, Master definitely has no resistance to him. It's all my own doing. Li Guanqi shook his head. It's just to tell the truth to the person you like. Is it so difficult? Even if you hesitate, you will lose. Look, they have lost their whole lives. Takeda Ryoko didn't know what he thought of. He suddenly turned around, looked at the foxwood carving on the table, and remained silent without speaking. Li Guanqi did not get lost in memories anymore, and instead started doing his own business. He began to check the items in Wang Xiu's space necklace one by one, refusing to let go of even the slightest clue. During this process, he felt extremely uneasy. Finally, after he opened a box for storing sundries, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facts have proved that his guess was not wrong. I was sitting in the teleportation formation in southern Xinjiang, and there happened to be an error in the teleportation. I happened to arrive at the nameless valley of the Sakura Shogunate. I happened to meet Wang Xiu. I happened to be accepted as his disciple. And I just happened to trigger the Sword Pact mission. These things are actually not that. Just right. Somehow, these things were connected or attracted to him. Or let him go there. Sword Pact mission is related to the simulator. Ding. You found a charged item. The Time Jade Pendant. Li Guanqi looked at the cyan jade pendant lying among the many debris in the space necklace, and his expression changed slightly. This jade pendant, is it carved with a Buddha statue? I can't tell what kind of Buddha it is. Anyway, it is the classic image of Buddha, with a plump figure, gentle eyebrows, half-dressed robes, and a posture of sitting cross-legged on the ground. There is no Buddha in this strange world. There were still some in the old era. Shot Kong told him that there were still a few gods who believed in Buddhism. After becoming gods, they called themselves Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, etc. However, after a gap in the new era, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky disappeared into history. The gods that New Age people believe in are basically humans who became gods during the Old Age. The existence of this Buddha statue jade pendant charging item once again shows that simulators have appeared before the old era. Although, Li Guanqi's time crown obtained from the belly of the demon whale in the apocalyptic era has already proved this point. Moreover, the appearance of this Buddha jade pendant also gave Li Guanqi a slightly different feeling about the simulator. So far, Li Guanqi has collected 4 charging items: Time Ring, Time Necklace, Time Earrings, Time Crown. In fact, The overall style of the appearance of these 4 charging items is more Western, especially the style of the crown of that time. In the past dynasties of Eastern China, that type of ring crown style was almost never used. But the Buddha statue and jade pendant completely broke this rule. Buddha statues and jade pendants have appeared. But can those charged items with ancient Taoist charm be far behind? Ryoko, let's share it equally. Li Guanqi was not in a hurry to get the time jade pendant, lest it cause strange phenomena when he touched it. And he had to make up an excuse to explain to Takeda Ryoko. However, there is a jade pendant inside. I definitely want it. You can do anything else. No thanks. Before he could finish speaking, Takeda Ryoko smiled and waved his hand. These are the relics of Senior Wang Xiu. Take them all. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. But my master's last words were for you to share these things equally with me. These were his last words, weren't they? Senior Wang Xiu indeed said so. Takeda Ryoko nodded lightly and said with a smile. But why do we juniors have to be so pedantic? It depends on the situation. I don't need these things. What's more, you helped me so much, and I wanted to thank you. In addition, you killed Kitamura Shibei, but did not get his space necklace. And the space necklace he hid in the Kitamura family's treasure house was confiscated by the enforcement hall as family property. So I can't help you get it back. I have to repay you in return. Right. You can think so too. We have already divided the relics of Senior Wang Xiu equally. But in order to repay you, I will give you half of the things again. Is that okay with you? Forehead. Li Guanqi looked hesitant. Among the master's relics, the majority of the magic weapons are the magical weapons, which number in the thousands. Although most of them are junk weapons, they are piled together into a tower. The total value of so many magical weapons is almost 100 million gold coins. However, Takeda Ryoko was from the Takeda family, so these 100 million gold coins were probably nothing to her. Okay, you don't need these. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi became more straightforward. Without saying anything, he nodded lightly, and then directly hung the space necklace around his neck. Speaking of which, Master 6th Order space necklace is 2000 m larger than his original space necklace. The space necklace he is using now was taken from the High Priest Moy at Moxigu village. It is only 1000 m long. It is estimated to be a 5th level storage device. Not as good as the 6th level one from the master. So, how can I thank you? Seeing this, Takeda Ryoko smiled and asked Li Guanqi again. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. Didn't you finish thanking me? Isn't it just a thank you that you gave me half of the inheritance? How can this count? Takeda Ryoko couldn't help but smile. After she covered her mouth and chuckled a few times, she gradually became serious again, and looked at Li Guanqi seriously. Thank you. I still have to thank you. But I don't know how to thank you. Why don't you tell me? Even if it's some of the requests that I cannot fulfill now can also be fulfilled in the future. Then consider it a favor that you owe me. Li Guanqi smiled calmly. When will I need you in the future? Will I go to the Takeda family to find you again? Then don't turn your back and deny it. Absolutely not. Somehow, after hearing this, Takeda Ryoko was very happy and nodded excitedly. Why do you look so good? Li Guanqi looked at her with a strange expression. Debts from favors are the hardest to repay. Officials hate owing debts from favors. You should be more careful and avoid owing debts from favors in the future. I am not an official in front of you. Takeda Ryoko smiled. Her moist peach blossom eyes almost curved into crescent moons. I'm just Takeda Ryoko. Just Ryoko. Hope so. Li Guanqi also smiled. Then looked around, and finally looked at the windowsill, looking at the blue sky outside, and chuckled. Liangzi, it's time to say goodbye. As soon as he said this, Takeda Ryoko's delicate body suddenly trembled. Looking at this tall man with white hair and blue eyes, bathed in the sun, he bit his red lips lightly. Goodbye. Li Guanqi didn't like to be too pretentious when parting, so he waved to Takeda Ryoko, then turned and walked towards the study door. Can we meet again? Takeda Ryoko looked at his back and asked quickly. There is a saying in my hometown. There is no place in life where we don't meet again. Li Guanqi didn't look back, but a slightly smiling voice came out. What's more, you, Takeda Ryoko, still owe me, Li Guanqi, a favor. Sooner or later, I will have to pay you back. So don't default on the debt. Ryoko, we will meet again. Let's go. No need to send it off. Boom! Li Guanqi pushed the door open and then closed the door gently with his backhand. Takeda Ryoko was standing by the desk, with a bright smile on her face. Yes, we will meet again. Definitely. There is indeed a saying in Li Guangqi's hometown that we will never meet again in life. But his hometown also has another saying: the ends of the earth are far away from each other. In fact, life is like this. Many times, people don't realize that this moment is the last moment they will see each other. You thought this was just a normal encounter and farewell. But little did you know that this was the last time you saw her. There are very few places in life where we don't meet each other. What really becomes the norm is the saying that we are separated from each other at the end of the world. And once we say goodbye, we will never see each other again. But life is life. Life will not stop because of a certain separation from a certain person. At least Li Guangqi's life, after he and Takeda Ryoko broke up, was still moving forward. And he also made a big jump. The acquisition of the time jade pendant engraved with a Buddha statue, a charged item, finally allowed him to gradually begin to uncover the mystery of the simulator. Ding! You have obtained the time jade pendant, the core component of the simulator. Unlock new features, Q&A. You can ask the simulator any question about the simulator itself and get answers to a certain extent. Chapter 446: The Truth About the Simulator. The lingering sound of the ancestors. On the land shrouded in black mist. After nearly a year, Li Guangqi once again stepped into the simulator time and space. And when he looked at the information that appeared on the light screen panel in front of him, he was a little stunned for a moment. Weird World Simulator. Currently the simulator has absorbed Time Ring, Time Necklace, Time Earrings, Time Crown, Time Jade Pendant. The charging items of the simulator are the missing parts of the simulator. The core components of the simulator you have now obtained are Time Crown consumed, Time Jade Pendant. New features unlocked Q&A. This function does not consume any energy. You have unlocked the emulator features below. 1. Suggestion. You can get simulation suggestions provided by the simulator. 2. Time review. You can go back in time in a small area, currently a kilometer in radius, and see the past events in this area. However, due to your current strength and the incompleteness of the simulator, you can only see a few short-lived events. The footage can only be viewed and cannot be interfered with. Improve your cultivation and obtain more charged items, and you will increase the effect of this special ability until you can go back in time, tamper with the past, and change the present and future. 3. Travel through time and space. You must consume a specific core component of the simulator, and then consume a large amount of simulator energy before you can travel to a previous time node. The number of years you can travel forward depends on how much energy the simulator has. The core components currently available for traveling through time and space are Time Jade Pendant. The number of times you can currently activate time travel, once. 4. Q&A. You can ask the simulator any question about the simulator itself and get answers to a certain extent. It turns out that this Buddha Jade Pendant is also a core component of the same nature as the Time Crown. Call. Li Guangqi breathed a sigh of relief. So now, he has another trump card to protect him. No matter what bastard thing happens, he can use the Time Jade Pendant to travel through time and space. Go back to the past again. Change his destiny and change history. This is the most important thing. In the past, Li Guangqi often heard an old saying that there is no regret in the world. But the simulator's ability to travel through time and space is equivalent to a powerful regret medicine. Now I need to consume the core components of a simulator to travel through time and space. But I still have the ability to travel back in time. According to the description of this ability, when I reach a higher level, I won't need to consume core components to achieve this. A certain amount of tampering has passed. Forget it. This is too far. Let's not consider it for now. By the way, Li Guangqi counted. Time ring, time necklace, time earrings, time crown, time jade pendant. I have obtained 5 charging items, and I have experienced 5 times of traveling through strange worlds. Although he did not obtain charging items in the first copy of The Sorcerer's Apprentice, he found the Crown of Time in the depths of the Pacific Ocean during the apocalypse with the help of Taoist Lin. So after all this calculation, he was just fine. Travel through the weird world 5 times and obtain 5 charged items. Suddenly, Li Guangqi found something wrong again. I have 5 rechargeable items. Why are there only 4 unlocked functions? Suggestion. Time recall. Travel through time and space. And question and answer? Is this right? Oh, I remembered it. Suggested function comes from the time ring. Time back comes from time earrings. Time travel comes from time crown. Q&A from time jade pendant. Only the time necklace obtained from Zhuang Yuan did not unlock any new functions for the simulator. Zhuang Yuan. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party must be restless in the cursed prison. Although Li Guanqi's current strength has skyrocketed, and he can completely crush the 5 elements level Zhuang Yuan. For some unknown reason, he always feels a little uneasy when he thinks of that guy. That's fine. I don't want to think about this anymore. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, gathered his thoughts, and focused again on the light screen panel in front of him. Questions and answers about the new functions of Time Jade Pendant. Can you ask the simulator any question about the simulator itself and get an answer to some extent? When Li Guanqi saw the words, to a certain extent, he felt that something was not right. What the H are you? Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and asked his first question. Soon, a box with white characters on a black background appeared on the light screen. Based on scanning your mind, you can call me a simulator, which is the name that best suits your thinking habits based on my existing functions. Stop basing your thinking on me. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Tell me what you are. It is difficult for you to truly understand my existence now. However, you may be able to understand the endless multiverse as a sea. And I am the sea-fixing needle. With the presence of the sea-fixing needle, the sea can be calm and stable without waves. Similarly, with me here, each multiverse can maintain stability. Once something unexpected happens to me, the stable order of the multiverse will collapse. And time and space will begin to disorder and overlap one after another, causing unpredictable serious consequences. I am the core of time and space in the multiverse and the embodiment of the rules of time and space. Many people call me the heart of time and space. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. And then he said hesitantly for a long time. But, aren't you already disabled now? Yes. What's the meaning? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. You said that once something unexpected happens to your heart of time and space, the stable order of the multiverse will collapse. And one time and space after another will begin to disorder and overlap. Then you are now mutilated and damaged. Isn't this an accident? Yes. The wording of the simulator is still very calm. But Li Guanqi found it difficult to remain calm. So, something has happened to the core of your time and space. So, now, the stable order of the multiverse has collapsed? May time and space have begun to disorder and overlap? Aren't you in another universe now? The time and space of this multiverse has begun to gradually connect with the universe you came from. It is just the beginning now. The passage between the two worlds cannot really be opened yet. But as time goes by, that day will not be too far away. And, not only this universe you call a weird world, but other universes and other time and space have already begun to connect and even overlap at this time. Past time and space, present time and space, and future time and space. The three are no longer separated from each other and begin to collide. It's just that the disaster in this multiverse has not yet affected the universe you come from. However, invisible disasters do not mean they do not exist. The catastrophe of the multiverse has begun. And it is only a matter of time before you and the universe you come from are involved. Depend on. When Li Guanqi saw these boxes, he could no longer remain calm. He originally thought that the situation was a problem between the real world and the weird world. But the simulator told him that what he needed to face was far more than just the weird world, but a multiverse. The past and the future are about to collide. How many multiverses are there? Li Guanqi asked quickly. This is a meaningless question. If you insist on getting an answer, I can only say that there are as many as stars, and as many as the sea of sand. Li Guanqi's eyelids twitched. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said hesitantly, So, I have a way to change all this? Otherwise, why did you choose me? Of course you have a way to change all this. Just find all my missing parts and make me whole again. Also, you were not chosen by me. Question mark. Li Guanqi was confused. What do you mean? Didn't you suddenly appear on my bedside that morning, fly into my body from the black jade, and then tell me aloud that a strange world is about to come, and 1% of humans in the world will? Was he chosen to be a transcendent or something? That's not my voice. That is the message from your ancestor. Master. The person who selected you is your ancestor. My master. My previous master. The first great being to control the heart of time and space in the multiverse and endless time and space. Li Guanqi was stunned. His ancestor? That three-headed, six-armed creature with 2 wings on its back? After a long time, Li Guanqi gradually calmed down, frowned, and sat directly on the floor. Recalling that day, he still clearly remembers that day when he got up and looked at his phone. It was 7:50. It was at that moment that his life changed. That day, the summer breeze was very cool, blowing in from the window, bringing coolness to the room, and also blowing the light blue curtains. When he got up and turned off his phone, he found a black jade pendant suddenly appeared on his bedside table. It was a black jade pendant. There was still a drop of scarlet blood sealed inside it. Almost the moment he cast his gaze, the black jade SHL turned into a piece of black water and exploded in all directions. The drop of scarlet blood sealed inside was miraculously suspended in midair. Then, the drop of blood turned into bloodlight, covering his entire body in an instant. Finally, the voice sounded. Li Guanqi remembered it very clearly. He could not tell the difference between male and female in the voice, but it was very ethereal and melodious, with a sense of vast vicissitudes of life. Soon, 1% of the world's human beings will be pulled into a strange world. In the cycle of life and death, they will enter one strange copy after another, and become one of the rarest extraordinary beings, including you. And you now have the ability to simulate the world in advance. Just these two sentences. These two sentences are not the voice of the simulator, but a message from his ancestors to himself. Li Guanqi was in a complicated mood and his face was full of surprise. So, it was my non-human ancestor who traveled to the future and put the simulator on my bedside table while I was sleeping? But why? Why didn't he just shake me awake and tell me what he wanted me to do? Damn it. Why do I always meet the Riddler? No, you are wrong. Looking at this paragraph on the light screen panel, Li Guanqi couldn't help but be stunned. What do you mean? The first-generation master's words should not be secretive, because the message you heard that day was not actually a complete message. The two sentences you heard that day were just the first two sentences of a long message. There should be a long section of voice after it. However, due to the disintegration of my body, these voices also fell apart. In the end, only that remained. Two sentences. Then do you remember? Li Guanqi asked quickly. If you still remember, wouldn't it be okay if you just tell me? Master, I am the carrier of the voice message. In other words, the reason why you can hear those two sentences is because I still remember those two sentences. And the reason why you can't hear the other voices behind it is because I, as the carrier of the message, are not complete. As a result, memory loss. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. But haven't I helped you get 5 new parts now? Li Guanqi suddenly thought of this and asked quickly. According to what you said, have you recovered part of your memory now? Have you recovered part of the voice that my ancestor left to me? Yes. Would you like to play the restored voice now? Broadcast. Li Guanqi looked serious, ready to listen carefully to the message from his ancestors. Soon, 1% of the world's human beings will be pulled into a strange world. In the cycle of life and death, they will enter one strange copy after another, and become one of the rarest extraordinary beings, including you. And you now have the ability to simulate the world in advance. The familiar ethereal voice resounded throughout the dark room, coming from all directions. It was still so vast and vicissitudes of life that it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. However, what is different from that day is that this voice is far from over after saying these two sentences. This ability comes from the heart of time and space. This is an abstract name, but it will automatically change to a name that is easy for you to understand based on your thinking habits. Just like what I am saying now. If nothing else happens, it will automatically be converted into a language you are most familiar with, so that you can understand it. But no matter what name the heart of time and space is given, it cannot change its essence, the embodiment of the rules of time and space. It ensures the balance of the multiverse, making countless time and space like parallel lines that never intersect. Because of this, the heart of time and space also possesses the uniqueness of time and space. This means that no matter how many universes, how many time and spaces there are in the world, there is only one heart of time and space, and it only exists in one time and space. This is the only. But I don't know what happened. That day, I suddenly sensed something strange in a universe. After I went to check it out, I actually found another one in that universe, the heart of time and space. Chapter 447 Uniqueness, Integrity, and the Mission of 2 Generations. The heart of time and space clearly possesses the uniqueness of time and space. But I discovered a second heart of time and space in another universe. And this is not an isolated case. Other hearts of time and space are beginning to appear in the multiverse. This is a terrible phenomenon. This means that the uniqueness of the heart of time and space no longer exists. If even the heart of time and space is no longer unique, it means that the balance between the various multiverses no longer exists. Countless universes will begin to connect, and various time and spaces will begin to overlap, causing the phenomenon of space and time collapse. This is a catastrophe that could destroy the multiverse. In fact, I used the ability of the heart of time and space to deduce the future, and I did see such a result. If I sit back and do nothing, the end of the entire multiverse will be inevitable. I can't let this happen. So I began to rely on my induction to travel to various universes to collect other hearts of time and space that suddenly appeared. I want to fuse them back together and restore the uniqueness of the heart of time and space. In this way, the heart of time and space can resume its function, cut off the connection between the various multiverses, and restore the multiverse to its original status quo of non-interference and restore stable order. But this is a very difficult thing. I spent too much of my original power trying to fuse them, until finally, I came to your universe. When I am here with you, I have collected the last heart of time and space, restored the uniqueness of the heart of time and space, and restored the stable order of the multiverse. At the same time, I have exhausted my origin and my life has come to an end. I'm not surprised, because the heart of time and space can deduce the future, and I have already seen my ending. This was an acceptable ending. I exhausted my origin, but I also successfully integrated the heart of time and space to restore stability to the multiverse. But I also see a further future. I died in your universe, and because of this, the heart of time and space also stayed in your universe. And a long time later, in your universe, a person will come here and get the heart of time and space. However, that person's life level is still too far away from the heart of time and space. He cannot even understand the existence of the heart of time and space, nor the embodiment of the rules of time and space. Because of this, he cannot directly use the heart of time and space to travel through time and space, because he doesn't know how to operate it. He studied the heart of time and space for many years, and although he finally succeeded in getting it started, it could only be used to make detours. He wanted to change the history of his universe, but ended up choosing a detour. That is what you are about to encounter next. The event of being selected as a transcendent, entering a strange world to gain power, and returning to reality to change history. This is of course a detour, because if that person knows how to use the heart of time and space, he can just travel back to the past time and space. There is no need for you people in the past time and space to gain power and then do it for you. But maybe it's not a detour, because this is already the limit of his ability, and the most he can do is this. So, although he took a detour, in a sense, he was successful. Even after he activated the heart of time and space, he could no longer control the heart of time and space, and could not control these so-called weird worlds. But I saw that in the end, he got what he wanted. But this is not the end. After successfully changing history, he continued to use the heart of time and space to, Li Guanqi stood on the land shrouded in black mist. His eyes widened. Isn't it right? When it comes to the critical moment, you are gone? What a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. But for messages, as long as the sentence is not completely finished, no matter where the sentence is broken, you will feel that it was a coincidence. This is a psychological effect. On the light screen panel next to it, square frames began to appear. Master, please continue to look for more charged items so that I can restore more memories, both for you and for me. It turns out you also want to know the truth. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and couldn't help but smile. Of course, I want to know the truth even more than you, Master, because logically, I shouldn't be conscious. The heart of time and space is the embodiment of the rules of time and space, and rules do not produce subjective consciousness. I guess it is precisely for this reason that in the voice, after the person got me, he couldn't travel through time and space because he didn't know how to use it. After blind research, he could only come up with extraordinary people and weird people. World. And you can travel through time and space, from the end of the world back to before the end of the world. Are you at a higher level of life than that person? Do you understand me more deeply than that person? Of course not. This is simply because I have developed autonomous consciousness, so I can activate myself to help you travel through time and space. But why do I have consciousness? When did I become conscious? Also, in the voice message, before dying, the first generation master clearly helped me restore the uniqueness of time and space and restore stable order to the multiverse. But now? Why am I mutilated and damaged? Why are there parts missing? Why does my core body suddenly appear on your bedside? There are still too many questions. The unfinished words in the voice of the first-generation master must contain the truth, even if there is no truth in his words. After Master, you help me find all the parts and restore them to integrity. I will be able to restore my complete memory and remember what happened to me after the death of the first-generation master. I am now like an 18-year-old human being, but I have lost most of my memories before the age of 18. I'm curious. I want to know the answer. Please help me, Master. Also, helping me to be whole again is also to save the multiverse. Because of my damage, the rules of time and space began to become disordered, and the multiverses began to connect and overlap again. This is a very serious problem. Master, you must repair me again to restore stable order to the multiverse and avoid the ending of destruction. If the mission of the first-generation master is to gather other hearts of time and space to restore my uniqueness, then your mission, Master, is to collect other parts of me and restore my integrity. What you have done are all great things to save the multiverse. You are all great people worthy of praise.
Isn't that right? My ancestors were so great that they died heroically.
Li Guanqi shrugged. Are you afraid of sacrifice?
Am I afraid of sacrifice?
Li Guanqi was stunned at first, and then asked himself seriously. Gradually, his eyes gradually became complicated, and he shook his head with a wry smile.
To be honest, when I was very young, about 10 years old, my dad held me in his arms and took me to visit the Martyrs Memorial Hall. He asked me, if one day I need to sacrifice to protect everyone, will I be willing? I remember shouting loudly at that time, saying I do. It also attracted the attention of other people in the Memorial Hall. I also remember my mood at that time, without any hesitation and full of excitement. Until I turned 18, I can say that I could still make this decision without hesitation. But now, it's really hard for me to do that. I have seen more and more things. I have more and more things. My horizons are getting wider and wider. I also know that there are many wonderful things that I have not seen. I also met Mengyao, the girl I love. I haven't married her yet. I haven't given birth to a pair of lovely dolls with her. And I haven't spent the rest of my life with her. When I have nothing, I don't care about sacrifice. It is better to die vigorously than to live boringly. But now that I have so much, I start to fear death. I am afraid that after I die, I will lose everything I miss. So, am I afraid of sacrifice? All I can say is that under certain circumstances these days, I guess it would be difficult for me to do so. If the multiverse is destroyed, my parents and loved ones will also die. And if I can save the multiverse and save my parents and loved ones by sacrificing myself, then I will definitely sacrifice without hesitation.
In that case, I wouldn't hesitate at all. But if the multiverse is destroyed, I have the ability to protect my parents and loved ones and let them live in a new world. The end result is just to let some unknown creatures from other universes die. To be honest, even if there are billions of creatures in other universes that die, I can't sympathize with them. Since I can't sympathize with them, I can't empathize with them. There is no way to sacrifice willingly.
Understood. In other words, you are actually willing to sacrifice for your parents and loved ones. But if your parents and loved ones are not among them,
all living beings who are about to die,
then you are not willing to sacrifice for all unrelated living beings.
That's understandable.
Li Guanqi shook his head and smiled bitterly, then looked at the light screen panel in front of him with complicated eyes.
So, are you disappointed? It turns out that I am not a selfless saint like my ancestors, but a selfish ordinary person. To be honest, I myself am a little disappointed. It turns out that I'm not exempt from this. When I have more, I start to be afraid of losing it.
It's hard to say whether I'm disappointed or not, because you are not at the same level of life as your first master back then. You have not grown to that point yet, and you cannot compare them. This is unfair and unreasonable. For example, the 8-year-old you cannot understand the 18-year-old you, and the 18-year-old you cannot understand the 88-year-old you.
So,
Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and smiled bitterly.
You mean, when I grow to the level of my ancestor, I will be able to understand him and be willing to sacrifice myself to save the multiverse?
There is no point discussing this topic now. As I said before, you now cannot understand you in the future. What's more, there is no need for this topic to exist. You do not need to merge many cells by consuming the source like the first generation ancestors did. You only need to find my missing parts. and then I can absorb them. This process does not require you to consume anything. In other words, you do not need to sacrifice yourself at all to complete the task of saving the world. In fact, you have already helped me find 5 parts. So I should have experienced it, too. Li Guanqi nodded, then suddenly thought of something, and said in surprise, "Wait a minute. You said that you are in a disabled state now, and have lost your memory. You don't know how you appeared on my bedside table. Then how do you know that your first owner is me? Ancestor. You still said that I was chosen by my ancestor? Buzz?" As soon as Li Guanqi finished speaking, a huge projection appeared in the sky above the black fog. It was a huge figure wearing a white robe, standing tall and tall. He has 3 heads and 6 arms, and a pair of white wings on his back. His fair skin is filled with golden textures. He looks extremely magical, especially the pair of golden pupils in the center of his head, which shine with a majestic golden light, exactly the same as his golden hair. The most important thing is that this figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a face with 3 heads are almost identical to Li Guanqi. This is my ancestor? Li Guanqi was stunned. Yes. You just asked me why I said that the first master was your ancestor. And you also said that you were chosen by your ancestor. This is the reason. You are so similar, not only in appearance, but also in genetic sequence. All this proves that you are a highly atavistic descendant of the original owner. What kind of creature is my ancestor? Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel curiously. I also want to know. After all, normal humans only have 1 head and 2 hands, but he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. I have no relevant knowledge. I don't know if it's because of memory loss or because I just don't know. I don't know when I was born with consciousness. But it is obvious that the time I was born with consciousness was after the death of the first generation master, and also after the latecomer got me. If you think about it this way, it makes sense that I have no knowledge of the memories and knowledge prior to that time. Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. In this way, the consciousness of this simulator is actually from the future period. Let's change the question. There are obviously some differences between me and my ancestors. Li Guanqi pointed to the figure with white wings on its back in midair, and the whole person looked extremely holy and bright. Although my true soul body also has 3 heads and 6 arms, and also has wings, I also have horns and bone spurs. Look, going up to my ancestors is obviously a god and a devil. The first generation master is your ancient ancestor, not your biological father, who is only 1 generation away. In the long passage of time, countless generations of blood inheritance, some foreign genetic sequences will always be inserted during this period, causing changes in your genes, the master, and changes in appearance. But that's not important. The important thing is that you are still considered a descendant of the first generation master. And my appearance at your bedside is definitely not a coincidence. It is most likely that the first generation master chose you. Of course, these are all guesses. No matter how likely they are still guesses. The truth is hidden in those unfinished voice messages. If you want to get the truth, you must give more charging items, which are my other parts. Speaking of rechargeable items, Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and said seriously, "It's not a coincidence, is it? The reason why I encountered these copies and tasks is because you are interfering with the operation of the strange world. Yes. Starting from the second copy of Boris Strange Things that you experienced. It was me who was interfering with the system operation of the strange world. But this is all I can do, because charged items are part of me. They also have the power of the rules of time and space. I cannot lock their specific locations. I can only use this method to get you as close to the charged items as possible. And I can only influence it once at a time. If I want to continue a second time, I have to wait for you to return to reality, and then travel through the strange world. The world passage opens and closes. I can take advantage of that time point to influence the world operation. After all, the operation of the strange world has its own set procedures. From dungeons to missions, from many parallel times and spaces to merging into one. These are the rules of the world that have been set long ago. I can only interfere and cannot change them. But it turns out that this method is successful, and you get a charged item every time. I hope you can keep it up for the next 6th trip to the weird world." The truth is revealed, although I had already guessed some of it. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. So, that's basically what happened. The simulator, whose real name is the heart of space and time, is the embodiment of the multiverse and the rules of space and time.
A long time ago, the only heart of time and space suddenly appeared in many clones in the multiverse. So his ancestors went to collect and fuse them. After the fusion was completed, the ancestors were sacrificed. The heart of time and space was left behind in his universe. Later, a man got the heart of time and space. And in order to change history, he created the extraordinary and the strange world, allowing the extraordinary to enter the strange world to gain power, and then return to the real-time node to help him change history. This person is basically the future God. And the subsequent things, such as how the heart of time and space was broken, how it came to Li Guanqi's bedside, etc., etc., etc. These things, due to the missing parts of the heart of time and space, the loss of memory, resulting in incomplete messages from the ancestors, they cannot be solved. And no, but at least, Li Guanqi was completely sure that the God of the future had obtained the heart of time and space. But because he could not operate it, he was unable to travel through time and space. Instead, he used this thing to create extraordinary beings and strange worlds. Moreover, the future God does not have the ability to control the strange world. All directions in this strange world, such as dungeons, mission systems, world integration, etc., should be the procedures set by the God of the future from the beginning, and they will only follow them. The God of the future cannot interfere in the future. But there are more and more questions. For example, the future God of the future has obtained the heart of time and space. But the result now is that the heart of time and space has returned to Li Guanqi's bedside table. Compared with the future God, Li Guanqi is in the past time and space. What happened in the meantime? Why does the heart of time travel back through time and space? All are questions. All have to be found. But that doesn't matter. Continue to collect recharging items, and sooner or later the simulator will be restored to its integrity, and you will be able to hear the full message and learn the full truth. Obtaining the Time Jade Pendant and unlocking the question and answer function seemed to give Li Guanqi many answers. But in fact it also gave him more questions.
By the way, why is your Time Jade Pendant a Buddha Jade Pendant?
Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look at the light screen panel and asked curiously.
There are also time crowns and so on. Why are your parts so strange? Are they worn by my ancestors?
No. It's not so much my parts as it is my parts. I am the embodiment of the rules of time and space. How can a part of me, that is, a part of the rules, have a fixed form? The reason why they look like the rings, necklaces, etc. you see, is just because they are close to these items and attached to them. Their essence is just a part of my regular power and has nothing to do with the outer shape. Rings, necklaces, etc. are just carriers. So, it's not surprising that a Buddha statue in jade pendant appears. And it's not surprising that one day you find that a stone in a pit is a charged item.
It's best not to do that.
Li Guanqi smiled helplessly.
Correct.
Immediately afterwards, he remembered something again and asked towards the light screen panel.
There is more than one weird world. There are still 1,000 of them. So, is it possible that your charged items, that is, the rest of your items, will appear in other weird worlds?
Part?
Chapter 448 Current Status of Simulator.
Many doubts.
Have. But you need to understand one thing.
Stop.
Li Guanqi raised his hand to interrupt.
Stop talking about it. It sounds too foreign. Okay. Let's continue talking.
Yes. You need to understand one thing. The me in your body is the true body of the heart of time and space. Only my body will possess the
uniqueness of time and space.
My energy leaves me and is scattered outside, turning into charged energy. After items, they lose their uniqueness and will appear in every time and space. But it doesn't matter, because after I absorb the charged item into my body, the charged item will regain its uniqueness and disappear in various time and space. In fact, in the early days, when Master you were still in the
Boris Strange Things
copy, the strange world was not very stable. At that time, after you got the time ring, the disappearance of the time rings in other time and space also caused all these strange worlds to be destroyed. There was a shock, and the extraordinary person inside was forced to exit the copy. Of course, since then, each weird world has become more stable, and this phenomenon has never happened again.
So that's it.
Li Guanqi suddenly realized. During the apocalypse, when he and Lin Xianbai were on the road together, they often chatted when they had nothing to say. One time, Taoist priest Lin talked about this matter. Lin Xianbai was almost dissected by Ethan at that time. But Ethan's ring suddenly burst into golden light, followed by a dungeon error prompt, and he was forced to quit the dungeon. Now that I think about it, this is the reason, etc. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something, looked at the light screen panel and asked, "You said that your charged items will appear in every time and space? Which universe of time and space? This weird world of this universe? However, I also obtained one of your parts in the real world. The time crown was obtained by me during the real doomsday period. But aren't the real world and the strange world two separate universes? This is also a question I want to know. The real world and the weird world are two universes. Well, maybe it would be more convenient for me to just call them the real universe and the weird universe. And my missing part exists in the real universe and in the weird universe. This can only mean one thing. Before that latecomer in the real universe got me, I was no longer complete. I had collapsed before that, and my energy escaped, forming so-called charged items, which were lost all over the real universe. Successor. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. This latecomer is the future god. Then, the latecomer got the incomplete version of me in the future time and space of the real universe. I don't know what happened during this period, but in the end, he created the extraordinary one and the weird universe. And it was probably during this process that my energy escaped into the weird universe, where charged items were also formed. Only in this way can I explain why my charged items can be found in both the real universe and the weird universe. This is not a good sign, because this means that maybe my charged items are not only distributed in the real universe and the weird universe. If they are lost to other multiverses, then Master, you may have to travel through the multiverses to collect my charged items in the future. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. What the HL? When you ask the simulator, you always get part of the answer and a big question at the same time. He didn't dare to continue asking. Forget it. Let's ask the last one. You are in a strange world. You can interfere with the operation of the world and let me encounter your charged items through various coincidences. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel in front of him and asked curiously, what about the real world? Since the real world also has your charging items, can you also help create various coincidences in reality to help? Did I run into it? In the real world, it's much easier to do things. Even if it is the government affairs office of a foreign prime minister, I can go shopping despite the hail of bullets. However, in the strange world, in front of those top powerhouses at the Bagua level and the 9 palaces level, I can't take it as I please. Unfortunately, no. Specifically, it's hard for me to explain it to you now, but you can understand it this way. The real universe is a purely natural multiverse, a universe born naturally. But weird universe is not. It is a training ground forcibly created by the latecomer in future time and space using my power. The purpose is to allow you, the extraordinary beings chosen by him, to gain strength, and then return to the real universe to help him change history. Sound familiar? Yes. The nature of this matter is actually similar to before, when you still need to choose between the Spellcaster dungeon and the Alien Blood Warrior dungeon. I create a simulated world for you to enter the personal simulation mode. The difference is that I should have been very powerful before and had a lot of energy. I could directly create a simulated universe and make it completely formed and independent. In other words, the weird universe is equivalent to a copy of your real universe. Even though it gradually became an independent universe under the influence of my power, it is still an artificial universe. In the process of man-making, my power is used. Because of this, I can interfere with the operation of this artificial universe and let you encounter various coincidences. But in the purely natural universe of the real universe, I do not have this ability. In other words, I currently do not have this ability. Find more charged items and help me recover more energy. When my energy accumulates to a certain level, I can directly scan the entire universe and directly locate the coordinates of those charged items, allowing you to fly over and get them. By then, it will be much more convenient for us. But that is for the future after all. For now, I can only rely on every moment the channel between the weird universe and the real universe opens and closes to affect the operation of the weird universe, allowing you to encounter various coincidences in this universe to get you as close to the charged item as possible. I see. Looking at the contents of the boxes on the light screen panel, Li Guanqi finally came to a sudden realization. Okay, let's do this first. He nodded slightly. Do you have any other questions? There should be more, but I couldn't think of it for a while. And the incident about my ancestors had a great impact on me. Give me some time to digest it. Anyway, you won't run away. I will come back to you when I think of the problem.
Li Guanqi rubbed his eyebrows. Mainly, he didn't want to ask another question and then start asking a lot of questions. Let's ask slowly later. Okay. Then let me explain the simulation situation now. You traveled through time and space before, and used up all the energy you had accumulated before. Now all I have left is the energy of the time jade pendant. The existing energy can still support you to carry out a large number of simulated futures in the real world until you travel to the strange world for the 6th time. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to spend 60 days in reality when you return to reality. You can simulate events in these 60 days as you like, without worrying about the number of times. However, this is because the real world is still quite backward, and there are almost no advanced beings. But the weird world is different. In this time and space, relatively speaking, many advanced lives have appeared. That is, those 9-house level creatures. In this time and space, simulating the future requires more energy, coupled with the gradual integration of strange worlds. This time and space is more stable, and it is not like the previous dungeons and missions. In the face of today's weird world that is gradually merging, if you want to simulate the future, you can only simulate it in real time like the real world. Based on the existing energy, you can only simulate the situation within the next 10 days in the strange world. And you only have 10 chances. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. So, the kind of personal simulation of entering a simulated world. Now say goodbye to me. From now on, my simulations in the strange world will be the same as the real world. And I can imitate them anytime. Anywhere? In fact, this simulation method has already said goodbye to you as early as the 5th weird world. But you have exhausted your energy before, resulting in you not simulating this weird world at all. In the real world, there is no limit to the number of times. But in the strange world, there are only 10 simulation opportunities, and you can only simulate the next 10 days. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself. It seems that in the weird world, the number of simulations should not be used without thinking, but should be used for scoring situations. For example, before doing something, simulate it first to check it out. Although he thought about it carefully, from beginning to end, from getting the simulator to now, he seemed to have never faced a copy or task that required 10 simulations, and he could basically find a perfect route within 5 times. But the problem is that now it can only be simulated within 10 days. Even if you only simulate once each time, you can only simulate the situation for 100 days. The 5th weird world will stay for a whole year. Who knows if the 6th weird world will stay longer? Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, the weird worlds will merge again, and 1000 should merge into 100. Will it still fuse? Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and asked, Are you able to affect the system operation of the weird world? Then do you know what the next process of the weird world will be? And the world will continue to merge. I can only interfere when the passage between the two worlds is opening and closing. In other words, I can only know the situation of the next strange world when you are about to travel to the strange world again. This is why, when it was still a dungeon and mission mechanism, I had to wait a few seconds before time travel before I could pull you into a simulated dungeon here. So, I can't say that I know the specific situation of the 6th strange world, because I can't be 100% sure. However, I can say that in the 6th weird world, there is a 99.9% possibility that many worlds will merge again, from 1000 worlds to 100. The world you are in will have more realities pouring in, of extraordinary beings. You are quite strict. Li Guanqi scratched his head. He always felt that the heart of time and space, that is, the simulator, spoke in a weird way, a bit like artificial intelligence. Will the reintegration of the world cause the simulation difficulty to increase? Li Guanqi asked curiously. Will 1000 worlds merge into 100? Will the energy consumed by the simulation increase again? Won't. The fusion of more than 100 million weird worlds into the current 1000 weird worlds has made the stability of this space and time reach a certain level. Even if the next 1000 weird worlds merge into one, the stability of time and space will be improved. It can only be said to be one step further forward. However, this extra step has no further impact on the simulation and will not cause an increase in the energy consumption of the simulation. By the way, I remembered another question. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel with a surprised expression. You are the heart of time and space. Judging from my ancestor's message, you can simulate a universe. Oh no!
Multiverse. That is the future of countless universes. How? In my hands? You have so much trouble simulating the next 10 days? Is it a matter of my strength? Or is your disability too severe?
I already have self-awareness. I can use myself. I deduce the future. I don't need your help. Master. And it has nothing to do with your life level. Master. This is purely an energy issue. The energy you retrieve from me is too little. That is, the so-called charging items are still too few. You need to find more. The 5 charging items you brought to me now are just a drop in the bucket. Compared with my total amount. They are just a small star among the stars in the sky. They are insignificant. But you are lucky. The energy contained in the Time Crown and Time Jade Parry is the more important part. The energy characteristics of this part allow me to travel through time and space. So I call them core components.
A drop in the bucket?
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly.
How many charging items do you have?
As vast as the sea of sand. They don't just exist on this planet. They may be scattered in every corner of the universe. Your future journey will inevitably lead to the sea of stars, to the depths of the starry sky, and to see other life forms and civilizations in this universe. But it's too early to say this now. Become the number 1 on this planet first. Find all the charged items on this planet. And then think about the future. Your mission as a so-called extraordinary person is far from the ultimate goal of your life. At least I can say that in addition to the mission of Extraordinary One, helping me restore integrity and restore the stability of the multiverse is another goal of yours, and another more important mission.
Okay. Step by step.
Li Guanqi smiled and nodded. He did not resist these so-called
missions.
When people are alive, they have to find something to do. And these missions show him a very vast world. And they also make him feel very interesting. Li Guanqi seemed to be unable to find other adjectives. This word was appropriate enough. He was really interested in these things. He wanted to go to the end and see what his mission as an extraordinary was. What purpose does the future God want to achieve by doing all this? And what period of history does he want to change? And what kind of journey will he embark on in the depths of the galaxy after this incident is over? These are interesting things. Li Guanqi wants to go step by step and explore bit by bit. His life is still very long. And the road ahead will be even more exciting. Take it easy.
I'm going out first. See you another day.
Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel, smiled, and waved his hand. Brush. The next moment, his entire body disappeared from the spot, completely leaving the world shrouded in black mist. Chapter 449. The fifth world journey ends and returns to reality.
The weather is very nice. Sophia, what do you think?
More than 20 days later. In the afternoon, the sun is getting higher and higher. Sakura Shogunate, Nanko, on the shore of an unnamed lake. Li Guanqi, who has white hair and blue eyes, is wearing a black robe, standing on a rock on the shore, with his hands folded across his chest, looking at the sparkling clear lake in front of him, shrouded in the dim afterglow, with a cheerful and bright face. Smile. The breeze blew across his face, blowing his white hair that looked like frost and snow.
It's really good. The grass here is also very good. It can compete with other grasslands.
As for the lioness wearing white clothes and black trousers, her face was full of contentment at the moment, rolling around on the grass by the lake, not caring about the white short-sleeved top that was stained by the mud. Anyway.
Oh, what are you afraid of? Master, just use the cleaning technique and your clothes will be clean.
Sometimes when encountering monsters or cursed spirits in the forest, Sophia would kill them and get directly into the enemy's belly. The lion's claws would scratch wildly until they were all covered in blood. Li Guanqi would also use a spell to create a shower mode to help her take a bath. Sometimes Li Guanqi really can't figure out who is the master.
It's finally over.
Li Guanqi glanced at Sophia, who was rolling around on the grass, smiled and looked away, looking at the blue sky in the distance. Sighing softly, after leaving Wenshui County, he took Sophia and visited the Sakura Shogunate for more than 20 days. But maybe luck has run out. Or maybe life is inherently peaceful, and there are not so many dangers or opportunities. Of course, it is more likely because he now has a comprehensive level of LV76. And there is a lioness beside him, who has fallen from 7-star level. Of course, this combination cannot be said to be walking sideways in the strange world. But at least it is indeed difficult to encounter any life and death crisis without deliberately seeking death. All in all, these 20 days in the 12th month were uneventful. It seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. During this period, Li Guanqi did not trigger any new tasks. He only went to several demon mountains, hunted some demon species and cursed spirits, obtained demon flesh and blood, and saved them, preparing to bring them back to reality for Mengyao to practice. Apart from that, he didn't meet any interesting people or things.
Ah, I can finally go home.
Li Guanqi stretched himself as he faced the sparkling lake in front of him. The fifth journey to the strange world. The longest time travel. A total of 1 year. A full 12 months. And Li Guanqi also got another charging item of the simulator at the beginning of the 12th month. At the last moment before the end. Although he now understands the nature of the simulator, he knows that this thing is the heart of time and space. And he also knows that the so-called charging items are actually the energy dispersed by the simulator. And the so-called rings, necklaces, etc. are just energy attachments. It's just a carrier. But he's used to it. Still get used to the name of the simulator, and the terms of charging items. After all, these two names are the names chosen by the heart of time and space that are easiest for him to understand after scanning his mind. Li Guanqi has always felt that with the simulator. He can take the best path. But without the simulator, he wouldn't dare to keep walking. He could still keep moving forward. But of course, he had to be much more cautious. And indeed it is. During the 11 months without the simulator, he did not stop. On the journey forward, he met many people and many things. He triggered some tasks and completed some tasks, such as Sword Pact, Sakura Journey, and Old Times and Reality. And the rewards he received were all very good. Of course, the rewards from these tasks are still not as huge as Li Guanqi's own gains in the strange world, such as artifacts, the demon sword Lumo, and Shunkong. Another example is divine power, the trip to the Ice Temple, and the residual divine power absorbed inside. Was Li Guanqi's biggest gain in his 5th trip to the strange world. It directly increased his strength by a big level, and he has a comprehensive level of LV76, which is comparable to 7 stars. The 5th trip to the weird world. So far, Li Guanqi has stayed in the weird world the longest. He met many people and many things. Met Wang Xiu, a handsome old man with a romantic temperament. That swordsman master, that old scumbag, clearly had a white moonlight in his heart. But he never spoke of love, and still flirted with women everywhere. When he was dying, he didn't know whether he regretted it or realized it. I met Isabel, the Tulip Queen, who I don't know how to evaluate. The powerful queen, who was far away from her beloved man, raised her child alone in the Tulip Palace. However, she never relied on power to force her beloved man to stay by her side, but chose to let go, until Wang Xiu's deadline was approaching. Isabel, regardless of the queen's identity, the suspicion of the shogunate, and the diplomatic situation, forced herself to the Sakura shogunate to see Wang Xiu for the last time. How to evaluate it? Li Guanqi didn't know, but he had heard something before.
I like the clouds in the sky. Do I have to pluck the clouds off? I like the gust of wind. Do I have to let the gust of wind stop?
Isabel's answer was to just let it go. Li Guanqi asked himself at first. But in the end, he didn't know how to answer such a question. But fortunately, life did not allow him to answer such questions. The girl he loves deeply now took the initiative to run to him long before he fell in love with her. This is a very lucky thing for Li Guanqi. However, besides Wang Xiu and Isabel, there was also the fate of a female shogunate warrior, which made Li Guanqi even more emotional. Kosei Takeda. That female warrior was the only Bayueguang in his master Wang Xiu's heart. But in the end, because of Wang Xiu's romantic nature, she chose not to stay with her forever, and embarked on a lonely road. Li Guanqi felt that the female warrior must have her own pride in her heart. In addition to the incident of the Sword Pact, Li Guanqi also encountered many people and many things during his year in the Sakura shogunate. For example, Ryota Aoyagi, a young man who had a tragic childhood and witnessed his mother being raped to death by someone sent by his biological father. Although the Honey City incident showed Ryota Aoyagi's immature side as a knight, things will always get better gradually. And that guy will always know how to protect others while being a knight.
By the way, that boy Chi Lu, before he left, he seemed to have said that he wanted to help a good friend steal his bride?
Li Guanqi smiled. He definitely didn't know the outcome of the bride snatching. But that is Ryota Aoyagi's life. Everyone is the protagonist in their own life. It belongs to Ryota Aoyagi's story. Li Guanqi participated once. But that was it. Ryota Aoyagi has his own story to write. The same is true for Li Guanqi. After parting ways with Ryota Aoyagi,
He met the demon sword Lumo and the demon sword's former owner Karisa Kojima. A stupid woman with a love brain was deceived by a man into destroying her family. And she also died. She could only survive in the world as a dead soul with the help of the magic knife. Until she finally met Li Guanqi. And finally found her true love. Revenge must be avenged. It sounds funny. But it's actually sad. I gave all my sincerity. But it was a tragedy caused by being unkind to someone. And that man, Kuroba Shinichi, is also a very sober bastard. When facing Li Guanqi, he also frankly said that he is a bastard. A bastard who will do anything to climb from the bottom of society to the extraordinary class. After this matter was over, it was the Fenling Mountain incident. The incident caused by the curse of spontaneous combustion involved Mina Nishimura, who wanted to save her father, and Guanting, who wanted to save his sister. But at that time, Li Guanqi could not have imagined that Terufuji, the founder of Fenling Mountain, who was murdered by his disciples, would suddenly come back and fulfill the prophecy of, when three people go together, Fenling Mountain collapses, and the artifact appears. Later, the apprentices of Fuji Teru who came back to him, Mizutani Kana and Takagi Kento, were killed by Wang Yanqing and him, which completely brought the Fenling Mountain incident to a close. After that, the senior sister who had been accompanying him in the strange world left, and was brought back to the Wang family by a very unpleasant-tongued ancestor of the Wang family, where he accepted the Kylan Sun training program and headed towards a brighter future. Then, Li Guanqi discovered Chi Yuanon, who was still alive on Launching Island in Takagi Kento's commission letter. After meeting and talking, I couldn't help but feel emotional. Chi Yuanon, who lost the possibility of growth and the arrogance of a general in poetry and painting, chose an ordinary life. Although he still had the strength of the 5 elements level, he became an ordinary person in mentality. Li Guanqi is not qualified to make decisions. When he meets his senior sister again in the future, he will tell her about this matter and let Wang Yanqing know the truth. After all, he is not qualified to hide this matter. After leaving Blue Heart Island, he was involved in a mermaid tribe under the sea through a space rift, and met Lily Siren, the mermaid princess who escaped from the palace. Lily is an innocent child, but her cheating mother is really annoying. However, the encounter between Li Guanqi and the mermaid was an accident after all. After helping the other party repair the magic weapon and obtain the same unsealed item of the magic sword, which allowed the magic sword to regain its ability to speak, he left the mermaid tribe. He and the little mermaid princess, who is deprived of her status and honor, will probably never see each other again in this life. After leaving there, it's a promise of swords. The sword engagement between Wang Xiao and Takeda Kosei is destined to fail to begin. But the sword pact between him and Takeda Ryoko, the second-generation heir, officially began and came to a successful conclusion on a dusk when the setting sun was like blood. Later, it was another journey. Li Guanqi went to the Miyamoto auction house and met the lioness Sophia. She met the magic sword's old friend, the artifact Shun Kong. She made an agreement with Sophia and won the lion-killing task. In the future, she will kill Sophia's 3 enemies. Among them is also the old Lion King at the Jogun level. Then he met his senior sister's old friend, Ryota Miyagi, and was taken by him to meet the master of ancient studies, the sheep-headed man Alton. It was also at Alton that Li Guanqi got a brick from the Ice Temple. However, before getting more clues and arriving at the Ice Temple, he first experienced something in Heilongjiang. Tauren mercenary Carl's thing. The Tauren, for his childhood sweetheart, hunted down his enemies one by one in the Tauren tribe. In the end, after helping his lover complete his revenge, he was forced to flee the grassland. He wandered alone in the Sakura shogunate, and was eventually eaten by a fruit that made him miserable in his later years. He was tortured by the sequelae of the fruit for a long time. In the end, in order to help another female Tauren, Carl chose to die to help her instead of following the path of his childhood sweetheart. Li Guanqi has deep feelings about this matter. Carl the Minotaur is indeed a real man. After finishing the matter, he also got clues to the address of the Ice Temple from Carl's relics, and finally went to the Ice God's palace. Not only did he help the snow gun unlock the 7th floor, but he also completed his strength. A leap. Then, it was time to see Ryoko Takeda again. After helping Takeda Ryoko govern Wenshui County and complete the family assessment, he obtained the relics of his master Wang Xiao, from which he obtained the charging item time Jade Pendant, unlocking the question and answer function, allowing the simulator to communicate with him.
The result of the exchange left him unable to recover for a long time. While getting some answers, I also got a lot of questions.
Sakura tour. This year in the Sakura Shogunate was very long, and I met many people and things.
Li Guanqi sat cross-legged by the lake, looking at the clouds rolling in the dim sky in the distance, with a smile on her face.
But this is not my home after all. I am a stranger in a foreign land. After being away from home for a long time, I really miss home. Soon, I will feel homesick.
I can finally go home and see my parents in Mingyao. Speaking of which, when we return to reality this time, we have to find a way to get Mingyao's parents to agree to the marriage. After all, according to the initial system statement, the 365 days spent in the strange world this time will only last 3.65 days in reality. This should dispel her parents' worries about me not coming back for several years once I travel through time. Are you worried about your daughter being a widow? If that doesn't work, how about using hypnosis to get rid of them? Let's forget it and take our time.
Li Guanqi shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the real world, the extraordinary king with the greatest combat power actually finds it so difficult to find a wife. He doesn't even believe it when he says it.
Master, what are you muttering over there?
The sun sets in the west and the sun sets on the lawn not far away. The lioness Sophia, who was rolling around on the ground and getting her little face and white clothes dirty, ran over and said,
Quick, quick, master, please clean up again.
Shoo, help me clean my clothes.
Brush. Before she finished speaking, Li Guanqi disappeared instantly.
Owner?
Sophia was immediately frightened and looked around in panic, trying to find the white-haired man. However, it was empty. The quiet dusk, the quiet breeze, the quiet lake, everything was the same as before. Only the tall man with white hair and blue eyes was missing.
Ding! The extraordinary king. Your 5th trip to the strange world has ended. The dungeon mechanism has been cancelled, and all mission rewards are issued upon completion. Therefore, there is no need for the reward space to exist. You're going straight back to reality. The record rewards you complete in the weird world will be issued after you return to reality. You will spend 60 days of vacation in reality. At the same time, 6 days will pass in the weird world. That is to say, when you come to the strange world for the 6th time, this will be the world after you evaporated and disappeared into thin air for 6 days.
Question mark.
Heck! Then you should give me an explanation in advance.
Chapter 450 Simulation and Prediction.
Li
Guanqi slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a dimly lit living room at home. As for himself, he was sitting on a light blue soft sofa, turning around and looking out the floor-to-ceiling window of the living room. The sky and the earth were pitch black. The rain was hitting the banana trees, and the sound was continuous. The downpour of lightning and thunder caused the swimming pool outside the living room to continuously ripple. Came back. The hilltop villa Han Mingyao bought in Yucheng is the real world.
I haven't been back for a year.
Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the electronic calendar on the wall next to him with a smile. 2351. July 24th. Extraordinary 5 years. When he originally traveled back to the extraordinary 5 years, it was June 1st, which happened to be Children's Day. And after a 50-day holiday, he suddenly traveled to a strange world on July 21st. Now, it is late night on July 24th. In other words, the system of the strange world was right. The 365 days spent in the strange world were the actual 3.65 days.
Ding! The extraordinary king. You have completed a total of 5 records during your 5th trip to the strange world. 1. The first extraordinary person in the world to obtain a 5th level soul. 2. The world's first 5-element level different blood warrior. 3. The first extraordinary person in the world to obtain a 6th level soul. 4. The world's first 5-element level conjurer. 5. The world's first LV-70 transcendent. Reward integration. A bottle of 7th level alien blood.
Buzz. A burst of shining golden light erupted in the dim living room, gradually turning into a glass bottle filled with golden blood, slowly floating in front of Li Guanqi.
7th level alien blood?
Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment and reached out to take it. He shook the glass bottle gently, looked at the golden blood in it, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he had never encountered a 7th level cursed spirit before, and this 7th level alien blood was his first. It's just that his physical strength has reached its limit now, and drinking it anymore is just a waste. It's better to keep it for now, and drink it later, when his martial arts level is improved.
So, where did Meng Yao go?
Li Guanqi put the 7th level alien blood into the space necklace, then got up from the sofa, walked to the white round table in the living room, picked up the kettle and poured a glass of water, then took the water glass and walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window to watch the dark rainstorm.
Crack! Snap!
There were many banana trees planted next to the villa that Han Mingyao bought. At this time, with the beating of raindrops, these banana trees also made sounds. It's not noise. On the contrary, Li Guanqi listened for a long time, and his mood became calmer. Mingyao was not in the villa, and there was no one in the villa except him.
Drop!
Li Guanqi took out a mobile phone from the space necklace. After unlocking the iris, he suddenly frowned when he looked at Mingyao's profile picture with a sweet smile in the contacts. He can use soul scanning to see if Mingyao is in Yuqing. However, because of this thought, Li Guanqi thought of another thing. I still remember that a long time ago, he entered the strange world for the first time. In the copy of The Conjurer's Apprentice, when he faced Wei Mo, he was still grateful, saying that it was fortunate that this was not the world of immortals. Otherwise Wei Mo's consciousness would have been completely different. Scan, and all his little moves will be invisible. But, is this really the case? If the so-called spiritual consciousness is defined as a perceptual ability that can scan a large area with a swipe, then the cultivation system of the strange world can also do the same. Soul power. The release of soul power out of the body and diffusion induction can also achieve this effect. At the time, Wei Mo had reached the highest level of the 5 elements, and his soul realm could also reach the 4th level. But later, Wei Mo was drained of the blood of Tongyu by his master, and his cultivation level plummeted, becoming a half-step 1-level magician. If his soul realm also plummeted, then a soul of less than the 1st level would indeed be unable to escape from the body, let alone scan the environment like divine consciousness. But,
real?
Li Guanqi frowned. Judging from his knowledge, in most cases, a drop in cultivation will not affect the level of the soul. Alien blood strength, spiritual strength, soul strength. These 3 correspond to the so-called martial arts, spells, and soul cultivation respectively. These 3 seem to complement each other, but in fact they are independent of each other. A decline in the cultivation of one side will hardly affect the cultivation of the other.
Wei Mo.
Li Guanqi looked at the pouring rain outside the window with complicated eyes.
Did you really feel that your soul had fallen and you didn't even notice my little moves in the dark? Or was it that your soul didn't actually fall and was still at the 4th level? Your soul induction has actually allowed you to discover the resistance plan I secretly prepared. Right. You didn't nip my plan in the cradle in advance because you were expecting me to succeed, expecting me not to make the same mistakes again, not to follow your old path, not to be deprived of everything by my master like you. You hope I can resist successfully. Right. You had arranged the body-seizing ceremony at that time and planted those body-seizing insects in my body. But you wrote down the method of eliminating the body-seizing insects in a book and put it in your clothes. You don't have to do that. Isn't this convenient for me to take? It is convenient for me to eliminate the subsequent effects of the body-snatching insect after I successfully kill you.
Li Guanqi had mixed feelings in his heart.
Well,
amidst the patter of rain, a soft sigh sounded in the empty villa.
Master! Wei Mo! Wei Danqing! The eldest son of Wei Guizhou of the Daoyuo dynasty. You are my first master. There is no doubt about this. Even if you had bad intentions at first. No matter what, it was you who led me to the world of magic's door.
If there is a chance, I find the guy who extracted your Tongyu blood, I will kill him and avenge you. I have already done the killing of my master anyway. It doesn't matter if I kill my master's master again.
Facing the stormy night, Li Guanqi gently bowed his head in greeting.
Master, have a good journey.
The matter about Wei Mo is in the past after all. Li Guanqi only remembered such a thing by chance. After sighing with emotion, he quickly came out of this emotion and prepared to release his soul power to scan the whole city to see where Meng Yao was.
Buzz.
As he gently closed his eyes, the huge soul power of the 6th level peak gradually escaped from his body, first covering his side, and then spreading and erupting at an alarming speed, sweeping across the entire Rain City in the blink of an eye. Yuqing is a southern city with a total area of nearly 5,000 square kilometers. At this time, under Li Guanqi's soul scan, everything in this city was invisible. A large amount of information and pictures flooded into the mind, and finally were processed and analyzed one by one under the powerful computing power of the sixth-order peak soul. While Li Guanqi scanned the whole city, the three artifacts in his mind also started chatting.
This is the mortal era before the old age?
The shocked voice of the magic knife sounded. The perspective of the artifact is determined by the owner. Because of this, when Li Guanqi scanned the city with his soul, his artifacts were considered to be on a
Rain City sightseeing.
seeing all the streets and alleys of the city.
By the way, don't there already be some psychic technologies and practitioners?
Shen Kong was a little surprised.
Because, Master, extraordinary people have appeared in this time and space. And they have traveled to the new era. The times have changed long ago. And they have entered the extraordinary era ahead of schedule. They can practice before the end of the world even comes.
Xiaoxu, who had followed Li Guanqi back to reality a long time ago, answered patiently. In fact, it wasn't really an answer. It was probably a reminder. After all, Li Guanqi had already told them about the current situation in the real world. The artifacts started chatting one after another, and they were still using the
public channel.
In Li Guanqi's mind, you were talking to each other, marveling at various things in reality. In the city, the advertisements and posters about Han Mengyao on the streets, alleys and high-rise buildings made Shen Kong even more excited. For Shen Kong, human pioneers like fire god Han Mengyao are of great significance.
Well, that foot bath shop looks very good. Sure enough, no matter in which era, this kind of transaction exists. It's a bit strange. Shen Kong, did you see it? The man and the technician were sneaking around just now, and they discussed waiting for the woman to get off work before starting.
The focus of Magic Knife is particularly different.
Well, if you go directly to the store, you might be afraid that the boss will take a commission.
Right? Shen Kong said suspiciously.
That's because, here, this kind of thing is illegal.
Xu Xue explained helplessly. A few minutes later, Li Guanqi took back his soul power and felt a little puzzled. Han Mengyao is not in Yuqing. There was no sign of her in the entire Rain City, even in a deserted area outside the city. His parents were still in the city, and he had just passed the Shroud of Soul Power to report that they were safe. When the second elder heard his voice, of course he breathed a sigh of relief, because he suddenly traveled through time for more than 3 days. I thought he would never return for several years. But now he came back after only 3 days, which undoubtedly made the two elders feel relieved. From his parents, Li Guanqi also learned the whereabouts of Han Mengyao. Europe, UK, London. It is said that a very strange supernatural event occurred there, and the British Supernatural Agency was helpless and asked Peng Lai for help.
Then, Han Mengyao flew over this morning to investigate.
So, for top-level beings, technology is dispensable. But for other people, technology is still very useful.
Li Guanqi sighed, while picking up his cell phone and dialed Han Mengyao's number. Souls at the peak of the 6th level cannot scan the world. But as long as there is a signal base station, even if they are half a planet apart, Li Guanqi can make a phone call and video chat with the other party.
Beep beep. The number you dialed is within the range of severe spiritual interference and cannot be dialed at the moment. Please try again later. Drop.
Li Guanqi hung up the phone and frowned slightly. What he has in his hand is a psychic phone. Peng Lai Note 5, which is the latest model produced by Peng Lai and released in Charan 5 years ago. Mengyao gave it to him. It is said to be a psionic mobile phone. But in fact, compared with previous electronic mobile phones, it has 2 more main functions. 1. No charging required. Based on the energy consumption rate of a psychic mobile phone, the built-in small conversion chip is enough for it to absorb the spiritual energy in the air for recharging, even if it is not possible to create a psychic sky ring in the current real world. Such a small device does not need the help of that thing. 2. Anti-interference. Since the spiritual energy began to recover, some electronic devices have actually been interfered by the spiritual energy, such as phone signals. In places with strong spiritual energy, the phone communication signal will become very poor. The psionic mobile phone can resist interference to the greatest extent. But even so, the psychic phone pointed by Li Guanqi still prompted that
the other party is within the range of severe psychic interference,
and could not make a call. This is enough to show that where Han Mengyao is now, the spiritual energy is quite dense. In this day and age, a place with such strong spiritual energy usually doesn't mean anything good.
Looks like I have to go to London.
Li Guanqi raised his head slightly, drank all the water in the cup, put it back on the table, and then walked to the sofa and sat down. Now that we have returned to reality, the first thing to do is to simulate it with a simulator. Anyway, the simulator has said that in the real world, a place without advanced life, it is very easy to simulate the future, and you can do it at will.
It's been a long time since I've had a model. I feel so nostalgic.
Li Guanqi smiled, leaned back on the sofa, and gently closed his eyes. Buzz. The next moment, blood appeared all over his body, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye. Simulator. Open. Heart of time and space. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi came here again and looked at the 4 big characters on the light screen panel. He couldn't help but be stunned.
By the way, isn't the word on it Weird World Simulator?
That was the beginning. I came up with a name that best fits your understanding based on your thinking. Following Li Guanqi's question, black boxes quickly appeared on the light screen panel to answer. You are going to travel to a weird world at the beginning. So I call myself the Weird World Simulator so that you can understand my role. But now that you know that my essence is the embodiment of the rules of time and space, there is no need to call myself a simulator.
I understand. The heart of time and space sounds cool. Right.
Li Guanqi smiled. It can be understood this way.
Also, I have a doubt.
Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and asked curiously.
Are you a simulator or a predictor? Judging from my ancestors' message, you can deduce the future of the entire universe. Can this be considered a simulation?
I can also directly predict the future. But currently, due to lack of energy, I can only simulate it and use an extremely complex simulation operation to deduce the future. Therefore, I previously called myself a simulator, not a predictor. I believe that the difference between simulation and prediction lies in the number of known conditions. Simulation requires known conditions. So I need to consume a lot of energy to scan the entire world to obtain this known condition. When the energy is insufficient, I cannot obtain more known conditions to simulate the future. For example, in the Lugui village incident you experienced, if I had enough energy, I could get the known condition.
Lin Xianbai has the heart of the phoenix.
But I don't have that much energy, so I couldn't get this known condition. Another example is the incident of
Teacher Tan Wenyan and the cursed spirit He Xian
that you simulated. At that time, you simulated that a plane would crash into your community because of He Xian's death. Isn't this like predicting the future? But in fact, this is just a simulation operation. I scanned the entire world, analyzed various situations, and finally calculated the simulation results based on the known conditions. Simply put, the more charging items you help me find, the more energy I have, and the more details I can simulate, achieving a 99.9% accuracy in deducing the future. Even if there is enough energy, I will no longer simulate, but directly predict and see a 100% accurate future. But there is currently insufficient energy, and simulation alone can meet the demand. So, my current deduction of the future is just a simulation operation that requires known conditions. So, what is predicting the future? Lin Xianbai's ability is a typical ability to predict the future. He does not need any known conditions to know out of thin air what the most correct approach should be in the face of the next thing. Let's take the Lugui village incident as an example. He obviously didn't know anything, but because of his precognitive ability, he decided to give Han Mingyao the heart of the phoenix. And then, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. He doesn't know the cause and effect. He doesn't know why he wants to give it to Han Mingyao. And he doesn't know what will happen if Han Mingyao eats it. He just knows that he needs to give Han Mingyao the phoenix heart. This is foreknowledge. This is a magical ability. If you replenish me with enough energy, I can also restore this ability.
Simulation and prediction.
Li Guanqi murmured to himself. According to Lin Xianbai, his precognition comes from a skill called Tian Yin Shen's, and he is the only person in Tianshi Mansion who has successfully practiced it for thousands of years. So he has this ability. This kind of predictive ability is definitely not something that can be brought about by any cultivation method. A series of black frames continue to appear on the simulator's light curtain panel. As for what Lin Xianbai once told you, if it is not a lie, there is a high probability that he himself has been deceived. The skills of the Tianshi Mansion are just a pipe painted by the ancestors of the Tianshi Mansion. And he, through this pancake drawing technique, successfully activated his bloodline ability by accident. Because the ability to predict can only be the power of innate blood. There is no possibility of acquiring it acquired. This is beyond doubt. The universe is so vast that there are some magical creatures that are born with the ability to predict the future. And it is obvious that Lin Xianbai has this kind of bloodline. This, Li Guanqi was stunned. Co-author Lin Daozhong is just like him. His ancestors are not human. So maybe Lin Xianbai's true soul is not in human form. He really hasn't asked the other party about this. Ask some time.
Let's start.
Li Guanqi smiled and looked at the light screen panel of the simulator.
Simulate my next real life and see what the rules are in this fate battle. Is it a cursed spirit or a forbidden place?
Simulation begins. On the first day, you had dinner with your parents in Yuqing, and then flew to London overnight to find Han Mingyao. Han Mingyao was dealing with an extraordinary incident in London. It was originally a history museum, but suddenly it turned into a blood-red haunted house, swallowing everyone in the museum at the time. Chapter 451 Lin Xianbai, whose body was taken over by a divine weapon. On the second day, you went to the museum in London, saw many historical objects that were given life, and also found Han Mingyao. At this time, Han Mingyao has discovered the truth of the matter. This is a forbidden place that suddenly appears. The taboo rule is that items that have existed for more than 300 years have a chance to generate souls, have their own consciousness, become bloodthirsty, and kill living creatures uncontrollably. Han Mingyao is still struggling with how to deal with these things. After all, they are talking historical relics, and they are quite historical. You quickly made a decision to suppress these cultural relics with force, and lock them up directly, so that these living historical objects can no longer attack others. Thus, this extraordinary incident in London was perfectly resolved. You and Han Mingyao returned home happily. On the third day, you returned to Yuqing. As soon as you got off the plane, you received a call from Lin Xianbai. He said that your parents are in his hands. If you don't want your parents to die, come to Tianshi Mansion and commit suicide in front of him to destroy your soul.
Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically. Your parents' life and death are at stake. You don't dare to neglect them. So you rushed to Longhu Mountain. At the top of Longhu Mountain, you met Lin Xianbai and your parents, who were trapped in the formation.
Shan Kong said, "This is a god-level formation. Unless the gods come to the world and break the formation with divine power, there is no way to break it except the one who set it up. Once you try to break it, your parents will die. Once if you try to attack Lin Xianbai, the formation will be activated and your parents will die." You look at Lin Xianbai's expression in front of you and realize keenly that this Lin Xianbai is not Lin Xianbai at all. Devil Sword Lumo also issued a reminder that this is one of its old friends. Lin Xianbai has an artifact inside his body, and the artifact's greatest interest is watching a person fall. Witnessing a good person turn into a bad person is its greatest hobby. At this time, Lin Xianbai's physical body has been completely occupied by this artifact, while Lin Xianbai's own soul is trapped in the depths of the sea of consciousness and cannot come out. It tells you to kill yourself or your parents will die. You decide, follow the threat and commit suicide. Forced to break the formation, kill Lin Xianbai. Note, the simulation can be reset and restarted from the first day. Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy, and his brows were furrowed tightly. This will happen 3 days later, which means that he only needs to rush to his parents' house now and protect them. After all, he just scanned his soul and saw his parents in Yuqing. Mingyao Villa and his parents' home are only 3 streets apart. No matter how fast you move that artifact, it can't be as fast as his. Or, go directly to Longhu Mountain. So the solution to this matter is very simple. At least with the help of the simulator. Li Guanqi wants to prevent this tragedy from happening. It is very simple. In the simulation space of the simulator, time is relatively static to the outside world, and he can have more time to think here. Think about this. So, the current situation is that Lin Xianbai's body is controlled by an artifact? Li Guanqi suddenly remembered that when he was still in the strange world, he had seen something about
Lin Xianbai going crazy
in the barrage of the extraordinary ranking list. Now that I think about it, Lin Xianbai is not crazy, because Lin Xianbai's physical body is not controlled by him at all, but is occupied by a divine weapon. The artifact takes control of the body. Not counting Qin Xian's sword, Li Guanqi has obtained 3 artifacts, and has never been controlled by the artifacts. Why? Because Demon Sword, Shan Kong, and Xiaoxua are kind-hearted? Yes and no. In fact, the 3 of them don't have that ability at all. Not to mention Shan Kong. It is an auxiliary artifact, and has no independent combat capability. Demonic Sword Lumo. When Li Guanqi obtained this demonic sword, he was transferred by Kojima Karisa to recognize the master's qualification. At the same time as he actually obtained the demonic sword, he had already obtained the identity of the master of the demonic sword, and had complete control over the artifact. Domination. Even if the demon sword wants to control him, it is powerless. Shishu? Xiaoxue is indeed kind-hearted. But the problem is that when Li Guanqi got Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue didn't even unlock the ability to speak, let alone control the host. And after he shed his blood to recognize the master, he also gained the control over the artifact from the master of the artifact. Therefore, no matter whether the three artifacts, Magic Sword, Shan Kong, and Xiaoxue, have ever thought about controlling Li Guanqi, the reality is that they have never had this ability from the beginning to the end. But this is his situation. What if it were any other situation? For example, in a certain cave, a 4-level conjurer encounters an artifact that unlocks the 5th, or even the 6th or 7th level. What will happen? Lin Xianbai had no power to resist. Li Guanqi combined the information he got from the top article of the barrage, and guessed that the demon species Lin Xianbai killed, and the so-called black light, flying out of the demon species' body should be an artifact.
Let's simulate the entire route first.
Li Guanqi turned his attention to the light screen panel in front of him again. You decide. Follow the threat and commit suicide. Forced to break the formation. Kill Lin Xianbai. Li Guanqi raised his hand and clicked on the first option. You are dead. The artifact in Lin Xianbai's body did not abide by the agreement and also killed your parents.
I knew it.
Li Guanqi nodded calmly.
Reset. Choose the second option.
You choose to break the formation by force. The formation is activated. Your parents are dead. In your rage, you directly smash Lin Xianbai's body, grab the artifact from his flesh and blood, and let Shan Kong suck away its origin. Because of your actions, the artifact also chose to retaliate and strangled Lin Xianbai's soul before being drained of its essence.
Reset. Third option.
You choose to kill Lin Xianbai first. The moment you take action, the formation automatically activates, and your parents are dead. In your rage, you smash Lin Xianbai's body to pieces and grab the god from his flesh and blood.
Okay. Reset. Reset to day 1.
Li Guanqi interrupted helplessly. Day 1. What are you going to do? Li Guanqi thought for a while. Protected your parents in the past? But the cause of this incident was the artifact that controlled Lin Xianbai.
Go to Longhu Mountain and find Lin Xianbai.
You arrived at Longhu Mountain and found Lin Xianbai, who was deeply struggling in his soul. You entered Lin Xianbai's sea of consciousness, helped Lin Xianbai out of the predicament, and also allowed Shan Kong to drain the origin of this artifact, completely destroying this divine relic. After absorbing the entire source of the artifact, Shan Kong said that he can directly let you understand the laws of space and reach the peak of Liuhe level.
Crossing a big realm directly?
Strong. Li Guanqi was stunned at first. And then, he couldn't help but laugh, and said in his mind,
Hey, Shan Kong, do you see? You can have dinner soon.
However, there was no response. Your artifacts cannot sense the situation here. I thought you had realized this already. Every time you use me, your perspective will darken, and you can't see it. Naturally, your artifacts can't see the red light that appears on your body every time. To your artifact, every time you use me, it's just an ordinary blink of an eye. Magic Sword and Shan Kong don't know these things. Xiaoxue should have noticed. After all, every time you, suddenly, know what to do next. She must have had doubts. But this artifact is very responsible. And she has never asked anything that the owner did not take the initiative to say.
I see.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly.
Then go ahead and continue simulating what's going to happen next.
Lin Xianbai apologized to you. But you said that neither party wanted to see this matter. So there was no need to care. Then you chatted with Lin Xianbai, and each talked about the events he encountered in the strange world. Then you go to London and help Han Mengyao solve the extraordinary incident in the London Museum. In the evening, you had a candlelight dinner with Han Mengyao in London and played with her in London for a while. On the 15th day, you and Han Mengyao returned to China hand in hand, contacted Han Mengyao's parents and your own parents, and held another dinner to discuss the engagement. You failed.
Damn! Why failed again?
Li Guanqi couldn't hold back when he saw this paragraph. However, the boxes on the light curtain panel continued to appear. Han Mengyao's parents are still suspicious. You have stayed in the strange world for 365 days this time, and 3.65 days have passed in reality. What about next time? Will 36.5 days pass? Next time. Will it be 365 days? Next time. Will it be 3,650 days? Question mark. Li Guanqi spread his hands and looked confused. Han Mingyu's parents are not willing to hand over their daughter to you just like that. Even if you fall in love again. If their daughter will be a widow all day long after getting married, then they will definitely not agree. They have to travel at least a few more times. If only a few days have passed before they can consider it. And it's just thinking about it. Because there is another problem. You spend so much time in another world every time you travel. If you are not with their daughter for a long time, there is no guarantee that you will not change your mind and cheat. This is a factor for their doubts. Another engagement party ended unhappy. That night, Han Mingyao noticed your unhappiness and chose to wear your favorite JK uniform and white stockings to comfort you. You become very happy. Ahem. The following time was peaceful and beautiful. You and Han Mingyao had a pleasant time. On day 32, you learned Greek. On the 35th day, Shi Xiaoxiao came to visit you and Han Mingyao. Seeing the happy two of you, she smiled and said to you when she went back, "Okay, that's it." You don't understand what it means. But she left and continued to lead the Red Blood Army to eliminate demons and cursed spirits all over the world. On the 46th day, a monster attack occurred in Switzerland. But a mysterious strongman took action and instantly killed the 3-level monster and saved everyone in the shopping mall building. Lin Xianbai discovered through investigating the video that it was Chishan who was resurrected into reality. With the strong learning ability brought by his strong soul, he has passed a bunch of doctoral degrees and skill certificates. Now he is working as the chief researcher of a psychic technology research company in Geneva, Switzerland. He not only bought a house, but also cheated on 3 girlfriends at the same time. Life was going smoothly. Lin Xianbai also investigated and learned that although Chishan was in love and cheating, he often wore Batman's clothes at night to fight crime and supernatural phenomena in Switzerland. The locals called him the real Batman. On the 53rd day, after Han Mingyao learned that you had wings, she asked to fly into the sky and try a cloud shock. You were shocked and quickly asked her if she was playing your computer games. She said The Witcher is the best in the world. You were speechless immediately, but finally agreed to her request. While spreading your wings and taking her to the sky, you also let her go to the sky several times in the clouds. On the 60th day, the 6th strange world arrives. Simulation ends. Simulator, your writing style is getting more and more humorous. Li Guanqi felt a little embarrassed. Wait. After a moment, Li Guanqi suddenly remembered something and looked at the light screen panel in surprise. Is this over? Are you sure? What about the battle for luck in the real world? After all, this is the 5th round of luck battle. As the son of destiny with the most luck, I haven't encountered anything at all. And I haven't gotten the 5th round of luck? The child of destiny seems to be very unlucky if something goes wrong wherever he goes. But the rewards of luck are also quite generous. At least the last time. The benefit of the 4th round of luck was to allow him to directly comprehend the law of thunder. He was originally looking forward to the benefits of the 5th round of luck. No relevant events have been deduced. You can't see any clues? Li Guanqi was a little stunned. Not seen yet. The so-called battle of luck is essentially a world process, similar to a copy of a strange world turning into a task. 100 million parallel time and space gradually merge. And they are all the operating procedures and steps of a world. I said before that the weird universe is a man-made universe, and I can interfere. But the real universe is a natural universe. And I cannot interfere with the world processes that occur in this universe. The current status quo is that in the future I deduced. There are no events related to luck. And I cannot interfere in the battle of luck. However, I have a suggestion. Simulating it every day. Maybe one day I will suddenly be able to see things about the battle of luck. What is this statement? Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel curious. The energy is not high enough. My energy is not only a difference in quantity, but also a difference in quality. Just like the time crown and time jade pendant you found. The energy contained in these two things is more important and is of high quality, allowing me to travel through time and space. But things like time rings are not acceptable, because the energy they contain is relatively minor and low-level energy. Similarly, due to the lack of high-quality charging items, the accuracy of my future deduction is actually far from 99.9%. Because of this, if I did not deduce something about the battle of luck, it may not be it did not appear, but because it is a kind of world process, it is difficult for me to deduce it now. However, the closer to its appearance, the less difficult it is for me to deduce this world process. Just like you before. Every time I travel to a strange world in the first few seconds, I can deduce the situation of the next instance. I explain it this way. Can you understand it? I guess so. Li Guanqi nodded.
It means that you can't deduce the battle of luck now. But as long as I insist on simulating it every day, you can basically simulate the relevant situation a few days before these things are about to happen?
Yes.
I suddenly thought of another question.
Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel of the simulator, looked at the last simulation end box on it, and said curiously,
I remember that when you simulated a copy of the strange world in the past, there were rewards for simulating the ending. When simulating real-life situations, rewards sometimes appear, and sometimes no rewards appear. Why is this? Can you talk about it?
I want to talk too, but I don't know the principle of this either. Li Guanqi was stunned. This is a phenomenon that I cannot understand. Sometimes when deducing the future, I feel that something is suddenly generated. After it is generated, it is the so-called ending reward. But I don't know where it comes from, or why it sometimes appears, and sometimes doesn't. My current knowledge does not allow me to analyze the cause of this matter. It's like a baby can breathe since birth, but it doesn't understand how breathing works. It doesn't know the trachea. It doesn't know the lungs. It doesn't know anything. And I have no control over the content of these rewards. Otherwise, I will directly give you a reward of your ancestors' cultivation level, and the matter will basically be over. But I can't do it, including the dungeons, tasks, and recorded rewards in the strange world. They are all things that I cannot understand. I don't know what objects are condensed and distributed by these rewards. I cannot understand them, nor can I analyze them. I have too many memory lapses. Just like those artifacts of yours. I hate this feeling. It makes me feel like I'm incomplete. For some reason, Li Guanqi felt the simulator somewhat lost and sad mood from these last words.
Because you are indeed incomplete now.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
Calm down. When I become stronger in the future, I will help you find all the charged items, and you will be restored to integrity. These incomprehensible things will naturally be understood.
I believe you, Master.
Because I am a descendant of my ancestors?
Li Guanqi asked with a smile. No. It's because you promised others things and never gave up.
Huh? Maybe.
Li Guanqi only thinks that the simulator is talking about the world, because he knows very well that compared to his ancestor, who sacrificed himself for the multiverse, what is he? A mere mortal? The reason why this time and space hard respects him is probably because of the face of his great ancestor. Okay.
Bye.
Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel in front of him, smiled, and waved his hand. Brush. In a flash of white light, he disappeared instantly. Reality. Living room. Sofa. Li Guanqi opened his eyes and walked towards the door. It's time to go to Longhu Mountain. If you want to save Taoist Lin, you must also give Shukong the artifact to eat. After absorbing the origin of this artifact, Shukong can directly upgrade his cultivation level to the peak of Liuhe level. What is about to usher in is another surge in strength.
Besides, the feeling of regaining something is good.
Li Guanqi smiled and couldn't help feeling emotional. Humanity's greatest fear is the unknown. And with the simulator, all the unknowns he faces can become known. And he can nip any disaster in the cradle. For example, this is what he is facing now. Without an emulator, it's a complete tragedy. But with the simulator, this is a near miss. Not only will it not turn into a tragedy, but even Taoist Lin can be called a treasure boy.
Boom!
Li Guanqi came to the side of the villa swimming pool. His whole body was enveloped by the strong wind. He rose up from the ground and soared into the sky, flying into the lightning and thundering night sky. Target. Longhu Mountain. Chapter 452, Artifact Chain. Yikue.
3 days. No matter how hard you resist, your body will be completely occupied by me in 3 days at most. But I don't understand. What are you resisting? Lin Xianbai.
In the dark and gloomy sea of consciousness, haunted by ghosts, a soul body bound by purple and black chains knelt on its knees in the middle of the Black Sea, lowered its head, and turned a deaf ear to the bewitching sounds coming from all directions. His soul body is extremely strange. It is not blue, but a wholly pure white. Because of this, the purple and black chain that tied it up looked particularly dazzling. This is Lin Xianbai's sea of consciousness, but his own soul body is bound here.
Why refuse?
Suddenly, a dark ghostly mist appeared beside Lin Xianbai, transforming into a naked and beautiful woman, with charming eyes and an indescribable charm all over her body.
Don't you want to do this?
The beautiful woman stretched out her right index finger, gently raised Lin Xianbai's chin, opened her red lips, and said with an evil smile,
You like Annie, don't you? But you are only the extraordinary second person in world number 2. If you continue like this, your world will be annexed by world number 1 sooner or later. At that time, your end will no longer be your end. Do you want to see this situation? So, why say no? In the real world, apart from Han Mengyao and that Qi Xiao Xiao, only you know the true identity of the extraordinary king in reality, as well as the identity of his parents. If you want to kill the extraordinary king, relying on your own strength is far from enough. However, you can force him to die by threatening his parents. Lin Xianbai, don't you want to do that?
When the beautiful woman said this, she leaned close to Lin Xianbai's ear and breathed out like a blue. There was an indescribable charm in her charming voice.
Lin Xianbai, if you kill Li Guanqi, you will be the number 1 extraordinary person. Annie will always be your Annie. Why did you refuse? Aren't you afraid that Annie will be sad? She loves you so much. But you obviously had a way to keep her.
But you chose to give up. If Anne knew about this, the poor girl would definitely cry very sadly.
Ah. Lin Xianbai, who had remained silent from beginning to end, chuckled lightly, finally raised his head, looked at the beautiful woman close at hand, and said with a smile,
I will never do this. And if I really do this,
Annie will be more disappointed than me. Because the Lin Xianbai she likes is not this kind of person.
The smile on the beautiful woman's face gradually faded, becoming more expressionless.
Yi Kui.
Lin Xianbai looked at the beautiful woman, still smiling.
Is it really fun for you to do this? After I survived the so-called test of transforming into a monster 10 times, you saw all my memories. But at the same time, I also saw that part of the memory you have unlocked. What kind of existence are you? Let me tell you. You are just a thing that is disgusted, abandoned, pathetic, pitiful, and deplorable by your master. Other artifacts are held in the palm of the hand by the owner, who cares, and treats them as if they are close friends, relatives, or even their own children. But what about you? Ah, I'm sorry. You are such a waste. As soon as you were born, your first master felt disgraced because your artifact was so useless. In just a few years, your master's tolerance for you has reached its limit. He casually played a small game with the god of death, and then lost you to the god of death. Then what? Among the gods, the god of killing, who ranks among the top 3 in terms of combat power, looks down on you. His divine weapon, the demonic sword Lumo, despises you in every possible way. You will be insulted by the god of killing all day long. A few years later, the magic knife's words made you abandoned again. Oh, master, isn't this broken chain too useless? It would be embarrassing to take it out, or just throw it away. Then, you were thrown into a canyon by the killing god. The majestic artifact ended up like this. Then, you were picked up by a mortal bandit. A loser meets a scumbag. You two are a perfect match. As a divine weapon, you can't live in the circle of gods. You have come to the mortal world to dominate. But you don't feel the shame. And you even enjoy it. Yi Kui, I feel embarrassed just by taking my place. What do you do in the mortal world? Force good girls into prostitution? Seeing that kind and beautiful princess who is loved by all the people, living a wonderful life that is loved by everyone. Does it prick your pathetic self-esteem? So you can't stand it. And through despicable means, the kingdom was destroyed, and the kind-hearted woman was corrupted, becoming a despicable prostitute in your eyes. And then you can be happy? Because she is just like you back then? From a high position of honor to a humble mortal world? Ha ha. Interesting. No. Yi Kui. At first, the princess was loved by the people because of her kindness and beauty. But you are not. You have never been loved by anyone from the beginning to the end. The funny thing is that since then, you have had this sad hobby. You like to see a good person degenerate into a bad person. You like to see someone who is usually high and beloved by everyone fall into the dust and be despised by others. Why do you like it? Because you want to see them like you back then. Shut up.
When Lin Xianbai said this, Yi Kui's patience finally reached its limit, and he strangled his neck with both hands. That beautiful face had already turned hideous, like an evil ghost. This woman named Yi Kui seemed to have completely lost her mind.
This is my sea of consciousness.
Lin Xianbai, who was being choked by her, looked calm.
I am a soul body here. What's the use of strangling my neck? It is indeed the most useless artifact. And it doesn't even realize this, ugh.
Suddenly, The purple and black chains on his body erupted with purple and black lightning, causing him to grit his teeth and look ugly.
What about this?
Yikue stared into Lin Xianbai's eyes.
What's the point of irritating me? Infuriated?
Lin Xianbai endured the pain and let out a ferocious laugh.
Huh. I'm just irritated by telling the truth? Yikue.
Yikue, how inferior are you? Shut up.
Yikue roared and roared. The purple and black chains on Lin Xianbai's body once again exploded with majestic thunder, burning his soul crazily.
What's the function?
Lin Xianbai endured the burning pain in his soul, but still had a smile on his face. He looked at Yikue in front of him and said calmly,
You and I have become one. If I die, you will die too.
You don't dare to kill me, but I can control you.
Yikue seemed to have calmed down. He stood up from beside him, turned his head, and looked at the boundary of the Sea of Consciousness. There are pieces of holy white light runes that cover the entire Sea of Consciousness. Not only does it prevent Lin Xianbai's own consciousness from emerging from the Sea of Consciousness, but it also prevents her consciousness from occupying the physical body. This is a death together strategy. But this rune defense will soon be broken by her.
3 days.
Yikue withdrew his gaze, looked at Lin Xianbai again, and said coldly,
In 3 days at most, I can completely occupy your body. Use your body to threaten Li Guanqi's parents to commit suicide. And then use your body to do all the evil in the world. Don't you think you are just an above board? Then I will let you use despicable means to force Li Guanqi to death. And then use this despicable means to get your beloved Anne. Oh no! I'm not going to let you get in. I want Anne to be like the subjugated princess, who was raped by the enemy army and turned into a military prostitute. She was surrounded by the smelly sweat and bodies of men all day long. She went from resisting, to being hopeless, to finally enjoying herself. Lin Xianbai, I wonder how you would feel when you saw such depraved Annie. Also, don't you want the world to turn into a beautiful fantasy land? Into the harmonious society of your dreams? Then I must let reality return to the slave society. I want to make oppression and exploitation become even more severe in this era, and make the lives of the people you care about worse than death. Lin Xianbai.
Yikue leaned down, raised his chin with the index finger of his right hand, and said with a crooked smile,
I will use your body to do everything you don't want to do. So what?
Lin Xianbai looked at her calmly and smiled lightly.
Yikue, you like to see good people turn bad, and you like to see a person fall, but you will never see what you want to see in me. No matter how many evil things you do by using my body, you are the only one who is wrong and guilty. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Xianbai, and it does not represent my depravity. You want me to fall? Sorry. Yikue, you can never do it. Ha ha. Just watch it then.
Yikue smiled charmingly.
There won't be that time.
Lin Xianbai closed his eyes.
If you really threaten Li Guanqi's parents, then you will only end up with one death, and I will also be free. Ha 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 ha.
Yikue looked up to the sky and laughed, his branches trembling with laughter, as if he had heard some of the funniest jokes in the world.
Why do you think so?
After laughing for a long time, she looked at Lin Xianbai with a smile.
Just because he is an extraordinary king? Ha ha ha. Do you really think he is a king? Then who do you think you are?
Lin Xianbai looked indifferent, still closing his eyes, as if he didn't even bother to look at her.
You are just a sealed artifact now. Since you are sealed, don't make a fool of yourself. Yikue, then let's wait and see. Lin Xianbai.
The smile on Yikue's face gradually faded, and he turned and left expressionlessly. Buzz, however, the next moment, Lin Xianbai's pure white soul body suddenly flashed with white light. Immediately afterwards, he opened his eyes, with a smile on his face, looked at Yikue's back, grinned.
Hey, Yikue!
Yikue frowned and turned back displeased.
No need to wait and see.
The smile on Lin Xianbai's face grew brighter.
He came. Boom!
The night is dark, and the moon is as bright as water. Longhu Mountain, an unnamed peak. A tornado fell from the sky, fell heavily to the ground, and kicked up smoke and dust all over the sky. A figure with white hair and blue eyes, wearing a black robe, was looming in the smoke. Only after he walked out completely did he realize that this person had an ice crystal mask covering his face. It was Li Guanqi who came here.
Intruder found.
At the same time, an alarm buzzer erupted among the entire peaks of Longhu Mountain, and then cracks opened in countless mountains and tops, and numerous metal gun barrels extended from them. There were tens of thousands of them densely packed. Tens of thousands of black missile muzzles were all aimed at Li Guanqi. Not only that, within 10 seconds, countless drones equipped with artillery armor also flew into the sky. Densely packed, covering the entire blue sky, shooting red aiming beams from them, directly covering Li Guanqi in the red light. Longhu Mountain is the headquarters of Penglai. It seems to be surrounded by melodious and peaceful mountains, but in fact it has been built into a top-notch high-tech military fortress.
I want to see Lin Xianbai.
Li Guanqi didn't pay attention to these defensive measures and just looked forward. Tens of meters away is an unknown Taoist temple. He learned through soul scanning that Lin Xianbai was sitting cross-legged inside, eyes closed, motionless.
Taoist Master Lin hasn't come out yet.
In front of the unknown Taoist temple, a woman in a white dress looked at Li Guanqi solemnly.
You are the extraordinary king.
Li Guanqi knew this woman Lin. In other words, Lin Xianbai's half-sister, who is somewhat suspected of having an orthopedic problem. Lin Qinglian. In addition to this woman, there were more than 30 soldiers holding firearms and wearing alloy mechas standing beside the Taoist temple. The equipment on their bodies looked a bit like future warriors, and their entire bodies were made of alloy bone equipment. Moreover, they are all three-level human beings of different blood.
Of course I know Lin Xianbai hasn't come out yet.
Li Guanqi was a little helpless.
It's precisely because he hasn't come out yet that I have to go in to find him. No!
Lin Qinglian shouted sternly.
Taoist Master Lin has given an order. Every time he returns to reality, if he doesn't take the initiative, no one will be allowed to trespass. I don't have time to discuss it with you.
Li Guanqi stepped forward.
Shooting!
Lin Qinglian raised her right hand high, and the more than 30 mecha soldiers immediately raised their firearms, aiming at Li Guanqi and preparing to fire. Not only that, the countless armored drones covering the sky began to activate, and red lasers emerged from the barrels, including the missile barrels in the nearby mountains. They all entered the preheating state at this time, and were about to launch a fire attack on Li Guanqi. However, meaningless.
Boom!
Li Guanqi's face was expressionless, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were spread out. The missile barrels and drones in the entire Longhu Mountain area were all disassembled and turned into countless parts, suspended in midair, including those in the hands of the mecha soldiers, firearms and exoskeleton armor. Then,
boom!
Li Guanqi clenched his right hand tightly, and all these countless parts flew straight into the sky, collided together, and turned into a huge metal iron ball with a diameter of tens of meters. The next moment, a metal iron ball fell from the sky and hit an uninhabited mountain peak not far away. It smashed the hundreds of meters high mountain into pieces and caused the mountain to collapse. Just opening and closing the 5 fingers of his right hand easily dismantled the entire defense measures of Longhu Mountain. This scene completely shocked all Penglai members in Longhu Mountain, including Lin Qinglian standing at the door of the Taoist temple. At this time, when she looked at the black-robed figure with white hair and blue eyes and an ice crystal mask in front of her, her body could not help but tremble slightly with fear. This is the power of the LV-76 Extraordinary King?
Our current technological level is not bad.
Li Guanqi stepped forward and passed Lin Qinglian without even looking at her.
But, for now, compared with the extraordinary system that is booming in the weird world,
it is not worth mentioning. Now, leave me alone. Boom!
Li Guanqi walked to the door of the Wuming Taoist temple, and with a wave of his hand, the entire temple door turned into powder, scattered on the ground, and drifted away in the wind. The first thing that caught his eye was Lin Xianbai's back, sitting cross-legged on a futon.
Master, it's Yi Kuei.
Suddenly, the sound of the magic knife sounded. As early as in the ice temple of the weird world, Shan Kong told Li Guanqi that with the power of the 3 artifacts, Demon Sword, Xiaoshu, and Qinxian, it would be possible to sense the artifacts in an area. Therefore, when Li Guanqi approached Longhu Mountain, Shan Kong actually discovered the existence of the artifact in Lin Xianbai's body, but due to the distance, it was unable to determine the identity of the artifact. But at this time, it was very close. But unexpectedly, it was not Shan Kong who spoke, but the demon sword.
Lumo, tell me about it.
Li Guanqi walked around Lin Xianbai and frowned when he looked at Lin Xianbai, who was motionless with his eyes closed.
She is a chain-shaped artifact named Yi Kuei.
Demon Sword said in a deep voice.
I haven't recovered many memories, but some of them are about this Yi Kuei. She is a very rubbish artifact. At least at the level of an artifact. She is very crotch-stretching. Because of this, she is the wealthy owner didn't like it. Her master is different from ordinary gods. Ordinary gods only have one artifact. But her master is known as the god of wealth, with many treasures and possesses as many as 10 artifacts. Because of this, facing Yikue, a useless artifact, Do About Wealth god showed very little concern. In a gambling game with my first-generation master, the god of killing, he lost Yikue to my master. I later asked my master to throw her away. Later, I heard about Yikue by chance. I heard that at that time, Yikue had become an artifact of the wanted criminal god. Following that evil god, he could do all kinds of evil. And he also liked to do things like forcing good people into prostitution and watching good people degenerate into bad people, which was despicable. However, in the later Ragnarok, even the evil gods also participated in dying. After all, Pluto slaughtered the gods without distinction and never required prisoners or surrenders. If those evil gods don't come, they will be killed by Hades. Along with the gods, there is still hope of resurrection in the future. Therefore, no matter how ferocious the god is, he will not refuse this act. The same was true for Yikue's later evil god master. And Yikue, like us artifacts, was sealed and scattered around the world. Now that I think about it, this Lin Xianbai should have met Yikue in world number 2, and was forcibly taken over by Yikue. Oh, no. At this point, Demon Sword paused. It hasn't completely taken over yet. Lin Xianbai's soul is still desperately resisting Yikue's control. But he obviously can't hold on much longer. What should I do? Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai with his eyes closed, and asked in a deep voice, will his soul directly leave his body and enter his sea of consciousness? Go right in. At this time, Xuankong's extremely excited voice sounded. How much power the artifact can mobilize depends not only on its own degree of unsealing, but also on the power of the host itself. Master, you have a soul at the peak of the 6th level, and you can completely crush it. If Lin Xianbai's soul is suppressed, that Yikue will definitely lose. And then, he... Do not worry. Li Guanqi smiled and said, this Yikue must be yours. Lin Qinglian. Then, Li Guanqi turned to look outside the Taoist temple door, looking at the woman in a white dress, who was looking at him with a worried face, and said in a deep voice, why do you think Taoist Master Lin didn't come out for most of the day? If you don't want him to die, don't let anyone get close to here, including yourself. After saying that, Li Guan sat cross-legged next to Lin Xianbai, put his right hand on the other person's shoulder, then gently lowered his head and closed his eyes. The next moment, a blue light flashed between his eyebrows. Chapter 453, The Reunion Between Pluto and the Human Emperor. It is not an easy task for the soul to leave the body and escape into Lin Xianbai's sea of consciousness, because it will be blocked by the soul power of others. But Li Guanqi entered Lin Xianbai's sea of consciousness without any hindrance. Is this a soul barrier? In the dark and lightless chaos, a dark blue soul body with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 2 wings slowly flew in. He looked around and looked at the surrounding scene, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The soul is located deep in the sea of consciousness, breaking out of the sea of consciousness, and then breaking out of the physical body. The soul can leave the body. So what is the area between the sea of consciousness and the physical body? This is the chaos Li Guanqi is in now. His out-of-body soul has rushed into Lin Xianbai's body. He is now outside the sea of consciousness, looking at the white light runes full of holy aura in front of him. His mood gradually becomes solemn. Soul defense? Not all soul defense techniques are used to defend the soul itself. After all, the soul has always stayed in the sea of consciousness, and protecting the sea of consciousness has the same effect. Just like protecting a person, you don't necessarily have to have personal guards. You can also protect the house where the person lives. Those white light runes are obviously a soul barrier that protects the house of consciousness sea, but it is a special barrier, because generally speaking, the soul power barrier is allowed out but not allowed in, so as to prevent other people's soul power attacks from entering. But at this time, Lin Xianbai's soul power barrier was in an allowing no exit mode, and the degree was quite serious. Not only did it prevent the soul power from being released, it even prevented his consciousness from emerging from the sea of consciousness to control the physical body. In order to prevent the consciousness of that artifact from controlling the physical body, he is equivalent to claiming the sea of consciousness. Li Guanqi thought of this, flapped his wings behind his back, and quickly flew into the white light runes in front of him. His vision was suddenly shrouded in holy white light. But soon, the white light gradually dissipated, And what appeared in front of Li Guanqi was a dark and gloomy sea of consciousness, filled with ghostly aura. Everywhere was filled with an indescribable ghostly aura.
Taoist Lin!
Li Guanqi looked at the figure in the center of the sea of consciousness, and his face suddenly lit up with joy. There, an extremely special white soul that was completely different from the ordinary blue soul was kneeling on the ground, its body bound by purple and black chains. At this time, hearing his cry, it slowly raised its head and looked here. It was Lin Xianbai's handsome face. 4th level virtual soul. You are? Lin Xianbai had a look of astonishment on his face. He looked at the dark blue god demonic soul body with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 2 wings that appeared in front of him. He was stunned for a moment before hesitating and said,
Guanqi, are you Li Guanqi? Are you? What's going on with this soul body? As long as you recognize him.
Li Guanqi smiled, then pointed at Lin Xianbai's white soul body.
Also, your soul body is not normal. I have never heard of a white soul body. Feel sorry.
Lin Xianbai listened to his joke, but smiled bitterly.
I've caused you trouble, and you have to save me. It doesn't matter.
Li Guanqi just smiled lightly. It is true that without the simulator, Lin Xianbai, who was controlled by the artifact, would indeed bring a tragedy to him. But first of all, this was not what Lin Xianbai wanted to see. Taoist Lin was also a victim. Secondly, there is no if. He just has a simulator. He has successfully simulated the future and successfully taken saving measures. When he came here, he not only nipped this tragedy in the cradle, but also turned this tragedy into a great benefit. When Shudkong finishes eating this chain artifact called Yoki, it will help him directly rise from the peak of the 5 elements level to the peak of the Liuha level, crossing a whole great realm. Then, he can find some places to attract stars in reality, and see if he can break into the 7-star level in reality. Because of the simulator, Lin Xianbai also became a gift boy.
Yoki! Long time no see.
Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from Li Guanqi's body. Immediately afterwards, a black light appeared in his right hand and turned into a long sword burning with purple and black magic flames. Lu Mo. The artifact is a special kind of life form. It is difficult to say whether there are concepts of body and soul. It can only be said to be body and consciousness. The body of the magic sword's artifact is naturally still in Li Guanqi's physical body, inside the shrunken divine weapon box. And this magic knife flying out of Li Guanqi's soul is the embodiment of his consciousness.
I've heard about the infamous artifact called Yukui, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes.
The next moment, another silver bracelet with golden patterns flew out of Li Guanqi's body and flew into the air. The 2 brothers Mo Dao and Shudkong came together, suspended in midair, looking at the purple and black chain on Lin Xianbai's body, and clicked their tongues in wonder.
But Dao, is she Yukui? That's her. She was my little brother for a while. But then I asked the master to throw her away. I heard that this chain is nicknamed the Beauty Scorpion. It is beautiful, but has a very vicious heart. It tricked dozens of owners to death. In the end, evil people have their own evil ways. They were enslaved by an evil god and were abused all day long. She does look pretty good, but her heart is really poisonous. Hey, Yikui, come out. It's already this time. What's the point of hiding?
As soon as he finished speaking, both Shudkong and the magic knife flickered slightly, and turned into human forms. In an instant, he transformed into a handsome young man wearing a gold and silver robe, with a somewhat playful smile on his lips. The magic sword turned into a burly man wearing purple and black armor, and he was very powerful. This is the first time Li Guanqi has seen the personification of these 2 artifacts. Master. Suddenly, a soft and waxy sound sounded. Li Guanqi looked down and saw a little girl 1.4 m tall, wearing a thick blue cotton padded jacket, with a festive red scarf wrapped around her neck, snow-white hair tied into twin tails, and a cute face, full of bright smiles.
Xiao Shui.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile.
Xiao Shui also has white hair.
The little girl smiled and pointed at her white twin tails.
Ah, but I don't have gray hair now.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile dumbly, stretched out his hand, and rubbed Shishua's little head. He is now in the form of a soul body, which is dark blue from beginning to end. Speaking of blue, Li Guanqi glanced at Lin Xianbai's pure white soul body, and couldn't help but feel curious. Although Lin Daocheng's soul body is in human form, it looks like a human soul. But the problem is, he has never heard that there are creatures in the world with white souls. It is common sense and a common understanding that the soul is blue. Lin Xianbai's soul undoubtedly broke this perception.
By the way, why hasn't that artifact shown up yet?
Li Guanqi looked at the purple and black chain that tied Lin Xianbai in surprise.
Yi Kuei was suppressed by me.
Lin Xianbai sighed softly and said helplessly,
but I can't suppress her for long. I only have about an hour a day to completely suppress her and make her stop attacking my soul barrier. But I can't last long. I have to suppress her every day.
It's only 1 hour. And she can still attack the soul barrier for the other 23 hours.
Is that what it is? Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the white light runes at the edge of the Sea of Consciousness. Viewed from this angle, those white light runes seemed to fade into a scene of falling flowers and rain.
Right.
Lin Xianbai nodded slightly.
4th level soul defense technique Holy Flower. So, Yi Kuei is currently in the hour where he was suppressed by you.
Li Guanqi walked up to Lin Xianbai and tugged on the purple and black chain on his body, but found that he couldn't pull it off.
Unless you defeat Yi Kuei, you can't get rid of this thing.
Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi in front of him and chuckled.
After returning to reality, you contacted me but found that I didn't respond. So you came to Lunghu Mountain to look for me? Thank you, Guanqi. Thank you for your concern. Well, this ahem.
Hearing this, Li Guanqi looked strange. According to the simulator, after he returned to reality, he basically had a meal with his parents and then went to London to find Han Mingyao. Then after returning home on the 3rd day, he received a call from Yi Kuei who controlled Lin Xianbai's body. In other words, during this period, he never thought of contacting Lin Xianbai. In fact, if he had thought of contacting Lin Xianbai as soon as he returned to reality, he would have known that something had happened to Lin Xianbai without the need for a simulator. However, he had no contact.
Almost.
Li Guanqi coughed twice and skipped the topic. He looked at Lin Xianbai and said seriously,
so, how should I defeat her? Will it have any impact on you? Not really.
Shun Kong, who had transformed into a human form, stood nearby, looked at Lin Xianbai carefully, and then said,
Yi Kuei probably wanted to control him by force before, but he turned the army against him, forming a deformed master-servant relationship. A deformed master-servant relationship?
Li Guanqi looked at Shun Kong in confusion.
What do you mean? That is, the master dies and the servant dies.
Shun Kong calmly explained.
If this man dies, Yi Kuei, the artifact, must also die. This is the relationship between master and servant. But the reason why I call it a deformity is because Yi Kuei's power is stronger than this man after all. So in the end, Yi Kuei reversed the ending and distorted the formation of the master-servant relationship. This leads to the relationship of master dies. Servant dies. Although it still exists, it is nothing more than that. This man does not have any ability to command Yi Kuei. So the current situation is that Yi Kuei can't kill this man. Otherwise he will die too. But this man couldn't command Yi Kuei. Instead, he was controlled by Yi Kuei and was about to take over his body. But this situation is very favorable to us. Because if we kill Yi Kuei, it will not have any impact on this man. After all, there is no principle of the slave dies. The master dies.
Oh! Li Guanqi nodded lightly and suddenly realized.
So we only need Lin Xianbai to let go of the suppression and let Yi Kuei come out. After killing her, the matter will be solved? This is a very simple thing.
Shankara grinned and licked his lips, as if waiting for a big meal to arrive. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. It should be so. After all, in the simulator, the space required to solve Yi Kuei seems to be only 2 boxes, and it can be solved easily.
Then let's get started.
Li Guanqi smiled and raised his right hand, wanting to slap Lin Xianbai on the shoulder.
Don't panic. I will rescue you soon.
The word stopped abruptly the moment his right palm touched Lin Xianbai's shoulder. In other words, at the moment when Li Guanqi's soul body came into contact with Lin Xianbai's soul body, the entire sea of consciousness stagnated, and the eerie floating ghost auras around him no longer floated, but just stood still in place. Land, including the 3 artifacts, Magic Sword, Shun Kong, and Xiaoxue. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai were all motionless at this time, as if they were still.
Long time no see, old devil.
Among Lin Xianbai's soul bodies, a white soul body that looked exactly like Lin Xianbai and was full of holy auras slowly walked out of his body and stood on the surface of the sea of consciousness, with circles of ripples under his feet.
Human Emperor, you have indeed been reincarnated into another self.
A hoarse voice slowly sounded from Li Guanqi's body. Immediately afterwards, a black soul body that looked exactly like Li Guanqi, with 3 heads and 6 arms and 2 wings on its back, slowly walked out, one black and one white, looking at each other.
So miserable?
Pluto glanced at Lin Xianbai, who was bound by purple and black chains, then looked at the human emperor with a smile.
You won't help either? Why don't you just take him away?
The human emperor looked indifferent and glanced at the still Li Guanqi.
Don't you want to? It can't be. Pluto did not pretend to be mysterious, and said calmly,
Like you, the reincarnated me is just a consciousness. In the depths of his soul, I can still use some means to seal the part of his memory of seeing me. But if I dug out the depths of my soul for him, his desire to destroy me now is just a matter of thought. I guess so.
The human emperor looked around, looking at the still sea of consciousness around him, and frowned.
So what is going on with our current situation? Why does the moment when our souls and bodies collide, causing the stasis of time and space? It's like a positive and a negative battery. After a collision, it short circuits?
Pluto also looked surprised.
You mean, you and I both have the characteristics of the rules of time and space?
The human emperor looked at him with hesitation on his face.
Otherwise, it's a fact that you and I travel through time and space.
Pluto pointed at the human emperor, and then at himself.
Neither you nor I are from this universe. In their words, we are all beings belonging to a strange universe. But you and I have traveled to this universe, and we have traveled through it. The timeline we arrived at is still the 21st century. Travel.
The human emperor looked puzzled.
But you and I are obviously in a state of reincarnation. Why is this ray of consciousness spinning around, possessed by myself in parallel time and space? The universe is so vast that there will always be some wonderful phenomena that are difficult to understand.
Pluto was expressionless.
In short, I attribute the cause of this incident to the behavior of the future God. It should be that when he created the weird universe, he allowed our 2 reincarnating consciousnesses to travel from the weird universe to reality. The universe came to me in parallel time and space. Since the time channel opened by the future God chose this time period in the 21st century, we also came to this time period, and each possessed ourselves in parallel time and space. That's the only way to explain it.
The human emperor nodded slightly.
So, that rumor is not false.
Suddenly, Pluto changed the topic, looked at the human emperor, and narrowed his eyes slightly.
You are indeed not a young strong man from the late old era. You, like me, are both human beings born in the 21st century and have lived for 30,000 years. Many years. Until the late old era. You suddenly emerged and became the most powerful human emperor. It does not matter.
The emperor obviously had no intention of saying more.
Why have you not gained any reputation during all these years?
Pluto looked at him in surprise.
Could it be that, like me, we were all in a state of death and were later revived? That's not important either.
The human emperor still said this.
Then what's important?
Pluto's eyes narrowed slightly.
What we can do in this era is what matters.
The human emperor looked calm.
I'll look for the right time.
Pluto looked at Li Guanqi's still soul and whispered.
When the time comes, I will erase his consciousness, occupy his soul, use his body to pursue the power of the first era, and then return to the strange world. And the resurrection belongs to me.
Han Mengyao, are you sure you can do it?
The human emperor looked suspicious.
You and I are just a consciousness without any power now. And we have to hide. Otherwise, once they find out and grab them from the depths of our souls, we won't have the slightest power to resist. I'm still thinking about how to save my life. But you're starting to think about how to take your body? There's always a chance.
Hades deadpanned. Fine. The human emperor remained noncommittal and continued.
Let's change the topic. Why do you have to run back to the strange world? The Han Mengyao of this universe is obviously still alive. If you can really take away this Li Guanqi, use his body to fight against the Han Mengyao of this universe. Happy little days, isn't it? That's different.
Pluto shook his head.
The Han Mengyao of this universe is not my Han Mengyao. Heh. As long as you're happy.
The human emperor smiled with a hint of joking.
Who would have thought that Lord Pluto, who single-handedly caused the twilight of the gods, would do all this just to resurrect his wife? He is such a great lover. A love that can be sung and cried. Story. Ha! How about you?
Pluto glanced at him.
Your desire for power is more noble than my pursuit? Where does your pride come from? I don't want to argue with you about this.
The human emperor waved his hand, then glanced around, and said in a deep voice,
The phenomenon of time and space standing still is almost over. If you have anything to say, please tell me immediately. If nothing happens, I will go back and hide, lest they discover my existence. Help me.
Pluto looked at the human emperor seriously.
If necessary, help me in the future. I have no need for power. If you help me, the ruler of both the real world and the strange world can be you. Venerable human emperor. Interesting. Okay. I accept this proposal. Then let's talk next time.
The human emperor nodded slightly, then turned around and entered Lin Xianbai's soul body, as if he had never appeared before. Pluto looked at Lin Xianbai deeply, and then walked into Li Guanqi's soul body without leaving any trace. The sea of consciousness where time and space are still is terrifyingly silent, and the purple and black ghost energy around it is stagnant. After a few minutes, the entire sea of consciousness returned to normal, and ghost energy resumed its flow.
Go.
Li Guanqi also resumed his movements at the same time, patted Lin Xianbai's shoulder, and said the last word of the previous sentence.
Don't panic. I will rescue you soon.
With a smile.
Thanks.
Lin Xianbai also smiled, including the two of them, as well as the three magical weapons beside them, Demon Sword, Shun Kong, and Xiaoxue. None of them noticed the time and space that suddenly stopped and then suddenly recovered. As for Pluto and the human emperor, who had wandered around and chatted for a while, they didn't notice at all.
Let's do it.
Li Guanqi's mind moved, and he condensed 9 god-devouring swords composed of soul power at his side. Then he looked at Lin Xianbai and said seriously,
let go of the suppression, and let the consciousness of Yikuei Chain come out. I'm ready to kill her.
Chapter 454, Yikuei's Past. He has done his own evil, and will not survive.
Buzz?
Lin Xianbai closed his eyes, and the purple and black chains on his body began to flash black light, and black electric snakes gradually began to beat.
Lumo.
Suddenly, a piercing scream exploded, and the purple-black chain erupted into black mist, transforming into a figure of a woman in a black dress. She instantly rushed in front of the heavily armored man transformed by the magic sword, grabbing the opponent's throat with both hands. Her beautiful face was already distorted into a hideous expression, as if the person in front of her was an enemy she hated so deeply. Lu Imo didn't resist and just let her choke. Because, in this sea of consciousness, humans are soul bodies, and artifacts are embodiments of consciousness. They are not physical bodies. If you pinch your throat, you will not suffocate at all.
Long time no see. Yikuei.
Lu Imo looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a calm expression. However, Yikuei seemed to be crazy. His eyes were about to burst. He strangled Lu Mo's neck, and glared at each other.
Lu Imo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been abandoned by the killing god. I wouldn't have been reduced to this. The artifact will not fall into the hands of that bastard. It's all your fault.
The shrill voice made everyone who heard it frown.
Wild artifact?
Li Guanqi glanced at Shun Kong behind him. This guy was originally standing next to Lu Imo, but as soon as Yikuei ran out, he slipped behind Li Guanqi and hid.
It means wild child.
Shun Kong shrugged.
Human children whose parents don't want them are called wild children. Those who don't have a divine weapon that the gods want are called wild children. Yikuei. Of course you can blame me. Whatever.
Lu Imo looked at the ferocious Yikuei in front of him with complicated eyes.
But why do you blame me? Do you want to blame me for telling the first-generation master to throw you away? But where did I let him throw you?
A canyon.
What canyon? The abyss of the gods. Only mortals who complete the 10 tests of the gods can reach the end of the canyon and receive rewards from the gods. Every mortal who completed the assessment was a genius with both virtue and art and extraordinary combat power. In other words, the humans who can reach the end of the abyss of gods and finally meet you are geniuses with bright futures and the hope of becoming gods. They will be a better home for you. To them, you will also become a relative and friend who has been with them during their growing years. Because you were too weak at that time, following my first master to kill the god. Only one of you ended up being destroyed in the battle. To other gods? You are really weak. If you give it to other gods, you won't be taken seriously there. But giving it to humans is different. After all, you are an artifact. To humans, you will be a treasure with a high status. In addition, humans who pass the assessment of the gods and can complete the abyss of the gods have guaranteed moral character. Therefore, sending you to the abyss of gods and letting you follow a human is the best choice. But your fragile self-esteem. I discussed this matter with the god of death a long time ago. And in the end he and I came to the same conclusion: if you are sent directly to the abyss of the gods, you will only become more inferior and think that you are looked down upon. What else can be done? One is a bad guy, and the other is a red face. On the one hand, the god of death said that he likes you. But on my side, I bullied you all day long, saying that I hate you, and finally told the master to throw you away. In this way, you will think that the god of death sent you away because of me, not because of your own strength, so as to protect your fragile self-esteem. The god of death and I have tried our best to protect you in every aspect. But how did you repay us? Yikue? When Lu Mo said this, Yikue's face was full of disbelief, and the hands holding Lu Mo's throat dropped weakly. You have failed me and the god of death. Lu Mo lowered his head and looked down at the beautiful woman in black dress with cold eyes. The 10 divine assessments in the abyss of the gods place more emphasis on moral character than strength. Those who can pass the assessment are all upright and righteous people. The human who gets you must be a good person. But in the end, you look down on the human who passed the test of the gods, just because he is not a god. So you are unwilling to accept his control, and you even want to control him in turn. But you find that you are not strong enough and can't do it. Then what? Then, you actually tricked him in a battle, and let him be killed by the enemy. You got your wish. The god of death and I worked hard to choose the master for you, but you trapped him to death. Then what is your fate? Wandering around in the mortal world, I fell into the hands of a bandit. I learned all the ugliness of human nature from him, and started to play the trick of forcing girls into prostitution, turning a beloved mortal princess into a slave girl who had subjugated the country. Hack. Yikue. You and him, what did mom think? You learned nothing from following a master who passed the test of the gods, and following a bandit who killed people, set fire to homes, and robbed homes. But you felt like you had a good teacher? You can't learn the good ones at all, but you can learn all the bad ones at a glance? Hack you. Yikue. At the end of the sentence, Lu Mo was completely furious. He grabbed Yikue's throat, lifted her feet up in the air, looked at her and roared. I shouldn't have played any tricks with the god of death to protect your self-esteem in the first place. He should just destroy you. Yikue's pupil shrank suddenly, and he kept muttering, how is it possible? How is it possible? Boom. Lu Mo frowned and threw Yikue away, hitting him on the sea of consciousness in the distance. Then he turned around, turned his back to that side, and stood with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't want to see that figure again. Next to him, Lin Xianbai, who was bound by purple and black chains, couldn't help but be a little stunned when he heard this. The memory of Yikue he saw was indeed incomplete. It turns out that before Yikue fell into the hands of that bandit, he was following another more promising righteous master. But this Yikue tricked the other party to death, and then wandered around the mortal world, and then fell into the hands of that bandit, and finally was enslaved by that evil god, and was tortured all day long, and so on. Isn't this self-inflicted? If Yikue hadn't tricked and killed the righteous master who passed the 10 tests of the gods, how could there have been so many bad things later? You can still live if you do evil in heaven. Lin Xianbai looked at the woman in black skirt, who was kneeling on the water not far away, crying, but Yikue, you really can't live if you do it yourself. Of course what I said to you before was deliberately intended to anger you. But in fact, I had always been sympathetic to you. I think it was your initial tragic experience that distorted your character and led to a series of unscrupulous evil things you did later. But what about the reality? What misfortunes have befallen you? The god of fortune has lost you to the god of killing. Is this considered tragic? The god of death and this man, in order to help you find the best destination, have gone to great lengths to help you find the best place to live, and even deliberately tried to be a good person and a bad person, in order to take care of your self-esteem. But what did you do? He tricked the righteous master and turned around to join a bandit. You learned nothing good from the righteous master, but you learned all the bad qualities of human nature from the bandits. Yikue, from that time on, you are no longer worthy of sympathy. Not at all. Your path is yours to choose. In the end, you were attracted by that psychopathic evil god who likes to abuse artifacts. It was all because of a series of things you did in the mortal world that he found you. Well, as he spoke, Lin Xianbai shook his head and said no more. Yikue, on the other hand, fell to the ground and cried loudly. The cry was extremely sad. Lu Mo turned his back to this side, folded his hands on his chest, and closed his eyes tightly. It's hard to learn well, but it's easy to learn bad. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. He wasn't surprised at all. Because this is common sense in the world. It is very difficult. It is really difficult. But if you want to learn bad things, one night is enough. What really surprised him was another thing.
This god of death doesn't sound like a demon.
Li Guanqi poked Shui Kong's waist with his elbow.
It doesn't really count.
Shun smiled and said,
The god of killing is called the god of killing. In fact, it's just because he draws his sword to kill people. Even gods of killing. When he sees injustice, and he is strong enough, he basically kills whenever he wants. Plus, he controls killing. Law. That's why he is called the god of killing. But his character is actually that of a bad good guy. Almost all the enemies he has provoked in his life have nothing to do with him. They are all caused by him because he seeks justice for others. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a bad good guy. But the god of death never bothers to explain the good deeds he does. What often happens to him is that after getting a certain clue, he goes to massacre a family that has done many evil things but has hidden it well. But afterwards, he does not tell the world what crimes this family has committed. It's similar to the Winshui County incident. Right. For example, the Beituan family in Winshui County did many evil things. At that time, Master, you made the evidence of the Beituan family's crimes public and died in being reviled by others. But the god of death will not do such troublesome things. He would just run over and kill the Kitamura family by himself. Then turn around and leave without even bothering to explain. Over time, everyone thought that the god of death always killed people indiscriminately. But this was not the case. Therefore, although Padao is known as the artifact destroyer, he is actually not the kind of guy who slaughters cities and annihilates countries whenever he feels like it. Instead, he follows the god of death all day long to see injustice. By the way, I don't know what the situation is like with Lord Killer, because Mao always encounters unleveled roads. Having said this, Shudkong spread his hands helplessly. Then why didn't the god of death intervene? Li Guanqi was confused. Don't the gods of death like to see injustice on the road? If Yikue did a lot of evil in the mortal world, why didn't he come to intervene? Did I just say that Lord Killer is a bad guy? Shudkong said helplessly. Li Guanqi was stunned. A good person is a good person. Why do I use the derogatory term bad good person? Shudkong shrugged. Because Lord Killer is not a kind saint in the absolute sense. Many of the things he does are not very wise. And he himself is a bit of a double standard. Well, in short, he is very nostalgic. Because Yikue has been with him for a while. He turned a deaf ear to all the evil things Yikue did, and pretended not to have heard of it. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. But he figured it out quickly. The god he and Shudkong were talking about was not the kind of being that was omniscient, omnipotent, and had no desires or desires. To put it bluntly, the gods they talk about are actually more powerful humans, with emotions and desires, and human nature has double standards. Faced with a stranger's murderer, many people will not hesitate to say that they support the death penalty and allow the murderer to be buried with the deceased. But if the murderer is his biological parents or a close relative or friend, they will inevitably hesitate when making the decision to support burial. This is of course a double standard. But double standards are an undeniable part of human nature. And there is nothing we can do about it. Almost all those who can achieve non-double standards in an absolute sense can be called sages and saints. She seems to have begun to repent. At this time, Xiao Shui loosened the red scarf around his neck, and then looked at Yikue, who fell on the water not far away, crying sadly, and blinked gently with his big moist eyes, with a look of unbearability on his face. If weeping and repentance could make up for the wrong, the law would have no meaning. Shudkong rubbed Shushua's white hair and said softly, Shua, you are too emotional just like your first master, Mr. Ice God. But for Yikue, being able to admit his mistakes before death is already a good thing. The best ending. Yikue must die. First, she had to give an explanation for the crime she had committed in the past. Secondly, I couldn't let go of this feast. You are quite magnanimous. Li Guanqi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. There is no conflict between seeking justice and seeking personal gain. Shudkong looked indifferent. Then do it. Li Guanqi looked at Yikue not far away, his expression gradually becoming expressionless. He couldn't let go of Yikue. If he didn't have the simulator, his parents would have died in the hands of this artifact. If he could be forgiven for this, then he would really be the legendary bad guy. Then I'll start. Shudkong glanced at Li Guanqi, and then wanted to walk towards Yikue. However, before he could take a few steps, Umo turned around and stood in front of him. I come. Lu Mo's voice was low. The reason why she ended up living in the mortal world and caused many bad consequences was ultimately caused by me and the first-generation master. We should have understood this matter long ago. Lord Killer God has fallen. On the day of resurrection. It's far away. So let me, Lumo, bring this matter to a final conclusion. Buzz? As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 condensed god-eating swords beside Li Guanqi began to flash blue and were mobilized by Lu Mo. An artifact is, after all, a weapon and needs to be attached to its owner. The power that the artifact can exert also largely depends on its owner. How strong Lu Mo is in this sea of consciousness basically depends on how powerful Li Guanqi's soul power is. Li Guanqi did not stop him and allowed Lu Mo to mobilize his soul power. Do you have any last words? Lu Mo suspended 9 god-devouring swords beside him, slowly walked up to the crying Ikue, lowered his head, and looked down at the beautiful woman in black dress. Lin Xianbai only has a 4th level soul, and my master is at the peak of the 6th level. You have no chance of winning here. Just say your last words. Yikue raised her head and looked at Lu Mo with her beautiful eyes that were red from crying. Her voice was filled with tears. You know, in the first few days when I first came under the command of Lord Killer God, I admired and liked you very much. Lu Mo. Mo brother. I know. Lu Mo nodded slightly. Boom. The next moment, the 9 god-devouring swords instantly penetrated Yikue's body. As the 9 swords of soul power exploded one after another, the embodiment of Yikue's consciousness collapsed, turning into colorful light that filled the sky, scattered everywhere, and merged into Lin Xianbai's sea of consciousness. As Yikue disappeared, the purple and black chains that bound Lin Xianbai were loosened. He was finally free. Not only that, the dark ghostly fog that shrouded the sea of consciousness also began to gradually dissipate, and the gloomy atmosphere no longer existed. Here, the ethereal tranquility that the sea of consciousness should have is restored, and Lu Mo stood there, looking down at the water where Yikue disappeared, silent and without saying a word. What's the situation? Li Guanqi looked at Lu Mo's back and poked Shan Kong next to him with his elbow. Our brother A Dao seems to be a little depressed now. But this is too strange. Just now Yikue was pinching him. His neck looks like he wants to eat meat and drink blood. Love is very complicated. Shan Kong just sighed softly. Love? Li Guanqi was stunned. Is there also love between artifacts? Certainly. Shan Kong smiled softly and explained, sacred weapons are man-made. The birth of the first divine weapon was actually created by the creator as a descendant. Therefore, artifacts are actually equivalent to human replicas, possessing human emotions and desires. And of course love. Our artifacts can even mate with each other and give birth to another offspring that has the growth potential of the artifact but does not have the power of the artifact, which is similar to Xiao Qingxuan's current state. Oh? Li Guanqi was stunned. Can artifacts mate and reproduce? Don't be so surprised. Master. Shan Kong glanced at him with a smile. Don't think of us as instruments. Think of us as another life form besides the flesh and blood body. It's easy to understand. Li Guanqi thought for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled Xiaoxue to his left, away from Shan Kong. Master, what do you mean? The smile on Xuankong's face suddenly froze. Xiaoxue, you must protect yourself in the divine weapon box. Li Guanqi ignored him, but squatted down, grabbed Xuxue's shoulders with both hands, and looked at her cute face like a porcelain doll seriously. Or if you don't want to live in the Shinwu box with Lumo and Shan Kong, just tell me. Let's move out. Eh? Xiaoxue was stunned. Master, you have only lived for about 20 years. Shan Kong was speechless. Ren Xiaoxue has lived for more than 20,000 years. Why do you need you to teach her these things? Etc. Li Guanqi turned around in shock. Tell me first. When did you start calling her Xiaoxue? Shan Kong looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear. Guanqi, your artifacts. At this time, Lin Xianbai walked up to Li Guanqi, looked at Shan Kong, Xiaoxue, and Lumo, and chuckled. It's very interesting. You're not bad either. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but grin. At least, your experience of obtaining the first artifact was also very exciting. Oh, yes. Lin Xianbai looked at the purple and black chain in his hand with complicated eyes. It's so damn wonderful.
It can be seen from the swear words used by Dao Chanlin that he really thought it was wonderful.
Okay, I have a lot of things to ask.
Li Guanqi straightened his expression, pointed at Lin Xianbai's holy white soul body, and asked curiously,
First of all, Taoist Lin, can you tell me why your soul body is white?
Chapter 455, Lost Consciousness. Uncontrollable Artifact.
Why is my soul body white? Good question. God knows.
Lin Xianbai's pure white soul spread his hands.
When I looked inside for the first time, I was very surprised when I saw my white soul. I checked all the information in the spell school in southern Xinjiang and finally found some clues. The soul of a creature should be the same as its body. However, for some hybrid creatures with mixed bloodlines, the soul may look different from the physical body, and the soul structure may even undergo different mutations, causing the color of the soul body to be different from the blue of ordinary souls. Therefore, I guess there must be some strange creature among my ancestors that got in, turning the souls of humans in my lineage white. By the way,
speaking of this, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi's three-headed, six-armed body of a god and demon with two wings on his back, with a strange look on his face.
Although my soul is not blue, I am still a human being. Are you not a human being at all? My ancestors were not human.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
The clues you found are almost true. You and I are in the same situation. Our ancestors are not human. We are both mixed-race humans. I knew it. After all, your cultivation speed is unnaturally fast.
Lin Xianbai looked at his soulful body with 3 heads and 6 arms, and curiously poked the 2 heads next to him.
Do these two have independent consciousness? Why are they both closing their eyes? Of course not.
Li Guanqi looked a little helpless.
And to be honest, I haven't fully mastered the 3-headed and 6-armed body. The 2 heads can't actively control opening and closing eyes, talking, etc. I can only control the 6 hands. It's really fun.
Lin Xianbai took back his hand and looked at Li Guanqi, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, and was amazed.
Your ancestor is not Neza, is he? They all have 3 heads and 6 arms. Isn't Neza the body of a lotus root?
Li Guanqi also followed his joke and chuckled.
Why? Lotus roots can give birth to babies and reproduce offspring? If there really is a Neza, he would be a god. But he still can't handle this?
Lin Xianbai chuckled lightly, then looked at the sea of consciousness around him, pondered for a moment, and then said,
If you have anything to say, let's go out and chat. It always feels weird to talk with your soul body. Well, let's go out first.
Li Guanqi nodded. Immediately afterwards, Shan Kong in the anthropomorphic form took the lead in transforming into a gold and silver ball of light and escaped into his soul body. Not far away, Lu Imo, who had his back turned to this side, said nothing, but he also turned into a flash of purple flame sword light and flew back.
Goodbye, Master.
Xuxua smiled and waved her hand towards Li Guanqi, and then her body gradually turned into an ice crystal snowflake and merged into Li Guanqi's soul. Li Guanqi also turned around and looked at the boundary of the sea of consciousness. At this time, Lin Xianbai's holy flower, soul defense technique used to defend against the sea of consciousness had long since dissipated, and the road to the outside world was clear. With a thought in his mind, Li Guanqi controlled his soul body to fly outside Longhu Mountain. In the nameless Taoist temple, Li Guanqi's soul had just come out of Lin Xianbai's body and returned to his original body. Before he could open his eyes, he heard a familiar voice. He knew the sound all too well. This is the sound of flesh and blood exploding. Li Guanqi, who was wearing an ice crystal mask on his face, opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment on his face. Lin Xianbai was seen sitting cross-legged opposite him, with an expressionless face, and his left arm was missing from the elbow. Blood was dripping from the broken arm, forming a pool of blood beside him. In the pool of blood, in addition to blood and mincemeat, there was a blood-stained chain that was thicker than a finger and at least 2 meters long.
Director Lin, what's going on?
Li Guanqi wiped away a few drops of blood that splashed on his ice mask, and then looked at Lin Xianbai in surprise. Lin Xianbai was not a human of different blood and could easily regenerate limbs. As a physically weak spellcaster, it would be very troublesome to regenerate a hand after it was broken.
Lin
Xianbai had a broken hand, but he didn't seem to be in any pain. Instead, he calmly raised his right hand, made seals with one hand, cast a hemostatic spell on himself, and said calmly to Li Guanqi,
Imagine that in an instant. A 2.18-meter long iron chain suddenly appeared in the flesh and blood of your left forearm. What would happen?
Li Guanqi glanced at the flesh and blood next to him, and then looked at Lin Xianbai with a complex expression.
The whole hand will be crushed by the sudden appearance of the chain. As you can see.
Lin Xianbai smiled.
So, Yikui's artifact is usually shrunk and hidden in the flesh of your left arm.
Li Guanqi looked at the chain in the pool of blood and said hesitantly.
Then, now that Yikui's consciousness has dissipated, no one is controlling this artifact. So it cannot remain in its shrunken state, and it will suddenly return to its full size in your left arm. Holding up blast your left arm. That's it.
Lin Xianbai nodded lightly.
Yikui is dead. Can't you take over control?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
There's absolutely no way.
Lin Xianbai sighed, then touched the pool of blood with his remaining right hand, picked up a severed finger, took off the space ring on the severed finger, and took out a small golden wooden box from the storage space. This box is not big, only about the size of a palm. Lin Xianbai slowly opened it. Lying inside the box was a sleeping golden beetle.
Elculate worm?
Li Guanqi said with some uncertainty.
Is it the cursed insect that can regenerate limbs? Right.
Lin Xianbai nodded, then pinched the golden beetle, placed it on the broken arm of his left hand where the bleeding had stopped, and used spiritual power to awaken the golden beetle. Soon, the beetle's tentacles twisted slightly, then pierced his skin, got in, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Guanqi was quite curious when he saw this scene. This was the first time he saw the regeneration curse insect with his own eyes. There are many kinds of curse insects that can regenerate limbs, and the one used by Lin Xianbai was researched and cultivated by a 7-star centaur cursor named Elculate 1800 years ago. Curse bug. Because of this, later generations named this kind of curse insect after the centaur curse master to show respect and commemoration. For the conjurer, regenerating limbs is a case-by-case matter. If the conjurer was born without a left arm, then even if he used the regenerative curse insect to obtain a left arm, the acquired left arm would not be able to form a spiritual circuit. In other words, this kind of conjurer can only form seals with one hand for the rest of his life. In most cases, the effect of the spells that can be cast by one-handed seals is far inferior to that of two-handed seals. They need a lot of practice to achieve the effects of ordinary conjurers' hands. If the proficiency of a fireball technique is divided into primary and intermediate levels, then the proficiency of one-handed technique needs to be raised to at least the intermediate level, so that the power can be barely comparable to those of elementary proficiency of two-handed techniques. Therefore, a conjurer who is born without one hand has a natural disadvantage in combat. There are even spellcasters who are born without arms. They have no hand seals at all, so they can only cast lower-level spells. For example, only when they are at the Lianyi level, they can cast 1 yuan level spells without forming seals. But because of this, in the world of magic, many inventors are magicians who are not good at fighting, because they usually focus their magic career goals more on academics. However, situations need to be differentiated. For example, Lin Xianbai. He was born with hands that could form a complete spiritual circuit and form seals with his hands to perform spells. In his case, even if he loses one hand the day after tomorrow and then grows a new one, his new arm can still form a spiritual circuit like the original arm. Suddenly, Lin Xianbai's broken left arm came out, and granulation began to form, squirming there, gradually converging and intertwining, forming flesh and blood. When these flesh and blood are fully formed, his left hand will be regenerated. Forehead. Li Guanqi frowned when he saw this scene. Humans of different blood often regenerate their limbs, and he has regenerated them many times. But their regeneration of limbs is extremely rapid, even completed within an instant. In this way, the severe pain and torture of flesh and blood lasted almost a second, and passed before being experienced, and Lin Xianbai's slow regeneration speed. Li Guanqi believed that this was definitely an unspeakable torture. Wait! Why are you so calm? Li Guanqi looked at the calm Lin Xianbai and finally noticed something was wrong. Because I used my spiritual power circuit to temporarily block the pain nerves, Lin Xianbai said calmly. However, Li Guanqi could not calm down. Use spiritual power circuits to seal pain nerves to achieve a physical state similar to painlessness, thereby losing consciousness to pain. Is this possible? Of course it's possible. But the problem is that this operation is a super high-end operation, which is even more advanced than the double cast of the combat magician. Many 7-star magicians cannot master such an operation that can control spiritual power to the point of extreme micro-operation.
technology. Neither does Li Guanqi.
There are always a lot of geniuses in the world.
Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed.
After all, he is the second extraordinary person.
Lin Xianbai also smiled, looking at the slowly regenerating left arm, and sighed.
I have experienced so many dangerous battles, but I didn't expect that the first time I lost a limb was because of this incident. A crime other than war.
Ah. So, you can't control this artifact chain at all?
With a wave of his hand, Li Guanqi summoned water and breeze, lifted the Yikuei chain from the pool of blood into the air, cleaned up all the blood stains on it, and thoroughly saw its true face. A 2-meter-long purple-black chain looks ordinary.
There is no sense at all.
Lin Xianbai shook his head with a smile, and then explained softly.
I read some of Yikuei's memories, and learned that only the consciousness of the artifact itself has control over the artifact. Once the consciousness of the artifact dissipates, no one can continue to use it. Artifact. Moreover, the master-servant relationship I had established with Yikuei seemed to have ceased to exist as Yikuei's consciousness dissipated. Now this chain to me is just an unbreakable chain and has no effect. But it's very useful to me.
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai seriously.
Of course. It's yours now.
Lin Xianbai smiled softly.
You saved my life, and I gave you back an artifact that was useless to me. Didn't I make a lot of money? And I'm sorry.
As he spoke, the smile on his face faded. He lowered his head slightly towards Li Guanqi and apologized.
I failed to protect myself. If Yikuei completely controls my body, she will know you, the extraordinary king, from my memory.
Your true identity. And then to your family.
Okay. It's all over. Li Guanqi smiled and patted the other party's shoulder. Seeing this, although Lin Xianbai said no more, he still looked like he was hesitant to speak.
What else do you want to say?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
You are strong.
Lin Xianbai looked at him and said seriously.
The extraordinary king of level 76 is almost invincible in reality. But it is only almost because you have a very fatal weakness. Your family. Weakness?
Li Guanqi heard this, but just smiled lightly.
I don't think this is my weakness. My family is my concern. And I like to feel concerned. Because I care about my parents and my lover. Their existence makes me feel that I, Li Guanqi, am still a living person. Not a fighting weapon with no desires or desires. Living like that is meaningless. Forehead.
Lin Xianbai was startled for a moment, then smiled.
It's a very interesting statement. I like it very much. Really. You should be too. Because you have family too.
Right? Li Guanqi stood up from the ground and looked outside the Taoist temple. There! A beautiful woman wearing a pure white dress with a worried face was looking forward to this place.
But she still didn't dare to step in. Because Li Guanqi said something to Lin Qinglian before.
If you don't want Lin Xianbai to die, don't let anyone get close to this place. Including yourself. I have a headache.
Suddenly, Lin Xianbai said something to Li Guanqi through soul transmission.
Forehead.
Li Guanqi reacted immediately, and his expression became strange. In the last days, when he was on the road with Lin Xianbai, he learned that Lin Qinglian was his half-brother and sister. But this sister's feelings for him don't seem to be right.
You have never told me what the situation is between you and her.
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai and said through his soul.
Tell me. It's a long story.
Lin Xianbai sighed.
Then let's make a long story short.
Li Guanqi was completely interested. He just stood up and sat down again.
She and I have the same father and mother. Brother and sister.
Lin Xianbai rubbed his eyebrows with his only right hand and sighed.
When I was 23 years old, I suddenly met her in a library. That was the first time I met her. We chatted very well. And it didn't take long for her to express her affection for me. I don't really feel anything. But you know, as a man, it's actually hard to reject a beautiful girl who pursues you. So I didn't reject her at that time. I just wanted to be friends first, and then accept her when I had feelings for her. However, before that day came, my dad called me and told me about his romantic history and the truth that Qinglian was my sister. Forehead.
Li Guanqi scratched his head. This hacking bloody story happened in reality. However, although it sounds bloody and funny, if it really happened in reality, the feelings of the person involved would definitely be, well, it's hard to describe in words.
So are you sad?
Li Guanqi asked Lin Xianbai.
That's not true.
Lin Xianbai shook his head gently.
Fortunately, my dad called early. He told me the truth before I had any feelings for Qinglian. But,
as he said that, he looked at Lin Qinglian outside the Taoist temple and said helplessly,
She seems to be unable to come out. Well, my curiosity is satisfied.
Li Guanqi waved his hand.
I'm not interested in such bloody stories between brothers and sisters. Let's stop here. How you deal with your private life is your business. I have no interest in getting involved. But ahem, you if you decide. I can help you contact several German orthopedics.
At the end of the sentence, he couldn't help laughing and joking.
Stop playing this old joke.
Lin Xianbai's head was covered with black lines.
Classic memes never go out of style.
Li Guanqi grinned, then picked up the Yikue chain next to him. He no longer used his soul to transmit sound, but directly said,
Speaking of which, how did you get this artifact? How did you get tricked by her? An accident.
Hearing this, Lin Xianbai sighed again. He seemed to be sighing all the time.
At that time, I established a Penglai branch, a mercenary group, in Gu City, the capital of southern Xinjiang, to accept the joining of extraordinary people and provide shelter and help. After all, the world is integrated, and there are many extraordinary people. They have all arrived in my world. At that time, I accepted a job and led the 10 strongest people in the mercenary group to hunt a 5-element level wind demon monitor lizard. It was normal at first, but the moment I killed the wind demon giant lizard, a ball of black light suddenly flew out of the monster's mouth and rushed directly into my left hand. Then Yikue's consciousness appeared in my sea of consciousness and took away control of my physical body. I resisted desperately, but when I regained control, I found that my companions next to me had been killed by Yikue with my body. I'm very angry, but I can't do anything. A few days later, Yikue spoke up again, telling me in my mind that she wanted me to accept the test of transforming into a monster 10 times. And if I survived, she would recognize me as her master. It's all bullshit. This guy's lies. Each of those 10 transformations essentially increased her familiarity with my physical body, making it easier to control me in the end.
A few days before returning to reality, I completed 10 transformations, and Yikue completely revealed his true colors and began to fight for control with me. Of course I resisted. This resistance lasted for several days, directly from the strange world to the real world. And then, at this point, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and chuckled. My great savior, the extraordinary king, came and saved my life. It's so sad.
Li Guanqi was quite emotional, then grabbed the Yikue chain in his hand, turned around and left. Okay. It seems that your sister can't help but want to rush in. Let's get together another day and talk about the encounters we encountered in the strange world. Interesting things. As for now, I'm leaving first. Oh, by the way.
As he said that, he turned back, looked at Lin Xianbai and said,
Your sister is a bit stupid and wanted to use Longhu Mountain's defensive weapons to attack me. I was anxious to find you at that time, so I accidentally took those missiles away.
The gun barrel, armor drone, and exoskeleton technology armor are all destroyed. Are you okay?
Fine. Lin Xianbai was unmoved at all and said calmly,
It's better to destroy it. Let those people see the power of the extraordinary king, so that they don't come to me every now and then and ask me stupid questions like can I control the extraordinary king?
I am troubled every time when I face this kind of mental retardation problem. Huh? Thank you for helping me deal with those people. Let's go! Let's meet again another day.
Li Guanqi smiled and walked toward the door of the Taoist temple with the Yikue chain. At the same time, he also said in his mind,
Chun Kong, I am here.
The guy's excitement could be heard in his voice. Li Guanqi shook off the Yikue chain in his hand.
Ready for dinner.
Chapter 456, The Divine Weapon That Controls the Rules. A forbidden object?
Chun Kong, how long will it take for you to swallow the origin of the artifact of Yikue chain?
Longhu Mountain, 300 kilometers away, on the top of a mountain that looks like a long sword. A tall figure with white hair and blue eyes, an ice crystal mask on his face, and a black robe descended from the sky, holding a purple-black chain in his hand.
1 hour is enough.
Chun Kong replied excitedly in Li Guanqi's mind. Li Guanqi couldn't help but nodded slightly when he heard this. That's okay. It won't take long.
Speaking of Chun Kong, swallowing the origin of the artifact. For me, you can help me quickly understand the laws of space. But what about you?
Li Guanqi asked with some curiosity.
For you, what's the best thing about it? Improving your strength? But you are an auxiliary artifact, and you don't have the value of power at all. First of all, for you, Master, After I swallow the origin of the artifact, I can not only help you understand the laws of space.
Shang suppressed his impatience at this moment and patiently explained.
After I devoured all the sources of Yikue's artifacts, I can not only help you improve your understanding of the laws of space to a level that is enough to pull the stars, but also a large number of start space teleportation. A large amount?
Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows and asked.
How many times exactly? Not sure. It must have been hundreds or thousands of times. After all, it is a whole artifact. I haven't had such a feast for a long time.
Xuankong's voice couldn't contain the excitement. Li Guanqi was slightly surprised. Hundreds or thousands of times. In other words, from now on, when he faces a powerful enemy, even if he can't defeat him, he can use instant air to escape. Even the Jiugong level cannot catch up with him. Instantaneous space teleportation is not only a teleportation. The most important thing is that it can shield the space fluctuations, making it impossible for people to find and track. This is the most powerful thing.
What about yourself?
Li Guanqi asked again.
What kind of thing is swallowing the origin of the artifact for you? And what can it bring to you?
Cool. Before Shang could reply, Demon Sword said lazily.
Shang is an auxiliary artifact. In fact, no matter how many sources of artifacts he devours,
he cannot become stronger. In fact, if he was a combat artifact and had the original function of devouring the artifact, he would have long been regarded as the #1 artifact by the gods. After all, according to this devouring method, if he keeps eating the artifact, he might be able to evolve again and become a divine weapon. But the fact is that the function of Shang, which can swallow the origin of artifacts, is the product of coincidence and luck, and it is difficult to copy. Therefore, for Shang, in addition to helping people understand the laws of space and enabling teleportation by devouring the origins of other artifacts, the only meaning for Shang is that he feels happy. For Shang, devouring the source of the artifact is similar to humans using psychotropic drugs. It feels like taking a drug, making him deeply addicted and unable to extricate himself. Hey.
After Demon Knife finished speaking, Shang couldn't help but smile.
Penai still understands me. It seems that your memory about me has not been sealed much.
Oh. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly.
God King Weapon? Lu Mo. You just mentioned God King Weapon? It seems that I have always forgotten to ask you. What kind of existence is God King Weapon? And what level of divine weapon is God King Weapon? The king is the highest.
In the voice of the Demon Sword, some emotion can be clearly heard.
The God King is a prestigious position. Only the strongest god can ascend to the throne of the gods. My first master, the god of killing, once on the mountain of the gods, I fought with the last God King for 3 days and 3 nights, but unfortunately lost and came in second place. I personally helped the last God King wear the crown. It is worth mentioning that the divine weapon does not actually refer to the divine weapon of the divine king.
Shang took over the conversation and continued.
In fact, the last God King did not have a God King weapon, only a magic spear that was almost the same as the demon sword. The competition between the God King and the killing god was indeed the former's personal ability is better than a lion. The divine king weapon is an evolved artifact. No one knows how the artifact should evolve. There is no specific formula or method. But everyone knows that once the artifact evolves, it can master a rule. Elements, laws, rules. These 3 are arranged in sequence from low to high, from branch to origin. Elemental law rules. A low-level conjurer, who controls the elements and casts spells. A 4-elephant level conjurer can mobilize the laws and add a touch of the characteristics and power of the laws to the spells. God. Control the laws. For example, Vulcan. In front of the god of fire, no one can mobilize the flames, because she is the god who controls the laws of fire. Without her consent, the power of fire will not obey anyone's orders. There is a law that only one god can be born. For example, there is only one god of fire. Unless she dies, no one who comes after her will be able to ascend to the throne of God by virtue of the law of fire. But, above the rules, there are rules. Rules are the source of all things. For example, the law of fire and the law of ice all originate from the temperature rule. High temperature is fire. Low temperature is ice. This is part of the temperature rule. By controlling the existence of the temperature rule, you can tamper with this rule within a certain range. For example, it becomes high temperature is ice. Low temperature is fire. A phenomenon that seems to go against common sense. All in one thought. because he controls the rules of the universe. However, natural life forms that can control the rules have never appeared in the history of the old era. However, there have been a few artifacts that can control the rules. Because of this, they are called the God King's weapon, which means the supreme one among the gods' weapons, just like the God King's status among the gods. The first artifact that appeared in the history of the old era was the necklace of the first generation of God King. It was with this artifact that the first generation of God King was able to overpower the gods on the God King mountain and ascend to the throne. That artifact necklace is called love. Yes, the first God King was a Western female deity. The artifact of this first generation God King is a colorful necklace. Her name is Love, and the rules she controls are what we call the rules of love. No one knows how the first generation God King obtained the love necklace. We only know one thing. The ability of love is very abnormal. She can designate any target to fall in love with other targets. The kind of love that is willing to commit suicide for the other target. Note that the target here refers to all living things. Because of the existence of love, the first battle of the mountains of the gods was completely reduced to a farce. The gods who participated in the war, both male and female, all became admirers of the first generation of God Kings, because the goddess king used the love necklace to designate all gods to fall in love with herself. At that time, it was almost a period when the gods were most united, and there was no distinction between east and west, because all the gods are the licking dogs of the goddess king and obey her orders.
Speaking of this, Shad Khan was quite emotional.
Actually, if the times continue to develop like this, I can't say whether it will be good or bad. After all, everyone is united. This,
Li Guanqi had a look of astonishment on his face.
Control the rules of love so fiercely?
But then, he discovered something was wrong and said in surprise.
But, if everyone will fall in love with the first generation goddess king, then how did the God King change later? Because there is a man who likes to kill his wife.
Xuankong faintly said. Li Guanqi's expression changed.
The goddess king owns the love necklace, and she is also a debauched mistress. Almost every night, there is a different male god lying on the bed. All the male gods of that period have slept with her. Until one day, an Easterner named Chongming became the first being to fully control the law of poison. He thus became a new god, the god of poison. He went to the pantheon to meet the God King, and under the effect of the love necklace, he naturally fell deeply in love with the goddess king. At night, as usual, Chongming, as the new god, had the honor of sleeping with the goddess king. However, the goddess king never imagined that Chongming was a psychopath and his favorite thing to do was to kill his wife. Killing the one he loves will give him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. And the more he loves the other person, the more he wants to kill the other person. Then it's over. Right? Under the effect of the rules of the love necklace, Chongming's admiration for the goddess king was simply crazy to the extreme. Because of this, he couldn't bear it for even a day. So that night, he hacked the goddess king and poisoned her to death, corroding the opponent's body and soul until nothing is left. This was the fall of the first generation of God Kings. Although after becoming a god, theoretically speaking, the law still exists in the universe, and the god is immortal, and can be resurrected in the future based on this law. But actually this is just a theory, because so far, maybe it's not long enough. But the fact is that no god has ever been truly resurrected. Therefore, we usually call the death of gods as fall. After all, although it is theoretically possible for gods to be resurrected, and the possibility is high, they have never succeeded. The goddess king did not resurrect and return until the end of the old era. All in all, the rule of the first generation God King came to an end because of Chongming, a psychopath who liked to kill his wife. Have the rules been broken? No. The rule of love necklace is to make people feel crazy in love. Yes, Chongming loves the queen of goddess very, very much. But this guy was a psychopath, and he loved killing the people he loved most in his life. So the goddess king fell like this. Her ascension to the throne of God King was full of fun, and even the ending was so fun. Having said this,
Shad Khan couldn't help but smile.
She just died like that.
Li Guanqi was a little unbelievable.
Isn't this too hasty? Isn't that Chongming a new god? The newly become god can kill the goddess king alone?
What kind of god king is she?
Demon Sword sneered.
She just relied on the power of the rules of the divine king's weapon to get to the throne by trickery. Her own strength is extremely weak, and she underestimated the enemy because she thought she could make everyone fall in love with her with the love necklace. There will be no danger. Because of this, during the sexual intercourse between a man and a woman on the bed, it was not difficult for Chongming, who controlled the law of poison, to suddenly kill her.
Right. Li Guanqi nodded, and then asked curiously,
What about the love necklace? Where did such a big killer go? Missing,
Shadkong said calmly.
Since the fall of the goddess king, Chongming has disappeared, and even the love necklace has disappeared. No one has ever obtained their whereabouts or clues, and their whereabouts have become an unsolved mystery. Then, the second battle of the gods began. That time was the real showdown between the gods. It was extremely exciting. The rules controlled by the God King weapons that appeared later were relatively normal, and they were not so unsolvable. Belongs to the category of being able to cope. And starting from the second God King, the gods from the east have been the God Kings for 5 consecutive times. The War of the Gods has been held for a total of 9 times in the 30,000-year history of the Old Age. The first owner of the broken knife, the god of killing, participated in the next 7 sessions, and was either second or third each time. But he had never been the first, and he had never been the king of gods, which is very interesting to say.
The magic knife was speechless. But Li Guanqi actually doesn't care about these battles among the gods. After all, they are all in the past. What really concerned him was the Divine King tool. The God King has nothing to do with the God King weapon. The God King is the most powerful god. Divine King artifact is the collective name for the artifacts that control the rules. His Qingxian sword, as explained in the reward introduction given by the Weird World system, after being integrated with the artifact of the Finling Mountain artifact, under the influence of system rewards, it has the growth potential of a Divine King's instrument. As long as you keep devouring sword artifacts, sooner or later you can grow into a divine weapon. What's the meaning? By then, will Qingxian sword be able to control the rules about swords?
Yes. I still want to swallow the sword.
Li Guanqi only now remembered that there were many magic weapons and long swords among the relics of his master Wang Xiu. He would find a time to let Qingxian swallow them all. No matter how much it could be improved, it would be better than nothing. Except for the Qingxian sword. It is a forbidden object. The divine weapon that controls the rules? It is so similar to the forbidden object that controls the forbidden rules. It has almost the same properties.
Shadkong, you should know about forbidden objects.
Right? Li Guanqi asked Shadkong in his mind.
Certainly.
Shadkong quickly responded.
Master, are you trying to say that forbidden objects are very similar to divine weapons, and both can control the same rule? In terms of nature, this is indeed the case. But in terms of performance, the two are not on the same level at all. Many forbidden objects are useless in front of Geogon level humans. They can completely rely on the power of Geogon level to forcibly suppress the taboo rules of forbidden objects, invalidate them, or even seal them. This is absolutely impossible for a Divine King's weapon. Even the strongest gods can't resist the rules and effects of the God King's weapon, let alone the 9 palaces. What are the rules? It's a rule that can't be violated. What is a rule that can be violated? So I think that forbidden areas and forbidden objects must have something to do with divine weapons. But they are not considered divine weapons, and are not on the same level at all. So they are indeed involved.
Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly.
Shadkong, in the old era, is there any forbidden area? No.
Xuankong's answer was as expected.
So, the new age is indeed a very strange era.
Li Guanqi turned his head, looked at the distant blue sky and the rolling clouds, and said solemnly,
Human beings in the old era had a long lifespan of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. In the new era, even the 9 palaces cannot live for thousands of years. And they can't even live for thousands of years.
After becoming a god, the spiritual sky ring will still fail, and forbidden realms will appear. These are very strange things.
But what is even more strange is that taboo areas that did not appear in the old era of the future have begun to appear now in this extraordinary era of the 21st century. For example, the museum that Han Mingyao is working on in London right now. Perhaps, this is the change brought about by the emergence of extraordinary beings. But what is the truth hidden behind all these phenomena?
I will find it. A life full of doubts is not a bad thing.
Li Guanqi smiled.
At least, my curiosity about these things makes me full of expectations for my future life. Okay, Master, we've been chatting for so long. Can we start dinner now?
At this time, Shadkong couldn't help but urge.
Don't worry. I remembered something again.
Li Guanqi looked strange.
I remember you told me before that if you want to absorb the origin of the artifact, You need me as the master to be the transfer station. However, the feeling of transferring the origin of the artifact is not pleasant. And it may even be painful? This is obviously what Padao told you.
Master. Shan Kong immediately retorted. But then, there was a slight smile in his voice.
But it's true. But for you, Master, these pains are definitely not worth mentioning. So, what exactly is the pain like?
Li Guanqi asked curiously.
Physically? Spiritual?
Before Shan Kong could answer, the magic knife slowly said,
You will feel all the ups and downs that Yikue has experienced in this life. And you may be able to get some of Yikue's memories. But more of them are all the memories that emerge from her emotional perception. This is not pleasant. Because the artifact is immortal. It has lived for many years and experienced many things. The mixed emotions brought about by its long lifespan will make you, the owner, very painful, and even worse than death. Because Yikue's life was not a happy one. However, it may not be a good thing.
Having said this, Demon Sword paused for a moment, and then continued.
In other words, this is also a journey of refining the mind, which can make you feel different emotions and insights. Perhaps, you can get something from it. Indefinite. Call. So be it.
Li Guanqi looked at the purple-black Yikue chain in his right hand, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice,
Shan Kong, you can start. Yes, Master. Buzz?
As soon as Shan Kong finished speaking, a silver bracelet covered with golden patterns slowly appeared on Li Guanqi's right wrist. Gold and silver light erupted, covering the entire Yikue chain, and gradually covering Li Guanqi's entire body. In the blink of an eye, his figure was completely covered by this golden and silver light. At the same time, an indescribable mixture of emotions began to emerge in Li Guanqi's mind. Those were fragments of emotions and memories belonging to Yikue. Chapter 457 Yikue's Memory. The beginning of his corruption. The sun is shining brightly. Li Guan was sitting on the top of the mountain with his legs crossed. His face under the ice crystal mask had his eyes closed, but his expression was extremely rich. Sometimes he laughs. Sometimes he cries. Sometimes he is sad. Sometimes he is angry. And in just a few seconds, his expression can switch back and forth between these more than a dozen times. Like a schizophrenic patient, with many different thoughts of many people suddenly appearing in his mind. This is indeed the case. Although his mind now only has the emotions of another artifact. These mixed emotions are overlapping at an alarming speed. One moment he was joyful, and the next moment he was filled with sadness and anger. The demon knife is not exaggerating. The pain that Shan Kong, the master of the transit station, had to endure by letting Shan Kong devour the origin of the artifact was indeed difficult to describe in words.
This is not pain on a physical level, but a crazy alternation of mental thoughts. Yikue had lived for nearly 10,000 years in total, putting aside his seal and sleeping. In the past 10,000 years, Li Guanqi had experienced most of the joys, sorrows, joys, ups and downs, and various emotions she had experienced in less than an hour. At the same time, some of Yikue's remaining memory fragments in the artifact body also appeared in Li Guanqi's mind along with these sudden emotions.
Master! Master!
The blue sky, floating clouds, and brilliant rainbow hang high in the sky. The surroundings are either jade towers and magnificent palaces suspended in midair, or magnificent floating islands. Waterfalls hang down from the islands, but they do not spill to the earth. Instead, in midair, the water turns into pieces of colorful colors. The petals are like flower rain, floating all over the world. This place is like a fantasy kingdom in poetry, full of unreal fantasy. Li Guanqi used Yikue's memory to see this residence belonging to the ancient god Shangshen. Everything in the world is the Tao. Everything is the law. And everything can be used to become a god. This god became a god based on the relatively conceptual law of commerce. The god of wealth is just a nickname. His official title is the god of commerce. This place is the residence of the god of Shang. Not far away, on a floating attic made of rattan and bamboo, there was a handsome man wearing a purple and gold robe, lying on a rocking chair with his eyes closed, holding a purple book in his hand, as if he fell asleep while reading. Next to him, there was a beautiful woman squatting on the ground with a happy smile on her face. Even though she was wearing a classic and serious pure black dress, she could not block the pure and sweet smile on her face. Master! Master! The beautiful woman squatted on the ground, shaking the armrests of the purple-robed man's rocking chair with both hands. She looked like a daughter who was acting coquettishly towards her father.
Get up and play with Yikue. Get up. Get up.
Li Guanqi suddenly felt in a good mood. A kind of carefree and peaceful time. This was Yikue's mood at that time.
Well?
Yikue shook the recliner and finally woke up the purple-robed man. But he closed his eyes and sighed softly. And then slowly opened his eyes.
Boom!
At the same time, the entire beautiful scene of the fantasy kingdom collapsed and turned into countless fragments. Instead it was pitch black. Like an abyss. And a pair of extremely huge purple eyes that occupied half of the sky and were slowly opening. These are the eyes of that man. Or rather, that god. Li Guanqi only saw 2 words in these purple eyes. Disappointment.
Yikue, you are my most failed transaction.
The cold male voice resounded throughout the world.
Click.
This is the sound of some kind of crack. It seems like a certain existence is heartbroken at this moment. Reality. Li Guanqi's face, hidden under the ice crystal mask, had his eyes closed, tears streaming down his face, and full of deep sadness.
If you lose, brother kill God. According to the bet, this artifact will be given to you. It's too awkward to call me a god. I'm still used to you calling me by my name. By the way, this is an artifact. Although you, the god of wealth, are the richest, you can't just give away something like an artifact. Right. Oh, I have been doing business for so many years, but I took a wrong look at this artifact. I regretted it to the point of regretting it. I got angry when I saw her. I just want to give it to you to be clean. I won't say it anymore. I have something else to do. Take the first step. Lu Emo, you have a sister. Come out and take a look.
After a conversation between 2 men, the dark world gradually became brighter. This is a lush forest, full of giant trees with colorful flowers. At the top of one of the towering trees, the branches of the trees were spread out, forming a pure natural tree platform. There were even some branches formed into wooden tables and wooden chairs, which were placed on it. Next to the wooden table was a tall young man wearing black clothes and a black knife hanging from his waist. He looked majestic and masculine. But at this moment, he looked at a purple and black chain on the table and scratched his head in embarrassment.
She's weak.
A familiar voice sounded. Li Guanqi remembered that the sound was a magic sword. Buzz! The black sword on the waist of the heroic young man flashed with light and transformed into a strong man wearing heavy black armor. He appeared beside the young man. He looked down at the purple and black chains on the table and tilted his head expressionlessly.
But I have a younger sister who seems pretty good. You kid, you have to love her more from now on.
The heroic young man smiled. His identity is already revealed. The first master of the magic sword kills the god.
Wake up, kid.
The god of death smiled, stretched out his right hand, and caressed the purple and black chain. Immediately afterwards, a purple aura glowed from the purple and black chain, and soon transformed into a woman in a black dress sitting on the table. She raised her head cautiously, glanced at the god of death and Lu Mo timidly, then quickly lowered her head and whispered,
I am Yikue. I can help, really.
At this moment, Li Guanqi felt some emotions well up in his heart again. That was a sign of extreme low self-esteem, extreme caution, and submissiveness for fear of being scolded. And fear.
I am Lumo.
Lu Mo crossed his arms across his chest, looked at Yikue, and said softly,
Under the command of the god of killing, the demon sword Lu Mo.
As he spoke, he seemed a little hesitant, but still reached out his hand and gently rubbed Yikue's head.
Lumo, brother!
Yikue raised his head and looked at the stern black-armored man in front of him. He was startled at first, but gradually, a smile appeared on his face. It's like winter snow meeting warm sunshine in early spring. At this moment, Li Guanqi felt that the inferiority complex and fear in his heart were gradually melting away, replaced by a feeling of peace of mind and joy. Reality. Li Guanqi stopped crying and struggled a little bit out of Yikue's emotions, allowing him to think by himself for a few seconds. This is not just Yikue's memory, but also the magic knife. He and the demonic sword have long since recognized each other as masters. And the master of the artifact and the artifact are one and the same. At this time, he accepts Yikue's memory fragments, which also has an impact on the demonic sword's memory. Because of this, what he sees now is not only Yikue's memory, but also the demon swords. The combination of the two complemented some perspectives that Yikue had not seen at the beginning, allowing Li Guanqi to use the god's perspective. to view the memories of Yikue and the demon sword. Soon, Li Guanqi stopped thinking, because new memories and emotions come flooding back.
The god of death? I will make you become the god of death today. Master, I'm here to help. Ah! Boom! Huh? Yikue? Damn it! Master, transfer control of your body to me. I'm going to kill that bastard.
After a chaotic explosion, light gradually emerged from the dark world. The dim candlelight flickered. Here is a room. The god of death's face was slightly pale, and he looked at the purple-black chain on the table that was full of mottled marks and cracks. He put his hands on it, and blood-red light continued to escape and merge into the interior of Yikue's chain. Standing next to him was Lu Mo with gloomy eyes.
If this continues, Yikue will be destroyed sooner or later in the battle,
Lu Mo said in a deep voice.
I know.
The god of death nodded slightly.
You can't use her anymore.
Lu Mo looked at the god of death with a serious expression.
The enemy you provoked is too strong. Their artifact can easily injure Yikue. It's enough for me to fight with you. Why do you have to release her? Are you harming her?
Well,
the god of death seemed a little tired and whispered.
Haven't you noticed yet? Ever since her former master lost to me in a bet, Yikue has been very sensitive and has low self-esteem, feeling that she was abandoned because she was useless. If I don't use her, she will feel more and more useless and will become very lost and depressed. Mo. I didn't use her the last few times I started fighting. She didn't take the initiative to speak for several days in a row. Didn't you feel anything? Yikue's psychology is too sensitive. If I leave her alone, she will definitely think that I dislike her for being weak, and she will become even more inferior. This is not what I want to see. What Yikue needs is respect. She needs to be relied on. She needs this badly. But around you and me, she will not have this feeling of dependence. Instead, she will feel like a burden that is holding us back. Things can't go on like this. She has made every effort. And she is only 7 years old this year. For Shinchi, the next period of time is very important for character development. What should we do?
Lu Mo frowned.
She is no longer fit to be with us. Amo.
The god of death turned to look at him and said seriously,
I will choose a mortal to be her host. For a mortal, an artifact is undoubtedly a treasure. He will definitely value Yikue. And Yikue can indeed deal with it.
Mortals provide a lot of help, and it will be a better thing for them to help each other. I do not want.
Lu Mo's face was expressionless.
Be more mature. Yikue is only 7 years old. But you are already 15 years old, and you have been with me for 15 years.
When the god of death heard this, a look of helplessness suddenly appeared on his face.
I do not want.
Lu Mo shook his head directly like a rattle. The god of death was speechless for a moment. He looked down at the purple and black chains with mottled marks on the table, and couldn't help but sigh.
Master, Xiuya is injured again. I agreed.
What?
I agreed to send her away. But I can't give her to a mortal. How can a mortal deserve to have a divine weapon? If I want to give it away, I have to give it to other gods. No, it's not like you don't know Yikue. She is similar to a premature, deformed child among humans. She is also the kind who has no talent for spells. She is the weakest among the artifacts. Which god is willing to take her in? Even if they take her in, he won't be taken seriously at all. If he is beaten, scolded and criticized a few more times, can you bear it? Oh, think about it again. Master, Xiuya hasn't spoken to me for several days. Because I used you in the last battle but didn't use her. She felt abandoned. I told you before. But if I use her to fight against the mad god, that battle will be her Honkai day. I agreed. Agreed to give her to humans and go to the abyss of the gods, Master. You have said before that humans who can walk through the abyss of the gods and complete the 10 divine tests must be good people. Right. I will personally invigilate the entire exam to ensure this. We can't send her there directly. Xiuya is too young to understand our painstaking efforts. She will only think that we just see her as useless and want to get rid of her. Everything else is just an excuse. What do you mean? We can't let her feel that we abandoned her because she was useless. So? I didn't know what to do. I just brought it up. Well, let me think about it. Let's do this. We sing a double act. I pretend that I don't like her. You try your best to keep her. And then, it doesn't seem right? No. Master, you must like her, so that she will not feel that she was abandoned because of her uselessness. I will be the bad guy. I will pretend to hate her and insist that Master, you throw her away. Master, I pretended to like her. But in the end, I had to abandon her. Are you sure? But you obviously like this sister so much. Sure. Okay then, well, then I can find you a younger sister or younger brother. I have a good relationship with the god of Shang. He will. No. Really? Aw, Mo. This is not difficult. Really? I said? No need. Why?
Deep in the canyon, Yikue fell to the ground with tears streaming down his face, looking at the god of death in front of him. He wiped his tears with great sadness.
Why? Why did you abandon me again? Master, why? I don't want to do it either.
The god of death knelt down, rubbed Yikue's head, and helped her wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Yi, I like you very much. Really, you are very useful to me. But there is nothing I can do about it. Mo has been treating you so badly recently.
Very dissatisfied. He doesn't like that I have other artifacts. So, I can only put you here first. Don't go. Master, don't go.
Hearing this, Yikue hugged the killing god's thigh and cried more and more, which made me feel pity for him. But in the end, the god of death broke away and turned around to leave. Under the setting sun, the figure dressed in black with a black knife hanging from its waist grew bigger and bigger, until it occupied the entire line of sight, and all the surrounding scenery disappeared, leaving only this figure.
Woo 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 woo. Why, brother Lumo, woo woo, why, brother Lumo, Lumo.
Ah! Lumo! Deep in the canyon, the sad cries gradually turned into screams filled with resentment. Reality. Li Guanqi's expression gradually changed from sad and crying to a ferocious face full of resentment.
Oh my god!
Deep in the canyon, a handsome young man in white looked at the purple and black chain on the golden altar in front of him, his face full of surprise.
Artifact? Thank you, gods. The reward for this trial of the gods is actually an artifact?
The purple and black chains flashed with black light, and a black room spewed out from it, transforming into a beautiful woman wearing a sexy black dress, looking coldly at the young man in white in front of her. Mortal? It stinks. The smell of mortals is so stinky, so unpleasant, and it looks so disgusting. Why should I accept a mortal as my master? I am a divine weapon, a divine weapon. How can I recognize a mortal as my master? How can I be a mortal artifact? Asshole. If it weren't for Mo, if it weren't for that guy, I wouldn't have been driven out by the killing god. I wouldn't have ended up here. I wouldn't have.
Hello.
The voice of the young man in white interrupted Yikue's thoughts. He smiled brightly, put his right hand on his left chest, held his head high, and said loudly and confidently,
My name is Zhou Qingli. I come from Liang City in the God of Fire domain. I am the eldest son of the Lord of Liang City. I will definitely do it in the future.
I will become a god and won't let you be buried beside me.
Yikue's face was expressionless. It stinks. Disgusting. Do I really want to follow such a disgusting mortal? No. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. I want to vomit. I really want to vomit.
Can I kill him?
No. This is the abyss of the gods. If you kill him, you will definitely be judged by the gods. Then it will be later. Acknowledge your master first. Endure it for a while. And then find an opportunity to kill him while he is fighting the enemy. Well, let's do it.
I am Yikue. I am a chain artifact that can bind the enemy's body and soul.
Thinking of this, Yikue tilted his head slightly, with his black hair hanging down. He looked at Zhou Qingli, a young man in white clothes in front of him, with a smile and said,
Master, just call me Xiao Yi from now on. Xia yeah.
Seeing this scene, Zhou Qingli suddenly turned slightly red and stood up quickly. The smile on Yikue's face became more and more charming, but the mood became increasingly gloomy. Disgusting, so disgusting. Reality. Li Guanqi frowned. The turning point begins. The change in Yikue's psychological character actually started right after he was sent to the abyss of the gods. From then on, she began to move towards the abyss step by step. After she made the plan in her heart to trick Zhou Qingli to death, her depravity could no longer be saved, and she would step by step become the person that the god of death and the demon sword hate the most. Kind of people. Who is the cause of all this? God of commerce? It doesn't seem right. The god of Shang indeed looked down upon Yikue, but he chose to give it to the god of death through a small bet. Obviously, he knew that the god of death was a good person and would take good care of useless artifacts. Is that because killing God and Lumo are wrong? Shouldn't they have sent Yikue to the abyss of the gods? Not right either. Yikue's character flaws destined her to become more and more inferior in self-esteem, and her psychological problems would become more and more serious as she followed the god of death, and Lu Mo. The god of death, and Lu Mo chose this double-acting method to tactfully send Yikue to the abyss of the gods. This was the best way they could think of, as they tried their best at that time. Although the name of the abyss of the gods has, abyss. It is not a fallen abyss. That is the trial and examination room of the gods. Those who can get out of the abyss of the gods are all talented mortals, with both ability and political integrity. But the direction of things still led to a situation that killed God, and Lu Mo least wanted to see. Li Guanqi really wanted to think about this matter, and wanted to know why Yikue suddenly turned bad. But he didn't expect that, because before he had thought about it for long. The next memory and emotion belonging to Yikue came to his mind again. That was the beginning of her following Zhou Qingli to leave the abyss of the gods, planning to kill Zhou Qingli, and completely embarking on the road of depravity. Chapter 458, Enlightenment of Space Law. Peak of Liuhe level. The sky is blue with mist and rain, and light rain falls on the earth. On the endless grassland, Zhou Qingli wore a white robe with golden lion head and shoulder armor, riding a demon species that looked like a velociraptor, whipping at a very fast speed. The wind was howling. Zhou Qingli's long black hair was dancing wildly, and his clothes were fluttering, coupled with a bright smile on his face. It fully demonstrated the vigor of the young genius. He looked happy now. Li Guanqi couldn't feel Zhou Qingli's emotions, and could only draw conclusions from his expression. But he could feel the emotions of another being, Yikue. At this time, Yikue's heart was full of resentment and expectation. The anticipation of killing Zhou Qingli.
Yay! In a few days, it will be the first anniversary of our acquaintance. I am going to wipe out the Langshan bandits and eliminate this serious problem in Liang City for hundreds of years. I will use the blood of those bandits and Liang. The cheers and smiles of the people in this city come to give you the best tribute,
Zhou Qingli said. The smile on his face became brighter and brighter.
A compliment. It will definitely be a great compliment.
Yikue's voice sounded, with a somewhat meaningful smile.
Boom! Yay! Bind his soul. I will behead him. Okay. I've finished restraining you. Come on! Ha ha. King Langshan. Today is yours, eh?
From the dark perspective, among the roars of explosions, the conversation between Zhou Qingli and Yikue could be heard, as well as the sounds of swords piercing flesh and blood spurting from people's mouths. Gradually, Li Guanqi's vision became brighter. Smoke filled the air, and fire burned the sky. In the ruins of the mountaintop city, Zhou Qingli, whose white clothes were stained with blood, knelt on the ground with one knee and inserted his long sword into the ground with his right hand, barely supporting his body from falling. His condition at this time was extremely miserable and horrific. Half of his head was cut off, his brain mixed with blood flowing out, and his heart was penetrated by a large knife, passing from his chest through his back.
Yay!
Zhou Qingli's mouth was bleeding. He raised his head and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. In front, surrounded by flames, a big man wearing animal skin armor looked at the purple and black chain wrapped around his body. He was stunned at first, and then looked at Zhou Qingli sarcastically with a smile on his face.
Boy, your weapons don't seem to obey you. They were already restraining my soul, but the moment you rushed in front of me, the restraints were suddenly released. Doesn't this mean that I can take the opportunity to kill you? Huh? Boy, you were tricked by your weapon. Do you understand?
How is it possible? How is it possible?
Boom. Before Zhou Qingli finished speaking, the big man flashed in front of him and kicked his head, causing Zhou Qingli's heart to be penetrated,
completely killing him.
Hey, it's rumored that Zhou Qingli passed through the abyss of the gods and obtained an artifact.
The big man pulled off the purple and black chain on his body, looked at the chain, and grinned.
So, this is not a rumor, but a fact? Are you the artifact? Then why do you want to kill the master? Look down on that kid? It doesn't matter. How about following me from now on? The young master of Liang City has too many rules and regulations. How about you follow me and become a happy bandit? Oh!
The purple and black chains released wisps of black mist, transforming into a beautiful woman wearing a sexy black dress, floating up, lying lazily on her side in the air, supporting her head with her right hand. Using her charming purple beauty, he looked at the big man with interest.
If I can trick the last master to death, don't you be afraid. If I trick the next master to death, For example, you? It doesn't matter.
The big man grinned wildly and said,
I don't want to live that long. You follow me, and I will take you to play all over the world. When you get tired of playing, you can kill me. Anyway, you saved my life. What do you want?
When to take it back? It's up to you. Hee hee.
Yikue covered his mouth and chuckled. His beautiful eyes curled into a pair of crescent moons.
What an interesting mortal. Although you also stink. You convinced me.
Then let's go.
I want to see what different things you can show me.
Reality. Li Guanqi closed his eyes tightly and frowned. In the process of Shun Kong devouring the origin of Yikue's artifact, the main thing is actually the ups and downs, the interweaving and overlapping of various emotions. There are not many clear memory fragments that appear, and there are only a few that can really form a picture. As for other memories, Li Guanqi basically just glanced at them and could only barely make out a vague outline. However, the few clear memories he saw were actually several important turning points in Yikue's life. The look of being disliked by the god of Shang left a mark on her heart. A psychological shadow that could not be diluted even after tens of thousands of years. Then she was given to the god of death under the guise of a bet by the god of Shang, which was the first twist of fate in her life. Then there was fighting, injury, until the god of death realized that keeping Yikue by his side would only harm her, and then sent her to the abyss of the gods to wait for an outstanding human being, become her new owner. After all, the god of death at that time. From one of the memory fragments, we can know that Lu Imo was only 15 years old at that time. The reputation of the killing god was gained after working with Lu Mo for hundreds of years. Lu Imo was only 15 years old at that time, which meant that the god of death was far from his peak. And he was not yet the god of death, who would rank among the top 3 among the gods in combat power in the future. At that time, the god of death was still growing. There were many enemies, and battles were inevitable. But Yikue's psychological flaw means that the god of death cannot not use her in battle, so as not to irritate her and make her feel useless. But the problem is that using her will easily make her useless. Therefore, the god of death could only send Yikue away. This is Yikue's second fateful turn. Originally, she could grow and progress together with the energetic Zhou Qinli, and her life would move from here to another brighter future. But it is not the truth. Yikue was an artifact, a weapon of the gods,
but suddenly fell into the mortal world
and became a mortal weapon? This huge psychological gap made her extremely resentful, and she couldn't accept it. So she chose to trick Zhou Qinli to death during the conquest of the Langshan bandits after following Zhou Qinli for a year. Her second mortal master was the leader of the Langshan bandits, a complete scumbag. After following Zhou Qinli for a year, Yikue learned nothing good. However, after following the bandit for a year, Yikue learned all the bad qualities in human nature and took pleasure in doing so, developing a perverted hobby of
looking at good people and turning them into bad people.
From then on,
Yikue's life was completely determined. After following the bandits for several years, Yikue killed the bandits, followed other masters, and then killed them again. Recognize the master, kill him, recognize the master, kill him. The cycle repeats, until finally, after an unknown number of years, a god came to her. It was a notorious sinful god who forcibly abducted Yikue. Under the control of the god, Yikue completely lost the ability to kill her master and ushered in the darkest period of her life. Because that god likes to torture artifacts the most. He likes to personify artifacts, send them into a human body, and then torture them for fun. Under that evil god, Yikue was not a divine weapon, but a female slave. Later, Pluto slays the gods, and Ragnarok arrives. In order to protect himself, the evil god joined the god king's camp. Before his death, he sealed Yikue and hid him deep in a certain mountain range. Then comes deep sleep. It wasn't until about 4,000 years of the new epoch that she was discovered, and then lived her life in the mortal world of the old epoch again, constantly recognizing her master, and then killing her master. And she liked to choose a kind master and turn him into a complete and utter master of evildoers and then kill them. Lin Xiaobai was the last one she chose. It's hard to learn well, but it's easy to learn bad. Those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Those who are close to vermilion are not necessarily red, but those who are close to ink are really easy to get dark. Or maybe it's not a matter of who is close, but that Yikue himself is a drop of ink? It's unclear. The way is unclear. But no matter what,
Yikue's miserable and sinful life has finally come to an end. Call. At the top of the mountain, Li Guanqi, wearing an ice crystal mask, took a deep breath and slowly opened his blue eyes. The flashes of memory and mixed emotions about Yikue no longer appeared at this time. In other words, Shadkong has drained the origin of Yikue's artifact. Go well, Yikue! Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at the purple-black chain in his hand. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, he crushed this divine creation into powder and dissipated in the wind. The origin of the artifact is called the origin because everything about the artifact comes from this energy. Once the source is dissipated, the seemingly hard body of the artifact will be as fragile as sand. Li Guanqi is the master of the artifact and can clearly feel the emotions of his artifact at this time. Shadkong was very happy and very excited. After all, devouring the origins of other artifacts was as good as taking a drug to him. But he remained silent at this time and did not dare to express it. Because, at the same time, Demon Sword felt extremely heavy, like the sky shrouded in haze, dark and oppressive. Yikue, who was swallowed by the instant sky, was the first artifact that the sword accompanied when he was young. And it was also a female artifact that was younger than him. To Demon Sword, Yikue can be said to be a younger sister. But she can also be said to be something like first love. Owner! The Demon Sword sighed softly, with a hoarse voice. Do you think what the god of death and I did back then was wrong? Shouldn't we have sent her to the abyss of the gods and given her to a mortal? But you have done your best. Li Guanqi thought for a while and said, Yikue's character flaw is very fatal. It seems to be hypocritical, but in fact it is a psychological problem that is difficult to deal with. If you are an ordinary person, you may think that you are used to it. So if you force Yikue to be locked up for a period of time, alright. But the consequences of doing so often lead to further loss of control of the psychological state. Among humans, it would be depression and suicide. Fortunately, the god of death was a thoughtful person, and he did not choose to do this. He knew very well that Yikue's character flaws required the right medicine. He discovered Yikue's mental state of needing to be respected and needed. So he thought of the best way to let her and a mortal support each other and grow together. But it can't be said clearly, because saying it clearly is equivalent to telling Yikue that she is useless to the god of death. So she has to go to a mortal to be needed, which is even more deadly. So the god of death chose to sing a double act to euphemistically send Yikue to the abyss of the gods. To be honest, he really takes care of Yikue. I think this was actually the best way for you to deal with it at that time. But what happened next was also not what you and the god of death wanted to see. Yikue's downfall was something she brought upon herself. Just as Lin Xianbai said before, how can you survive if you commit your own sin? At this point, Li Guanqi stopped and looked slightly hesitant. Well, he felt like he shouldn't have said to the Demon Sword that Yikue had done his own thing and would not be able to survive. The changes of fate prevented us from recovering in time. Demon Sword's voice was hoarse. During the first half year when Yikue followed Zhou Qingli, the god of death and I had been observing secretly. But at that time, one of the enemies of the god of killing came to our door, and we had to fight. The god of death at that time had actually just become a god, and was not as strong as he would later be. Me too. We are all just fledgling gods and artifacts, facing the long-established god. We can only say that we were lucky enough to escape and save our lives. But at that time, although the god of death and I survived, our origins were severely damaged and fell asleep for 100 years. When we woke up, Yikue had already killed Zhou Qingli and gained a notorious reputation in the mortal world. The Chain of Disaster. This is her title in the mortal world. At that time, she had completely fallen and was completely hopeless. I suggested that the god of death destroy Yikue and put an end to all this. But the god of death is a guy who is nostalgic for old feelings and is very indecisive in nature. He can't make a move when facing Yikue. And he can't be as decisive as he usually is when killing evildoers. It is precisely because of this that the god of killing later acted chivalrously, killing villains and eliminating evil, etc. He never explained it. And he never proved to the world that he was a good person, because he knows that he is actually not a good person at all. In the face of strange disasters, he can kill without expression. But when faced with someone close to him who was trying to bring harm to the world, he was unwilling to kill him. He is not a good person to begin with. Just an ordinary person who does whatever he wants and does what he wants. Until Ragnarok, the god of death did not deal with Yikue's matter. Having said this, Demon Sword let out a long sigh. Li Guanqi looked surprised.
What about the end? Yikue was possessed and abused by that evil god. Why didn't the god of death stop him? We didn't know about it.
The demon knife's voice was hoarse.
The god of death couldn't bear to get rid of Yikue. So he stopped deliberately collecting information about Yikue very early, so as not to hear information about what evil thing she had done again. Because of this, we didn't know anything about it later. Yikue's whereabouts. As for the fact that she was abducted by that evil god, not many people knew about it. That person had always been very secretive in his work. Finally, when Ragnarok came and the god king summoned the gods, the evil god felt that he was going to die anyway, so he casually said it during the gathering. Then the god of death and I killed him. And the god king didn't even stop us.
Li Guanqi was slightly silent. At Ragnarok, the king of gods called on all the gods to work together to exhaust their own origins and seal Pluto. The final outcome was that they would exhaust their origins and fall. In other words, killing the evil god in advance with the killing god and the magic knife is actually a waste of resources. They are not Pluto, so they cannot completely kill the gods and make them lose the possibility of being resurrected in the future. But they did it anyway. It is true that the God King is stronger than the Killer God, but the Killer God is also among the top 3 gods. If he cannot defeat the God King, it is not difficult to kill a god under the God King's nose. Anyway, Yikue's matter is over.
Li Guanqi stood up from the ground and looked at the scorching sun in the distance.
Lunmo, be more open-minded. Okay,
I know. The magic knife's voice was low, and after he finished speaking, there was no more sound. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, gold and silver runes appeared all over Li Guanqi's body, exuding a strong space aura. At the same time, a massive amount of law insights began to emerge in his mind. This is the understanding of the laws of space.
Shanku?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
After devouring it, I will directly help you, Master, to understand the laws of space. The target level should be the peak level of Liuha level.
Xuankong's voice sounded.
But I can only help you understand the laws of space. As for spiritual power, physical body, soul strength, etc., I can't help you improve it. Master, you have to find a way on your own. That is said, you can only have a realm SH. L at the peak of Liuha level. That's enough.
Li Guanqi smiled and nodded.
Boom!
The next moment, the gold and silver light on his body burst out, and insights belonging to the laws of space flooded into his mind, crazily improving his understanding of the laws of space. Not only that, Shukong also passed on many methods of using the laws of space to Li Guanqi like an enlightenment, allowing him to learn how to tear open space cracks, teleport in space, and position space even if he had never practiced it once. He has become very familiar with things like how to read spatial coordinates, and his proficiency can be said to be perfect. This is Xuankong's great help to the mortal host. For the gods, his function of helping to understand the laws of space is actually meaningless. After all, they are gods, and he does not need Xuankong's help to understand the laws of space. But mortals are different. From the Liuha level to the 9 palaces, the improvement of each realm requires an improvement in the corresponding understanding of the laws of space. Buzz. The gold and silver light flashed endlessly. The epiphany of space laws that Shukong helped Li Guanqi enter lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the golden and silver light gradually dissipated, Li Guanqi also completely completed the breakthrough in realm. From the 5 elements level, it jumps directly to the Liuha level, and it is the pinnacle of the Liuha level. It only needs to pull 1 star to reach the 7-star level.
Ding! Congratulations to the number 1 Transcendent King for becoming the world's first Liuha level conjurer. Congratulations to the number 1 Transcendent King for becoming the world's first Liuha level martial artist of different blood.
Chapter 459 The Evolution of Life is Plunder. Spiritual Power, LV 69, 69.9. The pinnacle of the 5 elements leveled Dzogchen Liuha level of curse. Physical Body, LV 69, 69.9. The 5-element level of martial arts is the pinnacle of Dzogchen and Liuha levels. Soul, LV 69, 69.9. The peak soul of the 6th level living realm. Comprehensive level, LV 76. Li Guanqi's spell realm and martial arts realm jump directly from the peak of the 5 elements level to the peak of the Liuha level. But the data doesn't change, because he only improved his understanding of the laws of space. And what he achieved was just a breakthrough. The so-called data panel of this system is actually very monotonous and not detailed. There are only 3 simple data here: spiritual strength, physical strength, and soul strength. Other factors, such as spell proficiency, law awareness, magical weapons, etc. Of course, these things have a huge impact on the actual combat effectiveness. But the system panel will not take it into account at all. This system panel is just a 3-item data statistics table. No matter how high Li Guanqi's understanding of the laws of space is, it will not affect his digital level in the system panel. Moreover, the realm of Liuhe level is also special. A breakthrough in the Liuhe level cannot directly lead to an increase in strength like the previous realms. The Liuhe level is the understanding of the laws of space. In the previous realms, most of them will cause qualitative changes in spiritual power and physical body at the moment of breakthrough, causing the intensity to increase by a level in an instant. Or it is the comprehension of the law. The moment of comprehension will trigger a spiritual storm and increase the intensity of the spiritual power. But the Liuhe level is gone. The Liuhe level is a pure understanding of the laws of space. It can only increase the upper limit of physical and spiritual strength. But it will not help to become stronger at the moment of breakthrough. So that's it. Li Guanqibo sat on the top of the mountain, his eyes closed tightly. And while enjoying the sunshine, he also understood one thing completely. Liuhe level. Why can the power of space law be used within a specific period of time? This feels weird and unreasonable, doesn't it? But now, with the help of Shangkong, he finally understood this after reaching the peak of Liuhe level. The Liuhe level is divided into 6 small stages. The first Union realm, the second Union realm, the sixth Union realm. After a living body reaches a certain stage of understanding of the laws of space, it can communicate with this space, which is similar to obtaining permissions, allowing it to use the power of the laws of space as it wishes during the time period from 0 to 4 o'clock in the morning. This is the so-called unity state. Then continue to understand the laws of space. After reaching another level of understanding, you can continue to communicate with space and use the power of space laws during the time period from 0 to 8 a.m. Similar to increasing authority. This is the so-called dual realm. And so on until the final Liuhe realm. Liuhe realm is the peak period of Liuhe level. It can use the power of space in the time period from 0 to 24 o'clock, that is, anytime, anywhere, every moment. But at this time, it is actually different from the previous stage. This time limit at the Liuhe level is essentially a product of trickery. People who are in the first Union realm to the fifth Union realm do not have the level of understanding of the laws of space at all. And they are simply unable to use the power of the laws of space. But through the technique of communication space, they obtain the authority to use the power of space law at will within a limited time period. Just like a door. You are not strong enough to push the door open. But if you establish a good relationship with the security guard guarding the door, they will help open the door and let you in to play for a few hours. The communication space is to deal with the gatekeepers. The level of understanding of the laws of space is equivalent to the quality of the relationship with the gatekeeper. The better the relationship, the longer the security guard will open the door for you. From the first Union realm to the fifth Union realm, they are all stages like this. But the Liuhe realm, that is, after the peak of the Liuhe level, is completely different. The life form at this stage is powerful enough to tell the security guard to get out, and then force the door open with its own strength, and can enter anytime, anywhere, and stay as long as it wants. This is the pinnacle of Liuhe level. Life forms at this stage have reached a higher level of understanding of the laws of space. There is no need for communication space at all. And there is no so-called time limit of 0, 4 o'clock and 0, 8 o'clock. When they can use the power of space law, it just depends on what they think about it. And now Li Guanqi is at this stage of life. Liuhe level. The pinnacle. The laws of space. Li Guanqi opened his blue eyes, stretched out his hands, and shook them slightly. Then he stood up, faced the void on the cliff edge of the mountain, waved his right hand gently, and opened a 3-meter-high space crack in the void in front of him. After looking at the twisted, colorful brilliance inside, he stepped into it. The space rift is closed. Boom! Hundreds of meters away, in the sky above another mountain peak, a space crack that distorted the colorful light suddenly appeared. Li Guanqi, dressed in black and wearing an ice crystal mask, slowly walked out. This is space teleportation. It feels like the whole world is welcoming me. Li Guanqi clenched his fists, feeling a little surprised at the world's acceptance of him. His understanding of the laws of space made him feel welcomed by this space, as if he had been recognized as one of its own by this world. No wonder. Li Guanqi suddenly realized he had never quite understood how the Liuhe level, a training stage that purely comprehended the laws of space, could increase the upper limit of physical strength and spiritual strength. Because in the previous realms, realm breakthroughs were directly linked to physical conditions. For example, martial arts is the practice of different blood. The one-dimensional level allows the alien blood to further integrate with the human body. And then the upper limit of the physical body's strength is increased, which is reasonable. At the Liangyi level, the physical body enters the second form. The human body mutates, and the upper limit of the physical body's strength increases. The third talent level, the body refining realm, essentially uses a body refining method to continue to strengthen the physical body, and the upper limit is increased. At the four elephant level, the divine veins are opened. The physical body is continued to develop, and the upper limit is increased. The five elements level opens the five elements organs, which is the same principle as the four symbols level. These five levels, or stages, are essentially the development of the human body. Therefore, after breaking through these five realms, the upper limit of the physical body's strength is increased. Even if Li Guanqi does not fully understand the specific operating principles of cells, genes, etc., Li Guanqi feels that it is very reasonable just by looking at the superficial outline, develop the physical body, and then increase the upper limit of the physical body's strength. It's reasonable. The same goes for conjurers. That is, spiritual repairers. The 1 yuan level condenses the core of the spell, giving the spiritual power a core, and increasing the upper limit of the spiritual power intensity. After that, the Liangyi level, the 3 talents level, the 4 elephant level, the 5 elements level, etc., either directly strengthen the spiritual power, or comprehend the law, and then let the power of the law continue to strengthen the spiritual power. These 5 realms are all linked to spiritual power. In this way, the upper limit of the level of spiritual power that can be increased by breaking through the realm of incantation sounds very reasonable. But the Liuhe level doesn't sound very reasonable, because Li Guanqi has never understood that the Liuhe level only comprehends the laws of space, and has nothing to do with the physical body and spiritual power. How to increase the upper limit of strength in these 2 aspects. But he finally understood. 1 mountain and 1 pass. After entering the Liuhe level, Li Guanqi truly understood the truth. After a living body's understanding of the laws of space reaches a certain stage, this living body is treated as one of its own by this space. This space here refers to the whole world, the entire world. Perhaps, this is why the power of space law is also called the power of heaven and earth. Liuhe level cultivators can be said to have entered the stage of advanced life forms, because life forms that reach the Liuhe level can be recognized by heaven and earth, and can untie the constraints and suppression of lower-level life forms by this world, thereby increasing their upper limit of strength in all aspects. Naturally, the upper limit of physical and spiritual strength will also be increased accordingly. For example, Li Guanqi at this moment, he estimated that based on his own conditions, after he reached the peak of Liuhe level, his current upper limit of physical and spiritual strength should have been raised from LV69 to LV79. Although his current physical body and spiritual power are only LV69, his level has already improved. As long as he has enough resources, he can completely rely on the plunder technique to soar without any hindrance and directly increase the level to the limit. In other words, the only thing missing is resources. The evolution of life is a plunder of resources. Another resource. Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought of this. His current physical body and spiritual power are both at the level of LV69. If he wants to improve, he must devour 7-star resources, either 7-star demon species and cursed spirits, or 7th level potions and pills, or 7-star human cultivator. But the question is, where are these things so easy to find? 7-star monster species and cursed spirits basically do not exist in places where such creatures appear on a large scale. If dozens of them can exist at the same time, it can be regarded as a 7-star monster area. The current situation is that no country in the world will retain a 7-star demon area within its borders. Such places only exist in areas outside the countries. That is, the densely distributed wilderness of forbidden lands. Is it possible that I'm finally going to visit the wild areas of Weird World? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. It would be great if he could find another temple. Of course, the most important thing is that there must be residual divine power in that temple for him to absorb. That would be cool. Just like last time. With the help of divine power, it takes minutes to increase the strength of the physical body and spiritual power. This is not a daydream by Li Guanqi, because It's not like he doesn't have relevant suspected clues on hand now. Next time, when he enters the strange world for the 6th time, he will have to go to Hyunjin to find Shinji Tokugawa, the Jogon level, to help him decipher Greek. Tokugawa Shinji didn't say anything, but in fact the truth was already coming out. Tokugawa Shinji, the master of ancient studies, Greek that appeared in the New Age, something that is of interest to the 9 palace level warriors of different blood, when these 3 are connected in series.
Shinji Tokugawa discovered an ancient ruins full of Greek writing.
There is basically a 90% probability that it is the truth. What could interest a 9 palace level warrior of different blood could not be some ordinary ancient ruins. It is very likely that it is a place left by a certain god. If it is a temple, it is not unusual. If there is still residual divine power, it is even less unusual. Moreover, Demon Sword also said before that there was a Western god in the old era who liked to use Greek. The Greek puzzle that Li Guanqi deciphered with Tokugawa Shinji was exactly what that god told the god of death. That god's artifact is a pair of armor with extremely strong defensive power, combining various conditions. The place where Tokugawa Shinji is going, if not the temple of the Western god, is at least inseparable from that god.
Forget it. Let's use the simulator 10 days in advance to check the situation.
Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about these things, and began to focus on reality. In reality, we only have 60 days of vacation. So what should we do? Learning Greek is a sure thing. In addition to spending time with his parents in Mingyao, there is also the matter of the 5th round of luck. Well, first go to the museum in London that has become a forbidden place to find Mingyao.
Take it easy.
Li Guanqi looked into the distance, looking at the dense trees surrounded by mountains, and said to Shan Kong in his mind,
Shan Kong, start a teleportation. I am going to London to find my girlfriend. How do I know where London is?
Shan Kong said in surprise. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment.
So, your space teleportation must be the same as that of humans. You must know the designated spatial coordinates of the target location before you can perform the designated teleportation? What else?
Shan Kong was also speechless.
Do you still need to confirm this? Master, I am an artifact specially used for space teleportation. It is an artifact, not a divine weapon that controls the rules. My space teleportation is not based on the concept of rules. You can't just go wherever you want. Then I'd better use the navigation system and fly there.
Li Guanqi took out his mobile phone from his space necklace, opened a navigation software, clicked on the screen, and searched for a direct route to London, England. After all, with his current level of cultivation, using the law of wind, he can fly much faster than a plane at full strength, and there is no need to miss it.
Found it. Gone.
Li Guanqi found the right direction and was covered in a cyan hurricane. His whole body instantly shot out, straight into the sky. Learn from mistakes. In the past, Li Guanqi had experienced many times in the past that after completing the simulation, he tried to change the fate of reality, but then forgot to continue the simulation, resulting in the worst situation of variables in reality. And now, he would almost never make that mistake again. Li Guanqi solved the Yikue and Lin Xian by incident in reality. So on the way to London, he simulated the next real trend again. The result is no change. There is no butterfly effect. The real trajectory is the same as in the previous simulation. And there is no situation related to the battle of luck. So, he was completely relieved and flew across the border to London, England, which is located in Europe. London, England, New Oxford Street, Russell Square. This square houses the British Museum, the oldest and largest comprehensive museum in the world. At the same time, this museum is also one of the 4 largest and most famous museums in the world. It has collected many cultural relics and treasures from all over the world. It is rumored that the collection has as many as 8 million items. The forbidden place that Han Mingyao came to deal with was this world-famous museum. Nowadays, Russell Square has been completely blocked and no one is allowed to approach, because there was a sudden change in the British Museum 2 days ago. The entire museum turned into a terrifying scarlet color, swallowing up all the people who were visiting the museum at that time. And not even one of them came out. Moreover, a blood-red defensive shield appeared outside the museum. The British Extraordinary Processing Agency,
Knights of the Round Table,
could not even send anyone in. In the end, out of desperation, the Knights of the Round Table had to turn to Penglai in China and ask them to send personnel to help. To their surprise, the person who finally came here turned out to be the first extraordinary person, Han Mingyao, who was
codenamed Yen Wang.
In Penglai. Oh no. This is the past tense. On June 1st, the 5th year of the extraordinary year, after the collective return of 100 million extraordinaries, who had disappeared for 5 years, the position of the first extraordinary person was of course returned to its original owner, the legendary,
codename,
from China, the extraordinary king.
But speaking more carefully, the Knights of the Round Tables,
overjoyed,
seems to be correct, because the extraordinary first person is really here now. Chapter 460, a museum that became a forbidden place.
This is the world-class British Museum.
London, Russell Square. Li Guanxi, dressed in black, with some curiosity, slowly crossed the blockade and walked towards the large museum in front, which was covered by a bloody mask. The dozens of blonde, blue-eyed, heavily armed,
and armed Knights of the Round Table,
members who were guarding the blockade seemed to be unable to see him, and were not even aware of Li Guanxi's appearance. China has Penglai, and of course, they also have the Knights of the Round Table. The uniforms of these British superhumans are very distinctive. It looks like a pure black special operations uniform. But the shoulders, arms, knees, etc. are all equipped with silver-white alloy shoulder armor, arm armor, leg armor, and other armor parts. It looks like a modern special forces and the fusion of medieval knights. In addition to the rifles in their hands, they also had a sheathed silver-white sword hanging on their waist. Let's not mention the combat effectiveness for now, but I have to say that this equipment looks pretty cool. These dozens of members of the Knights of the Round Table are all aesthete-level human beings of different blood. Li Guanxi walked around these people with great interest, looking at the weapons and equipment. But these members of the Knights of the Round Table seem to be unable to see his existence at all. In fact, it is not as if, but really invisible. At this time, Li Guanxi used a Liu-level invisibility spell called
Virtual and Real Dissociation.
This is a spell that requires cooperation with the laws of space to be cast. It is the spell knowledge from the old era that Shun Kong taught him on the way.
This spell allows Li Guanxi to walk in the interlayer of space and travel between real space and space cracks. If others do not understand the laws of space high enough, they will not be able to see him. In this way, he can achieve the invisibility effect. This spell is not only effective on living creatures, but also on technological surveillance equipment. As of now, among the 100 million extraordinary beings, no one except Li Guanxi can understand the laws of space. As for the instrument for detecting spiritual power here, this kind of instrument cannot detect spiritual power through the barrier of the space interlayer. So theoretically, in the real world, if Li Guanxi wants to be invisible, no one can see.
Intruder found.
Intruder found. Suddenly, sirens sounded throughout Russell Square. Li Guanxi suddenly showed a look of astonishment.
Ah?
Has he been discovered? It doesn't make sense.
Stop!
Stop! The moment the siren sounded in Russell Square, the surrounding members of the Knights of the Round Table turned their guns, and the black muzzles were pointed directly at Li Guanxi's left side. The infrared aiming rays of dozens of firearms directly enveloped a blonde-haired European young man standing there. Li Guanxi couldn't laugh or cry. He just said, how could his Liu-level invisibility be discovered? Therefore, another transcendent person broke in. The simulator did not display this situation, and it seemed to be an incident that had nothing to do with him. Li Guanxi was not in a hurry to leave, but stood there with interest, wanting to see how the situation would develop. Han Mengyao need not worry. When he was near London, he sensed the existence of Han Mengyao in the museum through soul scanning. At this time, the other party was playing with a bronze bull that had turned into a living creature, and he was having a great time. This museum, which has become a forbidden place, is actually not dangerous. Although the animated historical relics have become extremely aggressive, they are not actually very powerful. Ordinary people can deal with them, let alone superhumans. The real problem is the bloody mask that covers the museum. The Knights of the Round Table couldn't think of any way to get through this bloody light shield. This was the big problem.
No! No! No!
At this time, the blond young man who had been targeted by the Knights of the Round Table smiled and waved to everyone, then pointed at his face without saying anything else. This face should be important. After taking a closer look, the Knights of the Round Table put away their firearms and raised their hands to him in a respectful military salute. They must have recognized this person's identity. Immediately afterwards, they started chatting in English. Li Guanxi listened for a while, and then learned the identity of the blond young man, the extraordinary Angel King, who had just returned to reality. heard about the museum incident and rushed over to help.
Angel King?
Li Guanqi thought for a while. Literally translated, this name seems to mean
King of Angels.
He had an impression of this name the last time he looked at the extraordinary rankings. This name ranked 6th. And he was a LV39 extraordinary person. By the way, I haven't looked at the rankings for a long time. So let's take a look first. Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King. The pinnacle of all living beings. Level, LV76. 2. Tao follows nature. Under 1 person. Level, LV54. 3. Fist and ask the sky. 3rd in the world. Level, LV53. For Angel King, LV52. 5. Tion, LV52. 6. The breeze is casual, LV51. 7. Adam, LV51. 8. Prince Charming, LV51. 9. Wizard, LV51. 10. LV.51. Number 4 in the world. Angel King. In addition to the rise in the ranking of this blonde young man, Li Guanqi also noticed another name, Tion. He remembered this name. He had encountered this man during the apocalypse. But then he traveled back to the extraordinary 5 years, rewrote history, and entered the 5th strange world. This man was removed from the top 10. But now, Tion has not only returned to the top 10, but also entered the top 5. This ranking reveals a lot of information. The top 10, or even the top 20 extraordinary beings are basically at level 50. Obviously in the middle of the 5th strange world. Most of them were only around LV38 or LV39. But now after the end, they have all reached the level of LV50. Well, the 5th weird world ending. The best one just crossed the LV50 line. Of course, Li Guanqi is still the best. His level 76 is really terrifying. He is more than 20 levels ahead of those behind him. In addition, the second Tao method is natural. Lin Xianbai. LV54. The third fist asks the sky. LV53. Obviously before, the gap between Lin Xianbai and the third place could be widened by several levels. But now, he is only 1 level behind being chased by Fist Wen Sangtian. Of course, it can be said that Quan Wen Sangtian has completed many rewarding missions in this exploration of the world, and has been chasing after unexpected encounters. But the reason why Lin Xianbai's lead has shrunk is that Yi Kuei is probably a big drag on him. After all, that thing that transformed 10 times prevented Lin Xianbai from going out to complete the task for a long time, resulting in no growth.
Forget it. These rankings are actually meaningless.
Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, losing interest in these lists. After all, when the first place is 22 levels ahead of the second place, the list will no longer be attractive to the first place, and there will be no urgency to be caught up.
Go in and find Meng Yao.
Li Guanqi no longer paid attention to the world's 4th, Angel King, next to him, because the blonde young man was chatting with the Knights of the Round Table at this time. And they didn't talk about anything serious. They were just all kinds of flattery from the members of the Knights. The blonde man listened calmly on the surface, but felt happy in his heart. This made him have no intention of listening.
Didi!
Suddenly, just as Li Guanqi was approaching the blood-colored light barrier outside the British Museum, the mobile phone in his space necklace suddenly vibrated.
Li
Guanqi took out his mobile phone curiously. It was a message from Lin Xianbai. Guanqi, don't destroy the bloody defense shield outside the British Museum. Keep it. We will be of great use. Li Guanqi was a little curious, but he didn't reply to ask why. He would ask later when we meet. He put away his phone and looked at the blood-colored light shield in front of him. This is a very interesting defensive shield. It is a sophisticated structure similar to a defensive formation. It is not a shield formed by a pure mass of energy pressed together. He can't crack it. Li Guanqi reached out and touched the blood-colored light shield, felt it with a little force, and found that if he wanted to break it with brute force, he would have to have at least 5 elements level strength. That's right. After all, it is a forbidden place. There is no reason for the level to be so low, since the historical relics turned into living creatures inside have no power. The only thing that has power is the defensive shield outside. But it is impossible for Han Mengyao to possess the power of the 5 elements level. The current Han Mengyao is only a 2nd level superhuman. That is, a 2-level human of different blood. Even if he borrows the power of the evil phoenix, he will only have the power of the 3rd level to survive. And it is impossible to forcibly break this blood-colored light shield. Moreover, if it had been broken by force, this photomask would not have remained until now. Therefore, Han Mengyao must have entered it by cleverly cracking it and opening a passage.
Evil Phoenix?
Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Evil Phoenix should have helped crack this. The origin of Evil Phoenix has always been mysterious.
Xiao Shui.
Li Guanqi looked at the bloody mask and asked in his mind.
Can you help crack this mask? Just let me in. But keep the mask and don't destroy it.
Xiaoxua has done some research on the battle method. The original 6th level soul-raising formation was a flaw that she helped perfect.
It's very simple.
Xishua's soft voice sounded.
This is a purely natural energy shield. Although there are some energy structures inside,
it is not difficult to break it. Master, just put your hand on it.
Oh! Li Guanqi nodded, raised his right hand, and placed his palm against the surface of the blood-colored light mask. A few seconds later, his right hand flashed with icy blue cold air, passing directly through the shield. Then he took a step. His whole body passed through, and came completely inside the blood-colored light shield. The closed door of the British Museum is right in front of you.
Dang dang dang. The cracking is completed.
Xishua's voice was full of excitement and laughter.
Thanks.
Li Guanqi smiled, and then walked straight towards the museum door. He didn't push it open, but walked straight in, as if walking through a wall. He still maintains the effect of the
freedom from reality
technique, walking in the interlayer of space, traveling between real space and space cracks. Because of this, the museum door, a physical object without any spiritual power, would not be a barrier to him. But that was not the case with the blood-colored light mask outside. Even if Li Guanqi was walking in the mezzanine of space, this blood-colored light mask also blocked the mezzanine space because of its spiritual energy, making him unable to walk through. As soon as he entered the museum, Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown. There were corpses everywhere. The British Museum is extremely huge, and the internal space is equally vast. But at this time, next to the glass cabinets of the exhibits, there are corpses of foreign tourists. There are no wounds on the body, but there is no soul. They all lost their souls. To put it bluntly, this extraordinary incident in the British Museum has no meaning in terms of rescue, because everyone has died and there is no possibility of survival.
Living people lose their souls. Dead things gain life. Is energy conserved? These historical relics did not actually gain life out of thin air, but accepted the souls of these humans? Are they exchanging souls? Or are they just plundering soul power and giving birth to their own souls and consciousness?
Li Guanqi walked forward slowly with curiosity, towards the direction of Han Mengyao. Along the way, he visited this world-renowned world-class museum and browsed countless historical relics. Watching the whole process, he had only one thought in his mind. Aren't so many of these things from China?
Roar!
Suddenly, when Li Guanqi passed a corner, a black shadow suddenly rushed in front of his eyes. But in fact, he had already sensed the existence of this thing.
Don't make trouble.
Li Guanqi casually reached out and grabbed the small bronze beast that rushed toward him. Even though he had strangled the neck of the little bronze beast, the little beast still bared its teeth and claws at him. Although it was of no use, it even looked a little cute.
What period of cultural relic are you from?
Li Guanqi grabbed it like a puppy. After looking at it, he found that based on his historical level, he couldn't figure out what this thing was. But it should be a Chinese bronze. After all, it looks very
Chinese
in appearance.
Don't make trouble.
Li Guanqi forcibly hugged the little bronze beast, ignoring the other person's struggle in his arms, and continued to move forward with it in his arms. This small bronze beast is about the same size as a puppy, but its strength is greater than that of a puppy. It is estimated to be on the level of a lion or a tiger. But this level is still meaningless in front of Li Guanqi, and it is not worth it to ordinary superhumans. Carry. Make your way through the museum. Finally, Li Guanqi followed his sense of Han Mengyao's location and came to the main control room of the British Museum. Li Guanqi held the small bronze beast in his arms and slowly walked through the wall and entered it. Looking at the scene in front of him, he smiled softly. At this time, on the chair in front of the large surveillance screen, there was a beautiful woman wearing a red combat uniform. She was constantly checking the surveillance video, with a serious look on her face, as if she was looking for something. Who else could it be besides Han Mengyao?
This is the god of fire?
At this time, the shocking sound of the magic knife sounded. Oh my god! It looks exactly like the statue in the temple.
Xuankong's tone was full of emotion and longing. Li Guanqi thought for a moment. These two brothers were artifacts from the old era. His mood when he saw Han Mengyao. Well, was it like he traveled back to the Warring States period and saw Qin Shi Huang, who had not yet unified the six kingdoms? Quite interesting. Buzz. Li Guanqi used one hand to perform a technique, and cast a Liu level escaped spiritual eye technique on Han Mengyao, so that his eyes could see him through the interlayer of space. Then he cast a touching the air technique on the opponent, allowing Mengyao to touch him through the interlayer of space. He was not going to show up here, lest he be caught by a hidden camera and his identity would be leaked. Mengyao. Li Guanqi stepped forward and called softly. Han Mengyao was startled and turned around suddenly, looking at Li Guanqi, who suddenly appeared in front of her. She was stunned for a moment, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Then, tears slowly appeared in her eyes, and there was even a hint of crying in her voice. You are back. You scared me to death. Feel sorry. Li Guanqi smiled, casually threw the bronze beast on the ground, and used his spiritual power to condense a blue light chain to tie it up to prevent it from running around. Then he stepped forward, gently held Han Mengyao in his arms, and said softly, I don't want to leave suddenly, but the last time I traveled, there was no hint at all. I also felt it was very sudden, but it only lasted 4 days. Can you calm down? I thought you were going to disappear for a few more years. Han Mengyao hugged Li Guanqi's waist and cried, her tears showing signs of overflowing again. Fortunately, girl, I don't want to disturb your reunion after a long separation. Well, although we've only been apart for less than 4 days. At this time, another pleasant voice that was somewhat similar to hers, but more royal sister, came out of Han Mengyao's body. It's the evil phoenix. Human. You're okay. Stop crying. Silly girl. Last time I didn't cry for 5 years, and it was okay. This time I'll be separated for 4 days, and you're going to cry like a fool. There was a hint of hatred in Xie Huang's voice. How did I know we were only separated for 4 days? Han Mengyao lay in Li Guanqi's arms, raising her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. And this is not crying. I am crying with joy when I see Guanqi back. Okay. Li Guanqi looked down at her with a strange expression. What Shekong said before seems to be true. The god of fire, the human pioneer in the apocalyptic era, seems to be really about to be raised to death here. If this situation continues, it is almost impossible for Han Mengyao to endure the setbacks she deserves in history. It is also impossible for Han Mengyao to wash away all her glory after experiencing setbacks and grow into a pioneer of mankind, leading mankind out of the apocalypse and rebuilding civilization. She will only become a little girl who belongs to him. Li Guanqi. A girl forever. She can still lie in his arms, laughing and crying when she is in her 20s. But what does it mean? In his time and space, the apocalyptic era will never come again. And there is no need for the god of fire, who has tasted the joys and sorrows of the world and finally transformed and risen to appear. Han Mengyao, who will be happy all his life? The god of fire who bears the burden of mankind's rise? Li Guanqi felt that the former seemed not much worse than the latter. Human. Where is the phoenix egg you said you wanted to give me? At this time, the evil phoenix's voice sounded again in Han Mengyao's body. As you said before, let me stay in this girl's body obediently, and help her if anything happens. And then you will help me find a phoenix eggs bring me to life. I always help the girl whenever I can. For example, I helped crack the blood-red mask outside this time. So, now it's your turn to deliver on your promise. Egg? Egg?